As twilight descended, a frail silhouette stumbled into the cemetery, where a funeral had just concluded. She approached a newly erected grave. This was the final resting place of Yilin, the wealthiest man in Jiangnan province. Yilin had tragically perished in a severe car accident while en route to the wedding of the high school belle, Ling Feishue. The girl gazed intently at the tombstone, her heart aching to the point of breathlessness. She had rushed here, yet ultimately failed to bid Yilin a final farewell. Dressed exquisitely, she had shed her previously unflattering bangs and styled her hair into a stunning coiffure. Who could have anticipated that a girl once deemed an ugly duckling could transform into such a vision of beauty? Yilin, who had devoted his entire attention to Ling Feishue, would never have imagined it. Lan Yuyu had donned an alluring outfit reminiscent of Ling Feishue's style. Yilin favored girls dressed in such a manner hence. She chose to adorn herself thus. She wished that, in wearing this attire, Yilin might harbor even a fleeting affection for her. Yilin, in a spectral state, hovered above his own grave, attempting to recall the identity of the enchanting girl before him. She was breathtakingly beautiful, even surpassing Ling Feishue, like an angel misplaced among mortals. Yet in his memories, aside from Ling Feishue, he had never encountered a girl as stunning as she. The girl produced a glass jar from her pocket, containing dozens of folded paper stars. Upon seeing these paper stars, Yilin was flooded with memories of the past. In those days, he had filled sheets of colored paper with love notes, folding them into a multitude of vibrant stars for Ling Feishue. Having crafted too many, he had given the excess stars to his deskmate, Lan Yuyu. The only two individuals associated with the paper stars were Ling Feishue and Lan Yuyu. However, the girl before him could not possibly be Ling Feishue. Even in ashes, Yilin would recognize her. She was indeed Lan Yuyu. Yilin hesitated to confirm this. She was too beautiful, and he recalled Lan Yuyu as a timid girl with thick bangs, lacking confidence. As Yilin pondered, she spoke. Yilin, you must be wondering why I, Little Bean Sprout, am unafraid. Here lies the one I love most dearly. How could I possibly fear? Do you know? I adore you, truly and deeply, but I have been foolish. I never understood what it meant to love. I merely wished to be by your side, to feel at ease in your presence, and to be anxious when you were absent. It is only now that I realize this is love. Yilin, I never had the chance to confess to you. Why did you have to leave? Please wake up, wake up. Little Bean Sprout loves you and wishes to be with you forever. In that moment, Lan Yuyu broke down, her cries echoing with heart-wrenching despair. She truly was Lan Yuyu, and Yilin felt as though his heart was being torn apart. In the past, he had sensed her admiration, but had never paid it heed, fixated solely on Ling Feishue. Yilin never anticipated that something as inconspicuous as a paper star would be cherished until now. Lan Yuyu carefully unfolded the paper stars, recalling a time when she had accidentally damaged one, and discovered it contained Yilin's love notes. Though curiosity gnawed at her, she had refrained from unfolding the others, fearing she could not reassemble them. Yes, she gazed at the love notes inscribed upon each star. She smiled dreamily. Yilin, how I wish these words were meant for Little Bean Sprout. She affixed the open stars to Yilin's tombstone, declaring, Yilin, by this act, these words shall be as if spoken to Little Bean Sprout. She found solace in her sorrow, believing that this way, she was united with Yilin. A sweet smile graced her lips, yet it transformed into tears, her eyes swollen and her makeup ruined. With a voice choked with grief, she cried out, Yilin, please wake up. Little Bean Sprout cannot imagine life. Without you, I implore you, awaken. Yilin, I brought your favorite roasted chicken drumsticks. Will you not rise to eat? From her pocket, she produced several warm drumsticks, removing them from their plastic wrapping and placing them at Yilin's grave. In times of sorrow, she had always used drumsticks to cheer him up, and she hoped to rouse him once more. Though she understood the impossibility of it all, she refused to accept the reality of Yilin's departure. Her voice grew hoarse, met only by the cool night breeze. Yilin's heart ached for her. He longed to embrace the fragile figure before him. However, he had forgotten that he was merely a spirit, unseen and untouchable. Yilin passed right through Lan Yuyu, unable to reach her in any way. Frantically, he attempted to grasp her, but he could not touch her even slightly. Regret washed over Yilin, lamenting his fixation on a woman who did not love him while neglecting the girl who adored him. 10 years prior, Lan Yuyu had transferred to their school during her senior year. With only a seat next to Yi Lin available, the homeroom teacher had seated her beside him. At that time, Lan Yuyu was frail, and Yi Lin had rudely nicknamed her Little Bean Sprout. Throughout high school, Yi Lin had frequently enlisted Lan Yuyu to deliver love letters and gifts to Ling Feixue. Of course, Yi Lin reciprocated with small favors, giving her unwanted items from Ling Feixue and the occasional extra star. Often, when he purchased snacks for Ling Feixue, he would remember to buy a little something for Lan Yuyu as well. Thus, Lan Yuyu gradually developed feelings for Yi Lin. Later, both Ling Feixue and Lan Yuyu were accepted into prestigious universities. Meanwhile, Yi Lin found himself at the gates of their university, roasting sweet potatoes. During college, Yi Lin would often send Lan Yuyu out to deliver roasted sweet potatoes to Ling Feixue. Alas, sweet potatoes could not rival Rose's. Ling Feixue ultimately ended up with a wealthy heir. She informed Yi Lin that they belonged to different worlds and that he could not provide what she desired, urging him not to dream of a toad wishing to eat swan meat. She even mentioned how her boyfriend adored his roasted sweet potatoes, a cruel twist of fate. Stung by this, Yi Lin became resolute, driven to excel. With Lan Yuyu's unwavering support, after 6 years of relentless effort, he emerged as the wealthiest magnate in Jiangnan province. Yet, even so, the goddess Ling Feixue never cast a glance in his direction. Instead, Lan Yuyu remained by his side like a devoted shadow. Now that Yi Lin had passed, Ling Feixue had not once appeared. She exhibited no sorrow for his death, reveling in her honeymoon bliss. In the end, only Yi Lin bore the wounds his devotion had led him to ruin, leaving him with nothing and neglecting the girl who loved him deeply. Yi Lin could scarcely fathom the pain Lan Yuyu must have endured while he had her pursue Ling Feixue on his behalf. How heartbroken she must have been. Yi Lin finally understood why Lan Yuyu had consistently devoted herself to aiding him. She was willing to sacrifice everything for Ling Feixue, just as Lan Yuyu had been willing to do for him. Regrettably, unrequited affection remained, like flowers falling upon unfeeling waters. Yi Lin had always regarded her merely as a means to an end. As he observed her frail form slumped before his grave, Yi Lin felt a pain deeper than death itself. Heaven has left me here at this grave. Is it perhaps to punish myself? Lan Yuyu wept until the depths of night, the pangs of hunger and sorrow tormenting her, her strength waning. At this rate, she might be at risk of losing her life. Little Bean Sprout, please return. Don't do this, be obedient, go back. Yi Lin shouted in desperation, yet Lan Yuyu remained oblivious to his voice. She produced a small vial, a serene smile gracing her face. Yi Lin discerned the words paraquat inscribed on the vial, a chilling premonition enveloping him. Indeed, Lan Yuyu uncorked the vial and without hesitation swallowed its contents. Please no, Little Bean Sprout, don't do something foolish. In a frenzy, Yi Lin attempted to intervene, but he could not reach her. Yi Lin, Little Bean Sprout, is so tired. I miss you. In the next life, will you chase after me like you did with Ling Feixue? With those words, she bore the agony of the poison and embraced Yi Lin's tombstone, slipping into eternal slumber. At that moment, Yi Lin was shattered. What nonsense about a school bell. Lan Yuyu was the girl he wished to cherish for a lifetime. He yearned for a second chance, to guard Lan Yuyu forever, to atone for the love he had owed her in his past life. Overwhelmed with grief, Yi Lin howled at the heavens. Perhaps the heavens were moved, for a beam of white light flashed across the night sky, and Yi Lin's soul vanished from the graveyard. In Qingyuan County, a voice pierced through the classroom of Class 1, senior year at Qingyuan High School, akin to the wail of a slaughtered pig. The English teacher, Pan Hahua, erupted in fury. Yi Lin, you little rascal, what madness possesses you to scream like that? Yi Lin abruptly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, and then froze in place. Where was he? What was happening? Wasn't he in the graveyard? How was he in a classroom filled with familiar faces? Suddenly, realization struck him. He had been reborn? Was this high school? Was that just now Pan Hahua? Seeing Yi Lin silent, Pan Hahua descended from the podium. She had truly reached her limit in all her years teaching at Qingyuan High School. She had never encountered such an insufferable student. With a swift motion, she slapped Yi Lin across the face. An accumulation of years of resentment unleashed why Yi Lin felt a fiery sting on his cheek instead of anger. A smile of joy emerged. It hurt, indeed it did. This was real, not a dream he had truly returned. In this era, it was not uncommon for teachers to resort to physical reprimands for disobedient students, and if parents were aware, they might even join in. However, it was rare for someone to dare strike a troublemaker of Yilin's caliber. All the classmates braced for an explosive reaction from Yilin, with several boys ready to protect the teacher. Yet Yilin's next actions astonished them all. Not only did Yilin not lash out, but he also bowed and apologized to Pan Hehua. "I'm sorry, Teacher Pan. I had a nightmare and was startled. I didn't mean to disrupt your class." The students were taken aback, astounded not by the nightmare, but by the fact that the notorious Yilin was actually apologizing. Wasn't he supposed to slam the table and start a brawl, or simply leave the classroom? The infamous Yilin was apologizing? Surely the sun had risen from the west. In truth, Pan Hehua regretted her slap the moment it landed. In a fit of rage, she had struck this troublemaker. How would she handle his retaliation? It was known that the director of the political education office, Li Jianya, had troubled Yilin in math class half a month ago, only to have his car tires punctured daily. Thereafter, for that, Li Jianya had to crouch for a week, finally catching the culprit, who was none other than Yilin. Just as Pan Hehua thought the situation was spiraling out of control, this young man unexpectedly apologized, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Since Yilin had yielded, Pan Hehua decided to expel him from the classroom. Sleeping in class is one thing, but shouting and disrupting the lesson is unacceptable. Go stand outside. Yilin glanced at the empty space beside him, the desk in disarray. It appeared little Beansprout had yet to transfer in. He obediently exited the classroom. As they watched the troublemaker leave, all the students were once again astonished. Today, the notorious troublemaker was surprisingly docile. Upon leaving, Huang Bai, seated next to him, could no longer contain himself. He imitated Yilin's previous outburst. All the classmates turned to stare at Huang Bai, bewildered. Pan Hehua sighed in exasperation. This chubby boy was undoubtedly attempting to follow Yilin outside for a chat. "Huang Bai, have you lost your mind?" Pan Hehua said impatiently. Huang Bai chuckled. "Teacher Pan, I had a nightmare too, but I didn't get the chance to shout." After a few seconds of silence, Pan Hehua shouted, "Get out!" Huang Bai slipped out of the classroom like a thief, then approached Yilin with a grin. "Bro, what's today's date?" Yilin inquired. Huang Bai looked at Yilin in shock, lifting Yilin's bangs with his pudgy hand and pressing his palm to his forehead. "You're not running a fever? Lingo, are you all right?" Yilin shoved Huang Bai's hand away. "I'm asking you a question." September 22nd, 2008. It was understandable to forget the date, but to forget the year and month was unimaginable. Huang Bai was baffled. "What period is it now?" Yilin asked again. Noticing Huang Bai's silence, Yilin, exasperated, kicked him in the rear. "Lingo, did you sleep too long?" "It's the first period," Huang Bai replied with a look of melancholy. Yilin pondered for a while. This meant that little Beansprout would transfer in during the next class. He vividly remembered this day. For on this very day in his past life, he had committed a foolish act that he would remember for a lifetime. Huang Bai now regretted coming out after Yilin's inquiry about the period. He had been lost in thought, occasionally chuckling to himself, completely ignoring him. As minutes passed, the bell for class rang. Huang Bai excitedly grabbed Yilin's arm, pulling him toward the restroom. "Lingo, it's time to confess to my sister-in-law. Let's go. I've secretly brought my dad's camera." Yilin was taken aback. He then shook off Huang Bai's hand, shaking his head. "I'm not going." Huang Bai was somewhat surprised. Usually, Yilin would confess multiple times throughout the day, at least a few times to Ling Feishue. Such an important occasion today. And he wasn't going? "Lingo, didn't you say you were going to confess to Ling Feishue for the 999th time this morning? You said it was crucial, meaningful, and you wanted me to document it. I even risked a beating to sneak my dad's camera. Why aren't you going?" Huang Bai felt aggrieved if Yilin didn't confess. Wouldn't his camera have been stolen for nothing? Hearing this, Yilin could only chuckle in disbelief. In his youthful ignorance, he had mistakenly regarded Ling Feishue as a treasure, endlessly buying gifts and flowers, squandering all his living expenses. The 999th confession? What nonsense! Welcoming little Beansprout was the true priority. "I'm not going. I have something far more important to attend to." With that, Yilin strode confidently back into the classroom, returning to his seat to begin organizing his things. Huang Bai was left bewildered. For Yilin, What could possibly hold more significance than confessing his feelings to Ling Feishue? Meanwhile, in classroom 5 of the senior year, Ling Feishue, the universally acknowledged goddess of Qingyuan High School, sat at her desk, enveloped in a gloomy disposition. She could not comprehend the source of her discontent, feeling a profound sense of emptiness. Her deskmate, Zhao Rongrong, returned. Upon noticing Ling Feishue's woeful expression, she inquired, "Feishue, what troubles you? Is that rascal Yilin bothering you again?" At Zhao Rongrong's words, Ling Feishue's realization struck her, and she immediately understood the root of her unhappiness. Indeed, it was because of that scoundrel Yilin. As was customary, he would present himself after the first class, offering her confessions, gifts, and treats. Yet now, as the interval for the first class was nearing its end, where was Yilin? If her memory served her right, during his last confession yesterday, he had proclaimed that today would mark his 999th declaration and that he would surprise her. How could he miss such a pivotal moment? Although Ling Feishue did not harbor romantic feelings for Yilin, she relished the sensation of being adored by him. The notion of having the campus's notorious troublemaker wrapped around her finger was undeniably exhilarating. Moreover, Yilin's presence effectively shielded her from unwanted attention. Who would dare to pursue a woman coveted by the school's tyrant? Anyone foolish enough to express affection for Ling Feishue would find themselves facing Yilin's wrath. However, today, her devoted admirer, who typically fawned over her, had suddenly chosen to ignore her. How could Ling Feishue not feel irked? With an annoyed tone, she vented to Zhao Rongrong. "It's that scoundrel Yilin he hasn't come to confess today." Zhao Rongrong, puzzled, replied, "Feishue, isn't this a blessing in disguise? Don't you always claim to detest Yilin? You said you would never agree to him, so why aren't you delighted that he's absent today?" Upon hearing this, Ling Feishue considered it indeed. Yilin, that bothersome fly, was absent, and she should be elated. Why then was she troubled? Ling Feishue yearned to feel joyous, yet happiness eluded her. Her mind was awash with thoughts of what Yilin was up to. Had he skipped class today? Was he unaware that she had no snacks to indulge in? Throughout the remainder of the lesson, Ling Feishue was distracted. The more she contemplated, the angrier she grew. Oh, dare miss his 999th confession? Was this the grand surprise he spoke of yesterday? That audacious Yilin had the audacity to disregard her and stand her up, he would undoubtedly pay the price. Ling Feishue silently vowed to never acknowledge Yilin again, letting him learn the error of his ways. Chapter 3 Reunion. Ling Feishue's wrath was unbeknownst to Yilin. Even if he were aware, he would regard it with indifference. Yilin returned to his seat, spending the entire break tidying the disordered desks and chairs. Huang Bai, witnessing this, was utterly perplexed. Yilin's behavior today was exceedingly peculiar, far from his usual self. "Brother Lin, have you been possessed by a ghost? Class is about to start, and you're really not going to confess? This is the 999th time. Have you two quarreled?" Seeing Huang Bai's relentless questioning, Yilin explained, "Fatty, I have come to a realization. From now on, I shall no longer pursue Ling Feishue." Huang Bai was taken aback by this revelation. "You're not pursuing Ling Feishue? Are you joking? How could that be possible? Unless the sun rises from the west." Regardless, Huang Bai doubted Yilin's words, believing the reason for his behavior was a quarrel between them. Noticing Yilin's earnestness in organizing the furniture, his curiosity piqued. "Brother Lin, why are you suddenly cleaning up so thoroughly?" "Because a new student is transferring to our class," Yilin fabricated. "Is that true? How do you know?" Huang Bai asked. Bewildered, "I saw the striking show leading a girl with a new face outside. If I'm not mistaken, she's the new student coming to our class. There's an empty seat right next to me, so I'm tidying up to welcome her." Yilin concocted an excuse. "A new student? How did I miss that?" Huang Bai was baffled, having been fixated on the scene below moments ago. Even if a new student were transferring, what was the purpose of Yilin's tidying? Suddenly, a thought struck Huang Bai, and he shuddered. Yilin had mentioned that the transfer student was a girl. Could it be that he had developed an interest in her? Was it this newfound attraction that had caused him to abandon his intentions toward Ling Feishue? Such a swift change of heart seemed improbable. Clearly, something extraordinary was afoot. A girl capable of making Yilin forsake Ling Feishue and meticulously tidy up the classroom must be a goddess even more enchanting than Ling Feishue. Lost in his musings, Huang Bai saw Yilin crumple the trash and toss it into the bin. He needed to ensure everything was in order before class began. Lan Yuyu would be arriving shortly. At that moment, the labor committee member, Li Junwei, noticed that the 2 garbage bins, which had just been emptied, were now overflowing due to Yilin's actions. Annoyed, he approached to reprimand him. Yilin, the duty student just emptied the trash. Could you refrain from carelessly throwing garbage around? The student council will be checking during the long break. Yilin lifted his gaze, flipping his bangs aside and glaring. Have I thrown anything carelessly? He had indeed disposed of all the trash into the bins. Li Junwei, intimidated by Yilin's glare, fell silent. Huang Bai, still engrossed in thoughts of the new student's beauty, was jolted back to reality by Li Junwei's voice. He retorted irritably, Li Junwei, why do you meddle in everything? Is it wrong for Brother Lin to throw trash into the bin? If it's full, just empty it. What do you think the duty student is for? Li Junwei dared not retort, his heart filled with indignation as he obediently returned to his seat. What a coward, daring to point fingers at my Brother Lin. Huang Bai lounged with his legs draped over the desk, humming a little tune. During the interval, Yilin busied himself, finally managing to tidy the chaotic desk. After a quick glance around, he wiped down the wobbly chair by the window and then rearranged the seating. He reserved the good chair for Lan Yuyu, while he took the worn one. All set, Yilin sat up straight in his position, awaiting the commencement of class, with the bell signaling the start of lessons. Students streamed back into the classroom in waves. Today's lesson was Chinese, conducted by their stern homeroom teacher, Lung Yanxiu. Her classes maintained a certain seriousness, and all students quietly awaited her arrival. Even for someone like Yilin, notorious for his unruliness, a degree of respect was due to her. She was known as the Iron Lady, and it was rumored that she was nearing 30 without ever having been in a relationship, leading many students to privately label her an old maid. Nevertheless, Lung Yanxiu was quite attractive. She simply prioritized education over personal adornment. Many had attempted to pursue her, yet all had been firmly rebuffed. As the second bell rang, Lung Yanxiu appeared at the classroom door, accompanied by a timid young girl. She entered the classroom and approached the podium, while Lan Yuyu stood nervously at the entrance, unable to meet the gaze of her classmates. Class, we have a new student joining us today. Yuyu, please come in, Lung Yanxiu beckoned. With her head bowed, Lan Yuyu stepped up to the podium. Upon seeing her, Yilin was struck by a memory of Lan Yuyu clutching his gravestone in despair. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and embrace her. However, Yilin understood that they were strangers to one another at this moment. Patience was key. He mustn't frighten the delicate sprout away. Teacher, let us have the new student introduce herself, Li Junwei suddenly shouted, prompting the entire class to echo his enthusiasm. A self-introduction? Lan Yuyu was startled by this suggestion. Social interactions terrified her, and she took small steps to hide behind Lung Yanxiu. Silence. What a ruckus. How disgraceful. Lung Yanxiu's sharp voice cut through the noise, and the classroom fell into complete silence. She continued, Lan Yuyu is rather introverted and shy, so we'll forego the introduction. I expect you all to assist her in settling in. Hearing this, Lan Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief. Lung Yanxiu scanned the classroom and noticed that the only available seat was beside Yilin. She was somewhat taken aback by the tidiness of his desk today and noted that he wasn't asleep, which was quite unusual. Yet, she wasn't inclined to concern herself with Yilin's affairs. As long as he didn't disrupt others, he was free to behave as he pleased. A flicker of hesitation crossed her mind. Would sitting next to this troublemaker lead to Lan Yuyu being bullied again? However, the only available spot was next to Yilin. If she made Yilin sit with Huang Bai instead, it might spare Lan Yuyu from his potential torment. However, when these two individuals are together, they can chatter incessantly, making it impossible to focus during class. After much contemplation, the only option seems to be allowing Lan Yuyu to sit with Yilin for a while. If she faces any bullying, they can address it then. Moreover, since Yilin often dozes off during lessons, he is unlikely to disturb Lan Yuyu's studies. Lung Yanxiu pointed to the empty seat beside Yilin and said to Lan Yuyu, you should sit in that vacant spot at the back. With her head bowed, Lan Yuyu walked toward the rear, too timid to look around, barely aware of her surroundings. Hey, classmate Lan, over here. You're about to walk into a wall. Yilin called out. Lan Yuyu halted, realizing she had nearly collided with the wall, her face flushing crimson. That voice felt so familiar, almost nostalgic. Thank you. She murmured shyly before turning to sit beside Yilin. When she glanced up at him, she was startled. Why was she seated next to this scruffy character? He seemed rather intimidating, not the type one would trust easily. Could he be like those students from City Number 1 high school, who would refuse to let her copy homework and ridicule her as a country bumpkin or an ugly duckling? She should keep her head down while walking. It could lead to trouble. Please, have a seat, Yilin said warmly, pulling out the chair for her. Observing his actions, Lan Yu thought that perhaps this scruffy fellow was not so bad after all. At that moment, Huang Bai was taken aback upon seeing Lan Yu. Indeed, a new classmate had arrived, and she was female. Yet, she was entirely different from what he had imagined. This Lan classmate appeared alarmingly thin, reminiscent of someone suffering from malnutrition. Her long bangs obscured half her face, giving her an unrefined appearance. Would his brother Lin even take notice of such a girl? Unthinkable. Absolutely unthinkable. Huang Bai leaned slightly into the aisle and whispered to Yi Lin, "Brother Lin, did you give up on Ling Feishue because of her?" Although Yi Lin knew this to be true, he could not admit it. "What are you thinking about all day?" "My father doesn't even concern himself with me as much as you do," Yi Lin replied curtly. "In that case, why don't you call him Dad?" Huang Bai chuckled mischievously. Upon hearing this, Yi Lin, annoyed that this rotund fellow would dare take advantage of him, yanked at Huang Bai. As he was already leaning, the sudden tug caused Huang Bai to lose his balance and fall, creating a commotion at the back of the classroom. Lung Yinxiu, who had been writing on the blackboard, turned with a dark expression. "Huang Bai, what are you doing?" "Teacher, I was dozing off and accidentally fell," Huang Bai replied, though he wouldn't betray Yi Lin. "Step outside." To be sent outside so soon after class began, Huang Bai shot Yi Lin a resentful glance before exiting. With Huang Bai's incessant questions silenced, Yi Lin felt as if the entire world had quieted. Chapter 4. Can you help me with my studies? As the aloof Chiu on the podium shifted her attention elsewhere, Yi Lin, suppressing his inner excitement, took the initiative to greet Lan Yu. "Hello, my name is Yi Lin." Lan Yu was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this long-haired individual would approach her first. So, his name was Yi Lin. Social interactions were her greatest fear, and she stammered out a quiet response. "Why yes, hello." Her gaze fell to the floor beneath the desk. "You look as frail as a bean sprout. How about I call you Little Bean Sprout from now on?" Yi Lin chuckled. In his past life, he had not been so amiable. He would have mocked Lan Yu for her slenderness, rudely dubbing her Little Bean Sprout. A decade had passed, and the moniker had become ingrained in his memory. Impossible to abandon. Now reborn, he found the term endearing and decided to bestow it upon Lan Yu. "All right, okay," she acquiesced, not daring to challenge the nickname. She feared that any retort might provoke a confrontation with this long-haired fellow. Moreover, this nickname was far more pleasant than the derogatory labels she had endured in the past, such as ugly duckling or country bumpkin. Seeing that Yi Lin had ceased his inquiries, Lan Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her and began to focus intently on the lesson. Yi Lin took out his Chinese test paper, occasionally stealing glances at her. The questions seemed exceedingly simple to him at this moment. If called upon to sit for the college entrance examination, he could easily score around 140 in Chinese. One might wonder why Yi Lin's academic prowess had suddenly flourished. It was not due to any advantages gained from his rebirth, but rather the result of his relentless efforts in his previous life. He had worked tirelessly, selling sweet potatoes in his spare time, all to gain the admiration of the goddess Ling Feishue. His study environment was uniquely advantageous. Situated directly across from Peking University was Kyoto University, with the two prestigious institutions merely a road apart. Both universities ranked first nationally, with Peking University excelling in the sciences and Kyoto University in the humanities. Any student from either institution who sold sweet potatoes could have easily been Yi Lin's tutor. Whenever he encountered difficulties in his studies, he would seek their guidance. Many students found Yi Lin to be quite intriguing. How could a sweet potato vendor be so dedicated to learning? They speculated that he must have come from a financially disadvantaged background, forced to drop out of school, and thus felt pity for him. Due to Yi Lin's thirst for knowledge, numerous university students were inclined to purchase sweet potatoes from him, taking the opportunity to impart their wisdom. Over time, he became a top student, molded by the teachings of the scholars from Peking University and Kyoto University. The remarkable story of the dropout who sold sweet potatoes spread across both universities. A professor from Kyoto University, deeply touched by his dedication to learning, wished to mentor him. However, Yi Lin, expressing a lack of interest in formal education, inadvertently dashed her hopes of taking him under her wing. For this reason, now reborn, Yi Lin brimmed with knowledge. The transformation from a school bully to an academic prodigy was merely a fleeting moment for him. Of course, he would not immediately assume the mantle of a top student. This situation is utterly absurd. One might even fear being subjected to dissection for research purposes. After all, who in this world can instantaneously transform from an academic underachiever into a top scholar? Progress must occur gradually. Yilin believes that arranging supplementary lessons for Xiao Dia is the most prudent course of action. Not only will it allow him to grow closer to her, but it will also provide a convenient excuse for her improving grades. Reflecting on the past, Yilin feels quite foolish for once taking pride in his lack of diligence in studies. When he first entered Qingyuan High School, he achieved a commendable rank within the top 10 during his initial examination. Students admitted to Qingyuan High School typically possess at least a decent academic record. How poor could one's learning abilities truly be? Unfortunately, with the onset of rebellious adolescence, Yilin succumbed to negative influences, frequently skipping school to indulge in online gaming, which resulted in a significant decline in his academic performance. Moreover, in an effort to maintain his reputation as a school bully, he intentionally performed poorly on exams, consistently landing in the bottom 10. A school bully with exemplary grades would surely become the subject of ridicule. How could one with such commendable performance embody the essence of a bully? In retrospect, Yilin wishes he could slap himself in regret. Yilin inquired of Lan Yuyu, "How are your grades, Xiao Dia?" He was well aware of her academic standing. However, directly asking her for tutoring assistance felt rather abrupt. After all, how could he presume to know her capabilities? He must first ascertain her performance before requesting her help. During their conversation, Yilin took the opportunity to observe Lan Yuyu closely. He noted that the clothing beneath her school uniform had faded from washing, and her overall appearance was quite unrefined. She appeared undernourished, lacking even a modest amount of body weight. Furthermore, her demeanor was timid, with her gaze perpetually cast downward, exuding an air of insecurity. She was, at present, a girl devoid of any self-confidence. Yilin's heart ached at the sight. She must be enduring considerable hardship, he thought. He silently vowed to ensure that her journey through life would be filled with sweetness. She is his girl, and he intends to protect her for a lifetime. Upon hearing Yilin's question, Lan Yuyu was momentarily taken aback. Why was he suddenly asking about her grades? Was he contemplating copying her assignments in the future? "My grades, they are just average," she responded timidly. Even if she could achieve full marks, she wouldn't dare to proclaim it. At City No. 1 High School, she had merely occupied a rank that displaced others, which resulted in her being bullied consistently. Upon arriving at Qingyuan High School, she wished to avoid competing for rankings and did not want to face further bullying. Thus, she conveyed to Yilin that her grades were merely average. "Yours must be better than mine. I consistently rank among the bottom 10 in the school. Xiao Dia, would you be able to help me with some tutoring? Others are unwilling to teach me." Yilin brushed aside his long hair. His eyes filled with yearning as he looked at Lan Yuyu with a pitiful expression. Tutoring? At Yilin's words, Lan Yuyu was bewildered. She was somewhat reluctant, especially since she had only just arrived at this school and was not yet familiar with Yilin. The dense foliage of the forest evoked a sense of trepidation in her, leaving her hesitant to engage in conversation with Yilin. To tutor him would necessitate extensive dialogue, which posed a dilemma for Lan Yuyu. "Do you not wish to?" she inquired. "Then forget it. Why is it that no one is willing to teach me? I too aspire to attend university." Yilin sighed, employing a strategy of feigned vulnerability. In an instant, Lan Yuyu felt morally compelled by Yilin's plight, perceiving them as kindred spirits in misfortune. She had always been the one to suffer, devoid of friends, while Yilin, too, faced isolation in his academic struggles. How pitiful he must be. "No, I am willing. Yilin, I can assist you with your studies," Lan Yuyu declared earnestly, anxious that he might doubt her sincerity. She raised her hand in a solemn vow. "I swear, I truly wish to help." Witnessing this, Yilin's heart melted. She was utterly endearing. At that moment, a rather unwelcome voice interrupted from the podium. "Yuyu, is there something amiss?" Teacher Long. "No, nothing at all," she stammered. Her cheeks flushed as she cast her gaze downward, breathing heavily. Yilin whispered, "Little bean sprout, your willingness to tutor me is splendid. I have longed to study diligently, yet no one has been willing to assist me. You are truly kind. From now on, you shall be my dear friend." His expression radiated joy, though his long hair obscured it. A friend? Could I truly have a friend? Lan Yuyu mused inwardly. This was the first instance of someone, particularly a boy, expressing a desire for friendship with her. "Yilin, which subjects do you wish to improve?" she asked, lifting her head. Any subject at all, he replied, gazing at her with delight. Lan Yuyu felt an uneasy warmth wash over her, prompting her to lower her gaze once more. Meanwhile, atop the podium, Lung Yinxiu had been observing Yi Lin's disruption of Lan Yuyu. She surmised that Lan Yuyu's raised hand was undoubtedly due to him, which irked her. Yet she refrained from expressing her ire at that moment. She pondered why Yi Lin, who typically slept through class, appeared so animated today. Yi Lin refrained from speaking. She admonished sharply before resuming her lesson. She resolved to inquire with Lan Yuyu after class to ascertain whether Yi Lin had been bullying her. Chapter 5. A school-wide reprimand. As the bell rang for recess, the strains of the athletes' march filled the air. Huang Bai was the first to dash toward the playground, eager to avoid the ensuing crowd on the stairs. The academic schedule at Qingyuan High School dictated morning reading followed by 2 classes, then a lengthy break, with 3 additional classes afterward. In the afternoon, there were 3 more classes, culminating in 2 evening study sessions. Senior students residing on campus attended 3 evening study sessions, while day students had the option to attend the 3rd session. Today marked the flag-raising ceremony, and all students gathered on the playground, with the class leader reminded to take attendance. Stand up. Teacher, goodbye. Once Teacher Lung collected her teaching materials and departed, the students surged out of the classroom in a jubilant rush. As many of her classmates left, Lan Yuyu found herself at a loss, uncertain of where to gather. Little Bean Sprout, today is the flag-raising ceremony. Let us go, Yi Lin suggested, rising to her feet. Yi Lin, you go ahead, Lan Yuyu instinctively declined, feeling unfamiliar with Yi Lin and not wanting to inconvenience anyone. That won't do. Teacher Lung instructed us to assist you. You're so petite, and with so many people downstairs. It wouldn't be good if you got jostled. Besides, you don't know where our class is, right? Let us go together. I'll protect you on the way down. Hearing Yi Lin's offer of protection warmed Lan Yuyu's heart. It was the first time someone other than her parents had expressed a desire to look out for her. It's fine, Yi Lin. You go first. I'll come down when there are fewer people. That is not acceptable. It'll take at least 5 or 6 minutes for the crowd to thin out. If you wait, you'll be late, and the student council will remember your name. Our class will lose points, and Teacher Lung will be upset again. You don't want that, do you? Oh, is that so? Then let us go together. Thank you, Lan Yuyu replied, not wanting to be late or cause her class to lose points, thereby upsetting Teacher Lung. She followed Yi Lin down the stairs. Indeed, there were many people downstairs, and the stairs were rather crowded. Yet, no one dared to jostle Yi Lin. They parted to make way for her. Once they reached the ground floor, Lan Yuyu curiously asked, Yi Lin, why do they prefer to squeeze together rather than let us pass? Yi Lin chuckled softly, thinking to herself that it was because of her esteemed reputation at school. However, she feigned humility, saying, it's because my grades are so poor that they think I'm dragging the school down, so they avoid me. That is too much. Don't worry, Yi Lin. I promise I will help you catch up on your studies, Lan Yuyu replied, feeling a surge of determination to assist Yi Lin in improving her grades. The athletes' march played twice, lasting about 5 minutes. At Qingyuan Middle School's ecological playground, over 4,000 teachers and students from 3 grades gathered, ready to commence the flag-raising ceremony. Present the flag. With a resounding command from the broadcasting room, for students, each holding a corner of the national flag, were followed by a 10-member flag guard. They marched with a crisp cadence towards the flag-raising platform. The national flag was raised while the national anthem was sung, and the resonant voices of over 4,000 teachers and students filled the air with grandeur. Lan Yuyu was taken aback, recalling the flag-raising ceremony at City No. 1 High School, where the anthem was sung feebly, lacking energy, as if the participants had just awakened, with some too shy to sing. The contrast was stark. Once the flag-raising ceremony concluded, a student representative took the stage to deliver a speech. Following this, the school leaders addressed the assembly, summarizing the previous week's activities and awarding certificates for exemplary classes in each grade. After the routine proceedings were completed, the director of the Political Education Office, Li Jianya, took the stage, visibly irate. Upon seeing Li Jianya's countenance, Yi Lin felt a sense of foreboding. As Li Jianya took to the podium, he spoke with indignation. Students, I have come today to publicly reprimand a fellow student, a familiar face indeed, who has repeatedly violated school regulations. Yi Lin from Class 3 of the senior year. Please step up to the flag-raising platform. At that moment, all eyes in Class 3 were fixed on Yi Lin. He was momentarily at a loss for words. How could Li Jianya be so cruel? Just as he had managed to establish a semblance of a respectable image in the eyes of his beloved, this devastating blow struck. Under the watchful gaze of the entire school, Yi Lin ascended the platform. As he took his position, Li Jianya continued. Yi Lin has seriously breached school discipline by sending love letters to a female classmate, which was discovered when I scolded him in class. This scoundrel retaliated by puncturing my car tire, a deed that has persisted for half a month. Such romantic endeavors have significantly transgressed school regulations, and his actions are truly reprehensible. Therefore, after deliberation among the school authorities, it has been decided that Yi Lin will be placed under probation and receive a public reprimand. Last week, Class 3 was eligible for the flowing red flag. Yet, due to this one rotten apple, the hard work of the entire class has been rendered futile. Yi Lin, raise your head. Do you have anything to say? Li Jianya, brimming with frustration, directed his gaze at Yi Lin, expecting silence. However, Yi Lin seized the microphone from his grasp. This startled Li Jianya. Would this boy dare to curse in front of the entire school? Could he possibly be about to confess his feelings before everyone? Such audacity was well within his capabilities. Meanwhile, Lin Feishua watched with a mix of anxiety and excitement. Was this the surprise he had alluded to? This was quite exhilarating. Was he truly about to profess his love for her in front of the whole school? The 999th confession, was this audacious? Unbeknownst to her, a rosy blush crept across her cheeks. The esteemed flower of Qingyuan High School found herself shy in the midst of her own imaginings. Li Jianya was about to reclaim the microphone, but Yi Lin denied him that opportunity, bowing towards him with the microphone in hand. Li Jianya was taken aback, his hands suspended mid-air, bewildered by the turn of events. Yi Lin then bowed towards his classmates, performing 2 deep bows with utmost sincerity. Having completed this, he began his speech. Thank you, Director Li, for granting me the opportunity to reflect. I am deeply remorseful for my actions, and I would like to extend my apologies to Teacher Li. I will compensate him for the damages caused. Our class has lost its collective honor due to my misdeeds, and for that, I feel profound guilt. I wish to express my apologies to my homeroom teacher and all my classmates, and I voluntarily offer to take on the class duties for a month. I was previously a fool, but just now, Teacher Li's reprimand has awakened me. I can no longer continue in this aimless manner. From now on, I will dedicate myself to my studies and strive to be a good student. I aim to attend university and bring honor to our school. Yi Lin spoke with fervor, as if he would be struck down by divine retribution should he fail to achieve his aspirations. Upon hearing his words, the rebellious youths who once idolized him were momentarily taken aback. Their once revered icon seemed to be undermining them. Studying diligently, is that a task befitting a school bully? Yi Lin's audacity caught Li Jianya off guard. Was this fellow truly serious? He swiftly reclaimed the microphone from Yi Lin, cleared his throat, and remarked. Yi Lin's acknowledgement of his mistakes is commendable. Henceforth, I urge everyone to keep a watchful eye on him. After this, Li Jianya switched off the microphone and quietly admonished Yi Lin. You are currently under probation. Behave yourself. Any further transgressions could lead to expulsion, and neither your mother nor your uncle will be able to save you then. Now step down. Understood, Uncle Li. You need not worry. I shall strive to be a model student henceforth. Do not address me as uncle in school. Just get down, Li Jianya retorted, irked by Yi Lin's casual use of the term. Yi Lin obediently descended from the flag-raising platform. Meanwhile, in Class 5 of the senior year, Ling Feishua brimmed with frustration. She had anticipated that Yi Lin would seize the microphone to profess his feelings for her in front of the entire school, an exhilarating prospect. Yet, as he stepped down without fulfilling her expectations, she felt a profound disappointment, coupled with indignation. In the first-year cohort, a female student turned to another strikingly beautiful girl and inquired, Yeshua, has your brother turned over a new leaf? Yeshua, with an expression of disdain, retorted, Siki. I have told you before, I share no connection with him anymore. He is not my brother. Please do not use him to insult me. The mere mention of Yi Lin ignited her anger. That wretched scoundrel was unworthy of being her brother. If it were not for him, their parents would never have divorced. Their family was once blissful, but his descent into delinquency had instigated their mother's fears of his corrupting influence, leading her to divorce their father. Her father, too, had forsaken his family to live with such a failure. Yeshua wished fervently for Yi Lin's demise. If he were to die, perhaps her parents would reconcile. After delivering a reprimand to Yi Lin, there was little else to address, and Li Jianya announced the dissolution of the gathering. Following this, Lan Yuyu was summoned to the office by Lung Yinxiu. In the Chinese department office, Lung Yinxiu procured a chair for Lan Yuyu, who she had painstakingly invited from Qingyuan High School. This girl was not only her fellow townsfolk, but also her neighbor. Lung Yinxiu recognized that this young lady was naturally gifted in academics, excelling in her studies. However, her family's circumstances were dire. Her mother had long been overworked in agriculture, resulting in poor health. 6 months prior, her father had suffered a debilitating accident on a construction site, leaving the family without financial support. With her younger brother in junior high, the household could only afford to send one child to school. Consequently, Lan Yuyu opted to abandon her education, choosing instead to work on the farm after the summer break. Although teachers from the first municipal high school had earnestly attempted to persuade her otherwise, their efforts proved futile. Having frequently faced bullying there, Lan Yuyu was adamant in her refusal to return to an environment where she felt vulnerable and oppressed. Moreover, she was acutely aware that even if she were to gain admission to university, her family lacked the financial means to support her education. The prestigious City No. 1 high school was not short of academically proficient students. Since Lan Yuyu's enrollment, her performance had been remarkable only during her initial examination. Subsequently, her scores consistently placed her beyond the top 100. Such results would only suffice for admission to an ordinary first-tier university. They had exhausted all options. Yet Lan Yuyu remained unwilling to comply, prompting her teachers at City No. 1 High School to cease their insistence. Given her challenging circumstances, they speculated that gaining university admission could potentially be a disadvantage for her, leading them to relinquish their interest in her. Upon learning of this, Lung Yinxiu employed both persuasion and deception to lure Lan Yuyu to Qingyuan Middle School. She assured her that tuition and living expenses would be fully covered, and that there would be scholarships for those who gained university admission, alleviating any financial burden on her family. However, this was a unilateral decision made by Lung Yinxiu, as the school had not officially communicated such arrangements. The leadership at Qingyuan Middle School expressed support for her approach. Yet the institution could only waive Lan Yuyu's tuition and accommodation fees. She would need to find a way to manage her living expenses and miscellaneous costs herself. To qualify for governmental assistance, she would need to apply as a member of a low-income family. Lung Yinxiu attempted to facilitate this application, but the village had several orphans and individuals reliant on government support who were in even greater need than Lan Yuyu's family, resulting in all available aid being allocated to them, leaving no surplus for her. In light of this situation, Lung Yinxiu resolved to personally finance the necessary expenses, disguising it as a scholarship from the school, knowing that Lan Yuyu would certainly refuse assistance if she knew its true origin. As for scholarships, they undoubtedly existed, contingent upon one's academic merit. The arduous efforts that Lung Yinxiu invested to bring Lan Yuyu into the school were known only to her. Should Lan Yuyu be bullied by Yilin and decide to leave, she would have to confront Yilin with great severity. Did Yilin bully you during class just now? Lung Yinxiu inquired with genuine concern. Teacher Lung, no, he didn't bully me. He is quite nice, Lan Yuyu replied. Lung Yinxiu regarded her with skepticism, perplexed by this turn of events. Yilin was nice? Could it be that she was being coerced? Then why did he continually interrupt your studies during class? She pressed, confused. Teacher Lung, you misunderstand. Yilin didn't disturb my studies. He mentioned he wanted to learn, but no one in class was willing to teach him, so he asked me to help him. I taught him, and he is very clever. He grasped the problems immediately after I explained them, Lan Yuyu said, her joy evident as she relished the fact that she had imparted knowledge to Yilin. What? You mean Yilin just asked you to teach him? Lung Yinxiu exclaimed, astonished. Yilin studying? Are you certain you're not jesting? Yes, Teacher Lung, he is very smart. He learns quickly. I don't understand why everyone is reluctant to teach him, Lan Yuyu said, puzzled. He's quite nice? Lung Yinxiu felt a wave of awkwardness, unsure of what kind of confusion Yilin had instilled in Lan Yuyu. Nevertheless, as long as he was not bullying her, that was what mattered. After hearing Lan Yuyu's account, Lung Yinxiu suddenly felt that Yilin's earlier words at the flag-raising ceremony were sincere. If this lad truly resolves to study diligently, it would indeed be a commendable development. Under such circumstances, Lan Yuyu need not be relocated. Cold and elegant Xiu reminded, even if you are teaching Yilin, it must not be during class, as it would disrupt your own learning. It's all right, Teacher Lung. I have nearly mastered all the question types, Yilin replied. Xiu was at a loss for words. Is this what a top student is like? Regardless, one cannot teach during class, as conversing will impede the learning of others. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu also realized that instructing Yi Lin in class would indeed disturb others, primarily due to Yi Lin's loud voice. I understand, Teacher Lang. Feeling remorseful for her actions, Lan Yu unconsciously lowered her head. It's fine, you haven't done anything wrong. Being helpful is a virtue. Why the long face? Just be mindful of the occasion, Chiu reassured her. Your school badge is still not ready. For the next couple of days, the teacher will take you out to eat. Wait for me in the classroom after lunch. I will come over once the meeting is concluded. All right, Teacher Lang. Well, class is about to start. You should head back. Meanwhile, after the flag-raising ceremony concluded, Yi Lin noticed cold and elegant Chiu calling Lan Yu away, leaving him somewhat unsettled. He wondered if Chiu would speak ill of him in front of Lan Yu. Huang Bai, seeing Yi Lin standing there in a daze, approached and dragged him towards the convenience store. Say, Lin Gu, were you serious about what you said on stage just now? Huang Bai inquired. He found it hard to believe Yi Lin's earlier statements. Absolutely serious, not only me, but you too must study diligently with me in the future and shed that excess weight, Yi Lin declared. Huang Bai laughed until tears streamed down his face. Lin Gu, with our intellect, perhaps we should reconsider studying. By the way, have you been provoked by Ling Feishue? Did she say your grades were too poor? Provoked? Don't speak of that woman, Yi Lin kicked back, adding, let me tell you, regarding studying, I am utterly serious, and you must join me in this endeavor. Lin Gu, please don't drag me into this. I'm merely coasting through life, content to casually attain a diploma and return to inherit the family fortune. Yi Lin sighed, recognizing his brother's lackadaisical attitude. However, he could not abandon him. In his previous life, Huang Bai had suffered greatly due to his obesity. During college, he struggled to breathe in his sleep and tragically passed away in the dormitory. Thus, it was imperative for him to lose weight. Yi Lin asserted, I don't care. Starting today, you must lose weight and study earnestly, whether you like it or not. Why, Lin Gu? Both studying and dieting are equally torturous, Huang Bai lamented. Do you know? I had a dream where you were so overweight that you suffocated while sleeping in college. Although it was just a dream, I was troubled enough to consult a fortune teller at the foot of Shanshan. The fortune teller foretold that you would face this calamity to survive it. You must lose weight and cannot attend a vocational college. You must gain admission to a university. Is that true? Lin Gu, don't frighten me. Upon hearing this, Huang Bai felt a twinge of panic. His family's fortune awaited his inheritance. How could he possibly meet an untimely demise? What purpose would I have in deceiving you? I have no desire to lose a brother. If you doubt me, I shall take you to consult that fortune teller after school. You may inquire for yourself. All right, Lin Gu. You must indeed take me there after class, Huang Bai responded eagerly. The two made their way to the small convenience store within the cafeteria. Yi Lin purchased an array of snacks, while Huang Bai, typically one to buy in abundance, found nothing appealing that day. Ultimately, he settled for a solitary bottle of mineral water. Observing this, Yi Lin could only chuckle, amused by his brother's newfound appreciation for life. After acquiring their snacks, they returned to the classroom. As they ascended to the second floor, they spotted Ling Feishue standing outside the corridor of Class 1. Chapter 7. The infatuated Qin Tianzhu Ling Feishue graced Class 1 with her presence. Many male students from both Class 1 and Class 2 were captivated, their gazes fixated upon her. This group of boys meandered back and forth in front of Ling Feishue, eagerly awaiting a mere glance from their goddess. Upon approaching, Huang Bai, spotting Ling Feishue at the entrance to the classroom, exclaimed, Lin Gu, look quickly. What brings our sister-in-law to our class? Is she here to seek you out? Could it be she has been moved by you and agreed to be with you? Yi Lin, annoyed, promptly shoved the fried vegetarian drumstick in Huang Bai's mouth to silence his incessant chatter. What sister-in-law? I've already told you, there is no connection between us. Continue prattling. And I might just inform your father about your little camera theft. Huang Bai felt disheartened. He had stolen the camera not for himself, but for his good brother, only to have it turned into a weapon against him. He wondered what Ling Feishue had done to provoke such anger in Yi Lin. After pursuing the goddess for so long, her sudden indifference was astonishingly decisive. Huang Bai had long disapproved of Ling Feishue's dismissive attitude towards Yi Lin. Thus, he considered Yi Lin's abandonment a blessing. He set aside the vegetarian drumstick, momentarily resisting the urge to indulge. As the two approached the entrance of the classroom, Ling Feishue stood with her chest puffed out, exuding an air of arrogance, anticipating Yi Lin to fawn over her. However, to her surprise, Yi Lin did not even spare her a glance. walking directly into the classroom. This infuriated Ling Feishue. Was he doing this on purpose? Could he truly be blind to her presence? Fuming, she called out, "Yilin, halt." Yilin turned back, feigning confusion. "This classmate, do you require something from me?" "This classmate?" Ling Feishue felt her temper flare. Was he pretending not to know her? "Why didn't you come this morning?" she demanded, her voice laced with agitation. Yilin continued his charade of bewilderment. Not come for what? Ling Feishue's frustration mounted. He was clearly playing dumb, deliberately provoking her. "Stop feigning ignorance. I know your performance at the flag-raising ceremony was for my benefit. Tell me, what grand surprise have you prepared for me? If you refuse to answer, I shall never forgive you and will ignore you henceforth. Henceforth, you may disregard me entirely." Once again, this ploy, yet regrettably, it no longer affects me. Yilin now fervently wishes she would ignore him and proceed directly to the classroom. "Yilin, you scoundrel. Is this the surprise you spoke of yesterday? To engage with you again would render me no more than a lapdog." With those words, Ling Feishue, her eyes brimming with tears, dashed back to the classroom. Huang Bai trailed behind, utterly astonished. How could Yilin dare confront Ling Feishue directly, even causing her to flee in distress? Under normal circumstances, Yilin would have been on his knees, pleading for her forgiveness. Now, he was firmly convinced that his good brother no longer harbored feelings for Ling Feishue. You dismissed brother Lin's affections so lightly. Now that he has awakened, you cannot aspire to him. Yilin found amusement in the situation. He was merely no longer a sycophant. Did the esteemed beauty truly need to be so incensed? Was it not simply the absence of an inconsequential flatterer, easily replaced? Their class's athletic committee member was perfectly suited for that role. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. As Yilin entered the classroom, the athletic committee member, Qin Tianju, promptly blocked his path. Just moments ago, Qin Tianju had assumed that Ling Feishue was seeking him. When he approached to greet her, she entirely disregarded him. Now, it became evident that she had been waiting for Yilin and had been reduced to tears by him. This rascal dared to bully his goddess. Such behavior was intolerable. While others feared Yilin, he did not. In terms of prowess, he was a basketball player and feared no confrontation. Academically, he ranked among the top 10 in the class, while Yilin languished near the bottom of the entire school. In terms of family background, his family operated a substantial business. What could Yilin possibly compare? To Qin Tianju, Yilin was nothing more than a mere pest. Did someone like him truly deserve Ling Feishue? Would she ever look favorably upon such a person? Only a man of his caliber was worthy of being with Ling Feishue. Were it not for the school's restrictions on romantic relationships, he would have already confessed his feelings. Despite Yilin's persistent pursuit of Ling Feishue over the years, she had never reciprocated. In Qin Tianju's eyes, Ling Feishue was merely waiting for him. Once they graduated, he would declare his love for her. Now, as Yilin, this scoundrel, bullied Ling Feishue, it was imperative that he defend her honor. With a gaze as fierce as a predator, Qin Tianju glared at Yilin. What have you done to Ling Feishue? He was eager to uncover the truth of their interactions and hoped that Yilin had not crossed any lines. Otherwise, he would not spare Yilin's transgressions. What business is it of yours? Yilin retorted. Huang Bai, unwilling to hold back, shot back. Mind your own affairs. A good dog does not obstruct the path. Clear the way for my brother Lin. Who are you cursing? I'll reprimand anyone who stands in my way. Huang Bai was unyielding, no longer restrained. Typically, they did not interfere with each other, but today, this fellow had grown bold. Yilin found humor in Qin Tianju's furious demeanor. If memory serves me correctly, this is a tale of unrequited affection, where one individual, paralyzed by the fear of school discipline, lacks the courage to confess his feelings to Ling Feishue. He harbors a one-sided crush, only to be met with indifference. Yilin, while also infatuated with Ling Feishue, enjoys a somewhat ambiguous relationship with her. If one were to categorize these admirers, Yilin's standing would undoubtedly surpass Qin Tianju by several levels. Qin Tianju, who refrains from engaging with Huang Bai, stands atop a moral pedestal, denouncing Yilin's actions. As a representative of our class, your bullying of a girl from another class tarnishes our reputation. How could this not concern me? Yilin, rendered speechless, intends to pass by him without acknowledgement. Qin Tianju, arms crossed defiantly, positions himself to block the entire corridor. Today, Yilin will not pass without consequence. He must either take a detour or engage in a confrontation. Yilin is already under scrutiny at school. with numerous parents complaining about his influence on their children's studies. A fight would undoubtedly lead to his expulsion. As a member of the school basketball team with commendable grades, the institution would not jeopardize a promising student for the sake of a troubled one. At most, he would receive a warning. In such a scenario, he can claim that Yilin bullied a girl from another class, provoking a response that would allow him to shift the blame, potentially escaping unscathed. Neither teachers nor classmates harbor any fondness for Yilin, and Qin Tianzhu is confident that even if he were to fabricate accusations, he would find support. Observing Qin Tianzhu's smug demeanor, Yilin perceives his true nature and chooses to avoid conflict, thinking to himself that he must be mentally unwell. Turning away, he decides to return from another direction. Huangbai yearns to confront this scoundrel, but as Yilin refrains from retaliating, he restrains himself. The classmates who were anticipating a spectacle are left stunned. How could Yilin endure such provocation? In the past, this would have led to a fierce altercation. Qin Tianzhu, basking in his triumph, retakes his seat. Wang Xiaoqing, seated in front, gives him a thumbs up. Qin Tianzhu, impressive. You are perhaps the only one in the school bold enough to stand up to him. Flattery that Qin Tianzhu relishes. I've long found such individuals intolerable. Vermin of our class, refuse of society. Xiaoqing, aren't you friends with Zhao Rongrong? Please inquire how this fellow managed to anger Ling Feishue. I say, old Qin, if you admire Feishue so much, why not confess your feelings? With your merits, she would surely accept you. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianzhu envisions a blissful future and responds with an affectionate smile. Confessing now would disrupt Feishue's studies. I shall wait until after graduation. How considerate you are, unlike that Yilin, who shamelessly intrudes upon her life. Feishue is truly fortunate to have your affection. When will I find my own Prince Charming? You will. There are countless better men in this world. Qin Tianzhu reassures Wang Xiaoqing. Meanwhile, Ling Feishue, upset by Yilin's actions, retreats to the classroom and buries her face in her arms, quietly weeping. Chapter 8. Reported for eating snacks during class. Noticing Ling Feishue in distress, Zhao Rongrong hurriedly inquires, Feishue, what's wrong? Ling Feishue wiped away her tears. I just want to find Yilin and asked him why he didn't come to see me this morning and what surprise he had prepared for me. In response, he told me to never bother him again. Why did you even go look for him? Zhao Rongrong exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and disbelief coloring her expression. Her deskmate, who constantly expressed disdain for Yilin's attempts at confession, found it rather absurd that now, with Yilin's absence, she had sought him out to inquire about his reasons. Wasn't he that somewhat self-deprecating? I was simply curious about the grand surprise he had in store for me. Plus, during the flag-raising ceremony, he deliberately acted like a model student in front of me, which piqued my interest, Ling Feishue explained. Are you saying Yilin's display of good behavior during the flag-raising ceremony was merely for your benefit? Zhao Rongrong inquired. Indeed, I once rejected him during a confession, citing his poor academic performance as my reason. I told him I might consider him if he ever ranked in the top 10 of the school, Ling Feishue clarified. That explains his unusual behavior today. I once read online that some boys, after facing rejection, would try to better themselves to make the girl regret her decision. Zhao Rongrong remarked. Precisely. He seems to want to retreat strategically. I just told him that if I continued to engage with him, I would be like a small dog. I am eager to see who will ultimately prevail, Ling Feishue said, her face flushed with indignation. Zhao Rongrong, however, was filled with curiosity. Logically, if Ling Feishue sought him out, he should have been like a playful puppy, eager to please her. Why had he suddenly adopted such a tough demeanor? It was too abrupt. Did he not just proclaim yesterday that he was preparing a grand surprise to win Ling Feishue over? She had been present during that declaration. Indeed, if a man's words were to be trusted, even pigs could climb trees. Upon returning to their seats, Huangbai was seething with anger, unable to comprehend how Qin Tianzhu could slap Yilin in the face without a reaction. Lingu, why didn't you retaliate just now? Yilin responded with a wry smile. I said, Fatty, do you want me to get expelled? I am currently under probation. Upon hearing this explanation, Huangbai was struck with realization. When did this fellow become so cunning? Just ignore him. He is merely a self-important fool. I'm going to read now. After uttering this, Yilin took out his mathematics textbook to prepare for the lesson ahead. Huangbai initially thought Yilin was jesting, but was taken aback to see him genuinely engrossed in his studies, even taking notes. Observing this, Huangbai chose not to disturb him further and instead turned to converse with his deskmate. Yuan Haoqing here. Huang Bai handed over the fried vegetarian drumstick that Yilin had just forced into his mouth. Yuan Haoqing appeared pleasantly surprised. Is today the day when Fatty shows mercy? Old Fatty, do you have something to ask of me? Yuan Haoqing inquired as he accepted the drumstick. Rest assured, this is not a bribe. I'm on a diet. Huang Bai replied. A diet? Yuan Haoqing was left speechless. You're buying this? I didn't buy it. Linga shoved it into my mouth. I didn't eat it, so I saved it for you. What do you think? Quite generous. Isn't it? Goodness. Yuan Haoqing had consumed half of it when he suddenly lost his appetite. Was that not akin to kissing a heavy-set individual indirectly? Upon hearing Yan Haoqing's expletive, Huang Bai retorted with annoyance. What grounds do you have for disdain? I do not find fault with you, yet you choose to look down upon me? Yan Haoqing was rendered speechless. What sort of illogical reasoning was this? You criticize based on what? He glanced at the half-eaten chicken leg in his hand. Having already taken a bite, he decided to finish it. Just as Lan Yuyu exited the office, the class bell rang, prompting her to dash up the stairs from the first floor and hurriedly enter the classroom. Once at her desk, she gasped for air. Although the distance from the office to the classroom was not considerable, her frail physique struggled to cope with the exertion. What have you been doing? You look exhausted. Here. Yilin handed her a bottle of packaged drink. Oh no, I don't want it. I'm not thirsty, Lan Yuyu replied, still catching her breath. Do you not wish to be friends with me? Yilin asked, his expression one of wounded innocence. Oh no, Yilin, I do want to be friends with you. They all reject my friendship, so when I offer them food, they refuse. Now you too. Surely you do not wish to be my friend. Lan Yuyu was somewhat perplexed. Did one have to accept gifts to affirm friendship? As she stood there, momentarily lost in thought, Yilin slyly inserted the straw into the drink and gently squeezed. A hint of sweetness flooded her senses, bringing her back to reality. Yilin was feeding her the drink. This sensation felt rather peculiar, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. I can manage on my own, Lan Yuyu stammered, taking the drink and sipping it. The cold refreshment instantly dissipated her fatigue. Is it delicious? Yilin asked with eager anticipation. Yes, it's good, Lan Yuyu replied honestly. She rarely indulged in snacks or drinks. This single box of beverage could suffice for her breakfast, and she felt reluctant to part with it. I have snacks too. Let us see which ones you fancy. Yilin produced an assortment of various snacks from his pocket. The funds he once lavished on Ling Feishui were now entirely redirected towards Lan Yuyu. Yilin, I don't really like snacks. My mother says too many snacks are unhealthy. Why did you buy so many? Lan Yuyu expressed with a serious demeanor, firmly believing her mother's words. Unbeknownst to her, the reason lay in their family's financial constraints. Her mother had intentionally misled both her and her brother. Not fond of them. What do you like to eat? I can bring that next time. Yilin smiled, realizing he had never cared to learn about her preferences in the past. No need to bring anything. I can buy what I like myself. That won't do. You help me with my studies, and I will certainly compensate you. After all, tutoring outside requires payment to the teacher. Yilin was determined to nurture her. Really, it's unnecessary, Yilin. I don't require compensation for tutoring you. If you continue this way, I won't tutor you at all, Lan Yuyu threatened, fearing Yilin would squander money on her. Little bean sprout. Please don't neglect my tutoring, as I still aspire to attend university. Thus, I discarded those unhealthy snacks into the trash. Upon saying this, Yilin pretended to throw them all away. You can't, that would be such a waste. Lan Yuyu hurriedly intervened. If you don't like them and I don't like them, isn't it just taking up space? After hesitating for a few moments, Lan Yuyu resignedly said, since we've bought them, let us consume them. Indulging once in a while shouldn't harm our health. Next time, however, please refrain from doing this. With a serious expression, Lan Yuyu fixed her gaze upon Yilin. The beauty concealed beneath her bangs left Yilin entranced, yearning to brush aside her hair and admire her fully. I am speaking earnestly. Do not buy them for me again, or I shall refuse to tutor you. Noting Yilin's silence, Lan Yuyu added, Yilin, are you listening? Regaining his senses, Yilin eagerly agreed. All right, I hear you. I promise not to buy them next time. He raised his hand in a pledge. As Li Jianya entered the classroom, the mathematics lesson commenced. For the majority of the class, Yilin and Lan Yuyu resembled two little mice in the back row, munching on snacks while studying. The aroma of their treats captivated the attention of several nearby classmates, who were astonished by the favorable treatment Yilin received as a desk mate. If only circumstances were different, they would gladly trade places to sit beside him. As Yilin tore open a package of spicy strips, The rich, piquant scent enveloped the classroom. Qin Tianju, already in a foul mood, caught a whiff of the spicy strips, glanced over, and promptly reported him. Chapter 9. The devious scoundrel. While Li Jianya was explaining a problem, Qin Tianju shouted, "Mr. Li, Yilin is eating spicy strips in class, and the smell is unbearable." Li Jianya detected the odor as well. He was in the midst of explaining a crucial point and wished to finish before admonishing the class against eating snacks. Abruptly interrupted by Qin Tianju, his temper flared. Other students, unable to tolerate it any longer, began to grumble, emboldened by Qin Tianju's lead, yet hesitant to directly blame Yilin. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Yilin quickly stuffed the spicy strips into the hands of the sleeping Huangbai, deftly wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth. "Yilin, stand up," Li Jianya commanded, his tone unfriendly. Lan Yuyu, having just taken a bite of her snack, was unable to chew when Yilin was called out. Her mouth was stuffed, and seeing her adorable expression made Yilin stifle a laugh, though he remained silent. Still laughing? Eating snacks during class is already unacceptable, but spicy strips? With such a strong aroma, how can others concentrate? Facing the accusations, Yilin feigned innocence. "Mr. Li, this is unjust. I am not eating spicy strips. It is Huang Bai who is." He pointed at the spicy strips in Huang Bai's hands. Huang Bai, roused from his slumber by the mention of his name, stirred groggily. Upon noticing the fragrant spicy strips in his grasp, he perked up. "Thank you, Brother Lin. A true brother is indeed a true brother. Even when he falls asleep, he ensures that half of his spicy snacks are reserved for his companion." After uttering a heartfelt thank you, Huang Bai indulged with great delight. At that moment, thoughts of dieting were long forgotten. As he savored the spicy treats with an expression of sheer satisfaction, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Yilin admired him. Indeed, what a genuine friend he was. Taking the blame with such earnestness. "Huang, by." Li Jianya's hand struck the podium with resounding force, sending a cloud of chalk dust into the air, startling all the students. Lan Yuyu was utterly terrified. She had never witnessed such a scene, especially since she too had indulged in snacks during class. The gravity of eating in class had never struck her until now. What would happen if the teacher discovered her snacking? Upon hearing the call, Huang Bai was momentarily stunned, his spicy snack suddenly losing its appeal. He found himself in a dilemma, unable to either spit out the treat or continue chewing. Is class merely a time for napping or snacking? Are you a pig? Step outside, and upon your return, write a self-reflection to submit tomorrow, and additionally, bring your father along, Li Jianya commanded. Huang Bai felt a wave of injustice wash over him as he glanced at Yilin standing beside him. Instantly realizing he had been set up, with a heavy heart, he trudged out of the classroom. "Teacher Li, it was Yilin who was eating spicy snacks." Qin Tianju interjected, sensing the shift in blame towards Yilin. The other students echoed his sentiments, insisting that Yilin must face consequences for his actions. Unfazed, Yilin retorted with an unwavering demeanor, "Qin Tianju, one may indulge in filth, but one should not utter nonsense. I was diligently listening to the lecture. Which of your eyes witnessed me snacking?" Laughter erupted among the classmates as Qin Tianju scoffed. "You were paying attention? That is laughable. What was the teacher discussing just now? Yilin, do enlighten us." The laughter continued as Li Jianya banged the table in frustration. "Quiet down. Are we conducting a class or not? Yilin, you claim to be listening? Then come up and solve this problem on the board. If you answer half correctly, I might just believe you were paying attention." "Very well," Yilin replied, making his way to the podium. Qin Tianju wore a look of disdain, thinking, what a show-off, pretending to be knowledgeable. Upon reaching the board, Yilin picked up the chalk and wrote down a solution, then paused as if deep in thought. Qin Tianju rolled his eyes, thinking, anyone can write a solution. If you can't, just step down, you're wasting everyone's time. After a moment of silence, as Yilin remained still, Li Jianya added, "If you don't understand, don't pretend to be clever. This problem is challenging even for the class. Just sit down. Please, do not disrupt my train of thought." Yilin replied, before beginning to solve the problem. "Humph, what a show," Qin Tianju scoffed. Yet, Yilin continued to fill the board with his work, a testament to his determination. He employed 3 methods to solve the problem, 2 of which were from the textbook, while the last one would only be learned in university. Upon noticing the content written by Yilin on the blackboard, Qin Tianju's face broke into a smile, for Yilin's answer differed from his own. It was evident without any contemplation that Yilin, in his foolishness, Must have erred, likely having copied from somewhere. What nonsense was he writing? If he couldn't comprehend, why bother pretending? He should quickly retreat. He was merely wasting everyone's time. Qin Tianzhu sarcastically remarked. Qin Tianzhu, how can you speak like that? Please be mindful of your words. Although the class was not fond of Yilin, Li Jianya felt that Qin Tianzhu had crossed a line and cautioned him against being overly arrogant. The other classmates wished to mock Yilin as well, yet they hesitated. For they did not dare to challenge Qin Tianzhu, fearing retribution. Upon hearing Li Jianya's words, Qin Tianzhu's expression soured. How could Li Jianya, who had been wronged by Yilin for half a month, not harbor a deep-seated grudge? Why was he coming to Yilin's defense and being reprimanded in return? Meanwhile, the study committee member, Chen Sini, observed Qin Tianzhu with the disdain one might reserve for a jester, uncertain as to who was truly embarrassing themselves. Li Jianya scrutinized the steps on the blackboard with surprise. Could it be that this lad truly understood how to solve it? Classmates, Yilin's solution on the board is indeed correct. This problem does have 3 methods of resolution, but we only need to master the first 2. As the last method will be covered in university, Yilin's steps were meticulous, and his reasoning was clear. Surely many students had made errors. Having been misled by the 4th step's trap, Yilin, since you have managed to solve it, why not explain it to everyone? Just cover the first 2 methods. To ascertain whether Yilin's comprehension was genuine or feigned, Li Jianya invited him to present his solution. Yilin recounted the process as Lan Yuyu had explained it to him, providing a concise overview for the entire class. As he elucidated, the students who had erred began to experience moments of enlightenment. Chen Sini gazed at Yilin in disbelief. Initially, she thought only she could solve this problem correctly. Yet to her astonishment, even this underachiever had succeeded, articulating his understanding so clearly that it was evident he had not merely copied. Excellent presentation. It appears you did not deceive us on the podium. You have indeed studied diligently. However, how did you come to know the 3rd method? Li Jianya inquired with curiosity. My deskmate taught me, Yilin replied candidly. Li Jianya cast a glance at Lan Yuyu, surprised that this girl could salvage her friend's seemingly hopeless son. Very well. Make sure to learn from her going forward. Next time, be more earnest in class. You may sit down now. After Li Jianya concluded, he proceeded to the next problem. At the moment Yilin was acknowledged for his correct answer, Qin Tianzhu felt utterly defeated, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Just moments ago, he had arrogantly claimed Yilin was wrong, only to be schooled by Yilin on how to solve the problem. The slap in the face was resounding. All of this transpired due to Yilin's deskmate. Qin Tianzhu resolved to seek out Leng Yinxiu after class, determined to find a way to separate the new student from Yilin. Once the mathematics lesson concluded, Huang Bai entered to complain to Yilin, expressing his profound sense of grievance. Yilin, with a flourish of flattery, assured him that his predicament stemmed solely from his own actions leading to expulsion. With just a few words, Yilin dissipated Huang Bai's woes. Immediately after class, Qin Tianzhu dashed to the Chinese language department's office in search of Leng Yinxiu. Tianzhu, what is the matter? Do you need to discuss something with the teacher? She inquired upon seeing his urgency. Leng Laosher, the new student must have excellent grades, right? He asked. Fairly decent, replied Leng Yinxiu, puzzled by his sudden inquiry. I believe it would be unwise to let the new student sit next to Yilin. Why is that? Leng Yinxiu found their seating arrangement quite agreeable. Lan Yuyu seemed unfazed, and Yilin could benefit from the association. Yilin constantly disrupts the learning environment. Just recently, he brought snacks to class for the new student. If this continues, the new student will be led astray. Qin Tianzhu remarked with a faade of concern for his classmate. Is that so? Please have Yilin come down. I would like to speak with him. Leng Yinxiu said, visibly irritated. With a smug expression, Qin Tianzhu exited the office and returned to the classroom, approaching Yilin's desk with a mischievous grin. Yilin, Leng Laosher has summoned you to the office. Me? What is going on? Yilin appeared bewildered. Upon noticing Qin Tianzhu's lewd smile, he realized it was likely not a good omen. Chapter 10. The Office Discussion in the Office. Leng Yinxiu regarded Yilin, who stood before her with an unusually serious demeanor, and felt a hint of curiosity. Ordinarily, he ambled into her office with a carefree attitude, yet today, he was transformed. He was attentive during class and even apologized for being reprimanded at the flag-raising ceremony, as though he were a different person altogether. Could he have been possessed by a spirit? Yilin, I heard you were eating snacks during class. I wasn't. Yilin vehemently denied. Not eating? Your breath reeks of spicy strips, she retorted. Realizing he could not escape, Yilin sheepishly chuckled. The teacher has a keen nose. I only had a tiny bit of spicy strips. It's one thing for you to eat snacks during class, but why did you involve Lan Yuyu in your indiscretion? If you have no aspirations for college, don't drag others down with you. She cannot afford to be like you. Lung Yinxiu suddenly raised her voice in anger. The other teachers in the office were taken aback, wondering what transgression this notorious student had committed to incite such wrath from Lung Yinxiu. Yi Lin stood frozen, bewildered that his mere act of snacking could provoke such fury. To be honest, he had faced Lung Yinxiu's reprimands numerous times before, but it was evident this time she was genuinely upset. What, then, was the true nature of the relationship between Lan Yuyu and Lung Yinxiu? This was Yi Lin's immediate thought. Their connection must be significant. Perhaps they were relatives. If she is a relative, then she will be considered family in the future, correct? Henceforth, one must exercise restraint in her presence. At the very least, it is imperative to erase the unfavorable image she holds of me as a poor student, to prevent any potential obstacles when meeting the mother-in-law. My apologies, Teacher Long. I did not intend to offend. I merely wished to treat Lan Yuyu to some snacks. Yi Lin lowered his head, adopting the demeanor of a child who has realized his mistake. Although Lung Yinxiu contemplated reprimanding him further, the acknowledgement of wrongdoing rendered her reluctant to continue. The harsher words she had in mind were reluctantly swallowed. After taking a few deep breaths to compose herself, she inquired calmly, "Why do you wish to treat Lan Yuyu to snacks? She has been quite diligent in tutoring me, so I thought to offer her a small treat." This response left Lung Yinxiu somewhat skeptical. Was it truly that simple? Did he harbor no ulterior motives? What has prompted this sudden desire to study? I have come to my senses. I no longer wish to squander my time aimlessly, Yi Lin replied with unwavering sincerity, leaving no room for doubt. That is commendable. You should have realized this sooner. The teacher hopes that your motivation is not merely fleeting. If you maintain this resolve, you will undoubtedly make progress and gain admission to university. While she could not guarantee entrance to a prestigious institution, considering the time wasted and the courses missed, she assured him that with his intellect, securing a place in a decent college would be well within reach. With a bit more effort, gaining admission to a bachelor's program was also feasible. Teacher Lung forcefully served Yi Lin a bowl of encouragement. Upon hearing this, Yi Lin could not help but chuckle inwardly. Was a diploma from a college or university truly his aspiration? No, his sights were set on Tsinghua or Peking University, especially since Lan Yuyu intended to attend one of those esteemed institutions. Teacher Long, I will strive diligently to gain admission to university, Yi Lin replied, echoing her sentiments. I am pleased to see you turning your life around. However, you must not disrupt Lan Yuyu's studies during class. Focus on the lectures while in session, and only seek additional help during your free time, provided she is available. You must not squander her time or exert pressure upon her. For Lan Yuyu, her sole path to a better future lies in attending university. Her circumstances are not as favorable as yours, Lung Yinxiu cautioned. After absorbing her words, Yi Lin discerned that Lan Yuyu likely came from a challenging background. He probed cautiously, Teacher Lung, is Lan Yuyu's family situation quite difficult? Why do you ask? Lung Yinxiu's demeanor shifted slightly, her wariness evident. She would not disclose the specifics of Lan Yuyu's upbringing, as every individual possesses their own sense of dignity. The students at Shi Middle School bullied her precisely because of her family struggles. I noticed that the clothing beneath Lan Yuyu's school uniform appeared faded, and her frail form suggested malnutrition. I merely wished to extend my concern and support to her. A new student observing so keenly? Is it possible you are overly concerned? Lung Yinxiu questioned, her curiosity piqued. What was his true intention? What did he hope to achieve? Cold Yinxiu reassessed Yi Lin, sensing a change in him, as if it was only after Lan Yuyu's arrival that he began to transform. How come I never noticed your kindness before? She teased. Cold teacher. I have always been kind, Yi Lin replied. It's just that no one recognized this thoroughbred of mine. Cold Yinxiu chuckled at his self-proclamation. Her family background was indeed modest, making education her sole avenue for advancement. If you lead her astray or hinder her progress, I shall not forgive you. Rest assured. Teacher Cold, if I were to do so, I would not forgive myself either. What a jest! How could I harm my future wife? Fearing that Cold Yinxiu might not believe him, Yi Lin raised his hand and swore, I vow, should I utter a single falsehood, may heaven strike me down. I believe you. Now, return and remember what the teacher just said. Do what you ought to at the appropriate time. and refrain from engaging in matters unrelated to the classroom. Understood, cold teacher. Thank you for assigning me such an excellent deskmate. You need not worry. As long as she guides me well, there is no risk of me leading her astray. With that, Yilin turned and exited the office. After taking a few steps, he spotted Li Jianya approaching the Chinese language office. He paused and called back deliberately, "By the way, cold teacher, there is something I wish to inform you. Qin Tianzhu often refers to you as an old spinster behind your back, and you are not the only one. He frequently calls Li Jianya Li Big Cannon in private." Li Jianya happened to overhear this, and his expression darkened instantly. He loathed being addressed by that nickname, which reminded him of a humiliating incident from his past. About a decade ago, shortly after he arrived at Qingyuan High School, he went out for a late-night snack with Yilin's father and ended up with a terrible stomach upset. The next day in class, he accidentally released 18 loud farts, filling the room with an unbearable stench that drove the students out. The classroom required cleansing, rendering the lesson impossible. Thus, the affectionate moniker Li Big Cannon was bestowed upon him. The nickname passed down through generations, becoming a legendary tale among new students. Every time Li Jianya heard it, he felt a wave of humiliation. Should anyone recognize him by that name, he braced himself for endless ridicule. Upon hearing Yilin's remark and noticing his distressed expression, it was evident to Yilin that he had indeed overheard. This would surely be enough to provoke Qin Tianzhu. "Good day, teacher Li." Yilin greeted with a beaming smile and a bow, acting as though nothing had transpired. They say one should not strike at a smiling face. Li Jianya returned the greeting with a forced smile. Cold Yinxiu, however, was indifferent to such nicknames and their implications. Noticing that Li Jianya had come to see her, she inquired, directly, "Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" "Cold teacher, I wanted to inquire about Yilin's situation. Something about him seems unusual today." Cold Yinxiu sighed. "I am aware that he is not his usual self. If you seek to understand him, whom should I consult?" Ultimately, Lung Yinxiu's icy demeanor merely served to relay Yilin's recent words to Li Jianya, who expressed his disinterest in continuing a mundane existence. After a brief conversation, they prepared to attend their next class. Before departing, Li Jianya remarked to Lung Yinxiu, "During my lesson, your classmate Qin Tianzhu suddenly shouted and interrupted me. If he has something to say, he should raise his hand. Does he not comprehend this? Such behavior is exceedingly impolite. Moreover, Huangbai either sleeps or snacks during class. I have already instructed him to write a self-reflection. This afternoon, please oversee the class meeting and kindly inform his parents to come to school tomorrow morning for a discussion." He continued, "Lung Laosher, your class must enhance its education regarding civility and respect. How can they disregard their elders in such a manner?" Lung Yinxiu, upon hearing this, could only smile wryly, as Qin Tianzhu had just reported her to him, and Yilin seemed to be intentionally seeking fault with him. These two, who harbored no profound enmity, had somehow found themselves at odds. Chapter 11. I am doing this for my deskmate. As the class bell rang, Yilin entered the classroom, where he was met with a smug expression from Qin Tianzhu, who thought to himself, "You think you can compete with me?" Upon returning to his seat, Huangbai engaged in small talk, relieved to hear that Yilin had not faced any criticism. Otherwise, he would have certainly pummeled that scoundrel Qin Tianzhu. Lung Yinxiu's earlier comments had instilled in Yilin a reluctance to allow Lan Yuyu to waste excessive time tutoring him. After all, he had grasped the material. Tutoring was merely a facade. In his previous life, he had ignored her, granting her ample time to study. If he were to persist in requesting her assistance, her grades might indeed falter, jeopardizing her chances of admission to prestigious universities such as Tsinghua or Beida. Consequently, Yilin refrained from pursuing further tutoring. And during the next two classes, Lan Yuyu listened attentively, despite having already mastered the content being taught. At noon, when school let out, Yilin invited Lan Yuyu to join him for lunch, but she declined, stating that Lung Yinxiu would come to take her out to eat. Faced with this, Yilin opted to leave with Huangbai. Although they were day students, they typically dined in the school cafeteria, not for any particular reason, but to save time and secure a good spot. After their meal, Yilin resolved to return to the classroom to dispose of the trash. As he had earlier declared his commitment to maintaining cleanliness in the class for a month following the morning flag-raising ceremony, he had made this announcement in front of the entire school, prompting Li Junwei to direct the duty students to abandon their responsibilities. If the class incurred any penalties, they would conveniently blame Yilin, and if he were expelled, that would be the best outcome for them. Huangbai, as Yilin's loyal follower reluctantly trailed behind him. Initially believing that it was merely talk, he had not anticipated that Yilin would actually take on the task of cleaning. As they exited the cafeteria, Yilin spotted Lung Yinxiu walking out of the school, accompanied by a group of officials. Hadn't she promised to take Lan Yuyu to lunch? Where was Lan Yuyu? Was it possible that Lung Yinxiu had forgotten? Quite likely. Yilin turned back toward the cafeteria. Lin Gu, weren't you supposed to head back to the classroom to take out the trash? Why are you going back in? Huang Bai inquired, perplexed. Wait for me, came Yilin's response. Yilin queued once more to procure a meal of 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable. I knew, Brother Lin, that you were concerned for my well-being, aware that I had not yet satisfied my hunger. Upon seeing Yilin approach with a bowl of rice, Huang Bai eagerly drooled, extending his hand to seize the bowl. Get lost, Yilin retorted, nudging Huang Bai aside with a firm push. Isn't this for me? Brother Lin, have you developed such an enormous appetite? Are you consuming 2 meals in one? Scram, scram, scram. What are you thinking? This is for my deskmate, Yilin clarified. Huang Bai was left astounded. Yilin was serving food to someone else. It had always been others assisting Yilin, and today, he was actually helping someone else? Was this the conduct befitting a school bully? Moreover, he was serving it to that frail girl. What was her standing that could compel the esteemed Yi Xiao to serve her? Brother Lin, have you fallen under some sort of leverage from Lan Yuyu? Is she coercing you into serving her? Having just transferred half a day ago, she was quite the character. Brother Lin, I know you are under academic probation and cannot act freely. Let me handle her for you. You dare lay a finger on her? Just watch me smash you to bits. Serving her was a directive from Teacher Long. What? No way, Brother Lin. Is that old maid using your probation to threaten you into serving Lan Yuyu? What nonsense are you imagining? I've turned over a new leaf from now on. My goal is to study diligently and improve every day. In school, one must heed the teachers. Your awareness is lacking, my friend. Follow in Brother Lin's footsteps and become a fine youth of the new era. Huang Ba, hearing this, looked utterly disdainful. Wasn't listening to teachers the hallmark of a good student? Being a good student was exhausting, and he had no desire for it. Their conversation was brief, and soon they returned to the classroom. Lan Yuyu sat at her desk, mistaking Yilin's arrival for that of Lung Yinxiu and brightening at the sight of the door, only to be disappointed. Having arrived from the countryside the night before and feeling nauseous from the journey, she had not eaten anything and was now quite famished. Feeling weak all over. Half an hour had passed, and the teacher had yet to arrive. She felt a twinge of disappointment. She considered leaving but feared that Lung Yinxiu might come looking for her and not find her. Yilin reached his seat and placed the bowl of rice before Lan Yuyu. Little bean sprout, this is for you, do eat. Huh, Yilin, didn't I mention that Teacher Lung would take me out to eat later? Why did you get me food? Lan Yuyu felt conflicted. Her stomach growled with hunger, and the aroma of the dishes before her was enticing, yet she could not accept it. She had no money to repay Yilin for the meal. Teacher Lung told me to get this for you, Yilin explained. Teacher Lung instructed you to do so? Yes. She is quite busy today and has gone to a meeting. She asked me to bring you food. Is that so? Thank you, Yilin. Please eat quickly before it gets cold. As Lan Yuyu gazed at the bowl brimming with meat, she felt a pang of guilt. The cost of this meal was likely enough for her to eat for 3 days. On ordinary days, she would consume merely 2 vegetarian dishes, if finances permitted. She might indulge in a moderately priced half-meat, half-vegetable dish. It must be quite expensive for so much meat, right? She inquired. Not at all, it's only 11 yuan. Yilin replied, perceiving it to be quite reasonable. To put it into perspective, Huang Bai typically ordered 4 meat dishes for around 20 yuan, while Yilin himself usually spent about 15 yuan. Thus, 11 yuan hardly seemed exorbitant. He was merely concerned that she might not finish her meal, otherwise, he would have ordered additional meat dishes. Upon hearing the price of 11 yuan, Lan Yuyu hesitated, feeling reluctant to eat. Why aren't you eating? Do you not like it? Yilin noticed her delay in picking up her chopsticks and wondered if she was averse to the dishes. I do like them, she thought. Realizing Yilin had her best interests at heart, fearing his disappointment, she quickly began to eat. Little bean sprout, take your time, Yilin said affectionately, watching her. Don't move. He noticed rice stuck to her cheek and gently helped her remove it. The moment his fingertips brushed against her face, Lan Yuyu recoiled, startled, and wondered what he was doing. Yilin chuckled and extended his hand, revealing a grain of rice. Eat slowly, you've got rice on your face. It turned out he was merely assisting her in wiping the rice away. Lan Yuyu sighed in relief. She had been so hungry that she had eaten rather hastily. feeling a bit embarrassed. How mortifying, she thought, her cheeks flushing crimson. Seeing her flustered, Yilin stood up. Take your time eating, I'll tidy up for a moment. With that, he turned and grabbed a broom, clearing the refuse beside the trash can behind him. Huang Bai, observing from the side, couldn't he help but think these two resembled a couple. Yet, Lan Yuyu was so slender, hardly Yilin's type. He preferred someone like Ling Feishua, with alluring curves and a sensual demeanor. Yilin's attentive care for this delicate figure surely stemmed from a deeper, perhaps coerced, affection. Noticing an unnecessary third wheel in the room, Yilin remarked, Fatty, hurry up and take out the trash. Huh, wait, Brother Lin, why should I take out the trash? Huang Bai was taken aback. He had never performed such chores. Aren't you trying to lose weight? You can't expect to slim down while just eating and being inactive. What? Lose weight? Brother Lin, I never said I wanted to lose weight. You're the one insisting. Why are you so chatty? Just go. If you lose some weight, Shinsini will definitely like you. Really? Huang Bai's spirits lifted at that. What reason would I have to lie? I heard her mention she prefers tall, handsome boys with good grades. I think you're at the level of a campus heartthrob. It's just that your facial fat obscures it. If you could shed some weight, she might even pursue you. You're right, Brother Lin. I told Yan Haoqing that if I slimmed down, I would definitely be a campus heartthrob. He didn't believe me. Enough talk. I'll take out the trash. With that, Huang Bai promptly seized both trash bins and dashed off to the disposal area. Without Huang Bai, Yilin stood quietly behind, watching Lan Yu eat. As soon as Lan Yu felt shy, her hunger seemed to dissipate. She savored her food slowly, reluctant to eat too quickly, with such a bounty of meat before her. She wished to relish every flavor. The more Yilin observed, the more entranced he became. She was breathtakingly beautiful, and loving a girl like her for several lifetimes would still feel insufficient. He could hardly resist the urge to sit down and steal a kiss. Just then, the strikingly beautiful Qiu Feng rushed into the classroom. Chapter 12. The adorable girl with a scallion flavor upon reaching the classroom entrance. Qiu Feng noticed Lan Yu sitting at her desk, eating, while Yilin stood behind her with a broom. Yilin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, he had restrained himself, or he might have faced Qiu Feng's wrath. Nevertheless, even without Qiu Feng's arrival, Yilin would not have acted impulsively. He possessed enough self-control to prevent his body from overtaking his reason, having just begun to cultivate a modicum of affection. The last thing he wanted was to frighten Lan Yu away through rashness, a loss he could not afford. Yilin was not in a rush. His desire was not to possess her, but to provide her with the happiest life possible. To protect her for a lifetime and shield her from even the slightest of grievances. Her words before her passing echoed in his mind. In the next life, could you pursue me like you did Ling Feishua? This sentiment was deeply etched in Yilin's consciousness. The devotion he had once shown to Ling Feishua was now to be repaid to Lan Yu in double. Seeing that Lan Yu had served herself rather than waiting foolishly for her to be taken to eat, Qiu Feng felt a sense of relief. She had not forgotten her intention to take Lan Yu out for a meal. When the county leaders unexpectedly visited the school, she had been pulled away by Li Jianya to attend to them during her 5th period. They had initially planned to dine at a restaurant across from the school, but Qiu Feng had found an excuse to tell Li Jianya that she was unwell and would not be joining, as the afternoon was filled with classes. Li Jianya had merely intended to look out for Qiu Feng, who diligently devoted herself to her work, even foregoing romance for her career. This time, the county leaders included several young men, all unmarried and quite eligible. Qiu Feng was regarded as a gem among the teaching staff at Qingyuan High School, attracting many suitors. Yet none had captured her interest. Of course, playing matchmaker for Qiu Feng was one objective. The other was to foster connections. Now that Qiu Feng had declined, Li Jianya was not insistent. With Li Jianya's consent, Qiu Feng hurried back to the classroom. Upon seeing her return, Lan Yu stood up and greeted, Teacher Qiu. With a hint of apology, Qiu Feng replied, You, I was briefly occupied outside, and I was worried you might not get your meal. Teacher Qiu, Yilin has already served me. Yilin did this. Qiu Feng looked at Yilin with a peculiar expression. Yilin quickly clarified, Yes, Teacher Qiu. Just now, you asked me to go to the office, saying you would be out for lunch, and instructed me to serve a portion for my deskmate. Do you not recall? When had he ever made such a statement? At present, one can only concede. Otherwise, Lan Yu might mistakenly believe that she has been forgotten, which would be exceedingly awkward. Indeed, it was the teacher who had neglected her. Lung Yinsu's quick acquiescence to the situation was evident. She pondered internally why Yilin seemed to exhibit an excessive kindness towards Lan Yuyu. What was his true intention? Once Lan Yuyu had finished her meal, Lung Yinxiu promptly escorted her to the dormitory, as her belongings were still in her room at the faculty apartment. Along the way, Lung Yinxiu inquired, Yuyu, did you know Yilin before? Not at all, Lan Yuyu replied. Lung Yinxiu fell into deep contemplation. If she had never known him, then what could possibly account for his extraordinary kindness towards her? This individual had previously exhibited a notorious reputation. His blatant pursuit of Ling Feishua was merely a trivial matter. He had committed numerous infamous acts. Several incidents were vividly etched in Lung Yinxiu's memory. On one occasion, Yilin and Huang Bai had scaled the school walls, causing a collapse. Another time, after evening study sessions, the two had caught ducks from the school's lotus pond to roast by the riverbank. The most reprehensible of their deeds was when they retaliated against a classmate by serving them stinky tofu, soaked in foul socks. Had it not been for their boastful antics leading to their capture, the situation might have escalated further, though fortunately, no students were harmed. With their brazen denial, Lung Yinxiu found herself unable to pursue any repercussions. Recently, Yilin had faced criticism from Li Jianye during class for pursuing Ling Feishua, subsequently enduring a month of retaliatory flat tire incidents. Were it not for Yilin's family connections and Huang Bai's modest wealth, they would have been expelled multiple times by now. Yet, this once notorious individual had inexplicably transformed into a model student overnight, treating Lan Yuyu with remarkable kindness. Thus, Lung Yinxiu remained perplexed. After retrieving the luggage, Lung Yinxiu escorted Lan Yuyu to the dormitory, specifically to the second floor of Shangmei Building. At the entrance of dorm room 202, "Hello, teacher." A girl hanging laundry outside exclaimed upon seeing Lung Yinxiu and Lan Yuyu approach. "Wang Xiaoqing, could you refrain from such childish antics? How many times has this charade played out? Who do you think you are fooling?" A rough voice echoed from within the dormitory, imbued with a hint of scallion aroma. The girl at the entrance felt a wave of embarrassment as it was too late to offer a reminder. Lung Yinxiu had already reached the door. Ahem, ahem. Lung Yinxiu coughed a couple of times, directing her gaze toward the girl engrossed in her phone on the bed. Hearing the sound, Gao Mingming seemed to hit the pause button, stiffly turning to face the door. Indeed, it was Lung Yinxiu. She hastily stowed her phone into her pocket, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. "See cold, teacher." Lan Yuyu, somewhat astonished, thought it remarkable that a classmate so young was already in high school. It was no wonder she misjudged. Gao Mingming possessed a doll-like visage, appearing merely 7 or 8 years old, and stood a mere 1.5 meters tall. Had it not been for her loud voice, she would have undoubtedly been perceived as an adorably delicate girl. "Hand over your phone," Lung Yinxiu commanded in a tone devoid of emotion, akin to a machine. Gao Mingming felt a deep sense of anguish, all thanks to Wang Xiaoqing, who often deceived their teacher for trivial matters. Otherwise, she would not have remained so indifferent just moments ago. Handing over her phone felt like surrendering her very life. This was the latest model, just released over 2 months ago, and she had only purchased it a little over a week ago. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance. Gao Mingming retrieved her old phone from her pocket and deliberately feigned reluctance as she handed it to Lung Yinxiu. Without uttering a word, Lung Yinxiu accepted it. A surge of joy filled Gao Mingming's heart, nearly causing her to burst into laughter. The teacher had indeed failed to notice her new phone. Observing her student's clumsy performance, Lung Yinxiu nearly succumbed to laughter herself. At the moment she accepted the old phone, she added, "Gao Mingming, you weren't playing with just this phone. Take out the one you were using from your pocket as well." "Teacher, please, this is the latest model. I've only had it for less than a week, and I've already given you one. Could you show some leniency? I promise not to bring it to school again." Gao Mingming pleaded, adopting a pitiful expression to beg for mercy. However, her tone lacked any semblance of cuteness. With less than a year until the college entrance examination, Lung Yinxiu did not want her to become distracted by frivolities, so she was not about to relent. Threateningly, she stated, "If you hand it over now, I want to report it to the school, and I will return it to you at the end of the term. If you refuse, not only will I report it, but I will also inform your parents." Upon hearing the mention of her parents, Gao Mingming wilted. She had secretly purchased the phone, and if her mother found out, she would surely face repercussions. The plan to sneakily enjoy her phone was backfiring painfully. Reluctantly, she produced the device. "Teacher, you promise you won't tell my parents?" The teacher swore that she would remain silent. Hearing this, Gao Mingming finally surrendered her phone to Lung Yinxiu. Gao Mingming, I know you must have other phones at home. If you bring another phone to school, I will revoke your dormitory privileges, Lung Yinxiu warned once more. Gao Mingming dejectedly replied, understood. From now on, Lan Yuyu will be living in your dorm. Please assist her generously, Lung Yinxiu instructed before heading to the door to bring Lan Yuyu inside. Then began to help her set up her bed. Each dormitory in Xiangmei building accommodates 6 beds. Dormitory 202 currently housed 4 girls, with 1 lower bunk available for Lan Yuyu's belongings. While Gao Mingming wallowed in sorrow, the other classmates helped arrange the bedding and organize the luggage. The girls in this dormitory were united in spirit, avoiding any factional disputes. With Lan Yuyu residing in this dormitory, Lung Yinxiu felt considerably more at ease. Meanwhile, Yilin and Huang Bai returned from taking out the trash and decided to leave school for a haircut. Chapter 13. Not everyone is suited for a buzz cut. The two rode on Huang Bai's brightly decorated sheep-like motorcycle, which glimmered with colorful lights as it sped along. A subwoofer was attached to the back of the bike, currently playing Feng Wu Jiutian. Huang Bai, donning sunglasses and revving the engine, believed himself to be the most dashing figure on the street. Behind him, Yilin sat with an expression of embarrassment, resembling a bashful spouse as he buried his head against Huang Bai's back. How utterly mortifying! Why had he never felt this way before? After approximately 2 kilometers, the pair finally arrived at the barber shop adjacent to the Grand Square. A stylist named Tony, positioned at the entrance, spotted them from afar. The god of wealth has returned. Upon their arrival, Tony greeted them with a beaming smile. Young Master Yi, young Master Huang. What hairstyle are we contemplating today? Huang Bai had no intentions of altering his appearance, simply replying, I'm not changing anything. Following this, he sauntered into the barber shop, plopping himself onto the chair at the cashier's desk and casually fiddling with the hefty computer on the counter. Young Master Huang, be gentle. This chair can't withstand too much commotion, Tony cautioned. If it breaks, I'll compensate you, Huang Bai retorted. Yilin chuckled. Tiger, I'm here for a haircut today. Certainly, young Master Yi, please step inside. Chui Lian, please attend to young Master Yi, Tiger instructed the young lady within. He then moved behind Huang Bai, observing him play a game. Young Master, your skills leave much to be desired. You were eliminated before you even got a chance. Huang Bai, indignant, replied. I'm still getting the hang of it. It's about sniping, right? Just wait. I'll show him how it's done next round. As the second match commenced, Huang Bai switched to a sniper rifle and jumped towards the center, only to be obliterated by an opposing cannon before he could even step out. He erupted in frustration. Damn it, what is so great about that cannon? Tiger, your equipment is terribly inadequate. Tiger shook his head. You're playing like an amateur. Your positioning is all wrong. When crossing the center, everyone else leaps to execute instant shots. As if I need your instruction. I know what I'm doing. Huang Bai fumed. In the third round, he leaped out and evaded a shot, but upon landing, he struggled to find his target. His inability to perform an instant shot resulted in his demise from a second bullet. The opponent was indeed formidable. Tiger chuckled, just a little trash on the other side. No way, don't you see that smiley face? Clearly, he is an expert from another district. Wager on it, he is just a novice. How shall we bet? Sensing Huang Bai's interest, Tiger proposed, I'll take him down in one shot, and you'll provide me with a pack of Furong Wang. If I fail, I'll give you a 30 yuan game card. Deal. Huang Bai promptly relinquished his position. In the fourth round, Tiger exited and instantaneously eliminated the opponent. Huang Bai, noticing this, quickly turned to look outside. Young Master, hey Huang. Seeing Huang Bai glance outside, Tiger realized he was attempting to play tricks. After a few seconds, Huang Bai turned back. Has it started? The opponent had already been dispatched. What? You got the kill? Why didn't you tell me it had begun? Tiger, you better not be deceiving me. Tiger, now irked, replied, fine, keep an eye on the next round. If you pull any more tricks, don't bother coming to my shop to game. Once again, in a swift motion, Huzi dispatched his opponent. At this moment, Yilin had just finished washing his hair. Huzi, you should go ahead and give Yishao a haircut, he commanded with authority. And don't forget to grab me some cigarettes. When have I ever gone back on my word? I'll bring them next time. My father has a stash of cigarettes in his drawer. I'll bring you a pack of Huazi. That sounds reasonable. Indeed, Huang Bai was a man of his word, which was why Huzi frequently engaged in bets with him. Naturally, Huang Bai had his share of victories as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't be inclined to gamble. However, neither of them dared to bet against Yilin, for he was too formidable. Gambling with him meant certain defeat. As Yi Lin took his seat, Huzi began to dry his hair partially. Yi Xiao, what kind of hairstyle are you contemplating today? I've just acquired a new styling book filled with the trendiest hairstyles. With that, Huzi produced the fresh styling guide and flipped it open for Yi Lin to peruse, showcasing a variety of avant-garde styles. This particular one is absolutely perfect for you. Once we're done, I'll give it a perm and add some color. You will undoubtedly be the most dashing man in Qingyuan. That girl Ling Feishue from your school will fall for you at first sight. Moreover, this hairstyle would be a hit at school, revealing its charm only under the sunlight, leaving no room for teachers to critique. Given our long-standing friendship, I'll offer you a discount of 20. What do you say? Huzi was confident that the connection to Ling Feishue would sway Yi Lin's decision. That girl was indeed a beauty. Huzi, just give me a buzz cut. All right, a buzz cut? Yi Xiao, you want a buzz cut? Huzi thought Yi Lin had acquiesced. But upon realizing Yi Lin's actual request, he was taken aback. In this era, hairstyle often outweighed looks, even if one wasn't conventionally handsome. An appealing haircut could capture a girl's attention. Yes, a buzz cut, Yi Lin stated without a hint of hesitation. Yi Xiao, your hair is so fine and distinguished. Opting for a buzz cut would be a regrettable choice. You will come to lament this decision. Huzi couldn't fathom it. Even the model student would opt for a stylish side fringe, yet Yi Lin desired a buzz cut? Just do it. I have class to attend afterwards. Class. You're actually rushing off to class. That essay first. Yi Xiao, have you been through some emotional turmoil? Huzi speculated that Yi Lin was likely heartbroken, and he felt compelled to preserve Yi Lin's luscious locks. After all, those two magnificent styles brought in significant income, serving as his cash cow. I say, Huzi, why are you so chatty today? Are you cutting or not? If not, I'll head next door. Sensing Yi Lin's rising irritation, Huzi refrained from further chatter. He picked up the clippers and swiftly transformed Yi Lin's long hair into a buzz cut. Alas, what a pity it was. Huzi felt a pang of sorrow as he cut. Once finished, Yi Lin proceeded to rinse off. Upon seeing Yi Lin's face, Cui Lian was momentarily stunned, captivated by his striking features. Though some hair clippings adorned his face, they could not obscure his handsome visage. At this moment, Cui Lian's heart fluttered. This was her dream Prince Charming. Can you help me with a rinse? Cui Lian gazed for nearly a minute without moving, prompting Yi Lin to inquire. Yes, yes. You can wash it. Please lie down. Cui Lian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. During the rinsing process, she was utterly distracted, too shy to even touch Yi Lin's head. After finishing, Yi Lin simply dried himself off and exited the washing room. Indeed, a buzz cut was refreshing and comfortable. Damn! Upon seeing Yi Lin's clean face, Huzi exclaimed in surprise. He was aware that Yi Lin was somewhat handsome, but he hadn't anticipated him to be this striking. Could it be that this guy's buzz cut was his secret weapon? Was he directly using his looks to win over Ling Feishue? Hearing Huzi's exclamation, Huang Ba Yi turned his attention. Damn! Huang Ba Yi stood up from his seat. It was the first time since high school he had seen Yi Lin's entire face. Goodness, he is excessively handsome. Huzi, give me a buzz cut too. Huzi looked at Huang Ba Yi. Hurry up. This buzz cut was simply too stylish. Yi Lin claimed that Huang Ba Yi's looks were at the level of a campus heartthrob. Are you serious? Huzi confirmed. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up. Another cash cow has vanished. Reluctantly, Huzi gave Huang Ba Yi a buzz cut as well. Once finished, Huang Ba Yi was on the verge of tears. His face was round, and his head was disproportionate, resembling a pumpkin. Huzi shook his head in disbelief. It was hideous. Not everyone could pull off a buzz cut. For some, long hair was a better option. After they had their hair cut, they prepared to head to class. Huang Ba Yi had no desire to attend school looking like this. He would surely be laughed at by Chen Sini. Ultimately, he was dragged along by Yi Lin. After they left, Cui Lian emerged from inside, shyly asking, Boss, do you have Yi Xiao's QQ number? Huzi was taken aback, exclaiming, Damn. Yi Lin got a haircut, and now I'm losing my chance. Huzi, betraying his conscience, replied, I don't have his QQ number. Cui Lian, do you have a crush on him? Cui Lian bashfully nodded. If you like him, I advise you to give up on that thought. Yi Lin isn't meant for you. Do you remember that girl who came to our shop for a wash last time? The one you said looked like a fairy? That's his girlfriend. Not only is she the school beauty, but she is also the top student. What do you have to compete with her for a boyfriend? Upon hearing this, Cui Lian felt a pang of regret. Having been in society for a year, she had a bit of self-awareness. Although she considered herself decent-looking, she knew she was leagues away from that girl, She could only dream of being with him. Chapter 14. The new campus heartthrob. The first class of the afternoon was physics. As the second bell rang, the two hurried to the classroom door. They would not have been late, but Huang Ba-yi, like a lazy donkey, had wasted considerable time along the way. Report. Yi Lin, fearing that Huang Ba-yi might flee, grasped him tightly and called out for a report. The physics teacher observed the two with a sense of perplexity. After 3 years of teaching, he was familiar with the faces of his senior students, even if he did not know their names. Yet, the two at the door were entirely unfamiliar to him. He had heard rumors of new students in Class 1. Could they possibly be these two? At that moment, upon seeing Yi Lin, the classmates erupted with excitement, particularly the female students. With Huang Ba-yi's presence beside him, Yi Lin appeared even more handsome. He was strikingly attractive. With neat short hair and a charming visage, complemented by his blue and white school uniform. Truly the newly crowned school heartthrob. What was Lin Ji from Class 10 compared to him? Did he even deserve the title of school heartthrob? This boy before them was the true epitome of charm. Wow, a male deity. Gao Mengmeng exclaimed from the front row, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Could it be that we have yet another new classmate? He's simply too handsome. Oh my, I think I'm in love. A throng of girls succumbed to infatuation. Noticing the girls' starry-eyed gazes directed at him, Yi Lin mused to himself, is this really necessary? Have they all lost their senses? Meanwhile, all the boys in the classroom regarded Yi Lin with a burgeoning hostility. Who is this guy? Why did he resemble Yi Lin so closely? Teacher, may we enter? Yi Lin inquired, noticing the physics teacher's prolonged silence. Come in, the teacher replied. Initially intending to question the two about their purpose, suspecting they were lower-grade students, as he could not possibly be unaware of his upperclassmen. However, upon hearing Yi Lin's words, he realized they must indeed be students from Class 1, though he couldn't recall ever seeing them before. Perhaps they had just transferred. Under the collective gaze of the class, Yi Lin returned to his seat, causing another stir among his classmates. Is this Yi Lin? He's so handsome. How can Yi Lin be this attractive? Upon realizing it was Yi Lin, many girls lost their interest, dismissing him as a mere pretty face. What does it matter if he is handsome? His character is questionable, and his grades are poor. Can good looks fill one's stomach? Yet, there were still plenty of girls who did not care about such matters, as long as he was handsome. A number of boys, especially Qin Tianzhu, felt a twinge of jealousy. Yi Lin's newfound charm meant that his rival had grown stronger. Lan Yuyu watched as the dashing boy walked down the aisle and took a seat beside her. Though she did not fully comprehend the meaning of affection or what it felt like to be moved, she felt a surge of happiness with Yi Lin's presence next to her. Little sprout, Yi Lin called out, noticing Lan Yuyu lost in thought. Huh. Lan Yuyu snapped back to reality. What should she do? She had been staring at him, mortified by her own behavior. Even though he was incredibly handsome, it was inappropriate to gaze at him so intently. What should she do? What should she do? Why are you blushing? Yi Lin observed her shy demeanor with a hint of delight, for one only blushes in the presence of those they care about. Huh. Aye. Lan Yuyu stammered, flustered and at a loss for words. I understand now. You must have secretly indulged in spicy snacks while I was away. No, I did not sneak a bite. How adorable. Yi Lin revealed a beaming smile reminiscent of a fond aunt. I was merely jesting. The treats in the drawer are all for you, little bean sprout. Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? No, it's just that you are very lovely. And I couldn't help but gaze for a moment. Yi Lin, why did you cut your hair? This morning, I dared not look at you. Probably startled by your long locks. Do you think those with long hair are all villains? Indeed. Lan Yuyu nodded vigorously. Those who bullied her at Shi-Hai also sported long hair like Yi Lin. Thus, I decided to cut my hair, so you won't have to fear me anymore. Upon hearing that Yi Lin had cut his hair to ease her fears, Lan Yuyu felt a surge of happiness. Yi Lin truly is wonderful, apart from her family. He is the second person who treats her so kindly. Now, let us focus on the lesson. The physics teacher had already begun the lecture, prompting Yi Lin to encourage her to pay attention. Lan Yuyu obediently listened, like a well-behaved child. Meanwhile, Huang Bai returned to his seat, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Initially, he had anticipated that his classmates would mock his horrid haircut, yet all eyes were drawn to Yi Lin, completely oblivious to him. Noticing Huang Bai's glum demeanor, Yi Lin turned to offer quiet consolation to his good friend. Why the long face, buddy? Lin Gu, why is it that with the same hairstyle? You look so handsome after your cut, while I look dreadful? Yi Lin chuckled, pondering whether it was truly a matter of hairstyle. Do you wish to look handsome? Of course. What guy doesn't he want to look good? All right then, I shall transform you. In a few months, you will be unrecognizable. Really? How will you do that? I want to get plastic surgery. I'm terrified of the knife. Nonsense. Didn't I tell you that you possess the looks of a campus heartthrob? You just need to shed some weight. Huang Bai recoiled at the thought of dieting. That sounds excruciating. I'm exhausted just from running the short distance to take out the trash at noon, let alone the notion of losing weight. Seeing his reluctance, Yi Lin persisted. Have you forgotten what I told you this morning? You have a calamity to overcome. Lin Gu, what era are we in? Why are you still so superstitious? Yi Lin smiled wryly, thinking that if it weren't for his rebirth, he wouldn't be superstitious either. Moreover, this was an event that had indeed transpired in his past life, not mere fortune-telling. Some matters should not be dismissed. It is better to believe in their existence than to deny it. Besides, consider this. Losing weight brings nothing but benefits. First, you'll become handsome. And Shinsini will surely take a liking to you. Second, your body will grow stronger, allowing you to protect Shinsini. Girls do not appreciate weaklings. Especially not someone like Shinsini, who is both attractive and academically accomplished. Lastly, this calamity in your fate necessitates that you lose weight and gain admission to university to safely navigate through it. Huang Bai found Yi Lin's words to be quite reasonable. However, the agony of losing weight was already considerable, and the prospect of attending college felt utterly overwhelming. Brother Lin, I can manage weight loss. But college is out of the question. I simply lack the aptitude for it. You dreamt of that fortune teller saying I'd have trouble in college. I might as well quit after high school. Upon hearing this, Yi Lin was taken aback, wondering when this fellow had become so shrewd and adept at evasion. No way. If you don't believe me, after school, I'll take you to consult that fortune teller. Fine, I'm curious to see how this charlatan operates. Huang Bai remained skeptical. After class, during the eye exercises, Yi Lin swiftly made his way to the restroom. His motives were twofold: to evade a group of girls and to send a message. After a brief search on his QQ account, he finally located the fortune teller from Xiangshan. As for how Yi Lin acquired this fortune teller's contact, it was during his pursuit of Ling Feixue when he had sought this individual's advice, only to be swindled out of a fair amount of money. After settling on a price, Yi Lin divulged all of Huang Bai's little secrets to the fortune teller, including his birth date, physical characteristics, family background, and so forth. He also conveyed his desires to the fortune teller, promising a reward upon successful fulfillment of his requests. Chapter 15. Even if I become handsome, I will not forgive you. After sending the message, Yi Lin emerged from the restroom. Just as he reached the stairway, he collided with Zhao Rongrong, who was hurrying back to the classroom. Yi Lin winced in pain, clutching his chest. I'm sorry, are you all right? Zhao Rongrong rushed forward to inquire. Upon catching a glimpse of the boy's face, she was utterly astonished. He is incredibly handsome. Who is he? Suddenly, she recalled scenes from a K-drama where the male and female leads would meet by chance after a collision, ultimately leading to romance. A dashing boyfriend and a sweet love story. Just the thought filled her with joy. Zhao Rongrong's heart fluttered. Yi Lin, in pain, gestured that he was fine and continued toward his class. Zhao Rongrong kept her gaze fixed on him until she saw him enter the first classroom. He is a student in class 1? How come I've never seen such a handsome boy in that class before? Could he be a recent transfer? Reflecting on how she had just stumbled into his arms, she felt a sense of comfort. Reaching her seat, Zhao Rongrong wore a blissful smile. Ling Feixue, noticing her deskmate returning from the office with a silly grin, asked, Zhao Rongrong, what has got you smiling like that? What is so amusing? Feixue, I just saw the most incredibly handsome boy, and I even bumped into him. Zhao Rongrong joyfully exclaimed. Look at you, acting all lovesick. Is he really that handsome? Ling Feixue replied with a hint of disdain. Absolutely. He is super handsome. I mean, Lin Jishi is handsome, right? But he is on a whole different level. He is like a breath of fresh air among boys, exuding cleanliness and purity. Just looking at him, you can tell he must excel academically. Look at you. So handsome and excelling in your studies. You must have been quite the sensation at school. You must have just transferred here, in class 1. If you don't believe me, let us go take a look after class. All right, I'll go with you. But you're not developing a crush on him, are you? Upon hearing this, Zhao Rongrong blushed, fidgeting a bit, feeling a touch embarrassed. Ling Feixue was taken aback. Rongrong, didn't you say you wouldn't date in high school? Well, if it's him, then perhaps romance is permissible. Feixue, you wouldn't understand the feeling of love at first sight. I think you are simply infatuated. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I can't believe there's anyone at this school more handsome than Lin Jishi. Although she herself didn't fancy Lin Jishi, he undeniably possessed charm and talent. Compared to that scoundrel Yi Lin, he was in a league of his own. The mere thought of Yi Lin made Ling Feishue furious. She had waited all afternoon without receiving an apology from him. Her mind was consumed by thoughts of that rascal, making it difficult to focus on her studies. The two of them finally endured until class ended. Zhao Rongrong eagerly pulled Ling Feishue out of the classroom. She had to see this handsome boy for herself, still incredulous. Just then, Yi Lin emerged with Lan Yuyu to bask in the sunlight. There he is, Feishue. Look, that boy with the buzz cut in the corridor. Zhao Rongrong exclaimed, pointing excitedly at Yi Lin. Ling Feishue followed her gaze and, from a distance, he indeed seemed quite appealing, but with 3 classes separating them, it was hard to see clearly. We can't see well from here. Let us go over to class 2. After saying this, Zhao Rongrong dragged Ling Feishue towards class 2. Once outside the corridor of class 2, they finally got a clear view of Yi Lin's face. Ling Feishue had to admit he was indeed handsome, perhaps a bit more than Lin Jishi. However, what good was mere appearance? Lin Jishi was a music student, talented in both singing and dancing, and despite his focus on music, he still excelled academically. All things considered, Ling Feishue felt Lin Jishi was still the superior choice. If Yi Lin possessed even half of Lin Jishi's qualities, she might have considered him. Unfortunately, Yi Lin was a scoundrel. Ling Feishue glanced at him again, suddenly feeling that this handsome boy looked somewhat familiar. Doesn't he resemble that rascal Yi Lin? She asked. Familiar? Not at all, Zhao Rongrong replied, occasionally casting glances, fearful of being noticed by Yi Lin. But Yi Lin had no interest in them, his gaze fixed on Lan Yuyu, basking in the sunlight. I really think he looks like Yi Lin. The more Ling Feishue looked, the more she felt it was true. Typically, Yi Lin only showed half his face, obscured by that distinguished hair, yet Ling Feishue had seen his full face before. Impossible. How could such a handsome boy be Yi Lin? I'll go ask Wang Xiaoqing. Before long, Zhao Rongrong pulled Wang Xiaoqing outside. In the classroom, Zhao Rongrong approached Wang Xiaoqing. Qin Tianzhu glanced outside and spotted Ling Feishue standing at the door. He promptly picked up his book and sat upright at his desk, engrossed in his studies. The goddess has arrived. It is imperative to make a good impression. She must be observing me. Surely, she has noticed my earnest dedication to learning. Has she come specifically to see me? Qin Tianzhu stole another glance outside, just as Ling Feishue turned her gaze towards the classroom. Indeed, she was looking at me. In that instant, Qin Tianzhu felt happiness drawing nearer. In reality, Ling Feishue was not looking at Qin Tianzhu. She was instead searching for Yi Lin to ascertain whether he was present in the classroom. If Yi Lin was inside, then the boy in the corridor could not possibly be him. Rongrong, what brings you to me? Wang Xiaoqing inquired. Xiaoqing, what is the name of the new boy in your class? Zhao Rongrong asked, gesturing towards Yi Lin in the corridor. What new classmate? That's Yi Lin. Have you not recognized him after he got a haircut? Wang Xiaoqing replied with disdain. The memory of Yi Lin, the scoundrel who had made her eat stinky tofu, soaked in smelly socks, lingered in her mind. She would remember this incident for a lifetime. If it weren't for Teacher Lung's inquiry about their health, she would have remained oblivious to the matter. What? Yi Lin? He is Yi Lin? In that moment, Zhao Rongrong's dreams of a white knight shattered. How infuriating. Why does he have to be Yi Lin? Indeed, it is Yi Lin. You didn't think he was a new handsome boy, did you? Hoping to connect with him? Wang Xiaoqing teased. Zhao Rongrong shook her head in denial. How could that be? We were simply curious about the new student in your class and came to ask you. There is indeed a new student in our class. The girl next to Yi Lin, thin and rather unattractive. Wang Xiaoqing pointed at Lan Yuyu. Ling Feishue, standing nearby, scoffed. I knew he was Yi Lin. With that, she strode directly towards Yi Lin. Yi Lin, Ling Feishue called out, visibly irritated. Yi Lin frowned and turned around, and upon seeing Ling Feishue, his previously cheerful mood dissipated. Why does this woman keep haunting me? Hadn't she just said this morning that she would ignore him? Are you calling for me? Yi Lin asked. Is there another person named Yi Lin here? There is certainly not. What business does the alluring Ling Feishue have with me? Yi Lin's tone carried a hint of playful mockery. Ling Feishue was already quite upset from the morning, and the fact that Yi Lin had not sought her out during lunch left her unable to rest. Now, confronted with Yi Lin's demeanor, her irritation only intensified. Yi Lin, let me tell you, I will not forgive you. Do not think that a mere haircut and pretending to be a good student will earn my forgiveness. You are dreaming. With that, She stormed back into the classroom. Ling Feishua's outburst enlightened everyone present. It turned out that Yi Lin had transformed himself to appear more dashing solely in hopes of winning Ling Feishua's forgiveness. Lan Yuyu, observing Ling Feishua's anger, turned to Yi Lin, perplexed. What is wrong with her? Did you bully her? Yi Lin explained, Little Bean Sprout. How could I possibly bully anyone? This person is unwell. Quite inexplicably so. Oh, how tragic that she comes to school while ill. Do her parents not take her to see a doctor? Yi Lin, gazing at the innocent Lan Yuyu, nearly burst into laughter. This condition is known as self-infatuation, which no physician can remedy. Oh, what a strange ailment. No wonder the doctor cannot cure it, pondered Lan Yuyu thoughtfully. Wang Xiaoqing, witnessing Ling Feishua storm away in anger, recalled the matters assigned to her by Qin Tianzhu that morning and inquired of Zhao Rongrong. Rongrong, what has Yi Lin done to provoke Feishua to such fury? Chapter 16. With me here, what is there to fear? Zhao Rongrong divulged to Wang Xiaoqing that Yi Lin had refrained from confessing his feelings to Ling Feishua. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoqing was taken aback. What is going on? Yi Lin, who used to confess daily, now ceases to do so and instead sulks. Could it be that Ling Feishua has developed feelings for him? Wang Xiaoqing shared her thoughts with Zhao Rongrong. Zhao Rongrong contemplated for a moment and replied, That seems unlikely. I suspect Feishua has simply grown accustomed to Yi Lin's daily declarations of love. Today, when he suddenly refrained, she might be feeling a sense of loss. Indeed, there is bound to be a sense of loss. Yi Lin's tactics are becoming increasingly sophisticated, Wang Xiaoqing remarked in admiration. What do you mean? Zhao Rongrong asked, perplexed. Wang Xiaoqing elaborated. I have encountered this scenario in novels. Yi Lin's approach is akin to the strategy of feigning withdrawal to entice. After repeatedly failing to win her heart, he has altered his strategy. Ling Feishua has likely grown used to his presence in her life. Now that he has ceased his declarations, her feelings of loss are entirely normal, especially considering his newfound charm. If he steps back, she will undoubtedly seek him out. Fortunately, my extensive reading of romance novels has enlightened me. Otherwise, I would not grasp this tactic. Zhao Rongrong's eyes lit up with understanding. Yes, Xiaoqing, your reasoning is sound. Feishua approached him twice today. I initially thought Yi Lin was retaliating against her, but it turns out this strategy is called feigned withdrawal. Thank goodness for your wide knowledge. Xiaoqing, I must hurry to inform Feishua. She must not fall for Yi Lin's trick. With that, Zhao Rongrong hurried back to the classroom. Wang Xiaoqing cast a smug glance at Yi Lin, thinking to herself that such a trivial ruse could not escape her keen perception. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Qin Tianzhu observed Ling Feishua, fleeing once more from Yi Lin, and felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. It was rare for Ling Feishua to visit him. And why was Yi Lin so shamelessly pursuing her? This was outrageous. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, prompting him to seek out Yi Lin. With a belly full of indignation, Qin Tianzhu confronted Yi Lin. Yi Lin, could you not possess a modicum of self-respect? Ling Feishua does not harbor feelings for you. Why do you stubbornly cling to her? Yi Lin, Lan Yuyu, Little Bean Sprout, this person is unwell. Class is about to begin. Let us go inside. With that, Yi Lin pulled Lan Yuyu into the classroom, completely disregarding Qin Tianzhu. Lan Yuyu, puzzled, wondered why so many people seemed unwell. Who do you think is unwell? She asked. Qin Tianzhu, still intent on pursuing the argument, was intercepted by Wang Xiaoqing. What are you doing? She asked. Today, I intend to seek justice for Ling Feishua. Lao Qin, come on, you are a prominent class leader. Why bother with a mere mouse dropping? Hearing this, Qin Tianzhu calmed down. Did you inquire about the matter I mentioned this morning? Wang Xiaoqing smiled awkwardly. I did ask, but Lao Qin. Perhaps it's best if I refrain from saying more. Did that scoundrel Yi Lin do something inappropriate to Ling Feishua? Xiaoqing, rest assured. I am absolutely committed to ensuring she receives fair treatment. Well, it's not quite that. This morning was supposed to be Yi Lin's 999th confession to Ling Feishua. He promised her a grand surprise, yet he failed to show up, which left Ling Feishua quite upset, prompting her to seek him out. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianzhu felt a twinge of discontent. How could Ling Feishua possibly care for Yi Lin? Wang Xiaoqing then recounted her earlier analysis to Zhao Rongrong, sharing it with Qin Tianzhu. After listening, Qin Tianzhu was taken aback by Yi Lin's cunning. Ling Feishua must not be deceived. He promptly entered the classroom, resolved to document all of Yi Lin's misdeeds, intending to present it to Ling Feishua after school, urging her not to be fooled. The final class was a homeroom session. Lung Yinxiu noticed that Yi Lin and Huang Bai had tidied their hair neatly, which surprised her. Typically, asking these boys to cut their hair felt like a matter of life and death. Today, however, they had done so of their own accord, appearing much more presentable. The homeroom discussion revolved around mundane issues, discipline, safety, and academics. After addressing these topics, Lung Yinxiu announced a significant matter. Students, after the National Day, we will have the sports meet. This will be your final sports meet in high school, and I hope our class can participate actively. I encourage every student to take part. Let us not leave any regrets during our high school years. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianju's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was his moment to shine once more. He was the main player in the annual basketball tournament, but regrettably, his classmates lacked the necessary teamwork, resulting in missed opportunities for accolades. After Lung Yinxiu finished speaking, she handed a sheet to the class sports representative. Qin Tianju, please go to the board and write down the events. Qin Tianju took the sheet and proceeded to the board, listing the events of the sports meet: track and field, long jump, high jump, shot put, long distance and short distance races, and the 400-meter relay. Then came the boys' basketball and the girls' volleyball competitions. Although Qingyuan High School had a small football field, there were too few students skilled in football, so the school opted not to organize a tournament. Everyone should take this opportunity to sign up during the homeroom. After Qin Tianju finished writing, Lung Yinxiu urged him to hasten. Standing at the podium, Qin Tianju seized the moment, being the first to inscribe his name after basketball. Soon, many classmates joined, writing their names beside various events. After about 10 minutes, all events were nearly filled, yet no one had signed up for the 1,000-meter race. Previously, Yi Lin, possessing the skill, would never have considered participating in such an event. Back then, joining the sports meet would have been a source of embarrassment for him. How could a stylish, nonconformist male idol engage in such a coarse endeavor? What would happen to his carefully styled hair? As no one had signed up, Yi Lin stepped forward, eliciting astonishment from the entire class. Yi Lin, he actually went up? Under the surprised gazes of his classmates, Yi Lin inscribed his name for the 1,000-meter race. 1,000 meters? Yi Lin, do you think you can manage? Qin Tianju mocked. If you're capable, why didn't you sign up? After retorting, Yi Lin stepped down. Qin Tianju instantly felt a loss of face. If he refrained from registering, wouldn't it imply to his classmates that he was incapable? Although he was reluctant to take on this burden, he felt compelled by pride to write his name after Yi Lin's. Who said I wouldn't sign up? I merely left the opportunity for my classmates. Since no one else has, as the class sports representative, I must take responsibility. Subsequently, under the urging of the cold and elegant Xiu, by the end of class, all the competition events were nearly filled. However, only 5 individuals had registered for the basketball match. 5 people certainly wouldn't suffice. Playing a full game would be exhausting. Moreover, the school mandated at least 8 participants to compete. Otherwise, it would be considered a forfeit. Although there were dozens of boys in the class, their focus was primarily on academics, leaving little time for basketball. They preferred not to register rather than risk embarrassment. Additionally, every time they played, Qin Tianju would scold them, lamenting their poor performance afterwards. Seeing the lack of participants, Qin Tianju grew anxious. With so many boys in the class, can't you be a bit more manly? His scolding before the game only deterred more from signing up. Yi Lin stepped up again, scribbling down 2 names, Yi Lin and Huang Bai. Qin Tianju wore a look of disdain, but given the circumstances, he refrained from further remarks. Otherwise, if they forfeited, how could he shine? Huang Bai, still asleep, was entirely oblivious to the happenings. Yan Haoqing nudged him awake. What is going on? Is class over? Half asleep, Huang Bai asked. Yan Haoqing grinned mischievously. Old fatty. Take a look at the board. Huang Bai glanced at the board. Basketball competition, Yi Lin, Huang Bai. What the heck? Instantly, he was wide awake. Who wrote my name down? Huang Bai inquired furiously, directing his anger at Yan Haoqing. It was your brother Lin. Yan Haoqing couldn't help but laugh. Huang Bai turned to Yi Lin. He knew Yi Lin was adept at basketball, but he wasn't skilled in the sport himself. With reluctance, he said to Yi Lin, Brother Lin, I can't play. With me around, what is there to fear? Just block for me and pass the ball. You can manage that, right? Huang Bai realized that was indeed simple, and thus he ceased his complaints. However, seeing Yan Haoqing's gleeful expression, Huang Bai couldn't hold back his frustration and immediately stood up. Just when everyone thought Huang Bai was going to erase his name, He added another name after his, Yin Haoqing. At that moment, Yin Haoqing was inwardly cursing a storm. Once Huang Bai returned, Yin Haoqing awkwardly said, "Old fatty. I can't play." "Huang Bai, do you think I can manage? You can always intercept and pass the ball to Brother Lin, right? If you dare to erase my name, don't expect to enjoy my snacks in the future." Upon hearing Huang Bai's words, Yin Haoqing had no choice but to acquiesce. Lung Yinxiu shook her head while glancing at the basketball competition roster, predicting that this year's sports meet would likely see their team ranked at the bottom once more. However, she had grown accustomed to it and chose not to comment further. Rankings were inconsequential. What mattered was that everyone had the opportunity to participate. Before long, the class meeting concluded, and Qin Tianju hurried to the school gate with a piece of paper in hand. He would never dare to send anyone off at school. The consequences of being caught in a romantic entanglement were simply too dire. Chapter 17. A trip to the fortune teller. Meanwhile, in Class 5's classroom, Ling Feishue recalled her earlier words about seeking out Yi Lin again, likening herself to a little dog. The thought made her heart heavy. She had just approached Yi Lin. Was she truly demeaning herself? He must be feeling quite pleased with himself. Perhaps he would even start calling her his little dog in the future. Upon returning to her seat, Zhao Rongrong noticed Ling Feishue sulking over her desk, lost in thought. Seeing Zhao Rongrong, Ling Feishue lamented, "Rongrong, it's all your fault for insisting on looking at handsome guys. I just said this morning that if I went to Yi Lin again, I would be a little dog. And now he'll probably call me that every day." Zhao Rongrong felt equally disheartened. Her Prince Charming had vanished just like that. She sighed. "I had no idea that was Yi Lin." Ling Feishue reflected and realized that Zhao Rongrong was unaware it was Yi Lin. Had it not been for Wang Xiaoqing's mention, she might have sought his contact information, which would have made things even more awkward. Thinking of Yi Lin's tactics of feigned indifference, Zhao Rongrong quickly advised, "My dear sister, do not fall for Yi Lin's tricks." "Tricks?" Ling Feishue was puzzled. "What tricks am I falling for?" Zhao Rongrong proceeded to recount Wang Xiaoqing's earlier remarks. Upon hearing this, Ling Feishue felt a surge of indignation. How shameless of Yi Lin to pursue her with such methods. Did he truly relish in her distress? Moreover, she had approached him twice. Had he achieved his objective? Why, then, had he not come to plead for her forgiveness? Did he not fear that she might entirely disregard him? Had he truly become so audacious? Initially disheartened, Ling Feishue's anger flared after Zhao Rongrong's analysis. Throughout the class meeting, she was consumed by her frustration, rendering her uninterested in signing up for the sports meet. Their homeroom teacher, Li Xingfeng, dedicated half a period to persuading her. After all, Ling Feishue's height was an asset that should not go to waste, as the class needed to strive for honor. Irritated, Ling Feishue finally signed up for volleyball. At long last, the class ended, and she made her way out of the school. Just as she reached the gate, a boy approached her. Feishue, do you remember me?" Qin Tianju asked, somewhat bashfully. "Not really," Ling Feishue replied, aware that this boy was from Class 1. And she had noticed him stealing glances at her from time to time. It was evident he harbored feelings for her. Although she recognized his face, she truly did not know his name, nor did she have any interest in discovering it. Not only was he unremarkable in appearance, but his skin was also rather dark, far inferior to Yi Lin. Qin Tianju did not anticipate that Ling Feishue's response would be so devoid of emotion, especially since she had been watching him outside the classroom just that afternoon. Surely, she must be upset due to Yi Lin's antics, feeling angered which led to this demeanor. With this thought, Qin Tianju felt somewhat reassured. He introduced himself. "I am Qin Tianju, the sports representative of Class 1. Feishue, I have something for you." With that, he placed a small origami, folded to an inch in size, into her hand. Ling Feishue was startled by this sudden gesture. How audacious of him to grasp her hand and address her so intimately. Was he not aware of how disgusting this was? By the time she collected her thoughts, Qin Tianju had already sprinted 10 meters away. As he ran, he looked back and called out, "Feishue, you must open it. I must look quite dashing while running. Don't you think?" He had just touched her hand. It was so smooth and pleasant. Suddenly, there was a thud. Ouch! Qin Tianju, distracted by his thoughts, collided headfirst into a nearby utility pole. During the peak dismissal time, laughter erupted from the onlooking classmates. At that moment, Qin Tianju wished for nothing more than to vanish into a crevice, utterly humiliated. He dashed away without a trace. "Lin Gu, you're killing me with laughter." "What a fool." Huang Bai chuckled heartily at the scene. "Let us get out of here, this is ridiculous." Yilin pulled Huang Bai toward his edgy motorcycle, eager to avoid any further entanglement with Ling Feishue. Ling Feishue initially considered discarding the love letter, but upon hearing Yilin's voice, she decided against it. She thought to herself that he must have witnessed Qin Tianzhu's gesture. His impatience while speaking to Huang Bai was undoubtedly a sign of jealousy. Thus, Ling Feishue feigned a tender demeanor as she tucked the letter into her pocket, thinking, "Let us see you beg for my forgiveness. I will make you regret this." Once Yilin and Huang Bai had departed, Ling Feishue promptly discarded the letter into a trash bin. There were far too many boys vying for her affection, and receiving love letters had become mundane. As a result, she hardly glanced at them, consistently tossing them into the bin. Yilin and Huang Bai arrived at the foot of Xiangshan, parking their motorcycle. Xiangshan is one of the most renowned attractions in Qingyuan County and also a celebrated Buddhist sanctuary in the Dragon Country. The stone steps leading up the mountain are flanked by various carvings of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, with temples built into the mountainside, totaling over a dozen structures from bottom to top. On the opposite side, sheer cliffs rise sharply, adorned with verses penned by poets of yore. The scenery is beautiful, distinctive, and rich in culture, thus attracting a continuous stream of tourists and worshippers. With the influx of people, various businesses naturally flourished. At the foot of Xiangshan, an array of small shops lined the area, including fortune-telling as one of the many trades. Yilin found the old man who had deceived him and pulled Huang Bai over. Upon reaching the stall, Huang Bai gazed at the old man adorned in yellow robes. Sensing a certain ethereal and otherworldly demeanor, the old man immediately recognized Yilin. "Are you two young friends here to seek peace?" Huang Bai turned to Yilin and said, "Brother Lin, do not speak. I shall inquire. Old Taoist, can you discern who among us has come to seek divination?" The old man chuckled. "What do I need to calculate? Your friend has revealed everything to me. Your brow is dark, and with a mere calculation, I can tell that it is you who seeks peace, while your friend is blessed with fortune and needs no such requests." "Dark brow? My fortune is abundant." Yilin responded, "Brother Lin, do you see my brow dark?" "It is somewhat dark," he replied. "Brother Lin, do you see my dark brow? How can I not see the fortune upon your face?" The old man laughed heartily, having memorized the details about this hefty man all afternoon. If he could not deceive him, he truly had no place here. He then recited the information sent by Yilin, pretending to be profound, leaving Huang Bai astonished. He spoke of how heaven remembered Yilin's ancestors' virtues and specially sent dreams to warn him of impending tribulations. It also served to test whether Yilin was indeed a true friend. Huang Bai was so moved that he nearly knelt before Yilin. The old charlatan's ability to embellish was indeed remarkable, frightening Huang Bai to the core. Instantly, he resolved to lose weight, a determination so firm that not even 9 oxen could draw him back. However, regarding his studies, he still wished to negotiate, asking the old man, "Master, must I study? Is it absolutely necessary to attend university to overcome this tribulation?" As expected from the information Yilin had sent, the old man continued to deceive. "Losing weight can help you avoid calamity. If you gain weight in this life, your life may be at risk. Pursuing education is the path to your romantic destiny. If you desire to find your soulmate, you must study diligently. Otherwise, you are destined to a life of solitude." Huang Bai was stirred by this revelation. "So, Master, if I study well, will I find my beloved?" "Indeed," the old man affirmed. "Then, Master, can you tell me the name of my beloved?" The old man, realizing that this foolish heavy-set man was becoming increasingly absurd, thought that further inquiries would reveal his ruse. Thus, he feigned profundity. "The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. I have already spoken enough today. To say more would be detrimental. Just study well, and the partner you find will be someone you can only encounter once in a lifetime." Upon hearing this, Huang Bai thought, "Could that not be Chinsini?" "Thank you, Master," he said, and then he took Yilin's hand, preparing to leave. The old man called out, "Young friend, please show your sincerity before you depart." "Sincerity? Oh, Master. How much?" Huang Bai asked. "As a monk, I do not accept money, only yuan." "Then, Master, how many yuan?" 100 yuan. Huang Bai's face twitched, and Yilin was equally astonished. Was this old man robbing them? "Did you not promise to give him $100 afterward? What does that mean?" The old man pulled out his phone and began typing away. After a moment, Yilin's phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon checking the message, he found, "Kid, you are quite generous to your friends. Let that chubby fellow cover this expense himself. If there are similar tasks in the future, Do reach out to me. Reading the message, Yilin couldn't help but smile. It was the first time he felt that the old man was rather decent. Chapter 18. The meal my father asked me to bring you Huangbai escorted Yilin home. As Yilin stepped through the door, he was greeted by a delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen. Upon seeing the lavish spread laid out on the table, he was taken aback. He turned to his father, who was still bustling about in the kitchen, and asked, "Old Yi, is today a special occasion? Why such a grand feast?" Yi Aigua, hearing his son had returned, chuckled. "Shaolin is back. What special occasion could it be? This morning, Uncle Li mentioned that you decided to buckle down and study. He also said you solved a challenging problem in math class. Naturally, I was pleased. I prepared a few extra dishes to nourish your mind." With a beaming smile, Yi Aigua emerged from the kitchen, only to be momentarily stunned upon seeing Yilin. "Is this truly my son? What is he staring at? It's just a buzz cut." Seeing his father's familiar figure again, Yilin found it difficult to hold back his emotions. Tears brimmed in his eyes. Yet he fought to keep them from spilling. In his previous life, due to his own shortcomings, his parents had divorced. The night before Yi Shue's college entrance examination, his mother had planned to cook a grand meal for her, but a gas leak led to an explosion. Both Su Qing and Yi Shue perished, their remains never recovered. In despair, Yi Aigua took his own life by drowning, while Yilin remained in Kyoto, infatuated with Ling Feishue, neglecting his family. By the time he realized his mistakes, his loved ones were all gone. No matter how much wealth he accumulated thereafter, his heart remained hollow. Thus, in this lifetime, Yilin vowed to mend the fractures of his family. "That buzz cut suits you well, much more handsome," Yi Aigua remarked, somewhat unaccustomed to this transformation. Was this really his wayward son? Previously, asking him to cut his hair was akin to demanding his life. Today, however, he had done it himself, looking impeccably neat. Noticing the tears glistening in his son's eyes, Yi Aigua joked, "Did some sand get in your eyes?" "No. It's just that I feel I was a real brat before, and I've caused you so much distress." Yilin did not shy away from expressing his emotions. Wiping away a tear in front of Yi Aigua, with a satisfied smile, Yi Aigua replied, "You've finally grown up. It seems old Li wasn't joking after all. Old Yi, rest assured, I will study diligently and will never bring shame to our family. Indeed, you must study hard. The Yi family has been known for generations as scholars. No one here has ever been dull-witted. You just tend to play around too much, wasting precious time. Strive to get into a good university. If it doesn't work out, repeating a year isn't the end of the world." Yilin confidently responded, "There's still time. Don't worry, old Yi. I will aim for Tsinghua or Peking University to bring honor to our family." Yi Aigua chuckled. "You rascal actually got into Qingbei. Your mother must be eager to announce to the world that you are her son." Upon hearing this, Yilin smiled, fully aware of his mother's obsession with such matters. After all, she was the deputy director of the Education Bureau, and having such a wayward son was a source of embarrassment. However, if Yilin were to gain admission to Qingbei, everything would change. She could hold her head high in the bureau and no longer dread inquiries about her son. Yilin's mischief had forced her into divorce. Continuing to live together would surely lead him to lead Yi Shue astray. It wasn't he that Su Qing wished to separate. But it was only by presenting the divorce certificate that Yilin would believe the family was irrevocably broken and cease to trouble Yi Shue. As the final dish was prepared, Yi Aigua served 2 bowls of rice. Observing the bountiful spread, Yilin remarked, "Old Yi, I won't be dining at home tonight. Could you pack 2 portions of rice for me to take to school? Please remember to use insulated containers." "But there's still an hour until class starts," Yi Aigua replied, puzzled by the urgency. "I want to study. Eating at home is a waste of time." Upon hearing it was about studying, Yi Aigua did not inquire further. After packing the 2 portions, he sensed something was amiss. 2 portions? Why, Shaolin, why are you taking 2 servings for yourself? Yilin clarified. "There's also Huangbai, the chubby fellow who often hangs out with me. He eats a lot, so be sure to pack extra food." "Oh, I see," Yi Aigua said, not suspecting anything, and promptly packed 2 portions, all in insulated containers. Once Yilin departed, Yi Aigua gazed at the table of dishes, lost in thought. With no wife to oversee him, he felt a sense of liberation and thought, why not indulge in a couple of drinks? He took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Old Li, are you off work yet? Get ready." "Oh, really? Come over here. Let us have a few drinks together." As for Su Qing, rest assured, she rarely comes here anymore. Even when she does, it's usually during lunchtime. She won't come while Yilin is home. "All right, All right, hurry up. On the other end of the line, Li Jianya was filled with joy and quickly called home. Hello, dear. I won't be back for dinner tonight. How could I possibly be out for leisure? Some leaders from the school have come, and I have to entertain them tonight. What do you mean by our school frequently hosts leaders? After all, our school is the best high school in the county, so it's only natural for leaders to take an interest. I don't want to go either. But both principals insist they're unwell and have insisted I attend. Rest assured, I won't drink too much. The car is here. I'll hang up now. Having finished the call, Li Jianya hurriedly made his way to Yi Aigua's home, anxious not to miss out on the drinks. About an hour later, the two were thoroughly intoxicated, resembling nothing more than drunken fools. Their friendship, born from their names, had grown as deep as that of brothers. Yi Aigua belched Old Li. I owe my wayward son's return to you. I must thank you. Li Jianya found great amusement in the conversation. Old Yi, there are no students in Qingyuan High School that I cannot teach. This lad has undoubtedly transformed. He has matured. However, today a solution to a challenging problem. Did he not merely copy it from someone else? Do not deceive me. Speak the truth after a drink. You still doubt me? I even had this boy explain the problem. He articulated it even better than I could. If he merely copied, how could he grasp the concepts? I am beginning to suspect he has been feigning ignorance all along. By the way, Yilin mentioned that his desk mate has been aiding him in his studies. This girl just transferred and became his desk mate, and he has truly changed. She appears to be a fortunate star for your family, the Yi family. Yi Aigua sensed something amiss. A sudden transformation in a man is often attributable to a woman. Could this girl be his future daughter-in-law? He quickly inquired, Old Li, what does this girl look like? She hails from the countryside, slender, her face somewhat indistinct. Yet, this boy has been pursuing Ling Feishue from class 5. He certainly does not hold any interest in his current desk mate. Do not let your imagination run wild, Old Yi. Ling Feishue, the daughter of Mu Qingyun, the very woman you relentlessly pursued but could not win over. Her daughter is as beautiful as she, a true blossom of Qingyuan High School. Yi Aigua could not help but chuckle at the irony. It seems fate has a sense of humor. I hope this lad does not end up like me, chasing after someone for half a lifetime only to find himself empty-handed. I see that girl, much like her mother, seems to be toying with Yilin. This behavior is referred to as simpering among the younger generation. Indeed, it is quite an apt description. I fear he may follow in your footsteps. I intended to chastise him during class to jolt him into awareness, but instead, he retaliated by slashing my tires for half a month, which nearly drove me to inflict a beating upon him. Haha, that lad only dares to puncture your tires. Just moments ago, he took 2 portions of food to school. I suspect this Ling Feishue is the recipient. Yes, indeed, Ling Feishue. He has gone to cater to her whims. Li Jianya laughed heartily, like father, like son. Yi Aigua wished to steer the conversation away from this topic, for if Li Jianya began reminiscing about the past, it would become rather embarrassing, after all. He too had once been a simpering fool, subject to ridicule. Let us not dwell on such matters. Let us drink and enjoy this rare gathering. After the second evening study session, Yilin did not return home, telling Huang Bai to go ahead without him. Huang Bai, however, did not leave. Instead, he picked up a book and began his review. Xiao Duya, here, a late-night snack for you. Yilin produced 2 lunchboxes, recalling that Lan Yuyu had already eaten in the afternoon, thus he saved this for later. The insulated containers still retained a hint of warmth. But I have already eaten, Lan Yuyu exclaimed in surprise. She had just given the 11 yuan she had for lunch to Lung Yinxiu and was feeling quite frugal, vowing not to spend recklessly again. This was prepared by my father. He insisted that since you were helping me with my studies, he wanted to ensure you were well fed. It is a gift, no charge. Yilin hurried to clarify, fearing she might overthink it. But I truly am not hungry. Lan Yuyu felt somewhat distressed. Her petite stomach could hardly accommodate such a meal. No matter, she thought. Eat as much as you can. Whatever remains can simply be discarded. With that, Yilin opened the lunchbox, and the rich aroma of the food instantly filled the classroom. Huang Bai leaned in eagerly, exclaiming, Wow, Lin Go, you actually brought a late-night snack. What late-night snack? I'm just accompanying you to Xiangshan. I haven't even had dinner yet, Yilin replied. Huang Bai, eyeing the lunchbox with drool forming, asked, Is there enough for me? Get lost. Aren't you supposed to be dieting? Have you forgotten what the master said today? Huang Bai was left to abandon his thoughts of food and painfully return to his studies. The other classmates, unable to resist, decided to head to the convenience store for snacks. They hesitated to ask Yilin for a taste, fearing it might be something unpleasant, like socks soaked in water. The dishes in the lunchbox were simply too fragrant, making Lan Yuyu swallow hard. This was far more appetizing than the cabbage she had for lunch. Hurry and eat, or it will get cold. If you don't eat, I'll have to throw it in the trash, and my dad will definitely scold me when I get home. What? If I don't eat, you'll be scolded? Yes, he'll be quite furious. Then I shall eat. Lan Yuyu said as she picked up the lunchbox and began to eat heartily. This is for you. I don't like this one, and this too. Yilin eagerly offered her the tastiest morsels from his bowl. Yilin, I can't eat anymore. Please stop serving me. Concerned she might overindulge, Yilin quickly responded. Just give me a bit of the rice. My dad only gives me a little, and I never feel full. He poured a generous portion of rice into his bowl. By the time they finished, Lan Yuyu felt completely stuffed, although she was already full and reluctant to eat more. The thought of Yilin discarding any leftovers was simply too wasteful. Thus, she continued until every last bit was consumed. This meal was the most delightful she had ever experienced, and she wished her parents and younger brother could share in it. Chapter 19. Reckoning Yilin's misdeeds. After the final evening study session concluded, Yilin concocted an excuse to escort Lan Yuyu back to her dormitory before returning to the classroom to assist Huang Bai with the cleaning. Upon arriving at the dorm, Lan Yuyu was immediately surrounded by the 4 notorious troublemakers of room 202. The 4 girls adopted fierce expressions, while Lan Yuyu stood frozen, resembling a lamb awaiting slaughter. Originally, Gao Mingming had merely intended to take a nap at school during lunchtime. She was spending the night in the dormitory primarily out of fear of going home. If she returned and found out that Lung Yinxiu had informed her parents about her phone being confiscated, not only would she face punishment, but her savings would also be confiscated. Thus, she had informed her family and decided to stay at school. Seeing the 4 girls with unfriendly expressions, Lan Yuyu timidly inquired, "What do you want from me?" She wondered if they intended to bully her. Observing her panic-stricken demeanor, the 4 girls exchanged glances, taken aback by her reaction. Isn't this a bit excessive? Are we really that frightening? They looked at one another in confusion. Upon witnessing Lan Yuyu trembling in fear, Wang Xiaoqing hastily clarified, "Lan Yuyu, we were merely joking. There is no need to be frightened. We only wish to pose a few questions." "Then, please, do ask," Lan Yuyu replied. Her voice barely above a whisper, her demeanor alert and cautious. The first to inquire was Gao Mingming. "Lan Yuyu, did you know Yilin prior to this?" Lan Yuyu was taken aback. It was impossible that she could have known him, as she had never encountered Yilin before attending this school. "Before coming here, I did not know Yilin at all." "Really?" Gao Mingming scrutinized Lan Yuyu with a gaze filled with perceptiveness, attempting to discern any deceit in her eyes. Yet, the more she observed, the more fearful Lan Yuyu appeared. Gao Mingming fell silent, pondering why she appeared so frightened, resembling a mere child. Wang Xiaoqing expressed disbelief. "How can you claim not to know each other while being so close? Yilin buys you snacks, brings you meals, and even escorts you back to the dormitory? Such actions are typically reserved for a boyfriend, are they not?" "Huh, is that only what boyfriends do?" Lan Yuyu responded, quite certain that Yilin was not her boyfriend. However, she mused, why would he engage in such considerate behavior if he were not? Indeed, if he were not her boyfriend, who would be so thoughtful towards an unrelated girl, save for a devoted admirer? Wang Xiaoqing could not fathom Yilin playing the role of an admirer. Such a notion was utterly implausible. Upon hearing this, Lan Yuyu felt compelled to clarify their misunderstanding about Yilin. "Oh, you must have misconstrued the situation. The truth is, I tutor Yilin, and that is why he brings me snacks. The meals were sent by his father, who knew I was tutoring him and asked him to bring me food. I initially had no appetite, but Yilin insisted that if I didn't eat, it would be wasteful to throw it away, so I felt obliged to eat. I am somewhat afraid of the dark, and since the dormitory area is rather dim, he kindly walked me back." The dorm leader, He Xiaowei, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "This sounds just like a romantic relationship. Lan Yuyu, you aren't secretly dating, are you? Did you transfer here for Yilin?" "No, no romantic involvement. I did not transfer because of Yilin," Lan Yuyu hastily denied, yet the words that followed caught in her throat, a painful memory lingering unspoken. She had changed schools due to being bullied at the first middle school. "Why?" He Xiaowei inquired, her face a mask of curiosity. "It's nothing," Lan Yuyu replied, feeling a twinge of sadness at the recollection of her past tormentors. Noticing her distress, Gao Mingming quickly interjected, "He Xiaowei, let us not pry. Everyone has their own privacy." I won't ask anymore. Lan Yuyu, please don't be upset. Let me treat you to some snacks. He Xiaowei, noticing Lan Yuyu's impending tears, hurried to comfort her. Pulling out an assortment of treats, Wang Xiaoqing remarked, Xiaowei, can't you see? It's impossible for Yi Lin and Yuyu to be in a relationship. Yi Lin harbors feelings for Ling Feixue. He would never consider dating Yuyu. His standards are far too high. Once uttered, she immediately felt her words were inappropriate. Turning to Lan Yuyu, she remarked, of course, Yuyu, you are quite beautiful. However, despite Wang Xiaoqing's words, her internal perception of Lan Yuyu was quite different. With her bangs obscuring half her face and her head perpetually bowed, it was evident that she was not conventionally attractive. Her figure was slender to the point of being frail, her attire unrefined, and her demeanor timid. In comparison to Ling Feixue, Lan Yuyu appeared as an ugly duckling next to a graceful swan. How could Yilin possibly harbor affections for Lan Yuyu? Were she a boy, she would undoubtedly be enamored with someone like Ling Feixue, who excelled academically, possessed striking looks, and boasted an enviable figure. Even if Lan Yuyu were passably attractive, having only arrived at the school a day prior, how could she possibly be well acquainted with Yilin? After all, Yilin had pursued Ling Feixue for so many years. It was hardly likely he would easily shift his affections. Without a significant period for mutual understanding, who would readily develop feelings for an ordinary individual. As for why Yilin treated Lan Yuyu with such kindness, Wang Xiaoqing believed there was but one explanation. It was a deliberate ploy. She had encountered this tactic in novels before, deliberately being kind to another girl to incite jealousy in Ling Feixue, thus prompting a shift in her attitude. After all, Ling Feixue had become accustomed to Yi Lin's presence. Much like a person who has worn a watch for many years would feel disoriented if they suddenly stopped wearing it. Yi Lin's interest in Lan Yuyu could only stem from the fact that, in Qingyuan High School, everyone was well aware of Yi Lin's character. Who would willingly engage in such a charade? Only Lan Yuyu, the newly transferred student, was oblivious to Yi Lin's past, making her a mere pawn in his game. First, he would feign disinterest, then employ a tool to provoke Ling Feixue's anxiety. Yi Lin's message to Ling Feixue was clear: I am no longer pursuing you. I have a new admirer. If you do not accept me soon, you will truly lose me. Wang Xiaoqing was convinced that Yi Lin must have consulted a strategy guide to pursue Ling Feixue, or perhaps had an emotional master akin to herself advising him. Poor Lan Yuyu was destined to be the sacrificial victim in Yi Lin's pursuit of Ling Feixue. After all, Yi Lin had transformed into quite an attractive young man and was treating Lan Yuyu with exceptional kindness. It would be extraordinary if she did not fall for him. No, she must not allow Yi Lin to lead Lan Yuyu astray. Wang Xiaoqing resolved to use her righteous light to rescue Lan Yuyu from impending peril. When he Xiaowei produced snacks, the group in the dormitory held a grand welcoming ceremony for Lan Yuyu, with others unveiling their stashed treats to celebrate her arrival. Particularly, Gao Mingming's bed resembled a small shop. Lan Yuyu felt the warmth of her classmates. They were genuinely different from those at Shizhong. Not only did they not bully her, but they were also exceptionally kind. As everyone became more familiar, guided by Wang Xiaoqing, their conversation inevitably turned to Yi Lin, and they began recounting the misdeeds he had committed over the years. Each expressed their outrage, with the exception of Gao Mingming, who had never been wronged by Yi Lin and had had little interaction with him, only knowing him as the irredeemable scum of the class. Lan Yuyu felt a sudden twitch in her eyelids, astonished by Yi Lin's unexpected malice. Yet, she couldn't deny that Yi Lin had always treated her kindly. After her evening class, Ling Feixue returned home and eagerly unlocked her phone, her heart brimming with anticipation as she logged into her QQ account. The incessant notifications brought her immense joy. Surely, Yi Lin must have sent her at least 99 messages by now. Upon glancing at her screen, she discovered a plethora of messages. At least a dozen boys had reached out to greet her, yet Yi Lin had not sent a single word. This left Ling Feixue feeling utterly dejected, on the verge of tears. She had assumed that upon witnessing others presenting her with love letters, Yi Lin would hasten to seek her forgiveness. However, he had not sought her pardon at all. In fact, he hadn't even sent her a message. Typically, he would find excuses to chat with her every night. Perhaps he had not yet returned home, or maybe his phone was turned off. She consoled herself. Thus, she fixated on her phone, hoping fervently for a message from Yi Lin. As time passed, she unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Chapter 20. Almost frightened away in the quiet of night, Yi Lin returned home, contemplating ways to amass wealth. With an advantageous information gap at his disposal, he resolved to undertake a significant venture. Presently, two vast domains remained untapped. One was the delivery and ride-hailing sector, and Yilin aimed to establish a comprehensive platform that combined all three services. The second domain was short videos. However, both sectors would require the prevalence of smartphones to come to fruition, though several years awaited. It was prudent to prepare in advance by developing software that could at least function on computers. Otherwise, when the time arrived and industries burgeoned alongside the proliferation of smartphones, he would be unable to keep pace. The creation of software would undoubtedly demand substantial funds, and Yilin doubted that the few thousand coins saved in his piggy bank would suffice. What he needed now was to generate his initial capital, and the most feasible avenue, he concluded, was through milk tea. In this era, half the market was dominated by powdered milk tea, while the other half consisted of mediocre Hong Kong or Cantonese varieties. If he could concoct a milk tea that transcended the times, it would surely sell remarkably well. With this thought in mind, Yilin resolved to rent a milk tea shop across from the school the following day. He would also establish a company, facilitating future chain expansions and franchises while ensuring manageable operations. Additionally, creating a brand would bestow a competitive edge that would allow his products to stand out. For instance, if 10 cups of milk tea were presented, 9 being generic products and 1 from a branded shop, it was evident that consumers would gravitate towards the branded option. This exemplified the advantage of premium positioning. Even if others attempted to imitate him in the future, he would not need to worry, as they would merely be replicas. With the decision to open a milk tea shop solidified, Yilin began to jot down the ingredients from memory. As the night wore on, diligent efforts bore fruit, yielding an array of products: lemon water, lemon green tea, jasmine green tea, along with the sweet and tangy lemon candies and baked milk. Of course, Yilin had merely devised the recipes. The actual flavors of the products would only be revealed upon their creation. With the tasks nearly complete and only a few hours left before school, Yilin hurriedly retired for the night. The following day, upon arriving at school, Yilin noticed that Lan Yuyu had completely ignored him during 2 consecutive classes, seemingly intent on maintaining her distance. What could be the reason for this? Yilin found himself perplexed, as he believed he had not offended her in any way. Could it be due to a visiting relative? Little Sprout? Yilin yearned to clarify the situation. What's wrong? Yilin suddenly inquired, startling Lan Yuyu. The previous night, several girls in the dormitory had depicted Yilin as a devilish figure, engaging in various nefarious deeds, and now she viewed him with a hint of trepidation. Why do I feel you are deliberately distancing yourself from me? Yilin directly questioned. No, that's not the case at all, Lan Yuyu hurriedly denied, anxious not to provoke his ire, for fear that he might subject her to unsavory meals made from stinky socks in the future. Has someone been speaking ill of me? Observing her flustered and frightened demeanor, Yilin surmised that someone must have informed Lan Yuyu of his past indiscretions. Anyone capable of instilling fear in a timid girl must be well aware of his misdeeds. Lan Yuyu initially nodded, but then quickly shook her head, exclaiming, No, Yilin, no one has spoken badly of you. Yilin, witnessing her nod, felt exasperated, wondering who had been so indiscreet. The rapport he had painstakingly built with Lan Yuyu seemed to evaporate overnight. In the gentlest tone, he asked, Little Sprout, they must have said I was quite the rogue in the past, right? Lan Yuyu remained silent. Her silence was an acquiescence, prompting Yilin to continue. I know I was not kind to my classmates in the past, but they were hardly kind to me either, refusing to help me with my studies and relegating me to the bottom of the class. Without Fatty, I would have had no friends at all. Upon hearing this, Lan Yuyu empathized deeply. She too had faced isolation at her previous school, often becoming the target of bullying for others' amusement. In that moment, she felt a wave of compassion for Yilin. Yilin, you're not a bad person. I can feel it. You treat me well. And if you were truly wicked, you wouldn't be so kind to me. She quickly offered words of comfort, fearing he might become upset. Really? Yilin appeared on the verge of tears, touched by her words. Indeed, the books say everyone makes mistakes. As long as one acknowledges their faults and seeks to amend them, they are a good person, Lan Yuyu earnestly reassured him. Gazing at her endearing expression, Yilin struggled to suppress a smile. Little Bean Sprout, I have come to realize my mistakes. Yesterday, I publicly apologized to my classmates, and as a form of penance, I have committed myself to maintaining the class's cleanliness for a month. I have truly reformed, and you must believe me. Yilin appeared like a wronged little darling. Lan Yu replied earnestly, I believe you. Thank you, little bean sprout. From now on, you shall be my closest friend. Yilin nearly succumbed to the urge to pronounce the word girl. Yilin, did you soak the food you gave me yesterday in a stinky sock? Last night, several people in the dormitory had been incessantly feeding Lan Yu the notion that Yilin liked to soak food in smelly socks before offering it to others, which thoroughly frightened her. Yilin was taken aback. What kind of grudge was this? How could they tell Lan Yu such awful things about him? If he could catch that person, he would genuinely wish to stuff a stinky sock into their mouth. Yilin clarified, little bean sprout, don't listen to their nonsense. We shared the meal last night. I certainly wouldn't eat food soaked in stinky socks myself. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu realized that Yilin could never possibly use such food for himself, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Yilin continued to explain, actually, I did not use stinky socks to soak the stinky tofu I served them. What they ate was indeed genuine stinky tofu. It was simply that they treated me poorly, and Fatty and I intentionally claimed in front of Lung Yanxiu that the stinky tofu was soaked in stinky socks, merely to disgust them a little. If it had really been soaked in stinky socks, they would have been hospitalized by now. Indeed, Yilin was not foolish. He could not afford to be responsible for anyone's demise by serving them food soaked in stinky socks. He merely found them displeasing and bought several portions of stinky tofu for them to consume, subsequently claiming in front of Lung Yanxiu that it was soaked in stinky socks. Otherwise, how could Lung Yanxiu have fortuitously overheard this? Everything was part of Yilin's cunning plan. Yilin, why didn't you explain to them? Then they could have forgiven you, Lan Yu suggested. Little bean sprout, when others harbor prejudices against you, all explanations are futile. When we return to the dormitory, I will help clarify things for you. I cannot let them misunderstand you. Fearing that Lan Yu would be bullied for speaking up on his behalf, Yilin hastily advised her, little bean sprout, there's no need to explain for me. Just believing in me is sufficient. Whether they believe it or not is of no consequence to me, as I do not mind their opinions. Is believing enough? Lan Yu pondered deeply. Noticing her lost in thought, Yilin further explained, little bean sprout, because we are friends. They are not my friends. So whether they believe them or not matters little to me. If you tell them, they will see you as my friend, and an enemy's friend is also an enemy. Then they might bully you. I understand now, Yilin. I won't say anything to them, Lan Yu replied, her words contradicting her heart. After several classes of gentle coaxing from Yilin, the tension between them finally dissipated, and Lan Yu's fear of Yilin faded away. At noon after school, Yilin skipped lunch and immediately left the school with Huangbai. Originally, Yilin intended to invite Lan Yu to dinner. However, the elegant Qiu had already taken her, so he thought it best to forego the meal altogether, considering it an opportunity to assist his hefty friend in shedding some pounds. Chapter 21. Brother Lin. Are you serious? You intend to open a shop? Upon sharing his entrepreneurial aspirations with Huangbai, Yilin was met with incredulity. Is this truly a venture befitting a high school student? It's merely a shop. Why the fuss? Are we not brothers? Huangbai felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would never have accompanied Yilin. Brother Lin, I only have 2,000 left, and that's after years of frugality. Don't worry. I will repay you. Are you truly not considering investing in my milk tea shop? Yilin pressed once more. Huangbai shook his head, incredulous at the notion of risking his precious savings. Lending it out was one thing, but investing in Yilin's venture, with the potential for loss, was an entirely different matter. Besides, should his parents discover this, he could forget about receiving any New Year's money in the future. Primarily, he doubted that a high school student could manage such an endeavor, especially while still pursuing his studies. The milk tea shop near the school had already changed hands due to poor business. As a good brother, Huangbai felt compelled to assist Yilin financially without hesitation. However, since Huangbai was unwilling, Yilin had to concede. It was not reasonable to assure him that his milk tea shop would undoubtedly flourish. The unpredictable nature of fate left even Yilin uncertain of his prospects. Before long, the two arrived at a shop across from the school gate. This establishment specialized in powdered milk tea, yet it was languishing in dismal sales, with scarcely a customer in sight. A sign in front read, Shop for Lease. Yilin and Huangbai approached the counter, where a woman in her 30s greeted them warmly. What would you like to drink, handsome gentleman? Boss, we are not here for milk tea, Yilin replied. The woman, Qin Hui, appeared puzzled. If one enters a milk tea shop, what else could they possibly want? Do you have business with me? Boss, I understand your shop is for lease. Qin Hui was taken aback. She had not anticipated that a student would be inquiring about the lease. Yes, are you interested in renting it? Indeed. You're just a student. What would you lease it for? Qin Hui questioned, perplexed as to why a high school student would not focus on their studies. To run a business, of course. What else would it be for? Huang Bai interjected, baffled by the owner's line of questioning. Much like how he would ask her about her profession while purchasing milk tea. Wasn't he that absurd? Qin Hui chuckled. I'm in to ask what kind of business you plan to establish. I can show you what items in this shop might be of use to you. And if they are, I can sell them to you at a lower price. Yilin glanced around. Indeed, there were several items he could utilize, such as the ice machine, tea barrels, refrigerator, and various cups. All were indeed beneficial. However, I currently lack sufficient funds. Merely securing a shop and refurbishing it would be a commendable feat, Yilin awkwardly responded. I aspire to open a bubble tea shop. These items are indeed necessary. But I simply do not possess the requisite capital at this moment. You wish to open a bubble tea shop? Qin Hui exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. She struggled to sustain her own bubble tea business, and yet this young man intended to embark on the same venture? Indeed, if possible, you could extend credit for these appliances. Once I earn some money, I will repay you, he proposed. Qin Hui contemplated Yilin's words, recognizing the naivete of youth. How could one presume profitability before even opening a shop? Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, it sufficed that he could take over this troublesome situation. Yet, as a mere student, could his words truly hold weight? She harbored doubts. What if, after all negotiations were settled, his parents intervened, claiming he was merely a child? It could lead to a futile endeavor. Thus, she inquired, are your parents aware of your intentions? Yilin, perceptive of the shop owner's concerns, replied, I am using my own savings to venture into this business. No one will trouble you regarding this, so rest assured. Moreover, I am of age and can take responsibility for my actions. Qin Hui found some merit in Yilin's reasoning. Once the contract was signed, it would be binding. This shop spans 30 square meters. Typically, it is rented on an annual basis, payable quarterly, but considering you are a student, I will allow you to rent it for 1 month initially. The rent is 1,000 yuan per month, with a deposit paid up front. This way, should your business falter, you can mitigate your losses promptly. While Qin Hui's words were considerate of Yilin's situation, she was also safeguarding her own interests. Should Yilin falter, the shop could be swiftly transferred. If he succeeded, it would facilitate her involvement, allowing for a potential increase in rent, or, if he could not bear the costs, she might reclaim the business. Thank you very much, Yilin expressed, genuinely appreciative, as he perceived Qin Hui to be quite amiable. He truly lacked the funds for quarterly payments. Qin Hui continued, if you cannot afford the equipment, you may provide me with a deposit of 2,000 yuan, and settle the remainder when you are financially capable. Agreed, Yilin replied, elated by the proposition. Qin Hui concluded, thus, for this month, you will owe me a total of 4,000 yuan, payable in one lump sum. Is there any issue with that? No problem, he affirmed. Yilin had already inquired about the average rent for shops on this street, and found this amount to be reasonable. In truth, there was room for negotiation on the rent, yet, given the care she had shown him, he opted to forego haggling. 4,000 yuan not only secured the shop, but also provided him with a plethora of equipment, a far more economical arrangement than he had anticipated. After signing the contract, Yilin counted out the 4,000 yuan and handed it to Qin Hui. He realized that he was relinquishing nearly all of his savings accumulated over the years. Had it not been for Huang Bai lending him 2,000, Yilin might not have been able to afford any renovations at all. In reality, he had no grand plans for refurbishments. He merely intended to change the shop sign and perhaps apply some wallpaper. After signing the contract, Qin Hui observed that Yilin was merely a student and could not possibly manage the store alone while pursuing his studies. With her own shop now leased out and no employment to speak of, she felt a strong desire to witness how this young man would operate a milk tea shop. After all, it was due to her inability to sustain her own milk tea business that she had rented out the premises. And now someone was taking over her shop to continue in the same venture. Wasn't he that a direct challenge to her? Thus, she inquired, young boss, are you hiring? Yilin had indeed contemplated this matter. Initially, he had intended to recruit attractive young women as staff, believing that good looks could significantly enhance the shop's appeal. Noticing Yilin's silence, Qin Hui continued, I have experience in the milk tea business. If you're hiring, I would be willing to work for you. After some reflection, Yilin considered her proposal and decided it was viable. Very well, The base salary is $1,500, with commissions based on performance. The first month will be a probation period, and you will receive only 80% of the pay. If you can accept that, we can proceed. Qin Hui did not decline. Yi Lin, eager to know her name, asked, Sister, what is your name? Young boss, my name is Qin Hui. Then I shall call you Sister Qin from now on. Please just call me Yi Lin. After this exchange, Yi Lin instructed Qin Hui to remove all unnecessary items from the shop, including the myriad colorful milk tea powders. The following day, Yi Lin completed the registration of his company, which he named UT Beverage Company, Limited. The primary purpose of establishing the company was to safeguard against theft. With the product name secured, anyone who dared to infringe would face legal consequences, and the compensation from lawsuits could prove far more lucrative than running a shop. By the afternoon of the second day, the signboard for the newly rented shop was adorned with the name UT. On the third day, UT's inaugural product, lemon fruit, was unveiled. However, Yi Lin was not in a hurry to sell. He first meticulously taught Qin Hui how to prepare the drink, confirm suppliers, and customized cups. After sampling the freshly made lemon fruit, Qin Hui was taken aback by its delightful balance of tangy sweetness and refreshing chill, with bursts of fruit pulp, truly exquisite. This young man certainly possessed some talent. As the weekend approached, UT was finally poised for its grand opening. Banners and flowers had adorned the storefront for several days, enveloping the shop in an air of mystery. Chapter 22. Weekend tutoring on Saturday, the day of UT's opening, with only 2 hours remaining. Yi Lin and Qin Hui arrived at the shop at 6 in the morning to prepare fruit. They filled 6 tea barrels with the pre-prepared tea, which would only require the addition of purified water at the time of sale. With all preparations in place, Yi Lin crafted 2 cups himself before heading off to school. Why would he go to school on the weekend? Simply because he had arranged for Lan Yuyu to help him catch up on his studies, deeming the shop's opening less significant in comparison. Although Yi Lin had been preoccupied with his business throughout the week, he had not neglected the time spent charming Lan Yuyu at school. After Yi Lin departed, Qin Hui gazed at the several large platters of diced fruit, letting out a long sigh. Could she truly sell all of this? Her doubts could not linger for long. As the clock struck 8, opening time arrived, and Qin Hui promptly unlocked the door, surprised to find a considerable line of people stretching outside. This was all thanks to Yi Lin's promotional efforts over the past few days, distributing 100 half-price coupons daily. The original price of the lemon fruit, which was 8 yuan, could now be purchased for just 4 yuan with a coupon. Lemonade was offered at 1 yuan per cup, and jasmine green tea at 2 yuan per cup, both with a buy one get one free deal. As Qin Hui collected payments and prepared fruit teas, her hands were nearly ablaze with activity. She had initially believed that her shop's feng shui was poor, leading to a lack of customers. Now she realized that it was her management that was lacking. Yi Lin, carrying 2 buckets of lemon fruit, arrived at the foot of Shangmei Building, guessing that Lan Yuyu had yet to awaken. In this era, few students possessed mobile phones, making it impossible to contact Lan Yuyu, so Yi Lin waited. A handsome young man standing beneath the girls' dormitory was indeed a striking sight. After all, in front of a girls' dorm, any male presence would attract attention, especially one as obviously handsome as Yi Lin. Gradually, more and more girls began to notice Yi Lin's presence. Word spread quickly, and some even shook their still sleeping roommates awake to catch a glimpse of the handsome boy. Before long, the corridor outside Shangmei Building was filled with girls. That boy downstairs is so handsome. Isn't that the lemon fruit being promoted at the school gate? They exclaimed. It's finally open. Hurry, I have a coupon for half price. Let us go buy some. Just look at him, so charming and considerate. Which girl is lucky enough to have him? He brings the drinks right to us. I want a boyfriend like that. Handsome, do you have a girlfriend? Can we exchange QQ numbers? I want to have your babies. Girls on the upper floors expressed their sentiments, some with admiration and others with flirtation. Those who felt they possessed some beauty rushed downstairs, eager to request QQ numbers. Yi Lin politely declined each one. A group of girls from the first floor heard the commotion and came out, only to discover it was Yi Lin. Grumbling as they returned to their dormitory, Wang Xiaoqing, with a look of disdain, remarked to He Xiaowei, if only these girls knew he was Yi Lin, they wouldn't be so crazy. He Xiaowei responded distractedly, yes, Xiaoqing, you're absolutely right. Noticing He Xiaowei's absent-mindedness, Wang Xiaoqing chose not to pry further and retreated to her bed to read a romance novel. He Xiaowei sat on her bed in a daze, contemplating Yi Lin, who was undeniably handsome. Who would he bring that fruit tea to? She felt a pang of envy. Meanwhile, within the dormitory, Lan Yuyu was roused from her slumber by the ruckus outside. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she suddenly remembered. She was supposed to tutor Yilin today. She was late. 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 Lan Yuyu hurriedly rushed to freshen up, then swiftly donned her clothes. He Xiaowei, noticing Lan Yuyu's flustered appearance, snapped back to reality and inquired, Yuyu, where are you off to in such a hurry? While putting on her shoes, Lan Yuyu replied, I promised Yilin I would tutor him today, and I overslept. He must have been waiting for quite a while. With that, she dashed out the door and hurried down the stairs. He Xiaowei stood in a daze. Could it be that Yilin was indeed waiting for Lan Yuyu? Was the fruit tea he held in his hand meant for her? He Xiaowei quickly stepped outside and leaned over the balcony to observe. Upon spotting Lan Yuyu, Yilin waved, calling out, Little Sprout, over here. Oh, Yilin, I'm coming. Lan Yuyu gasped as she reached his side. Noticing the toothpaste foam lingering at the corner of her mouth and her clothes on inside out, Yilin couldn't help but chuckle. He reached out to wipe away the foam from her lips. The moment his fingers brushed against Lan Yuyu's face, she felt a jolt, standing frozen in place. Yilin gently patted her head and teased, Why the rush? Your clothes are on inside out. Huh, they are? Lan Yuyu looked down to find her school uniform worn backward, her face turning as red as a tomato in embarrassment. At that moment, the girls who had been cast aside by Yilin looked on with envy and jealousy. How unfortunate that such a handsome brother already had a girlfriend. They had just witnessed such a sweet moment. How they wished for a charming boy to treat them likewise. If only they had such a boyfriend. They would leave toothpaste foam on their faces every morning for him to wipe away. Little Sprout, let us get your uniform sorted, Yilin said, mindful of the crowd. Huh, take off my clothes. Here? Lan Yuyu was incredulous at the thought of undressing in public. Just your outer jacket, it's no big deal. Embarrassed, but reassured by Yilin's words, Lan Yuyu shyly slipped off her jacket. Yilin placed the lemon he was holding on the ground and swiftly took her jacket from her. Yilin, I can manage, she protested, feeling self-conscious under the gaze of so many onlookers. In an instant, Yilin had it turned right side out and offered to help her put it back on, saying, Little Sprout, wear it. Yilin, I'll do it myself, Lan Yuyu insisted, taking the jacket back to put it on herself. I can handle it. He Xiaowei, witnessing this, snorted sarcastically and retreated to the dormitory, while the remaining girls, having had their fill of sweet moments, left in a huff, their hearts heavy with frustration. Witnessing such sugary scenes was almost enough to induce diabetes. Soon, Yilin and Lan Yuyu arrived at the classroom. Being early morning, the classroom was empty. After grabbing their textbooks, Yilin led Lan Yuyu out, knowing that just because it was empty now didn't mean it would remain so later. Yilin was unwilling to let anyone disrupt the sanctity of his world with Lan Yuyu. He took her to the library, where the study room was unlocked, offering a relatively tranquil environment compared to the classrooms. Upon entering the study room, Yilin pushed the door open, allowing Lan Yuyu to step inside. As soon as she entered, she was greeted by the sight of a boy and a girl with their faces almost touching. Stunned, she innocently remarked, Classmates, you shouldn't kiss, or you'll have little babies. Yilin, entering shortly after, was taken aback by her words. Typically, one would discreetly retreat upon witnessing such a scene. Yet she boldly announced it aloud. Of course, Lan Yuyu was not at fault. Whenever she and her brother watched television at home and encountered similar scenarios, their parents would warn them that kissing could lead to babies, which they believed wholeheartedly. In truth, such knowledge was covered in middle school. But since it was never on the exams, biology teachers often skipped over it, leaving students to discover it on their own. Discussing such matters was, after all, rather awkward. Consequently, Lan Yuyu, having never been formally educated on the subject, held only a vague understanding. The two students engaged in mischief within the study room. Startled by Lan Yuyu's declaration, fled in haste. Yilin, what happened to them? Why are they in such a rush? Is something wrong? Lan Yuyu asked, her expression one of innocence. Yilin, feeling embarrassed and uncertain of how to respond, finally managed. They urgently needed to use the restroom. Oh, I see. But if they were just kissing here, wouldn't they be afraid of having a baby? They're still studying, after all, Lan Yuyu pondered, confused by their apparent lack of fear. She recalled a time when her brother was kissed by their dog, Da Huang, and a month later, Da Huang had given birth to a litter of pups, which had been rather alarming. You're getting older, and this is knowledge you should understand. It wouldn't be good to be misled in the future, Yilin explained. Little Sprout, kissing doesn't lead to babies. Really? Then how do babies come to be? Lan Yuyu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Yilin, unsure of how to address the question, replied, I'll tell you later, you'll understand in time. All right, Yilin. You must promise to tell me later. Pinky swear. Lan Yuyu extended her hand. After sealing their promise, Yilin gestured toward a corner, saying, Little Sprout. Let us sit over there. Hom. Just as they settled down, Ling Feishue, Zhao Rongrong, and several classmates from Class 5 arrived in the study room. Upon seeing Yilin, Ling Feishue felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. A few nights earlier, she had waited until she fell asleep without receiving any messages from him, which led to her waking up in a fury the next morning, even smashing her beloved cup in frustration. It was all Yilin's fault. Now, witnessing him carrying 2 cups of fruit tea, she swore that even if he offered one to her, she could never forgive this scoundrel. Chapter 23. If you want a drink, go buy it yourself. Ling Feishue approached Yilin, contemplating that he would surely say, Feishue, I bought you fruit tea. Please forgive me. I have realized my mistakes these past few days. Life without you has been utterly lonely. However, the beauty of imagination starkly contrasts with the harshness of reality. Yilin appeared oblivious to Ling Feishue, handing the lemon fruit he held to Lan Yuyu, saying, Little bean sprout, this is for you. Drink it, it's quite delightful. Is it for me? Lan Yuyu's eyes sparkled, seemingly in disbelief. I made this especially for you. Yilin added. Upon hearing this, Lan Yuyu felt a surge of happiness. It was endearing that Yilin had personally prepared a drink for her. Ling Feishue, overhearing this, was seething with rage. Why did Yilin persistently provoke her these past few days? Unable to contain her anger, she exclaimed, Yilin, why did you give the fruit tea meant for me to this unattractive girl? Only then did Yilin notice Ling Feishue, standing nearby. What an unfortunate encounter. Their intimate world was disrupted, and Yilin felt nothing but vexation. Upon hearing Ling Feishue's words and seeing her exquisite face, Lan Yuyu felt a twinge of inferiority. So, the fruit tea Yilin prepared was intended for this enchanting sister. She felt a pang of sadness, although it was meant for someone else. Why did Yilin claim it was for her? As Lan Yuyu contemplated handing the lemon fruit to Ling Feishue, she raised her hand to offer it, only for it to be seized by Yilin. Startled, she turned to find it was him. Though Ling Feishue was beautiful in Yilin's eyes, she could not compare to Lan Yuyu. Irritated, he retorted, Who is unattractive? Little bean sprout is far more beautiful than you. And who said this fruit tea was for you? How presumptuous. If you want a drink, go buy it yourself from the shop across the school. Come on. Little bean sprout, let's go. With that, Yilin took Lan Yuyu and departed. Yilin, you scoundrel. I know you are deliberately provoking me. I will not forgive you. Who cares for your fruit tea? Don't think I am unaware of your little tricks. I can buy it myself. Ling Feishue seethed internally. Zhao Rongrong had already informed her that Yilin was being close to this ugly duckling simply to make her anxious. I am not anxious. I will not forgive that scoundrel, Ling Feishue resolutely declared in her heart. Feishue, that rascal Yilin is aware we come here to study on weekends. He deliberately brought that ugly duckling here to act and irritate you, Zhao Rongrong analyzed for her best friend. I know, he certainly enjoys his theatrics. I will not forgive him, playing such childish tricks. Does he really think I would be jealous? How amusing, Ling Feishue snapped angrily. A boy accompanying them, Rin Xinghong, the study committee member from Class 5, chimed in with a fawning expression. Feishue, I know that fruit tea Yilin has is called lemon fruit. It's sold at the new milk tea shop across the school. I heard it's quite delicious. There was a long queue when we entered. The individuals outside were queuing solely to purchase this lemon drink. Zhao Rongrong was somewhat astonished. Was it truly necessary to form such an extensive line for a mere beverage? I've heard it's quite delightful. Why don't we also indulge in a cup? Suggested Rin Xinghong. Let us go buy a cup then, replied Ling Feishue. All right. I shall treat you both. Rin Xinghong felt a surge of happiness at the opportunity to be gracious. Meanwhile, Ling Feishue pondered. If Si Yelin won't buy it for me, there are plenty of others willing to. Having made their decision, the trio ventured beyond the school gate to procure some fruit tea. Naturally, the task of obtaining the lemon drink fell to Rin Xinghong, while Ling Feishue and Zhao Rongrong engaged in conversation nearby. After nearly half an hour of waiting, it was finally Rin Xinghong's turn. He ordered 3 cups of the lemon drink. Hey handsome, 3 cups of lemon drink total 24 yuan, Qinhui informed him. 24 yuan? That cannot be right. Rin Xinghong exclaimed with indignation. Madam, your calculations are erroneous. A cup costs 4 yuan. Thus 3 cups amount to 12 yuan. I am ordering 3, not 6. Having worked tirelessly throughout the morning, Qin Hui was already somewhat irritable. With the unexpected rush of business, she had not had a moment's respite. Her boss, who had left her to handle the influx alone, had even suggested earlier to go buy 2 cups of lemon drink to impress girls. Hearing Ren Xinghong's protest felt like a release for her pent-up frustration, and she retorted sharply, "Who told you a cup costs 4 yuan? Can you not read the clearly posted prices? It's 8 yuan per cup." Ren Xinghong glanced at the price list and indeed saw that it stated 8 yuan per cup. Perplexed, he queried, "Then why are they paying 4 yuan per cup?" It was not that Ren Xinghong was being difficult. The crux of the matter was that he hadn't brought enough money today. Only 20 yuan. They possess half-price coupons. Just a few days ago, we distributed 100 half-price coupons in one day. If you have a coupon, it's half price. If not, you pay full price. Qin Hui replied curtly. Seeing Ren Xinghong hesitating and delaying, those in line behind him grew impatient, voicing their frustrations. "Hey, are you buying or not? If not, let us proceed. Don't waste our time." "Exactly. If you're not buying, step aside. You're just wasting space if you can't afford it." Scram. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ren Xinghong called out to Ling Feishua, who was standing a distance away. "Feishua, could you come here for a moment?" Ling Feishua approached, her legs numb from standing, and impatiently asked, "Why is it taking so long? Have you not purchased yet?" Ren Xinghong fidgeted and replied, "I'll be buying shortly, but, Feishua, I didn't bring enough money today. Could you lend me some?" Before he could finish, Ling Feishua took out a 100 yuan bill and handed it to Qin Hui at the register, saying, "Sister, 2 cups of lemon drink. He will pay for his own." Suppressing a laugh, Qin Hui proceeded to give Ling Feishua her change. Ren Xinghong felt exceedingly awkward as he had to cover his own drink. Ling Feishua's actions incited a sense of anger in him. It was already embarrassing not to have enough money, and now this woman was adding to his humiliation. Nonetheless, despite his irritation, he dared not display it before Ling Feishua. How shameful it was to be out with a girl without sufficient funds. How embarrassing to be short on money yet maintain such a temper. "Little sister, come play with us. I'll treat you to a drink." Indeed, a group of affluent young men, have plenty of money. A few non-mainstream boys directed their scornful jests at Ren Xinghong while simultaneously attempting to flirt with Ling Feishua, who truly stood out. "Mind your language," Zhao Rongrong admonished, anger flaring as she witnessed their harassment of Ling Feishua. A brash young man with a wild hairstyle stepped forward. Smirking, "What is wrong with our words? We haven't cursed or insulted anyone. We're sincerely inviting her to join us. What is the issue?" As he spoke, he advanced menacingly toward Zhao Rongrong, who, frightened, took a step back. Ling Feishua glared at Ren Xinghong, exclaiming, "Ren Xinghong, while Rongrong is being bullied, you remain utterly passive?" At that moment, 3 cups of lemonade were just prepared and placed on the bar counter. Ren Xinghong quickly grabbed the drinks and hurriedly ushered the 2 girls into the school. Once inside, he sighed in relief, contemplating how Zhao Rongrong, despite her naivety, could engage with such ruffians. Thankfully, his quick wit had allowed them to escape. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Ling Feishua looked down upon Ren Xinghong's actions. In that very situation, Yi Lin would have confronted that young man immediately. Even if Yi Lin lacked money, he would rather forego a drink than fail to buy one for himself. But Ren Xinghong, not only devoid of funds but also cowardly, was far from being a man. As they walked back to the library, they spotted Yi Lin and Lan Yu seated by the roadside. Yi Lin held a book in one hand and fed Lan Yu lemon fruit with the other, with her cheeks puffed full of fruit. One hand pointed at knowledge points in Yi Lin's book while the other held a pen, marking key details for him. The 2 sat closely on a bench, their intimacy palpable. Of course, Lan Yu remained oblivious to the implications, wholly focused on elucidating the concepts to Yi Lin. Ling Feishua, already simmering with frustration from the earlier encounter, felt her anger escalate upon witnessing such an intimate scene. Zhao Rongrong, noticing Ling Feishua's change in demeanor, quickly pulled her away. "Feishua, let us go. He is doing this on purpose to provoke you. If you get angry and confront him, you'll be falling right into his trap." Taking Zhao Rongrong's words to heart, Ling Feishua followed her away, still brimming with indignation. Ren Xinghong, watching Yi Lin beneath the tree, seethed with disdain. How could Ling Feishua be angry for this fool? What right did he have? A mere academic underachiever, what use was studying to him? No matter how hard he tried, he could never surpass Ren Xinghong. This academic failure, this worthless person, dared to pursue Ling Feishua? After being rejected countless times, Did he still have the audacity to dream? With his superior academic prowess, what could Yi Lin possibly contend with? Rin Xinghong silently vowed to himself, filled with scornful thoughts. Then, like a loyal hound, he trailed behind the two girls. Meanwhile, Yi Lin remained oblivious to their presence, intently listening to Lan Yuyu's explanations. Although Yi Lin comprehended all these concepts thoroughly, listening to Lan Yuyu's explanations was truly a delight. Even the rare moments spent in her company would invariably ignite a surge of hormones within him. Lan Yuyu realized that Yi Lin was exceptionally intelligent. No matter how challenging the material, he grasped it effortlessly upon her instruction. She found it perplexing that despite his brilliance, he consistently ranked at the bottom of his class. This was utterly baffling. After an hour of study, during a brief respite, Yi Lin sent a text message to Yi Aigua, informing him that he would not be returning home for lunch due to tutoring at school, and requested him to bring 2 portions of food. Upon receiving the message, Yi Aigua immediately set off to purchase groceries. He had conversed with Li Jianya, who mentioned that Mu Qingyun's daughter frequently ranked first in the entire school. It was likely she was assisting Yi Lin with his studies. Otherwise, how could his foolish son possibly ask him to bring 2 meals? This boy was clearly enamored with that girl, regardless of whether his son's infatuation would lead to an unrequited pursuit. The fact remained that she was genuinely helping him with his studies. Thus, it was only fitting that he showed gratitude to this young lady. Yi Aigua resolved to prepare a couple of his signature dishes, believing that sometimes, winning a woman's heart could begin with winning her stomach. With a talented cook as a father, perhaps Ling Feishue would be inclined to marry into their family. If I couldn't marry you, then let my son marry your daughter. That would surely vex you, he mused with a smile. After a morning of culinary endeavors, he finally prepared 2 delightful lunch boxes. Once completed, he hurried to the school to deliver the food. Their home was not far from the school, within 10 minutes of walking. Yi Aigua arrived at the school gate and called Yi Lin. Upon answering, Yi Lin learned that his father had brought the meal and said to Lan Yuyu, "Little bean sprout, wait here for me. I'll be right back." "All right, I'll stay here and wait for you," Lan Yuyu replied obediently. Yi Lin dashed to the entrance. Spotting his son approaching, Yi Aigua craned his neck, eagerly scanning behind Yi Lin, yet seeing nothing, he felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to catch a glimpse of Ling Feishue to see if she was as beautiful as her mother, Mu Qingyun. "What are you looking at?" Yi Lin inquired, noticing his father's distraction. "You asked me to bring 2 meals. Shouldn't I see who the other one is for?" Yi Aigua responded candidly. "Who else but Huangbai?" Yi Lin answered nonchalantly. Hearing this, Yi Aigua thought, "You rascal, hiding things from me. Don't think for a moment that your father is oblivious to your infatuation." He feigned ignorance, responding, "Oh, is that so?" Unaware of his father's complex thoughts, Yi Lin urged, "Dad, you should head home now. I need to go back to studying." After saying this, he rushed back into the school, leaving Yi Aigua watching him depart. Once out of sight, Yi Lin opened the lunchbox. He was eager to discover what his frugal father had prepared, determined to offer the most delectable portion to Lan Yuyu. Upon opening the containers, he realized both meals were identical: braised pork ribs, sweet and sour tenderloin, half a boiled egg, and some vegetables. Arriving beneath the tree, he found Lan Yuyu seated on a bench, engrossed in her book. "Little Sprout, I'm back," Yi Lin announced as he settled down with the 2 boxes of food. "Yi Lin, you've returned. Let us continue," she replied, though a hint of hunger and fatigue lingered in her voice. Nevertheless, Lan Yuyu was resolute, eager to impart more knowledge to Yi Lin. "Little Sprout, I'm quite fatigued and cannot absorb any more information. Shall we conclude our studies for today and resume tomorrow?" Yi Lin noticed the weariness etched on Lan Yuyu's face. Despite her exhaustion, she still wished to continue tutoring him. What a remarkable girl she was. His heart ached for her. "Are we not studying anymore? Then what shall we do next, Yi Lin?" Lan Yuyu had no other plans, having devoted her entire day to assisting him when he had offered to help her study over the weekend. "Little Sprout, I shall do nothing further. I need to return home to rest, and you ought to return to your dormitory as well." I understand." Lan Yuyu began to gather her belongings. "Little Sprout, this is for you, your lunch from earlier." Once she had finished packing, Yi Lin extended a food container towards her. Lan Yuyu was aware that Yi Lin's meals were always delectable, which signified they were quite costly, having already indulged in them 4 or 5 times that week. She was reluctant to accept. "Yi Lin, I can manage my own lunch." That same refusal echoed from her lips. It had become a familiar refrain each time he brought her food. Yet Yi Lin knew how to persuade her. This girl despised wastefulness. If you do not wish to eat it, then so be it. I shall have to discard it, lest my father scold me. What? It cannot be thrown away. Yilin, we must not waste food. Those who cultivate the land toil hard. The thought of her mother laboring under the scorching sun made Lan Yu intolerant of even the slightest waste. She felt a pang of regret whenever she witnessed uneaten food being discarded in the cafeteria, as those leftovers could nourish the pigs, the dogs, and the chickens back home. It cannot be discarded? Then, little sprout, could you do me the favor of eating it? Yilin pleaded earnestly. All right, then I shall buy it from you. Lan Yu was reluctant to owe anyone. No need to purchase it. You have already devoted your morning to tutoring me. It is only right that I treat you to a meal. If you insist on this, then I shall no longer seek your help with my studies. Originally, it was Yilin who sought her assistance, yet now tutoring had become a pretext to bind Lan Yu to him. What? You cannot neglect your studies. For this last time, I shall eat it, Yilin. Next time, have your father bring you a portion instead. Lan Yu instructed earnestly. Very well, little sprout. I shall certainly inform him, Yilin responded with equal seriousness. After Lan Yu finished her meal, Yilin escorted her back to the dormitory. At this moment, in dormitory 202 of Shangmei Building, for individuals awaited Lan Yu's return, including Gao Mengmeng, who had hurried back to join in the gossip, bringing along 5 cups of lemon drinks. Chapter 25. Do not be deceived by him. As the morning unfolded, after Lan Yu left with Yilin, he Xiaowei, with a hint of sarcasm, returned to the dormitory, her expression one of astonishment as she addressed Wang Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, I've uncovered an astonishing scoop, and it involves someone from our dormitory. Wang Xiaoqing, engrossed in her novel, turned with curiosity upon hearing this. What scoop? Can you guess who it is among us? He Xiaowei intentionally built suspense. Gao Mingming. No, her straightforward nature wouldn't lead to any gossip. Wu Jiao? A sleepy girl from the bed murmured. Is it morning already? Were you calling me? He Xiaowei ignored Wu Jia. Not her either. Wang Xiaoqing deduced that the scoop couldn't possibly be about He Xiaowei herself, as one would not gossip about their own affairs, nor could it be her, for otherwise He Xiaowei would not have sought her out for gossip. That left only one person in the dormitory, Lan Yu. He Xiaowei nodded enthusiastically. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoqing's interest peaked. What scoop? With the excitement of a great discovery, He Xiaowei exclaimed. Let me tell you, Lan Yu is dating Yilin. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Xiaoqing dismissed the idea. Impossible. That is simply not feasible. Why is it impossible? Do you know who Yilin was waiting for downstairs just now? Are you implying he was waiting for Lan Yu? Yes. He was actually waiting downstairs for Lan Yu, and he brought 2 cups of fruit tea. Who else would go to such lengths early in the morning, if not a romantic partner? You don't understand, Wang Xiaoqing interjected, aware that Yilin was manipulating Lan Yu. What do you mean? He Xiaowei inquired, intrigued by Wang Xiaoqing's enigmatic demeanor. Wang Xiaoqing revealed, you must promise not to spread this around. He Xiaowei raised her hand, swearing to the heavens. You know whom Yilin has always liked, right? Lin Feishue, of course. That guy has been crazy about her since he entered high school, constantly confessing his feelings. But strangely, he seems to have stopped looking for Lin Feishue lately, spending all his time with Lan Yu in the classroom. Have you noticed the issue at hand? Can someone who has liked another for so long simply give up in a day? It seems unlikely, He Xiaowei pondered. Yilin transformed completely on the first day Lan Yu arrived, becoming a model student. One might think he changed because of her, but in reality, his transformation was part of a calculated plan to pursue Lin Feishue. A plan? He Xiaowei was astonished, wondering if pursuing someone required such strategy. Indeed, he first improves his image to present himself favorably to Lin Feishue, then creates the illusion of dating Lan Yu, all to capture Lin Feishue's attention and encourage her to seek him out. He Xiaowei was perplexed. Does Lin Feishue not dislike Yilin? Has he forsaken her for his romance with Lan Yu? Surely, this is a boon for Lin Feishue, yet she still seeks out Yilin? He Xiaowei contemplated adding that this seems rather self-deprecating, but ultimately refrained from speaking. Wang Xiaoqing closed her novel and sat upright. This is precisely why I say you do not comprehend. After Yilin pursued Lin Feishue for so long, she must have been somewhat moved, growing accustomed to his attentions. If Yilin suddenly withdraws, she would undoubtedly feel disoriented. Yilin's tactic is known as the art of seduction by feigned indifference, and it appears to be quite effective, as Lin Feishue has approached him twice within a single day. Ah, so that was the reason Lin Feishue visited our class that day, He Xiaowei realized. Indeed, Yilin's initial strategy of feigned indifference has succeeded, The next step involves pretending to be in a relationship to evoke jealousy in Ling Feishua, ultimately leading her to accept him. This is what one might call a diversionary tactic. Wang Xiaoqing sighed. Poor Lan Yuyu, reduced to a mere pawn in Yi Lin's game. He Xiaowei's face contorted with indignation. How shameless can Yi Lin be? Lan Yuyu is so kind, and yet he exploits her. When has Yi Lin ever possessed a sense of shame? It is true. He boasts the thickest skin in the entire school. And Lan Yuyu is one of our own. She must not be allowed to be bullied by him. Witnessing this injustice, He Xiaowei resolved to intervene. Once Wu Jiao awoke, they summoned Gao Mingming back to the dormitory. While Lan Yuyu was out studying with Yi Lin, the four women conversed throughout the morning. Under the astute analysis of the relationship expert Wang Xiaoqing, they seemed to decipher Yi Lin's true character. 3 women are worth a street, let alone 4. By the end of the morning, Yi Lin had been thoroughly vilified. Had insults been capable of slaying, Yi Lin would have perished countless times. The more vehemently they criticized him, the more they felt sympathy for Lan Yuyu. The naive girl had been terribly deceived by Yi Lin. At noon, Lan Yuyu entered the dormitory with a lunchbox, only to find the 4 of them gazing at her with expressions of pity. Why are you all looking at me like that? Lan Yuyu felt a twinge of fear, wondering if she had inadvertently angered them. Noticing her apprehensive demeanor, He Xiaowei asked first, Yuyu, have you begun dating Yi Lin? Lan Yuyu was taken aback. Dating? With Yi Lin? In her mind, dating involved intimate gestures, which would lead to babies. She was merely assisting Yi Lin with his studies, devoid of any affection, thus she did not consider it dating. Coming to this realization, Lan Yuyu quickly responded, We are not dating. I am not in a relationship with Yi Lin. Really? He Xiaowei seemed skeptical. Truly, Lan Yuyu asserted with conviction. Gao Mingming interjected. Then why does Yi Lin frequently buy you food? This lunchbox is also from him. Isn't it? Lan Yuyu explained. It is as such. I tutor Yellen, and he often brings me food that I do not desire. However, if I refuse, he simply discards it, which seems a waste. So I accept it. Furthermore, regarding this boxed meal, Yellen mentioned he cannot finish it, as doing so would incur his father's wrath at home. Hence he requests my assistance in consuming it. Otherwise, it would be thrown away. I suppose you all can help him with that in the future. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoqing shuddered. Yellen's food? We dare not partake. Who knows if it has been sautéed with his foul socks? Noticing that Wang Xiaoqing harbored lingering thoughts on the matter, even if Yellen had requested her silence, Lan Yuyu felt compelled to clear the misunderstanding. She clarified, Xiaoqing, Yellen has assured me that the stinky tofu he previously offered was not soaked in foul socks. He merely claimed that in front of Teacher Long for comedic effect. Wang Xiaoqing's ire intensified upon hearing this. That rascal Yellen, shamelessly enlisting Lan Yuyu to defend him. Lan Yuyu continued to advocate for Yellen. In truth, Yellen is a good person. It is merely that in the past, you all neglected him and were unwilling to teach him, prompting his misbehavior. He has since reformed and will not engage in such misconduct again. The 4 of them exchanged incredulous glances. What nonsense is this? Yellen, that scoundrel, is utterly shameless. Only Lan Yuyu, in her naivety, would believe his fabrications. What do you mean by neglecting him? Teaching him? That rascal. Who would dare engage with him? As long as he does not trouble us, all is well. Teach him? Not even the heavens could manage that. As Lan Yuyu continued to speak on Yellen's behalf, Wu Jia inquired, Yuyu, do you harbor feelings for Yellen? Lan Yuyu pondered this question, unable to grasp its meaning. What does it mean to like Yellen? Wu Jia responded, to like someone is to deeply rely on them, to wish to see them at every moment. After contemplation, Lan Yuyu concluded, rely on Yellen? I do not feel that way. Desire to see him constantly? I do not feel that either. Lacking both sentiments, it must mean I do not like him. Regardless of Lan Yuyu's admission, Wang Xiaoqing advised, Yuyu, it is better not to like him. Yellen's affections lie with Ling Feishua. He will not like anyone else. Do not let yourself be manipulated by Yellen, lest you suffer. Indeed, Yuyu, do not fall for Yellen's tricks, He Xiaowei concurred. Wu Jia added, there are many handsome men in the world. Do not be deceived by Yellen's ugly facade. He is quite wicked. Seeing Lan Yuyu deep in thought, Gao Mingming presented her with a cup of lemon fruit, smiling, let us not dwell on this, Yuyu. This is a lemon fruit I brought for you. Later, do help me with some tutoring. At this moment, Lan Yuyu pondered that Yellen favored Ling Feishua. She silently committed this name to memory, vowing to support Yellen in the future, ensuring he was not misjudged as a rogue. Chapter 26. The Malice of Human Hearts as Yellen exited the school gates. He made his way to a shop, wearing a mask. It is imperative that the school staff remain oblivious, lest it adversely affect the business. It is merely noon. Yet Qin Hui feels utterly exhausted. She has been single-handedly managing a bustling morning of sales. Upon seeing Yi Lin, she exclaims, "My dear ancestor, you have finally returned. I am on the verge of collapsing here." Yi Lin had anticipated a thriving business, but the reality exceeded his expectations. The success is primarily attributed to the delectable taste of the lemon beverage. Although it is autumn, the southern climate is as sweltering as summer, making the sweet and tangy drink refreshingly quenching. Those who have tasted it exuberantly share their delight with friends and family. Word spreads like wildfire, eliminating the need for Yi Lin to advertise further. Curious patrons flock to sample the drink, leading to an overwhelming influx of customers. As the crowd swells, Qin Hui finds herself inundated with responsibilities, collecting payments and crafting drinks, without a moment's respite. By midday, they have sold over 200 cups, with both half-price and full-price offerings. The shop's revenue for the morning approaches 1,000 yuan. The arrival of Yi Lin in the afternoon significantly alleviates the workload, allowing Qin Hui a rare moment to catch her breath. After a full day, as night falls, Yi Lin tallies the day's earnings, factoring in costs, and finds they have made more than 1,800 yuan. Even if the initial excitement wanes, he believes a daily profit of 600 to 700 yuan is attainable. This realization bolsters his confidence, prompting him to consider hiring a few additional employees. Given the promising income, he surmises that supporting 4 or 5 staff members should be feasible. Furthermore, as he plans to open a branch in the future, cultivating talent now will facilitate expansion. At 9:30 in the evening, after tidying up the shop's equipment, Qin Hui prepares to leave. Yi Lin calls out to her, "Qin Jia, wait a moment. Young boss, what else can I assist you with?" She replies, a hint of fatigue in her voice. Yi Lin smiles and retorts, "Please refrain from calling me young boss. I aspire to be a major boss in the future." Qin Hui chuckles at his humor and continues, "Oh dear, it's simply a habit. It will take time to adjust. Is there anything else, major boss? If not, I shall be on my way, for I am utterly spent today." "Of course there is something, Qin Jia. Today marks a successful opening. And here is a token of appreciation for you." Yi Lin presents her with a haphazardly wrapped red envelope. The envelope is unceremoniously fashioned from a piece of red paper containing 200 yuan, hastily taken from the day's earnings. "Ah, how generous, boss. I shall take my leave now. See you tomorrow." Qin Hui accepts the money and heads home. On her way, she calculates that Yi Lin's shop earns several thousand yuan each day, making a monthly income of 20,000 yuan quite feasible. After deducting rent, labor, and material costs, he could still secure a minimum income of 10,000 yuan. A twinge of envy stirs within her. Both of them run milk tea shops, yet the disparity is stark. She silently vows that this shop will one day be hers, believing that patience will yield rewards. After walking a few hundred meters, Qin Hui pauses, compelled to see exactly how much money is enclosed in the envelope. As she accepted the envelope, she could hardly resist the urge to open it. However, it would be inappropriate to do so in the presence of Yi Lin. If the envelope contained a substantial sum, it would be acceptable. But if it held only a few coins, it would surely cause embarrassment. The envelope felt rather light, and Qin Hui surmised it contained no more than 20 or 30 yuan. After all, Yi Lin was merely a high school student. How generous could he possibly be? With a heart full of trepidation, she hastily tore open the envelope, revealing 2 crisp 100 yuan notes, which left her both astonished and delighted. She had not anticipated such thoughtfulness from him. Instantly, her joy eclipsed the fatigue of the day, making her feel that the hardships endured were worthwhile. Upon returning home, Qin Hui cheerfully recounted her day's events to her husband. Her partner was taken aback. He had never imagined that Yi Lin was capable of such a feat consequently. Throughout the week, he pondered the possibility of Yi Lin faltering, and how he would reclaim any debts owed. Would his parents be willing to assist? It appeared that this concern was now alleviated. However, he found himself questioning why a high school student should be entrusted with such a profitable venture. This was his establishment, and each day Yi Lin worked felt like a loss of several thousand yuan. He eagerly anticipated the end of the 1-month lease. He turned to Qin Hui and said, "What if the rent increases and he refuses to leave?" Qin Hui chuckled, then simply raised the rent significantly. He'll take his profits and depart. They exchanged smiles, envisioning a future where their shop flourished. The following day, Yi Lin placed a small blackboard at the entrance, advertising job openings. He specifically sought female applicants, reasoning that the majority of customers for milk tea and similar beverages were young women. Attracting handsome young men might further entice female patrons, but he opted against this. The rationale was straightforward. Female employees, if they could persevere, would prove more stable, while male employees tended to exhibit higher turnover. Additionally, a mixed-gender environment could lead to romantic entanglements, resulting in couples departing together. Yi Lin, still a student, lacked the time and energy to continually recruit and train new staff. Moreover, workplace romances and flirtations could tarnish the company's image. Thus, at this nascent stage, he decided to hire only females, with the possibility of considering male applicants later once stability was achieved. Yi Lin instructed Qin Hui that any job seekers should be asked to wait at the shop during lunchtime. He then headed back to school to study with Lan Yuyu. Despite being inundated with negative remarks about Yi Lin from her classmates the previous day, Lan Yuyu did not distance herself from him. To her, seeing was believing. Yi Lin remained a commendable individual in her eyes. By noon, Yi Lin returned with 2 lunchboxes. Yi Lin, I truly don't want it. Yesterday I asked you to tell your uncle to bring just 1 portion, she protested. Yi Lin feigned innocence. Little bean sprout, you're unjustly accusing me. I told him. But he insisted, saying that if you didn't wish to eat the boxed meal, he'd pay you instead. He wouldn't allow you to tutor me for free. Yi Lin sincerely wished for Lan Yuyu to accept a salary, yet he understood the impossibility of such a notion. Lan Yuyu was not that kind of person. Then let me treat you to a meal, she suggested, her expression laden with a sense of grievance. Despite the delectable food, she found it difficult to enjoy her meal. Yi Lin discerned that she possessed a strong sense of pride. If this situation persisted, it would undoubtedly impose significant pressure upon her. While she assisted with tutoring and accepted his invitation to dinner, which could be considered an equitable exchange, Lan Yuyu believed that her help was voluntary and selfless, leaving her feeling undeserving of Yi Lin's generosity. She pondered that since Yi Lin had been so kind to her, she ought to do something in return. Yet, what could Yi Lin possibly need? It seemed he lacked nothing. No, he harbored feelings for Ling Feishue. Indeed, she could assist him in pursuing Ling Feishue. But how could she ensure Ling Feishue would accept him? Lan Yuyu found herself in a state of confusion. After Yi Lin escorted her back to the dormitory, she spent the entire afternoon contemplating ways to help him win over Ling Feishue, eventually succumbing to slumber. Upon returning to the shop, Yi Lin discovered a line of over 10 young women awaiting their interviews. Each appeared to be around 18 or 19 years of age, likely those who had completed high school but opted not to pursue further education. Among them, there were both attractive and less appealing candidates. Naturally, Yi Lin sought those with striking appearances. However, he could not outright reject those who were less fortunate in looks and had to adhere to the interview process. Given the limited conditions, he ventured into the storeroom to create a space for interviews. He then instructed the girls to line up for their turn. For those who met his standards, he marked their resumes accordingly. He inquired about their dreams, future plans, and how long they intended to work at his establishment. Candidates with grandiose aspirations were promptly eliminated, as Yi Lin preferred individuals who were humble and focused on their tasks. As for those who were less visually appealing, he offered them a few words before sending them home to await notifications. After interviewing more than 10 candidates, he sent messages to the 5 who passed, instructing them to report to the shop the following day. For those who did not succeed, he also sent a message wishing them a bright future. On Monday, Yi Lin arrived at school early, for it was the day of the monthly examination. Originally, today was September 29th, the onset of the National Day holiday. However, the students were to partake in the monthly assessment, and Xingyuan High School had adjusted its schedule accordingly. The first and second year students would take their exams over the weekend of the 27th and 28th, followed by a holiday from the 29th to October 5th. The third year students would have a break on the 27th and 28th, with their exams scheduled for the 29th and 30th, followed by 3 days of National Day holiday from October 1st to 3rd, resuming classes on the 4th. The school's decision to rearrange the schedule for the monthly exams was primarily to cater to the third-year students, simulating the conditions of the college entrance examination and fostering a serene testing environment. After all, during the time of the college entrance examination, students from lower grades would also be on holiday, absent from school. Lan Yuyu had arrived early, seated at her desk, awaiting Yi Lin. The two had agreed the previous day to meet at 9 for the exam, with an interval from 6 to 9 to review their studies. Yi Lin initially intended to let Lan Yuyu wake naturally, yet she insisted on providing him with pre-exam tutoring. Upon Yi Lin's arrival, the two settled into their seats and began to earnestly study. They were not the only ones in the classroom. Over half of their classmates were also diligently preparing for the exam. After all, this was an elite class, and many students remained quite committed to their studies. With the exception of Huang Bai. Since his last fortune-telling experience, Huang Bai had also dedicated himself to learning, yet he struggled to focus. Were it not for Yi Lin's daily insistence on reciting, he would have likely reverted to his previous state. However, it must be said that under Yi Lin's supervision, he had managed to run and exercise for a week, coupled with dietary changes, resulting in a 10-pound weight loss. Today, Huang Bai, having enjoyed a rare natural wake-up, strolled into the classroom just in time for the exam. Approaching his seat, he playfully addressed Yi Lin, "Brother Lin, after a week of hard work, how do you think you'll perform on this exam?" Yi Lin smiled. "I should secure a place within the top 30 of the class." Top 30? Huang Bai was astonished. Incredulous at the possibility. Yi Lin's ambition seemed rather far-fetched. At that moment, Qin Tianzhu, having walked to the back of the classroom to dispose of some trash, overheard Yi Lin's words and laughed loudly. "Classmates, did you hear that? Yi Lin claims he will place in the top 30 of our class." Upon hearing this, the classmates turned their gazes toward Yi Lin, many believing he must still be half asleep. This was especially true for those ranked below 30, who regarded Yi Lin with disdain. A student who often ranked at the bottom of the school now claimed he would rank in the top 30 of the class. What a joke. Among the 68 students in the class, apart from Yi Lin and Huang Bai, the lowest-ranked student, Yan Haoqing, was still within the top 300 in science across the school, placing him in the top 500 overall. Did Yi Lin truly believe that a week of study could propel him 800 places? Did he think himself a superhero? Furthermore, who could ascertain the true capabilities of the tutor, Lan Yuyu? Could she impart any meaningful knowledge? "Hey, Yi Lin, you're quite impressive. How about a wager? If you manage to place in the top 30, I'll take care of your duties for the next round. But if you fail, you'll have to clean for an extra month," Li Junwei said with malice. He harbored resentment toward Yi Lin, who had often neglected his duties and carelessly littered. Although Yi Lin had volunteered for a month of labor, Li Junwei still held a grudge from the previous week when Yi Lin had clashed with Huang Bai. Upon hearing Li Junwei's challenge, Qin Tianzhu became animated as well, stating, "Yi Lin, I'll bet you too. If you make it into the top 30, I will call you grandfather. If not, you'll owe me 3 bows." Yi Lin responded, "I have no interest in having you as my grandson." To which Qin Tianzhu provocatively retorted, "What is the matter? Afraid to gamble? So cowardly?" Yi Lin displayed an expression of helplessness. "Is it your earnest desire to be my grandson? For I truly do not wish to adopt you as such." Upon hearing this, Huang Ba was unable to suppress a chuckle. Qin Tianzhu wore a dark expression. He had intended to provoke Yi Lin, but it now appeared he was the one seeking to assume the role of a grandson. Continuing to challenge Yi Lin to a wager would only serve to further his embarrassment, so Qin Tianzhu seized his stationery and hurried towards the examination hall. Li Junwei, noticing Yi Lin's reluctance to engage in a gamble, also prepared to depart. At that moment, however, Yi Lin spoke up. "Li Junwei, I shall wager with you." After all, he had little fondness for maintaining the classroom's cleanliness, and with someone willing to take over, Yi Lin certainly would not let this opportunity slip by. Li Junwei felt as though Yi Lin had him all figured out, and suddenly, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Why was Yi Lin opting to bet against him instead of Qin Tianzhu? Did he perceive him as easy prey? He, a struggling student, had nothing to fear. Adopting a facade of confidence, Li Junwei proclaimed, "Classmates, bear witness. If Yi Lin fails to place within the top 30 of our class, he shall clean the classroom for an additional month." Should Yi Lin indeed fail to achieve that rank, it was unnecessary for Li Junwei to emphasize it. Their classmates would willingly step forward to testify. Amidst the commotion, the time for the examination approached, and all students made their way to the exam hall. Before departing, Lan Yuyu encouraged Yi Lin, saying, "Yi Lin, I believe in your abilities." Yi Lin gently ruffled her hair. "Little bean sprout, you must also perform well. If you do not, I shall no longer require your assistance with tutoring. Moreover, if you do poorly, Teacher Lung will undoubtedly be disappointed." Yi Lin distinctly remembered from his previous life that Lan Yuyu had ranked far behind in examinations upon her arrival at Qingyuan High School. Yet she had managed to gain admission to Tsinghua University and Peking University. Throughout this period of tutoring, Yi Lin had observed her excellent grasp of the material. He simply could not fathom the reservations that held her back from revealing her true potential. Thus, he had spoken as he did, hoping to encourage her to showcase her actual capabilities. Lan Yu nodded eagerly. Yilin, I will study diligently. With that, they departed the classroom. Typically, Huang Ba would accompany Yilin to the exam hall, but today, the companion at his side was different. Realizing he had been left behind, Huang Ba called out, Brother Lin, wait for me. Lan Yu was assigned to Class 4, while Yilin and Huang Ba were in Class 5. Yilin's striking appearance drew considerable attention, particularly from the female students. Since his transformation, many failed to recognize him. After ensuring Lan Yu was comfortably seated, Yilin felt at ease to leave. Witnessing their closeness, a group of male classmates in Class 4 simmered with frustration. It seemed rather brazen. Meanwhile, the female students were consumed with envy and resentment, questioning why this seemingly ordinary girl was fortunate enough to have such a handsome boy escort her to her seat. They felt life's unfairness was evident. While they were gifted with beauty, they were denied a charming companion. After escorting Lan Yu, Yilin and Huang Ba made their way to Class 5. As Yilin took his seat, he was taken aback to discover that to his left sat Ling Feishue, which immediately cast a shadow over his position. To his right was the universally acknowledged school heartthrob, Lin Jishi. Arriving early for the examination, Lin Jishi noticed that his neighbor was the recently rumored new school heartthrob, Yilin, and he had been keenly observing the classroom entrance, eager to see how this former bully had transformed into a figure of admiration. Upon witnessing Yilin's entrance, Lin Jishi could not help but concede that the young man was indeed strikingly handsome. Undoubtedly, he was a worthy rival, and it was no surprise that he posed a threat to Lin Jishi's status. However, Lin Jishi believed that apart from his looks, Yilin possessed nothing of substance. While he himself boasted superior academic prowess, which, though not exceptional, was more than sufficient for gaining admission to a university with ease. Moreover, as a music student, Lin Jishi excelled in singing, dancing, and basketball, consistently taking center stage during school events and competitions. He believed he was destined for stardom, and Yilin simply could not compare. After a thorough internal assessment, Lin Jishi concluded that Yilin's allure was not enough to bridge the gap between them. Meanwhile, Ling Feishue, upon spotting Yilin, wore a smug expression, thinking that this position was quite advantageous, as long as Yilin did not seek her forgiveness. She would not allow him to copy from her. Regrettably, Yilin never uttered a word of apology until the exam commenced, leaving Ling Feishue somewhat disappointed. Consequently, during the test, she deliberately kept her answers tightly guarded, fearing that Yilin might attempt to cheat. If he dared not to apologize, she resolutely would not permit him even a glimpse of her answers. Chapter 28. A glimpse of true countenance. With 2.5 hours allotted for the examination, Yilin completed all the challenging questions in just 1 hour. He chose not to address the simpler problems, as he was disinterested in accumulating excessive points. Such an exceptionally high score would surely arouse suspicion. He penned 4 or 5 lines for the essay before promptly dozing off. Ling Feishue, clutching her exam paper tightly, turned to see what Yilin was writing, only to find him fast asleep. Was he truly sleeping instead of attempting to copy? Ling Feishue felt a pang of regret for having guarded her answers so fiercely. She should have allowed him to copy a bit. Lin Jishi, observing Yilin's slumber, was filled with disdain. It seemed that aside from his looks, Yilin had little else to offer. Huang Bai, seated behind, craned his neck, peering around in hopes of glimpsing others' answers. Alas, after a prolonged effort, he saw nothing and inadvertently attracted the attention of the proctor, who approached to offer a reminder. After issuing his warning, the proctor opted to remain, standing directly behind Huang Bai, thus extinguishing any hopes of cheating. With his chin propped in his hand, Huang Bai drifted into a stupor, only to be jolted back to reality upon noticing Yilin's restful state. This was troubling, given his current demeanor. How could he possibly engage in a wager with Li Junwei? Huang Bai hoped fervently that Yilin would not lose, for while the loss would be Yilin's, the consequences would fall upon him. In a hushed tone, Huang Bai turned to the proctor and said, "Sir, that student is sleeping during the exam. The school mandates that the senior year's monthly examination must strictly simulate the environment of the college entrance examination. Candidates are permitted to sleep without breaching discipline, and the invigilators possess no authority to intervene or impose penalties, provided they do not snore and disturb others." The invigilator coldly responded to Huang Bai, "Just mind your own business and refrain from speaking." With a deep sigh, Huangbai realized that the situation was truly dire. Lamenting inwardly, if fate requires me to sweep, I must comply. Unable to copy from others, he resolved to rest his head on the desk and succumb to slumber. Meanwhile, in classroom 4, Lan Yuyu wore a troubled expression. It was not the difficulty of the questions that troubled her, but rather uncertainty about the score she should aim for. She did not wish to disappoint Yi Lin or Lung Yanxiu, yet she feared that if she wrote earnestly, she might achieve an excessively high score. Ultimately, she felt it was unacceptable to secure the top position, as doing so would alienate many. Aiming for a score within the top 20 seemed more prudent. However, she was unaware of the score required to be first at Qingyuan High School, leaving her in a quandary. After pondering for nearly half an hour, her mind felt nearly ablaze with confusion. Finally, she resolved to complete the Chinese examination diligently and then inquire with Yi Lin afterward. With half an hour remaining before the exam concluded, the invigilator announced that those who had finished could leave the examination hall early. Upon hearing this, Lan Yuyu hastily exited the classroom. Simultaneously, Yi Lin also emerged. As Lan Yuyu descended the central staircase, Yi Lin took the right side stairs, causing him to lag slightly behind her. Upon reaching the first floor, Yi Lin noticed Lan Yuyu hastily moving towards the safety line and quickly pursued her. As she stepped outside the designated area and turned around, she was startled to see Yi Lin behind her. "Ah, Yi Lin, how did you come out as well?" she exclaimed. "I anticipated you would finish soon, so I came out early to avoid making you wait too long," he replied. A flicker of joy crossed Lan Yuyu's face, quickly replaced by anxiousness as she asked, "Did you complete your exam?" Yi Lin smiled gently, ruffling her hair. "Rest assured, I finished everything I could." "That's a relief," she replied, feeling reassured. Ling Feishue, witnessing Yi Lin exit the examination hall, glanced at her answer sheet and followed suit. Upon reaching the ground floor, she observed the scene of Yi Lin affectionately patting Lan Yuyu's head. How dare he bestow such affection upon this ugly duckling in her presence? This display was utterly excessive. Initially, she intended to confront Yi Lin, demanding an apology while offering him answers for the subsequent examinations. However, her resolve dissipated in an instant. Anger swelled within her. She vowed that Yi Lin would not copy a single answer from her in the upcoming tests. Clearly, this examination was arranged favorably. With him seated beside her, if he had merely performed adequately, he could have escaped the fate of being at the bottom of the ranks. Yet, since this scoundrel failed to appreciate the opportunity, he could continue to languish in the depths of the standings. Yi Lin felt a chilling sensation on his back, as though a pair of cold eyes were fixed upon him. Turning around, he was met with the furious visage of Ling Feishue. Puzzled, Yi Lin wondered why this woman was glaring at him with such anger. He owed her nothing. Fearing her sudden outburst, he quickly took Lan Yuyu by the hand and made to leave. Upon noticing Yi Lin glanced back at her before hurriedly departing with the plain-looking girl. Ling Feishue's ire intensified. "Curse you, Yi Lin, you scoundrel!" She fumed, stamping her feet in frustration, tears of grievance welling in her eyes. Yi Lin led Lan Yuyu to a stone bench by the school pond, where they sat together, engrossed in their books. "Yi Lin, who is the top student in our school?" Lan Yuyu inquired. "Ling Feishue, a girl from class 5, he replied. Upon hearing this, Lan Yuyu thought to herself, "So Ling Feishue is exceptionally bright. No wonder Yi Lin is so fond of her. What scores does she achieve?" She continued. Yi Lin, slightly bewildered by her curiosity, pondered if she aimed to surpass Ling Feishue. After a moment's reflection, he answered, "She generally scores above 670, occasionally exceeding 700. Lan Yuyu, absorbing this information, realized that Ling Feishue was indeed impressive, as only around 20 students in the city's top school scored over 600. Comforted by Yi Lin's words, she felt that if she could manage a score below 650, her ranking would not be too high. Noticing Lan Yuyu lost in thought, Yi Lin chose not to disturb her, but instead enjoyed the serene moment. Sunlight streamed through the branches, casting a warm glow upon her face, compelling Yi Lin to gently push aside her thick bangs. Beautiful, truly exquisite. Startled by Yi Lin's sudden action, Lan Yuyu sprang to her feet. "Why, Yi Lin? What are you doing?" Yi Lin, feigning embarrassment, scratched his head and chuckled. "Little sprout, you've been at school for quite some time, yet I've never seen your full face. I couldn't help my curiosity. I simply wanted to behold your beauty." Flushed and flustered, Lan Yuyu stammered, "Yi Lin, I'm not pretty." Indeed, others often referred to her as an ugly duckling. How could an ugly duckling possibly be beautiful? The thought that Yi Lin might find her visage distasteful sent her into a state of anxiety. Who says you're not attractive? Little sprout, you are truly lovely. The most beautiful girl I have ever encountered. Lan Yuyu found Yi Lin's words hard to believe. She had always been dubbed the ugly duckling. And this was the first time anyone had called her beautiful. Really? She asked, incredulous. Absolutely. I hadn't examined you closely before. Allow me to take another look. With that, Yi Lin gently swept aside her bangs once more. Lan Yuyu was left in a daze, her heart racing. Her rosy cheeks only made her more endearing. And Yi Lin felt an irresistible urge to plant a kiss upon her lips. Just then, an untimely cough interrupted the moment. Realizing the impropriety, Yi Lin quickly withdrew his hand and looked up to see Li Jianya observing them from a distance. The old fellow certainly knows how to pick his moments to cough. Yi Lin could not help but murmur a complaint in his heart. Then, with a playful grin, asked, Teacher Li, are you unwell? Upon hearing this, Lan Yuyu also expressed concern. Teacher Li, are you sick? What illness could I possibly have? It is examination time, and you two are not in the examination hall. What are you doing here? Li Jianya replied, a hint of irritation in his voice. He was annoyed that Yi Lin, who was not taking the exam seriously, might lead Lan Yuyu astray. Thank goodness you're not ill. If you were, Teacher Li, you must seek treatment. Otherwise, your health will deteriorate. Yi Lin and I have already completed our papers and are now here to study for the next subject, Lan Yuyu quickly explained. I am not sick, Li Jianya said, his expression darkening. Seeing the teacher's displeasure, Lan Yuyu was too frightened to speak. Li Jianya turned to Yi Lin. Yi Lin, if you are going to tutor, then tutor. What are you doing touching her face? Teacher, you misunderstand. A bug flew into Lan Yuyu's eye, and I was just helping her blow it away, Yi Lin said nonsensically. Lan Yuyu was taken aback, almost ready to rebut that no bug had entered her eye. Fortunately, Yi Lin did not give her the chance to respond and continued. Isn't that so, little bean sprout? Now realizing Yi Lin was about to fabricate a lie, Lan Yuyu quickly nodded. Yes, Teacher Li. A bug flew into my eye, and Yi Lin is helping me blow it away. This was her first time lying in front of a teacher, and her heart raced. Li Jianya, somewhat convinced, said, be more cautious next time. This is school. Maintain a distance between boys and girls. It would be inappropriate if others misinterpret it as a romantic affair. After saying this, Li Jianya left to continue his patrol of the campus. Yi Lin hastily bid him farewell. Understood. Teacher Li, take care. Chapter 29. Even flattery requires skill. As the examination time concluded, Huang Bai was roused awake by the invigilating teacher. Upon awakening, he immediately rushed out to find Yi Lin. Meanwhile, Yi Lin and Lan Yuyu had been studying by the pond. Once the announcement of the end of the exam rang out, the cafeteria doors opened. Yi Lin took Lan Yuyu to the cafeteria for a meal. Upon arriving, Lan Yuyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankful that Yi Lin's father did not bring lunch today, the two stood in line until it was Lan Yuyu's turn to serve herself. Little bean sprout, let me treat you, said Yi Lin. Oh, no, Yi Lin, I can pay for myself, Lan Yuyu replied, afraid that Yi Lin would handle the payment. She quickly grabbed 2 vegetarian dishes and swiped her card, then moved aside to wait for Yi Lin, noting that her meal cost only 4 yuan. Yi Lin felt a pang of sympathy. He chose 2 meat dishes for himself, and the pair found a spot to sit. After Lan Yuyu had taken only 2 bites, Yi Lin began to add vegetables from her plate to his own. Yi Lin, what are you doing? Lan Yuyu looked at him in confusion. Yi Lin savored the vegetables he had taken from Lan Yuyu's plate, replying, I enjoy eating vegetables. Enjoy eating vegetables, yet you chose 2 meat dishes? Lan Yuyu found this hard to comprehend, but if Yi Lin liked them, she thought it would be fine for him to eat. She was content with just having rice. Yi Lin took a bite of rice and promptly scooped a pair of chopsticks full of greens from Lan Yuyu's plate. Observing Yi Lin's voracious appetite, Lan Yuyu surmised that he must be quite famished. Thus, she paused her own meal, willing to share her rice should Yi Lin find his insufficient. After swiftly finishing his rice, Yi Lin cleared Lan Yuyu's greens from her plate as well, while his own 2 meat dishes remained untouched. Burping, he feigned satisfaction and remarked, Little bean sprout, I am so full. The greens you prepared were simply delightful, and I couldn't help but devour them all. My apologies. It's quite all right. Yi Lin, she responded, noting his fondness for greens. Little bean sprout, I've had my fill and cannot eat anymore. Please, take this dish. With that, Yi Lin transferred all the meat from his plate to hers. Lan Yuyu wished to decline, but Yi Lin hastily interjected, Little bean sprout. You must finish it. It would be such a shame to waste it. Realizing that if she did not eat, he would surely discard it, she acquiesced, reflecting on the hard work that went into each grain, and complied by consuming the dishes he had ordered. Meanwhile, Huang Bai had searched the campus for Yi Lin without success, only to find him dining with his table-mate in the cafeteria. Spotting Yin Haoqing in line at the food counter, Huang Bai approached him, as only a few patrons remained before it was his turn. "Haoqing, my good brother," he called out, seamlessly inserting himself ahead in the queue. Yin Haoqing, thinking Huang Bai sought him for something important, inquired, "Old fatty, what's the matter?" "Nothing much. Just wanted to ask if I could cut in," Huang Bai replied. Moments later, when it was Huang Bai's turn, the serving lady, recognizing him as a regular, generously offered him extra rice. Observing this, Huang Bai swiftly responded, "Auntie, I won't be needing extra rice anymore." The serving lady, puzzled, thought to herself, "Isn't this fellow always asking for 3 portions? What's this sudden change?" Curiously, she asked, "Don't you usually need 3 servings of rice? Will you be satisfied with less?" Her voice was somewhat loud, causing Huang Bai to feel embarrassed as he replied, "Auntie, I'm currently on a diet." "That's good. That's good," the serving lady remarked, and upon hearing he was dieting, she reduced his serving further. With the rice served, Huang Bai requested 1.5 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and 3 fried chicken legs, leaving the serving lady astonished. Is this what dieting looks like? Once Yin Haoqing had received his meal, Huang Bai tossed a fried chicken leg onto his plate. "Thanks, old fatty. If you want to cut in line again, just come find me, as your table mate." "I must oblige," Yin Haoqing exclaimed joyfully. Huang Bai, however, ignored him and made his way towards Yi Lin. At this moment, Yi Lin was gazing intently at Lan Yuyu as she enjoyed her meal when Huang Bai abruptly plopped down beside him, startling Yi Lin. "Could you not sit down so heavily? Are you unaware of your own weight?" he remarked, irritated that their tranquil moment had been disrupted. Huang Bai complained, "Brother Lin, why didn't you wake me when you came out?" Yi Lin, taken aback, thought to himself, "Has this fellow lost his senses in sleep? I left early. Everyone else was busy with their exams. How could I possibly wake you?" Upon realizing that Yi Lin had indeed come out ahead of time, Huang Bai understood there was no way to have called him. Remembering Yi Lin's earlier exam demeanor, he asked with concern, "Brother Lin, how did your Chinese exam go?" "Fairly well. Securing 100 shouldn't pose any difficulty," Yi Lin replied. Huang Bai listened with skepticism. Having never witnessed Yi Lin diligently completing an exam paper, how could he possibly achieve a perfect score? However, since the exam was already over, further discussion was futile. Fearing that Yi Lin might slack off in the upcoming tests, Huang Bai earnestly advised, "Brother Lin, you have a bet with Li Junwei. You must write seriously and refrain from dozing off in the subsequent exams." Yi Lin, puzzled, wondered why this guy suddenly cared for him more than his own father. "Rest assured, if I say I can place in the top 30 of the class, I will." Upon hearing Yi Lin's words, Lan Yuyu looked up and said, "Yi Lin, I believe you can achieve a top 30 rank." Huang Bai internally muttered, "What good is belief? Only results matter." Naturally, he dared not voice this thought. Knowing that Yi Lin's relationship with Lan Yuyu was quite amiable, speaking ill of her could lead to trouble. With eyes full of affection, Yi Lin picked a fried chicken leg from Huang Bai's plate and placed it onto Lan Yuyu's. "Little bean sprout, thank you for believing in me. Here's a big chicken leg for you." Afterward, he reached for the last remaining chicken leg on Huang Bai's plate and consumed it. Huang Bai had initially planned to have 3 fried chicken legs, distributing 1 to Yin Haoqing as a matter of courtesy, while keeping 1 for himself. In the blink of an eye, his chicken leg had vanished, prompting Huang Bai to exclaim, "Brother Lin, that was my chicken leg." "What do you mean your chicken leg? Eating this much while on a diet? Have you forgotten the master's advice?" Yi Lin admonished him. Huang Bai dared not retort and silently continued his meal. After finishing, the two accompanied Lan Yuyu to the dormitory entrance before leaving the school. Upon arriving at the store, Huang Bai's eyes widened at the sight of an array of beautiful young women. "Oh, the little boss has returned from school," Qin Hui teased upon seeing Yi Lin. "Qinjia, please prepare us 2 glasses of lemonade." "Sure thing, Xiao Chun, make 2 lemonades for the boss," Qin Hui replied. She had spent the morning teaching the newly arrived girls how to prepare fruit drinks. The product range was limited, and the ingredients were measured precisely, allowing them to quickly grasp the basics, though their speed was not yet impressive. Meanwhile, Qin Hui managed the cash register. Soon, the 2 glasses of lemonade were ready. Huang Bai took a sip from the tube. It was sour and rather unpalatable. "Lingu, I can't get used to this. Could you possibly trade me for a cup of lemon juice? Yi Lin flatly refused, stating, if you truly wish to lose weight, you must abandon the notion of indulging in sweet drinks. With that, he tossed a meticulously organized mathematics notebook to Huang Bai, instructing him to retreat to a corner and study. Although Huang Bai had little inclination for reading, he pondered that if he could gain admission to university, he might win over Chen Sini, and thus steeled himself to read. Yi Lin then tasked Qin Hui with overseeing the operations of the store while he summoned the 5 newly hired employees for a meeting outside. This meeting was, of course, a blend of motivational speeches and lofty promises. Yi Lin passionately delivered a rousing address, proclaiming that as long as they committed themselves to hard work, they would eventually become store managers at their own branches, with monthly salaries exceeding 10,000. Being a group of young women, they were instantly captivated by the bright future Yi Lin painted for them. Moreover, they had just witnessed their handsome boss removing his mask while drinking water, a visage too striking to ignore. Not only was he remarkably attractive, but he had also achieved remarkable success by running a thriving business without even completing high school. At that moment, Yi Lin became their idol, a figure they were reluctant to part with, whether for career aspirations or personal affection. After the meeting concluded, Yi Lin allowed them to disperse. It was indeed a nascent stage for the business, and the promises made were somewhat idealistic. Nevertheless, Yi Lin was confident that if these young women persevered, he would fulfill his commitments and elevate them to managerial positions. Crafting such promises required a deft touch. One must ensure that the prospects are tangible and attainable, so they feel compelled to work earnestly. Otherwise, an abundance of empty words would only serve to demoralize employees. For instance, if one were to tell someone who could not even gain admission to university that they could aspire to attend prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University, would they believe it? If they themselves lack faith, what use are your flattering words? Yi Lin understood this principle well, which is why the promises he made to his employees in the past were always grounded in reality. Consequently, his former employees exerted themselves diligently on his behalf. Drawing from his past experiences in motivating staff, Yi Lin now managed his team with remarkable ease, igniting their enthusiasm with just a few well-chosen words. Chapter 30. In this attire, he ought not to find me unappealing, should he? In the afternoon, during the mathematics examination, Ling Feishua pressed her test paper tightly, occasionally glancing over at Yi Lin. She was eager to see his anxious expression when he could not copy the answers. As fate would have it, Yi Lin, feeling bored, turned to survey his surroundings, and their eyes met. Ling Feishua snorted coldly, then smugly turned back to her paper, thinking, let me see you fret over not being able to copy. I shall not grant you that satisfaction. I shall drive you to despair. You wretched fool. Continue to languish at the bottom of the class. With each passing moment, Ling Feishua's irritation grew, nearly compelling her to stand and slap Yi Lin. The following day, during the science and foreign language examinations, she remained steadfast in concealing her answers. Certainly, this is merely Ling Feishua indulging in her own sentiments. Yi Lin is entirely unperturbed by her thoughts. At this moment, Yi Lin's mind is preoccupied with plans for the upcoming National Day holiday, contemplating where to take Lan Yuyu for an outing. With merely half an hour remaining in the examination, Yi Lin exits the examination hall and waits downstairs for Lan Yuyu to emerge. Upon her arrival, she sees Yi Lin waiting and rushes over. As per their recent routine, after finishing a test, Lan Yuyu always accompanies Yi Lin for supplementary lessons. Yi Lin, which subject do you wish to review later? She inquires. Yi Lin, feeling a pang of sympathy, responds, Little bean sprout, having just completed an exam, let us take a break from tutoring for the next few days. What? No tutoring? Lan Yuyu expresses her bewilderment, as she had prepared herself to utilize these days to help Yi Lin improve his grades. The thought of Li Junwei's wager looms over her, instilling a fear that Yi Lin might lose. These individuals are quite unscrupulous. Knowing Yi Lin's academic struggles, they seek to gamble with him, clearly taking advantage of his situation. Hence, Lan Yuyu is resolutely determined to assist Yi Lin in his studies, ensuring that these individuals will no longer dare to trouble him regarding his grades. Noticing Lan Yuyu's slight discontent, Yi Lin inquires, Little bean sprout, what is bothering you? Oh, nothing really. I'm not upset, Yi Lin. But if we aren't studying, what will happen to your grades? While she maintains a facade of cheerfulness, her heart is laden with concern for Yi Lin's academic performance. Yi Lin is deeply touched by her words. It feels wonderful to be cared for. The reason for her melancholy is, in fact, her worry about his studies. The more he observes her, the more he cherishes her, wishing he could lift her up in front of all their classmates and whirl her around. Little Bean Sprout. We've just finished the exam. I feel utterly exhausted and unable to study. Let us resume our sessions after the holiday. Realizing that Yilin is fatigued, Lan Yuyu expresses her concern. Then, Yilin, you must rest well over the next few days. All right, Yilin agrees, while internally pondering how to arrange a meeting with her in the coming days. Meanwhile, Lan Yuyu contemplates what to do. Her singular desire is to tutor Yilin. However, with Yilin stating he is tired, she finds herself at a loss for activities. Before she met Yilin, her holidays were spent cleaning their dormitory and reading. Reading was merely a way to pass the time, as her family's financial situation was not affluent, and she refrained from frivolous spending. Naturally inclined towards academia, she could grasp the knowledge from her books with ease. The cleaning, however, was a necessity. During her time at the municipal high school, she had to keep their dormitory spotless or face bullying. Fortunately, her current roommates are kind and do not mistreat her. Yet, she realizes that now. When she attempts to read to occupy time, she finds it impossible. Whenever she has a moment to herself, her thoughts inevitably drift to tutoring Yilin, or rather, she longs to be by his side. Only by tutoring could she be close to Yilin, could she remain by his side. Lan Yuyu recalled Wu Jia's words. To like someone is to rely on them, to yearn to see them at all times. A seemingly impossible thought emerged in her heart. Could it be that I have feelings for Yilin? No, it cannot be. We are merely good friends, just desk mates. I only wish to tutor Yilin, not to see him constantly. How could I possibly like Yilin? It is out of the question. He is so handsome, while I am but an ugly duckling. He is exceptionally intelligent and kind, and he already has someone he admires. Lan Yuyu suddenly felt a pang of envy for a girl named Ling Feishua, who was fortunate enough to be cherished by such a wonderful boy as Yilin. How blissful she must be. As Yilin walked, he noticed Lan Yuyu looking despondent, her mind seemingly burdened with unspoken thoughts. He had intended to invite her out for an outing tomorrow, but upon seeing her unhappiness, he hesitated. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, Yilin remarked, "Little Bean Sprout, we've arrived." Lan Yuyu regained her focus and, seeing the dormitory door, thought how quickly the journey had passed. She wished it had been a longer walk. With a cheerful smile, she replied, "Yilin, I'm here. You should head back now." Yilin, gathering his determination, asked, "Little Bean Sprout, are you free tomorrow?" "I am," she responded. "Let us go out and have some fun." Yilin felt a surge of anticipation. Surely, she wouldn't refuse? Go out. Lan Yuyu hesitated. Going out would certainly incur considerable expenses. She had heard others mention how much tickets and other costs could add up. Yet, the thought of not spending time with Yilin was unbearable. Noticing her silence, Yilin assumed she must have other commitments and quickly reassured her, "Little Bean Sprout, I was just suggesting it. If you're busy, we needn't go." Hastily, Lan Yuyu replied, "Yilin, I do have time." Spending a little money to accompany Yilin seemed worthwhile. She resolved to cut back on one dish in the future. "All right then, Little Bean Sprout. I'll pick you up at 8 tomorrow morning." With that, Yilin dashed home, his face alight with excitement, truly embodying the spirit of an 18-year-old youth. Yilin suddenly felt a profound appreciation for youth, for the vibrancy of life, and for not being a mere sycophant. Upon leaving school, he asked Huang Bai to lend him his father's camera for a couple of days. Huang Bai, after much cautioning not to damage it, handed the camera over to him. Back at home, Yilin contemplated where they might go for their outing. Was this to be his first genuine date? Meanwhile, Lan Yuyu returned to her dormitory and rummaged through her belongings, realizing she should dress nicely for her day out with Yilin. Wang Xiaoqing, Wu Jia Xiaowei, and Gao Mengmeng emerged from the examination hall only after the tests concluded, and they headed to the cafeteria for a meal. Upon returning to the dormitory after their meal, they discovered Lan Yuyu with a heap of clothes piled on her bed, her brow furrowed in distress as she picked each piece up, held it against her chest for comparison, and then set it down again. Wang Xiaoqing inquired, "Lan Yuyu, what are you doing?" Startled, Lan Yuyu gasped. She had completely lost track of time, thinking she could sort out her clothes before they returned. Caught in the act, her face flushed with embarrassment as she hastily organized the garments, stammering, I am looking for clothes." "Is that all? You seem so frightened," Wang Xiaoqing remarked. "It's just searching for clothes, not committing a crime. There's no need to be so timid." Finding the situation dull, Wang Xiaoqing climbed onto her bed to pack her belongings, eager to leave the dormitory. Wu Jia and He Xiaowei shared her sentiments. The trio soon finished their preparations and departed the school together. Gao Mingming sensed that there was more to the situation than met the eye. When something is amiss, it often implies deeper intrigue. Lan Yu had never been one to care much about her attire. She typically wore her school uniform. Therefore, she deliberately took her time packing, allowing the other three to leave first. Approaching Lan Yu, Gao Mingming teased, "Yu, did Yi Lin invite you out? Are you trying to dress up all pretty?" No, Mingming, you mustn't say that," Lan Yu replied, her face a deep crimson. But why is your face so flushed?" Gao Mingming smirked mischievously. Gao Mingming held no aversion to Yi Lin. After several days of observation, she had noticed that Yi Lin's kindness towards Lan Yu seemed genuine. Moreover, she realized that he had ceased pursuing Ling Feishua and was even deliberately distancing himself from her. A man's transformation is often inextricably linked to a woman. Feeling exposed by Gao Mingming's words, Lan Yu's face grew even hotter, as if ignited by flames. Gao Mingming placed a set of oversized clothing beside Lan Yu's bed, saying, "Yu, this outfit is too small for me. I was going to discard it, but it seems perfect for you. I gift it to you, so you can look lovely for your date tomorrow." With that, she gathered her belongings and exited the dormitory. Lan Yu wished to explain herself, but it was too late. She gazed at the clothes and shoes on her bed, hesitating for a long while. The outfit was indeed beautiful. Perhaps she could repay Ming after the holiday ended. Considering it as a purchase from her, Lan Yu donned the clothes and tied her hair into a high ponytail, securing her bangs with a clip. Although she lacked makeup skills, her natural beauty outshone many. Looking in the mirror, she thought she didn't appear unattractive at all. If she dressed like this tomorrow, surely Yi Lin wouldn't mind. Chapter 31. The bird takes flight that evening. As the dormitory was empty save for Lan Yu, she hesitated to sleep, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and drifting off. The next day, she arose early to wash and dress, then waited downstairs for Yi Lin, her fatigue evident in her yawns. As 8 o'clock approached, Yi Lin arrived at the base of the building. Although there stood a girl at the entrance, he did not recognize her as Lan Yu. Consequently, he approached the girl, patiently waiting for Lan Yu. The appearance of the girl left Yi Lin with an unsettling sense of familiarity, though he could not immediately place her. Lan Yu, having had a restless night, felt somewhat drowsy and failed to notice Yi Lin's presence beside her. After a few moments of standing, she finally became aware of someone nearby, and upon seeing Yi Lin, her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Yi Lin, you're here." Yi Lin momentarily froze, then quickly realized that the voice belonged to none other than Lan Yu. She looked exceptionally lovely today, and he was astonished that he hadn't recognized her at first. Did this little sprite deliberately dress up for him? A wave of delight coursed through Yi Lin's heart, indicating that Lan Yu was beginning to harbor feelings for him. "Little sprout, you look stunning today. I almost didn't recognize you," he remarked. "Really? Is it that nice?" Lan Yu asked, surveying her appearance. "Absolutely beautiful. Let us hurry along," he replied. Observing Yi Lin's expression, Lan Yu felt relieved that he did not disapprove of her attire, and she mentally noted that he appreciated her dress this way. Yi Lin led her away from the school and towards the bus station. Given the limited attractions in Qingyuan County, he decided they would venture into the city for the day. The distance from Qingyuan County to Jiangcheng was approximately 100 kilometers, and in this era, the county lacked expressways, meaning a direct bus ride would take around 2 hours. As they traveled, Lan Yu struggled against her drowsiness, eventually resting her head against the window and drifting off to sleep. Concerned for her comfort, Yi Lin gently shifted her head onto his shoulder. If not for the fear of her waking up abruptly, he would have embraced her fully to ensure she rested peacefully. Thus, Yi Lin silently watched her sleep against him, occasionally brushing his fingers against her cheek. This simple contact stirred a myriad of emotions within him. He recalled the night of his burial in his past life when her heart-wrenching sobs echoed in his mind. How he wished he could have protected her then. The more he reflected, the more he felt a profound sense of guilt towards this girl. Fortunately, fate had granted him a chance for redemption. Before long, the bus arrived at the Jiangxing station. It felt all too swift, and Yi Lin regretted not choosing a longer journey where they could enjoy such closeness a bit longer. "Little sprout, we've arrived," he said, though he hesitated to wake her. However, they had to disembark. Throughout the journey, Lan Yu had slept soundly. Upon waking and realizing she was leaning against Yi Lin, her cheeks flushed crimson. "Oh, we're here, let us hurry," she stammered, slightly flustered. As they exited the station, Yilin curiously inquired, "Little Sprout, why are you so tired? Did you not sleep well last night?" Lan Yuyu nodded and shyly confessed, "I was the only one left in the dormitory, and I'm afraid of the dark, so I didn't sleep well." She spoke candidly to Yilin, something she would not have done with anyone else. In just over 10 days of acquaintance, he had already become the person she trusted most. Upon hearing her words, Yilin finally understood that she had been alone in the dormitory. Yilin suddenly felt a pang of heartache. He knew that Lan Yuyu was afraid of the dark. She had been terrified during a power outage at school. Yet, on that fateful night, this girl, who trembled at shadows, ventured alone to the cemetery. It was not that her fear had vanished, but rather that the resting place held the remains of her dearest loved one. After disembarking, he took her for breakfast, and the two subsequently made their way to the renowned Jiangxing Zoo. As a sub-provincial city in Jiangnan province, Jiangxing boasted a reputation far exceeding that of the provincial capital, Nanjing. The city was not only well known but also possessed considerable strength in both economic prowess and tourism. Although it was an industrial hub, Jiangxing was adorned with lush landscapes, picturesque scenery, and pristine waters, often celebrated as one of the best in the nation. It was said that the mountains and waters of Jiangxing were unrivaled. Consequently, many from other provinces mistakenly believed that Jiangxing was the provincial capital. The zoo offered a plethora of amusement activities. One ticket allowed entry to both the animal exhibits and the rides, making it an incredibly popular attraction. With the National Day holiday in full swing, the crowds were overwhelming. Yilin smacked his forehead in realization that with so many people, their chances of enjoying the rides were slim. Nevertheless, having come this far, they decided to venture inside. After a considerable wait, they managed to procure 2 tickets. Yilin presented the tickets to Lan Yuyu, and they proceeded to queue for entry. Glancing at the ticket price of 50 yuan, Lan Yuyu silently noted it in her mind. Once inside the zoo, curiosity enveloped Lan Yuyu. Many animals she had only seen in books were now before her, yet she had never encountered them in person. As they strolled, she shed her former timidity. Bounding joyfully before Yilin, he observed her with paternal pride, realizing that she could radiate such happiness and laughter. Rarely had he witnessed her smile so brightly. One might have thought her a bashful girl, inherently disinclined to laughter. Upon reaching the Tiger Valley, a majestic tiger roared, startling Lan Yuyu, who instinctively clung to Yilin's arm. Yilin felt elated, silently wishing for the tiger to roar again. At each exhibit, he captured numerous photographs of Lan Yuyu, occasionally enlisting the help of passers-by for a couple shot. When they arrived at the ostrich enclosure, an interactive activity beckoned. Yilin encouraged Lan Yuyu to mount an ostrich for a lap, but she hesitated. A kind staff member reassured her, saying, "Little girl, there's no need to be afraid. Our ostriches are quite gentle. If it's too daunting, your boyfriend can carry you for a lap. After all, what is a trip to the zoo without riding an ostrich for a photo?" Upon hearing the term boyfriend, Lan Yuyu blushed and quickly clarified, Yilin is not my boyfriend. We are merely classmates." "It's perfectly fine," he replied. "Classmates can share a ride too." After speaking, the administrator pulled Lan Yuyu beside the ostrich. Lan Yuyu, feeling frightened, glanced back, relieved to see Yilin following closely behind. Yilin handed the camera to the administrator and said, "Sister, could you take a few photos for us?" The administrator, surprised by Yilin's own camera, replied, "Young man, we have a dedicated camera for photographs here." Yilin understood the rules. While entry was free, photography came at a cost. He discreetly slipped a 20 yuan bill into the administrator's hand, saying, "Sister, please help us." The administrator, delighted, accepted the camera with a smile. "No problem, young man. You can join in too." Having received a benefit, the administrator promptly replaced the seating with a smaller 2-person cushion, thinking that this young lad was quite adept at navigating social situations, so she would assist him further. Once the two were properly equipped with protective gear, the administrator helped them onto the ostrich. As the bird took off sprinting, Yilin pressed closely against Lan Yuyu's back. The movement of the ostrich caused constant contact and friction between them, igniting a rush of blood to Yilin's head, making it a challenge to contain his excitement. Fortunately, the ride was brief, or he would have been in quite a predicament. With a reward in hand, the administrator worked diligently, snapping dozens of photos of Yilin. After leaving the ostrich park, Lan Yuyu turned to Yilin and remarked, "Did you notice? That cushion was rather hard and uncomfortable." Yilin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, yes. Indeed, it was uncomfortable. That cushion was not good. As they walked, they spotted a restroom, and Yilin quickly said, Little Bean Sprout, I need to wash my face. All right, Lan Yuyu replied, waiting quietly by the roadside. Yilin splashed cold water on his face in the restroom, finally managing to lower his blood pressure. The two then proceeded to the performance area. Chapter 32. The Lucky Star. The zoo's performance area featured several segments. The first was a circus show where monkeys, lions, tigers, and various flying birds captivated Lan Yuyu, leaving her in a daze. Following this was the aquarium, showcasing penguins and dolphins, culminating in a killer whale performance. After the whale's act, it flicked a ball into the crowd with its tail. This was a surprise prepared by the aquarium. The guest who caught the ball would be named the Lucky Star. The Lucky Star not only received a waiver on today's admission, but also a commemorative card from Jiangxing Zoo. The ball sailed directly toward Lan Yuyu, but the girl standing in front of her reached out to catch it. Unfortunately, the wet ball slipped from her grasp. Fearing being struck by the ball, Lan Yuyu instinctively raised her hands to shield herself and inadvertently caught the ball. The girl in front, seeing Lan Yuyu catch it, glared at her with resentment. She then angrily exclaimed, That Lucky Star was mine. I was the first to reach for it. Give it back. Her friend chimed in fiercely, clearly. My friend was the first to catch it. Return it immediately. Lan Yuyu had never intended to catch the ball. It was merely a stroke of luck. Now, feeling bewildered and intimidated by the confrontation, she was too scared to look the girls in the eye. She lifted the ball and said, I'm sorry. I accidentally caught it. Here, take it. Just as the girl reached for the ball, Yilin swiftly pulled Lan Yuyu's hand and the ball back. One must maintain their dignity. After all, you are a girl. How shameless of you to snatch someone else's lucky star. Yilin chastised without restraint. Just as Shen Bingrong was about to retort, she was momentarily taken aback by Yilin's gaze. It was the first time she had seen such clarity in a boy's eyes, a gaze that could undoubtedly be described as pure, untainted by the muck of the world. Handsome, exceedingly handsome. The host approached Lan Yuyu with a cheerful smile, asking, Young lady, what is your name? At that moment, Shen Bingrong, disregarding her admiration for Yilin, interjected, I was the first to catch the ball. The host, having indeed seen her touch the ball, replied with a smile, My dear, you may have touched it first, but you didn't catch it. We go by whose hands the ball is in, and thus, the lucky star belongs to her, pointing at Lan Yuyu. Only then did Lan Yu notice Shen Bingrong's face, and she was momentarily startled, quickly saying, if she caught it first, then it should go to her. Yilin, aware that Lan Yuyu was timid and reluctant to offend anyone, perceived her fear of the fierce woman and understood her desire to avoid conflict. Thus she relinquished the lucky star. However, Yilin would not stand for it. As long as he was present, no one could bully his delicate bean sprout. Yilin reassured Lan Yuyu, Little Bean Sprout, what is rightfully yours cannot be taken away by anyone. Yet, Lan Yuyu seemed eager to explain further. Yilin interrupted her. No more buts. The host, her name is Lan Yuyu. Upon hearing her name, the host immediately grasped Lan Yuyu's hand and raised it high, announcing into the microphone, The lucky star of the day is Miss Lan Yuyu. She will be exempt from the entrance fee and will receive a commemorative card from the Jiangxing Zoo. Yilin paid no mind to Shen Bingrong and her companions, preoccupied instead with capturing photographs of Lan Yuyu. After the announcement, the host said to Lan Yuyu, Miss Lan, let us take a picture together on stage while you collect your commemorative card. Lan Yuyu looked at Yilin and then inquired of the host, can we take a photo together? The host beamed brightly, of course. Your boyfriend is quite handsome, truly a match made in heaven. We will even use your photo for our exhibition. Naturally, there are perks. We will waive your entrance fee, and as a lucky star, not only will you receive free admission, but we will also refund your ticket price. How does that sound? Is it acceptable? Upon hearing about the free admission, Lan Yuyu showed no signs of dissent, but looked to Yilin for his approval. She added, we are merely classmates, not a couple. Noticing their close relationship, the host understood that while they may not be officially dating, there was an undeniable affection between them. After all, what girl would willingly go out with a boy she didn't like? It was clear that a mutual fondness must be the foundation for such camaraderie. The two young individuals were clearly influenced by the decisive words of the young man. The host turned to Yilin and inquired, Young man, is that acceptable? Yilin replied, Certainly, but the photographs are strictly for exhibition purposes and cannot be used for any other intents. Rest assured, there will be no alternative uses. With that, the host ushered the two onto the stage. Observing Shun Bingrong lost in a daze from anger, her friend Wang Qingya roused her, saying, "Bingrong, do not be upset." Shun Bingrong snapped back to reality. "Did you just hear that? What did you hear?" "The man just now mentioned a girl named Lan Yuyu." Shun Bingrong pointed toward the stage where Lan Yuyu was posing for a photograph. "Lan Yuyu?" Wang Qingya exclaimed, somewhat astonished. "Lan Yuyu? That name sounds so familiar. But that girl doesn't resemble her at all. Comparing the two is like contrasting a swan with a toad." While Shun Bingrong was considered a flower at their school, this woman was undeniably more beautiful, albeit slightly thinner. It was likely a case of sharing the same name. It could not possibly be that ugly duckling. Bingrong. Could it be a case of a name coincidence? Shun Bingrong shook her head. "No, that voice, those mannerisms, and that silhouette. It is indeed Lan Yuyu, the very ugly duckling from our class. But how could she be so stunning? Need it even be questioned? After being called an ugly duckling at school for so long, she likely underwent cosmetic surgery during the summer break. Otherwise, why would she drop out? All her money must have gone towards surgery, leaving none for her studies." Shun Bingrong regarded the face she just saw with envy, particularly since such a handsome young man was by her side, protecting her. The crucial point was that this young man didn't even glance in her direction. Although there was a sycophant beside her, he paled in comparison to that man. Shun Bingrong dismissed him as merely a wallet to carry around. Otherwise, she would pay him no mind. Wang Qingya concurred, so she went for cosmetic surgery. "I heard her family isn't well off. How shameless to undergo surgery when they have no money. That poor young man, deceived by her hypocritical facade." Shun Bingrong lamented as she watched Yi Lin pose with Lan Yuyu. "That boy is rather handsome," Wang Qingya remarked, gazing at Yi Lin. "What good is good looks if he lacks discernment?" The memory of Yi Lin's earlier reprimand ignited Shun Bingrong's ire. Had any other boy seen her in that moment, he would have been wagging his tail. "That scoundrel on stage actually scolded me. He truly cannot see beauty. To be attracted to Lan Yuyu, he must be blind. Bingrong. It's a pity that this fortunate star has been claimed by that ugly duckling, Lan Yuyu," Wang Qingya expressed indignantly on her friend's behalf. "What is mine is mine." Shun Bingrong resolved to confront Lan Yuyu directly outside. She turned to the side to glance at Chen Jie, who was intently gazing at Lan Yuyu on stage. "Have you had your fill?" Seeing Chen Jie in this state only intensified Shun Bingrong's anger, prompting her to stride out. Chen Jie was startled back to reality by the sudden outburst, hastily pursuing, "Bingrong, don't go, wait for me." Chapter 33. Insulting her is intolerable. Bullying her is even more unacceptable. Outside the aquarium, Chen Jie exerted considerable effort to placate Shun Bingrong. Upon learning that the recently crowned lucky star was Lan Yuyu, he was taken aback. However, he found himself perplexed. Could such beauty truly belong to Lan Yuyu? Had she undergone cosmetic surgery? That seemed improbable. Chen Jie remained somewhat skeptical. "Bingrong, are you certain you haven't mistaken her for someone else?" "There's no mistaking it. She is indeed Lan Yuyu, that ugly duckling. It's one thing that she stole my ranking before, but now she's taken my lucky star as well," Shun Bingrong retorted angrily. Wang Qingya, indignant on behalf of Shun Bingrong, interjected. "Chen Jie, how can you question her judgment when Bingrong has been wronged? Are you even a man? Didn't you claim to have feelings for her?" Faced with the challenge from the goddess, Chen Jie patted his chest confidently. "Rest assured, if this lucky star belongs to Bingrong, then it is hers, and no one can take it away. Bingrong, we shall wait here for them, and I will help you seek justice." Upon hearing that the girl was Lan Yuyu, Chen Jie immediately lost any fondness he had for her. The memory of having stared at her for so long, causing Shun Bingrong distress, filled him with regret. He needed to quickly mend fences with Shun Bingrong. It had taken considerable effort to arrange this outing, and he could not allow her to leave in anger. Fearing that Chen Jie might act violently in his frustration, Shun Bingrong advised, "Hold on. Let's first reveal Lan Yuyu's true face to that boy." Chen Jie was taken aback. "What boy?" Wang Qingya clarified. "The boy who came on stage with Lan Yuyu. Can't you see him?" Yes, I see him," Chen Jie replied, though he had been so preoccupied with staring at Lan Yuyu that he had hardly noticed Yi Lin's presence. However, he questioned the necessity of this endeavor. Did Shun Bingrong perhaps harbor feelings for him? That simply would not do. He asked, "Why do we need to expose Lan Yuyu's true nature?" Shun Bingrong, exasperated, responded, "Are you foolish? Can't you understand? Lan Yuyu has gone to great lengths to transform herself into the charming boy's type. If we expose her, do you think she won't be furious?" Understood, Chen Jie replied, enlightenment dawning upon him. Indeed, the heart of a woman can be the most venomous. Before long, Yi Lin and Lan Yuyu emerged, both enveloped in delight, oblivious to the trio glaring at them from the entrance. Lan Yuyu, stop right there, Shen Bingrong shouted, her frustration boiling over. Ignoring her, Lan Yuyu turned to see Shen Bingrong and her companions, each wearing a hostile expression, particularly Chen Jie, who appeared ready to strike, which instilled a sense of fear in her. Noticing Lan Yuyu's fearful demeanor, Yi Lin's temper flared. He had never anticipated that such shamelessness could exist in this world. Unable to claim the title of Lucky Star for himself, was she still not satisfied? He impatiently remarked to Shen Bingrong. At that moment, Wang Qingya, adopting a seemingly benevolent demeanor, turned to Yi Lin to unveil Lan Yuyu's true self. Handsome, don't be angry. Let me explain. You've been deceived by this ugly duckling. Yi Lin was utterly bewildered. Yet he understood that this woman was denigrating Lan Yuyu as an ugly duckling. What right did she have to insult Lan Yuyu? Based on her own unattractive visage? Lan Yuyu's beauty surpassed hers by leaps and bounds. How could she dare to label another as ugly? Before Yi Lin could express his indignation, Wang Qingya continued her explanation. Lan Yuyu used to attend City No. 1 high school. We were classmates. She was quite unattractive, poor, and indeed the epitome of the ugly duckling. Her appearance was so unappealing that during the summer break, she underwent plastic surgery, spending all her family's money, which led her to drop out of school. I suspect she must have stolen from her family to afford the surgery. So handsome. Do not be deceived by this artificially crafted face. Upon hearing these words, Lan Yuyu shook her head, tears welling in her eyes as she softly denied, No, no, no. She felt wronged and feared that Yi Lin would believe these accusations and distance himself from her. She dared not voice a loud rebuttal, as the man named Chen Jie could resort to violence against her. Yi Lin was seething with anger. What began as a joyful outing with Lan Yuyu had turned sour due to the spiteful comments from these individuals. Although he was unaware of Lan Yuyu's past, he was certain that she had not undergone any surgery. In his previous life, until graduation, her stunning beauty had been concealed beneath her thick bangs. Were it not for his influence, she would never have revealed such a beautiful side. Seeing Yi Lin's furious demeanor, Shen Bingrong wore a smug expression, believing that this handsome young man must be incensed at Lan Yuyu for deceiving him. After Wang Qingya finished speaking, Shen Bingrong was convinced that Yi Lin would no longer concern himself with Lan Yuyu. She pressed on, Lan Yuyu, be sensible and hand over the commemorative card. It rightfully belongs to me. Ugly creature, return the card to Bingrong obediently, or you know the consequences. Chen Jie, standing by, was eager for a confrontation. Lan Yuyu, recalling her past, prepared to surrender what she held. Suddenly, Yi Lin wrapped his arms around her, declaring, Little Sprout, do not be afraid. I will protect you. Lan Yuyu was taken aback by this unexpected embrace, remaining still in his hold. You protecting her? Have you lost your senses? Chen Jie scoffed. I advise you to hand over the items, lest you face a beating. Chen Jie was not intimidated by Yi Lin. A glance at him revealed he was merely a good student. Could a good student engage in a fight? Good students only end up getting beaten. Chen Jie was confident he could easily overpower Yi Lin. You may be shameless, but insulting and bullying her is unacceptable. Yi Lin released Lan Yuyu and strode forward, seizing Chen Jie's collar, then proceeded to deliver a flurry of blows. The grip on Chen Jie's collar was primarily to prevent him from escaping. With his uncle watching at Qingyuan High School, it was unwise to be overly arrogant. Outside the school gates, who would dare lay a hand on him? This fool had the audacity to bully Little Sprout. He was truly asking for trouble. Chen Jie was caught off guard, and by the time he reacted, he was already being pummeled, utterly powerless to defend himself. Yi Lin, once the school bully at Qingyuan High School, known as the Little Tyrant, found fighting to be an everyday affair. Although Chen Jie is a basketball player, he typically only bullies soft targets like Lan Yuyu and is seldom engaged in real fights. Little Bean Sprout, those who tormented you in the past, I shall avenge you today, Yi Lin declared, venting his pent-up fury. The thought of Lan Yuyu clinging to her gravestone in her past life ignited a fierce protectiveness within him. He would not allow anyone to mistreat her again. The more he reflected on Lan Yuyu's tragic fate in her previous life, the more relentless his retaliation became. Lan Yuyu, taken aback by Yi Lin's willingness to fight on her behalf, hastily urged him, Stop, Yi Lin, please don't fight anymore. Shen Bingrong and Wang Qingya were equally astonished. They hadn't anticipated the ferocity of this young man. Concerned that he might frighten Lan Yu further, Yi Lin restrained himself, sending Chun Jie flying with a swift kick. He then turned to the two girls, commanding, "Apologize to her immediately, or I shall rip your mouths apart." Yi Lin's menacing gaze bore down on Shun Bingrong and Wang Qingya. "Yi Lin, there's no need," Lan Yu interjected, grasping his hand in a bid to prevent further violence. Wang Qingya, still in shock, quickly recalled her earlier words and hurriedly apologized to Lan Yu. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I was just being careless." "No, it's really not necessary," Lan Yu replied, somewhat flustered by the attention. "I'm sorry, Lan Yu," Shun Bingrong echoed, equally intimidated by Yi Lin's fierce demeanor. Realizing that he might indeed act on his threats. Despite being a flower of the prestigious First High School, her beauty seemed ineffective against Yi Lin's wrath. "Scram. And never let me see you bully her again," Yi Lin ordered, prompting Shun Bingrong and Wang Qingya to flee without a backward glance at the beaten Chun Jie. Though Chun Jie was seething with anger, he dared not confront Yi Lin again. This fellow, who appeared to be a model student, displayed a surprising ferocity when provoked. Chun Jie thought to himself that Shun Bingrong must be furious with him and hastily pursued the girls. Yi Lin, observing Chun Jie, mused on the abundance of sycophants in the world. People are foolish, relentlessly pursuing what they cannot attain, only to end up with nothing. After dispatching the trio of tormentors, Yi Lin turned his attention to comforting Lan Yu. "Little Bean Sprout, were they your classmates before?" he began, seeking a topic of conversation. Lan Yu nodded. "How did they bully you in the past?" Reluctant to share, she eventually opened up under Yi Lin's gentle coaxing, a testament to her trust in him. Upon hearing her story, Yi Lin was taken aback to learn that Lan Yu had been bullied for outperforming them academically. As a key high school in Jiangxing, the first high school offered prizes for top scores, and rather than accept their defeat, they resorted to bullying the more vulnerable Lan Yu. After listening to her account, Yi Lin regretted not having dealt harsher punishment to her aggressors. "Little Bean Sprout, from now on, with me around, no one will dare to bully you. At Qingyuan High School, you will achieve whatever scores you are capable of. You have taken the examination at the esteemed Shi Middle School, and in doing so, you have brought honor to our institution. By elevating the school's reputation, you simultaneously uplift Teacher Long, which will undoubtedly bring her immense joy. Is this truly the case? Will Teacher Long be pleased merely because you have passed the exam at Shi Middle School?" Lan Yu looked at this with innocent curiosity. "Indeed, it is so, therefore. In the upcoming Unified City examination, you must exert yourself diligently." "Very well, I shall certainly prepare earnestly for the test." In that moment, Lan Yu felt a surge of confidence. Previously, she had refrained from striving for excellence due to her fears. However, those apprehensions have now dissipated, for she understands that pleasing Teacher Lung is within her grasp with good results. She genuinely wishes to see Teacher Lung happy, and concurrently, she does not wish to disappoint Yi Lin. Reflecting on the recent embrace and protection she received from Yi Lin, Lan Yu felt a profound sense of security. It is indeed comforting to be safeguarded by another. It shields one from being bullied. How she wished that Yi Lin could perpetually offer her such protection. Yet, she was acutely aware that such a notion was but a fantasy, for Yi Lin harbored affections for Ling Feishua, and his future endeavors would be devoted to safeguarding her. Nonetheless, having experienced this moment of protection from Yi Lin, Lan Yu felt a deep sense of gratitude. Inspired by Yi Lin's kindness, she resolved to return to school and assist him by speaking well of him to Ling Feishua. Chapter 34. A gift meant for you upon exiting the aquarium. Yi Lin and Lan Yu strolled around other areas of the zoo. Initially, Yi Lin had intended to visit the amusement park, but the overwhelming crowd and lengthy queues compelled him to abandon that plan. After concluding their exploration of the zoo, they ventured into the heart of Jiangxing, where Yi Lin cleverly concocted an excuse to treat Lan Yu to a meal. He had also intended to purchase her a small gift. However, Lan Yu adamantly declined anything. In fact, even when Yi Lin secretly bought her a present, she returned it. Faced with this predicament, Yi Lin resolved to seek another opportunity. As evening approached, the two arrived at the station, preparing to return home. Upon entering, Yi Lin noticed a shop outside displaying several exquisite fabric hairbands. He turned to Lan Yu and said, "Little Bean Sprout, please wait for me here for a moment." With that, he made his way towards the shop. After selecting a blue and white hairband, Yi Lin inquired of the shopkeeper, "How much for this hairband?" The shopkeeper, beaming with a smile, replied, "Young man, you have a keen eye. This is the latest and most fashionable hairband, perfect for gifting a girlfriend. Normally, I sell it for 50 yuan, but seeing how handsome you are, I will give you a discount and sell it for 30. Upon hearing this, Yilin exclaimed in disbelief at the audacity of such pricing. In this day and age, such an item could be found elsewhere for just a few yuan. The shopkeeper was blatantly marking up the price tenfold. Such unscrupulous merchants truly deserve their reputation at the train station, capitalizing on every unsuspecting customer for fleeting profits. 5 yuan is my offer. If you agree, I shall purchase it, Yilin declared. The shopkeeper, taken aback, had never encountered someone so bold in negotiating prices. Dear young gentleman, please do not jest. Selling it to you for 5 yuan would incur a significant loss on my part. No, the minimum price is 20 yuan. If you wish to take it, then here it is. Without hesitation, Yilin reattached the item for sale. The owner's extensive explanations indicated that there was room for negotiation on the price. The act of bargaining suggested that the owner still stood to profit, albeit perhaps only marginally. If he were truly at a loss, he would dismiss any further discussion and cease selling altogether. Replacing the hairpin in its designated spot, Yilin turned and made his way toward the bus station. Just a few steps away, the owner hastily pursued Yilin, exclaiming, "Oh, dear young gentleman, wait. Fine, 5 yuan it is. Today, I shall sell it to you at a loss." Observing the owner's feigned reluctance to part with the item brought a smile to Yilin's lips. Truly, this owner possessed considerable talent. It would be a pity if he did not pursue a career in acting. Promptly retrieving 5 yuan from his pocket, Yilin handed it to the owner and accepted the hairpin, departing with a casual, "Thank you, kind sir. May prosperity be yours." As Yilin sauntered away, the owner felt a pang of regret, as though he had been outwitted. Upon seeing Yilin return with the hairpin, Lan Yuyu anxiously inquired, "Yilin, why did you purchase a hairpin?" "Oh, I bought it as a gift," Yilin replied, though he refrained from revealing the recipient's identity, knowing full well that if he disclosed it now, she would undoubtedly insist on returning it. Upon hearing that the purchase was intended as a gift, Lan Yuyu felt a sense of relief. Earlier, while window shopping, Yilin had contemplated acquiring something for himself. Yet, despite her relief, an inexplicable sense of disappointment lingered within Lan Yuyu. She imagined that the gift was meant for Ling Feishua. The hairpin was undeniably beautiful, and the more she thought about it, the stronger her feelings of unease grew, though she could not pinpoint the reason behind them. After purchasing their tickets, the two boarded the bus for their return journey. Upon arriving in Qingyuan County, Yilin escorted Lan Yuyu back to her school. Reaching the base of Shangmei Building, Lan Yuyu turned to Yilin and said, "Wait for me a moment." Hearing this, Yilin's heart brimmed with anticipation. Could it be that she had a gift for him? A short while later, Lan Yuyu emerged, handing Yilin a wad of cash. After a quick calculation, she realized that, having gained free admission to the zoo, she had saved 50 yuan. Thus, the cost for the bus fare and meals amounted to roughly 150 yuan. She hurried back to her dormitory, counted out 100 yuan from her backpack, and added it to today as 50 yuan before presenting it to Yilin. Lan Yuyu felt fortunate to have been that day's lucky star. Otherwise, she would have lacked sufficient funds to assist Yilin. With over 20 yuan still in her bag, she believed it would sustain her for a few more days. Observing the stack of money in Lan Yuyu's hands, Yilin inquired, "Little bean sprout, what is this?" "Well, Yilin, I'm unsure how much I spent today while having fun, but it should be about this much. I'm giving it to you." Yilin, however, could not accept the money, feeling a sense of disappointment. When a girl is so generous with her finances, it often indicates that the relationship has yet to reach a certain depth. Certainly, Yilin could not directly tell her no. He needed to find a reason to decline, lest this naive girl refrain from playing with him in the future. "Little bean sprout, are we good friends?" Yilin inquired suddenly. "Yes," Lan Yuyu replied without hesitation. At present, apart from her family and teachers, Yilin was indeed the one she was closest to. "As good friends, you need not pay me. Today, I shall treat you. Next time, it will be your turn to treat me." However, before Lan Yuyu could voice her thoughts, Yilin interrupted, "Little bean sprout, if you give me money, it means you do not wish to be my friend, and that would sadden me. Would it truly make you sad?" No. Yilin is so kind. I cannot allow him to feel sorrow." With this thought, Lan Yuyu withdrew her money. "Then I shall not give you money, Yilin. Please do not be sad. If you do not give me money, I shall not be sad." Observing her place the money into her skirt pocket, Yilin retrieved a hairband he had purchased in Jiangxing. "Little bean sprout, this is for you." "Huh, Lan Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Yilin, did you not say this was meant as a gift for someone? Indeed, I bought it expressly to give to you. When you wear it on your wrist while you sleep at night, it will be as if I am by your side, so you need not fear the darkness. Is that true? Lan Yu asked, half in disbelief. Absolutely, I would not deceive you. Thank you, Yilin. A wave of happiness washed over her. She had initially thought it was a gift for Ling Feishua. Suddenly, the discomfort in her heart vanished. Yilin understood that inviting her out to play again tomorrow would likely not be feasible. However, he could not bear the thought of not seeing her. He longed to be by her side every moment of the day. Thus, he proposed, Little Bean Sprout, would you tutor me in my studies tomorrow afternoon? Lan Yu eagerly nodded in agreement. Of course. Then I shall see you tomorrow afternoon. You should head up now. I will go up now, Yilin. You should hurry home. With that, Lan Yu hurriedly dashed back to her dormitory. Upon arriving, she gazed at the photographs taken at the zoo, lost in thought. The two of them stood on either side, with dolphins and orcas leaping joyously in the center for the photo. After an hour of contemplation, she reluctantly tucked the pictures into her book. Looking at the hairband in her hand, she hurried to the mirror to tie up her hair. Dressed in her uniform, Lan Yu scarcely recognized herself. At that moment, she felt a flicker of beauty within her. However, shaking her head vigorously, she muttered, No, no, no. How could I possibly be pretty? It is the outfit that is lovely. As night fell, Lan Yu wore the hairband on her wrist. Her mind filled with memories of her day spent with Yilin. Thoughts of Yilin protecting her, taking her out to play, and gifting her items brought a sweet smile to her face as she drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Yilin quickly called Huang Bai, urging him to take him to his house. After an entire day spent capturing photographs, they must be developed. Chapter 35. Self-taught brothers. The process of developing film is undeniably cumbersome. Huang Bai, unfamiliar with the task, had often observed his father perform it with ease. Merely rolling the film consumed half an hour, and after an hour, Huang Bai finally managed to develop the film. He initially intended to assist Yilin in developing the photographs, yet Yilin declined his offer. Firstly, Huang Bai's lack of skill posed a risk of damaging his father's equipment, which would undoubtedly lead to repercussions. Secondly, Yilin preferred to keep the photographs from Huang Bai's view. Thus, he took the film and prepared to leave. With his parents away on vacation, Huang Bai found himself utterly bored at home and longed to accompany Yilin for some entertainment. However, Yilin insisted that he remain at home and study. Huang Bai regretted not joining his parents on their trip, having envisioned a carefree holiday filled with gaming. Yet, after a mere day of solitary gaming, he found it lacking in excitement, primarily due to the absence of the previous thrill that came from playing with friends. Since Lan Yu transferred schools, Yilin had not spent much time with him, leaving Huang Bai feeling as though he had experienced a breakup. With the thought of Yilin studying diligently, he worried about their future conversations lacking substance. Furthermore, a fortune teller had indicated that to win over Chen Sini, he must gain admission to a university. With this in mind, Huang Bai resolved to abandon gaming and return to his studies. Yilin took the film to a printing shop to create 2 6-inch albums, finalizing the price before handing the film to the owner. The following morning, Yilin first visited his own store to settle accounts. As his entrepreneurial venture was still in its infancy, and without an accounting department, he felt compelled to collect payments daily. The reasons for this daily routine were twofold. Firstly, he was anxious, given the daily revenue exceeded 1,000 yuan, and secondly, due to limited funds and unfamiliarity with suppliers, immediate payment was necessary to secure their goods. In the 5 days since UT's opening, the average daily income had reached 1,500 yuan. After deducting raw material costs, Yilin had earned over 6,000 yuan. With 6 employees, Yilin distributed September salaries. Although the period was brief, he ensured they were compensated. The base salary was 50 yuan per day, with commissions calculated at 10% of the store's net income, resulting in a commission of 100 yuan for September. The 5 new female employees had worked for 4 days, each receiving 300 yuan in wages. Qin Hui, who started on the 23rd, had worked for 8 days and earned 500 yuan. The girls were pleased, considering such wages commendable for the county. Earning 304 days suggested a potential monthly income exceeding 2,000 yuan. Qin Hui, however, felt envious, realizing that in just 5 days, Yilin had earned 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. After finishing the tasks at the store, Yilin hurried to the printing shop to collect the albums before heading out to buy groceries. Today, He intended to personally prepare a delectable meal. After a busy afternoon, Yilin completed his lovingly crafted bento and then set out to the store, bringing along 2 cups of lemonade. At 2 in the afternoon, Yilin arrived at Shangmei Building, where Lan Yuyu awaited him below, holding several books in her hands. She reverted to her previous appearance as an ugly duckling today. Upon seeing Yilin, she joyfully ran over, exclaiming, "Yilin, you are here." Noticing her weariness, Yilin inquired with concern, "Little bean sprout, have you been waiting for me long?" "Not at all. I just came down," Lan Yuyu replied, yet her fatigue betrayed her. The mere thought of seeing Yilin had caused her to rise early. First, she waited in the classroom, then at the dormitory entrance, eagerly anticipating their reunion. But the passage of time felt excruciatingly slow. "You are lying. Your eyes can barely stay open. If you keep lying, your future children might be born without a bottom." Yilin regretted the latter part of his statement as soon as it left his lips, feeling as if he had cursed himself. Lan Yuyu, who believed that even kissing could lead to babies, took his words seriously. She immediately clarified, "Yilin, I actually came down this morning. I had nothing to do and feared you might wait for me, so I came down early to ensure you would see me as soon as you arrived." Yilin, both amused and exasperated, replied, "I said this afternoon, why did you come down so early?" Remembering the remark about children being born without bottoms, Lan Yuyu confessed, "I just wanted to see you sooner and then go for tutoring." This revelation tugged at Yilin's heartstrings, evoking both sorrow and joy. He felt sympathy for Lan Yuyu's exhaustion, yet he was elated to realize how significant he was in her life. The person she was eager to see was none other than her beloved. However, Yilin understood that Lan Yuyu was still somewhat naive about matters of love. She herself did not comprehend that this was what it meant to like someone, and rushing to confess would only complicate things. Yilin was in no hurry. He did not intend to profess his feelings just yet. He vividly recalled Lan Yuyu's words from their past life, in the next life. "Could you pursue me like you did Ling Feishua?" Indeed, he had invested so much time and energy in pursuing Ling Feishua. To confess to Lan Yuyu so hastily would be unfair to her. Thus, Yilin's sole desire was to cherish her properly. He envisioned a day when Lan Yuyu would understand her feelings and willingly choose to be with him. With utmost tenderness, he asked, "Little bean sprout, haven't you eaten yet?" Fearing that Yilin might insist on buying her something again, she immediately replied, "Yilin, I've already eaten." However, as soon as she spoke, the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air, and her stomach audibly protested. Observing this, Yilin remarked, "Little bean sprout, you are lying again." I. Lan Yuyu was at a loss for words, her face flushing with embarrassment. "All right, I haven't eaten either. I personally cooked for you today. Let us go eat," Yilin declared, leading her to a stone table by the pond. The thought that Yilin had prepared the meal himself filled Lan Yuyu with joy. Now, she was too pleased to decline his invitation and had almost grown accustomed to it. She was well aware that even if she declined, Yilin would inevitably find a way to coax her into consuming it. Yilin, ever considerate, assisted her in unwrapping her lunch and then helped her with her drink. Lan Yuyu took a couple of bites and exclaimed, "Yilin, this is delicious." Her compliment was sincere, as Yilin's culinary skills far surpassed those of Yiaigua, cultivated over years of devoted admiration. If Ling Feishua were to discover that Yilin had learned to cook in his pursuit of her, just to delight Lan Yuyu, she might very well leap into the pond in frustration. However, it seemed she would never have the chance to know that Yilin's culinary endeavors were motivated by his affection for her. Ling Feishua epitomized the phrase to make a bridal gown for another. Upon hearing Lan Yuyu's praise, Yilin felt a surge of joy, making the meal taste even better. After finishing, Yilin retrieved an album. "Little bean sprout, here are the photos we took yesterday during our outing. This is for you." Although Lan Yuyu desired it, she refrained from reaching out and instead said, "Yilin, you keep it. If you give it to me, then you won't have it anymore. I made 2 copies. The other one I left at home. This one is specially for you." "Especially for me?" Lan Yuyu took it with a look of affection and placed it in her bag. "Aren't you going to take a look?" Noticing she wasn't opening it, Yilin worried she might not like it. Lan Yuyu smiled brightly, saying, "I'll look at it later. Let's focus on studying for now." With that, she pulled out her textbook to teach Yilin. At that moment, Huang Bai arrived at the school, hurriedly approaching with a few books in hand. "Lin Gu, I figured you'd be at school." Yilin was puzzled by Huang Bai's urgency and asked, "What's the rush?" Huang Bai, ignoring Yilin, grinned at Lan Yuyu and said, "Classmate Lan, could you also teach me?" I want to improve. Yi Lin's expression darkened at this. But I'm currently helping Yi Lin. Lan Yuyu replied, feeling conflicted. No worries. Once you finish with Lin Ge, you can teach me. I spent all night studying math. And I couldn't grasp a lot of it. You must help me. If I can't get into university, my happiness in life will be over. Yi Lin nearly burst out laughing. This guy genuinely believed that getting into university would ensure a relationship with Chinsini. Little did he know. That fortune teller had only vaguely suggested one could find their beloved. Chinsini could be a beloved, but not necessarily the only one. Little bean sprout, you teach me, and I'll handle Huangbai, Yi Lin said, unwilling to subject Lan Yuyu to that burden. Teaching himself was merely a facade. Teaching Huangbai would be serious business. A clever student would grasp the concepts quickly, while a foolish one, no matter how much he was taught, could drive a person to frustration. Huangbai was reluctant. Yi Lin teaching him? This good friend was usually ranked lower than him in academics. Could he truly be relied upon? Yet, he dared not argue, and instead said, Lin Ge, my happiness rests in your hands. Have you really learned? You don't trust me? How could that be? I believe in you, Lin Ge. How do I solve this problem? Yi Lin. Goodness, professing trust while testing me with questions. Yi Lin resolved to showcase his knowledge. Meticulously explaining the problems posed by Huangbai. Huangbai was astounded. This fellow had truly mastered the material. His explanation surpassed even that of Li Depeo. And as a self-proclaimed underachiever, Huangbai found himself grasping the concepts effortlessly, leaving no room for complaints. After studying throughout the afternoon, Yi Lin insisted that Huangbai treat him to a meal, and they resumed their studies in the evening. Initially, during Yi Lin's tutoring sessions with Lan Yuyu, he merely sought an excuse to be in her company. Now, however, they were genuinely collaborating to aid Huangbai's learning. Naturally, Yi Lin bore no grievances. Although there was an unwelcome third party, it was not entirely detrimental. He had previously pretended to study, but now he could wholeheartedly focus on teaching Huangbai, especially as he was instructing his good friend. Lan Yuyu, too, had no objections. She was simply there to support Yi Lin's tutoring efforts. And an additional person could only enhance the learning experience. The following day, the trio gathered as usual at the stone table for their studies, only concluding when it was time for evening self-study. As students returned to campus, Lan Yuyu headed to classroom 5. Having been preoccupied for days with the task of assisting Yi Lin in his romantic pursuits. Chapter 36. Illness must be treated. Lan Yuyu arrived at classroom 5. Feeling an unsettling trepidation, she was not particularly adept at social interactions. After lingering for a while, she rehearsed her words several times before mustering the courage to approach a classmate seated by the door. Hello, could you please help me call for Ling Feishue from your class? Upon uttering those words, Lan Yuyu felt as though she had accomplished a monumental task and exhaled deeply. The classmate, upon hearing her request, shouted towards the front. Ling Feishue, someone is looking for you. Ling Feishue turned around, puzzled. Who is looking for me? Is it Yi Lin delivering a love letter? Unlikely. That rascal always approaches me directly, never needing someone else to summon me. With lingering confusion, Ling Feishue approached the door and spotted Lan Yuyu. Her surprise was palpable. It was her. Yi Lin had sent this unattractive girl to irritate her. How could someone with such a visage dare to play games with Yi Lin and deceive herself? Did she not look in the mirror? What business did she have seeking her out? Could it be that she was aware of Yi Lin's prior affections and had come to dissuade her from pursuing him? An ugly girl daring to compete for a man was utterly laughable, and Ling Feishue's demeanor soured. You are looking for me? She inquired, her tone unkind. Yes, yes. Lan Yuyu replied, finally recognizing who Ling Feishue was. She had encountered this girl before, during her walks in the corridor with Yi Lin at the library, and just days ago during the monthly exam. Each time, this girl had berated Yi Lin. Clearly, Yi Lin had committed some offense against her, eliciting such ire whenever she saw him. However, she is truly enchanting, and her academic performance ranks first in the entire school. It is no wonder that Yi Lin is so infatuated with her. Lan Yu suddenly found herself feeling a twinge of envy for Ling Feishue. Being adored by Yi Lin must be a delightful experience. He Xiaowei had once remarked that to love someone is to think of them incessantly. Thus, it stands to reason that Yi Lin must be perpetually preoccupied with thoughts of Ling Feishue, which understandably fuels Lan Yuyu's envy. Feishue, I am Lan Yuyu, from class 1. She introduced herself. Ling Feishue, with a hint of impatience, replied, I am aware. You are also Yi Lin's deskmate. However, please refrain from calling me sister. I have no sister as unsightly as you. What do you want? Lan Yuyu was unfazed by Ling Feishua's comment about her appearance, having grown accustomed to it. In fact, she felt a flicker of joy upon realizing that Ling Feishua knew she shared a desk with Yilin. If Yilin had feelings for her, and she sat beside him in class, perhaps her connection with Ling Feishua might deepen as well. Yes, I sit next to Yilin. Feishua, I have something to discuss with you. Lan Yu nearly slipped and called her sister again, but quickly caught herself. Do not address me by name. It nauseates me, Ling Feishua retorted, her impatience growing. The sight of Lan Yu inevitably reminded her of the tender moments she shared with Yilin, which only served to aggravate her. Then how should I refer to you? Lan Yu asked, perplexed. It seemed absurd that calling someone by their name could provoke such disdain. She resolved to inform Ling Feishua that neglecting her health was untenable. Do not bother with titles. Just tell me what you want. Oh, right. I wanted to convey that Yilin truly cares for you. Ridiculous. Am I unaware of his affections? He used to confess to me daily. Did you think I needed you to enlighten me? Ling Feishua responded with an air of pride. Noticing her irritation, Lan Yu speculated that Ling Feishua must still be upset with Yilin. She wondered what Yilin had done to provoke such anger. What I meant to say is, please do not stay angry with Yilin. He is genuinely a good person, not a delinquent. Lately, he has been studying diligently and working hard. Furthermore, he possesses a kind heart. I have often been bullied, but since transferring here, Yilin has taken great care of me, bringing me lunch and lemon candies almost daily. I did not want them initially, but if I refused, he would throw them away, so I ended up consuming them. Just yesterday, when we visited Jiangqing, he defended me against some former classmates who were harassing me. Yilin is truly wonderful. Ling Feishua, please do not hold a grudge against him. He is very fond of you. We are merely friends. Yet he treats me exceedingly well. Therefore, his affection for you must mean he will treat you even better. If you continue to be upset with him and ignore him, it will only sadden Yilin. Silence. Ling Feishua could no longer endure the conversation. Who is ignoring whom? That scoundrel Yilin not only gives me a cold shoulder when we meet, but has also blocked me on his social media. How could she be so kind to such an unattractive woman? Is this some form of self-deprecation as a means of revenge? Infuriated, Ling Feishua let out a loud shout, startling all her classmates, who turned to her in bewilderment, curious about what could have provoked such rage, their ears perked up for gossip. Are you trying to flaunt something before me? Don't presume that Yilin's kindness towards you indicates his affection. Let me enlighten you. He is merely putting on a performance for my benefit. With your appearance, do you truly believe Yilin would be attracted to you? Stop dreaming. There is nothing to boast about. What do you possess to compete with me? If it's looks you lack, and if it's grades, I surely outperform you. After all, I am at the top of the entire school. Go back and inform Yilin that if he continues this charade, I shall never forgive him. Ling Feishua was seething. Was Yilin truly such a scoundrel? Was he really on the brink of turning this ugly duckling-esque performance into reality? He even sent her takeout and lemon fruit, taking her out for leisure, as if to drive her to madness for his own amusement. Lan Yu felt intimidated by Ling Feishua's fierce demeanor. As the other students began to murmur among themselves, it became evident that this was juicy gossip. From Ling Feishua's words, it was clear that these two women were vying for the same man, Yilin, no less. Yet, they were puzzled. Didn't Ling Feishua usually despise Yilin? Why was she now competing with someone for his affection? Observing Ling Feishua's fury, Lan Yu felt compelled to leave promptly, saying, Ling Feishua, please don't be angry. I will inform Yilin right away to cease this act. As she turned to return to the classroom, she remembered something crucial and looked back. Ling Feishua, if you're unwell, you must seek treatment promptly. You cannot afford to delay. Reminded of her mother's deteriorating health due to financial constraints, Lan Yu felt a pang of sadness, prompting her to offer this well-meaning advice. Regardless of how furious and disdainful Ling Feishua was towards her, it was essential to convey this message. After all, she hoped to be with Yilin in the future, and she could not afford to be ill. Lan Yu did not wish for Yilin to wear a frown every day, as her father did due to her mother's sickness. Ling Feishua, upon hearing these words, was utterly exasperated, shouting, You are the one who is sick, a lunatic. Lan Yu pondered for a moment before replying, But Yilin never said I was sick. He mentioned a few days ago that you are the one with an ailment. What was it called again? Let me think. I remember. Yilin said you suffer from a condition known as self-indulgent affection, and he remarked that such an illness is beyond the doctor's remedy. However, don't lose hope. It can indeed be cured. Also, the fact that you felt disgusted when I called your name is also a symptom. If you are ill, you must seek treatment without delay. Lan Yu earnestly advised Ling Feishue before sprinting back to the classroom. Ling Feishue was left dumbfounded by Lan Yu's remarks. She could hardly believe that this woman might truly be deranged. The other students, upon hearing Lan Yu's comments, struggled to suppress their laughter. Do not be deceived by this student's unremarkable appearance. However, her words have truly incensed Ling Feishue. It is ironic that Ling Feishue, who finds it repugnant when others use her name in insult, ultimately succumbs to the same verbal barbs. Indeed, appearances can be deceptive. Upon returning to the classroom, Len Yu informed Yellen that Ling Feishue instructed him to cease his theatrics. Chapter 37. The first in the school's monthly exam. After hearing Len Yu's account, Yellen was taken aback. Little Bean Sprout, I am not performing for Ling Feishue. My affections for you are genuine, and I no longer harbor feelings for her. Yellen sought to clarify this for the Navi girl. No longer interested in Ling Feishue? Len Yu queried, incredulous, for Wang Xiaoqing had asserted that Yellen admired her. And she truly was quite beautiful. Len Yu found it hard to believe, given Yellen's illustrious reputation that she had often heard about in the dormitory. Moreover, with Ling Feishue's exceptional beauty and accomplishments, it was reasonable to assume that many would be enamored by her, including someone as admirable as Yellen. Little Bean Sprout, why do you trust Wang Xiaoqing over me? Is there anyone who knows my own feelings better than I do? Len Yu pondered this and realized he was correct. If Yellen claimed not to like her, then he surely did not. A flicker of joy ignited within Len Yu. Truth be told, she also did not harbor any fondness for Ling Feishue. The first time she encountered Ling Feishue, she was berating Yellen, and in subsequent meetings, she continued to scold him. Furthermore, if Yellen did not like her, then there was no possibility of a relationship between them. Then whom do you like? Len Yu inquired, eager to relay to Yellen's beloved just how admirable he truly was. After all, since Yellen treated her so well, she felt compelled to assist him in some manner. Little Bean Sprout, the person I like, you shall discover in due time. Oh, Len Yu mused about whom Yellen might be enamored with, turning her gaze towards Huang Bai. Observing her deep in thought and with an expression of surprise directed at Huang Bai, Yellen felt an ominous premonition and quickly interjected, Little Bean Sprout, do not let your imagination run wild. I am not interested in men. Ah, I see. You nearly gave me a fright. Len Yu exhaled in relief. Typically, Yellen spent his days in the company of Huang Bai. If he was uninterested in Ling Feishue, perhaps it was Huang Bai he favored. During a session at the first high school, the teacher had mentioned that relationships between men were most susceptible to the transmission of certain diseases, which made Len Yu anxious about the prospect of Yellen and Huang Bai being together, as such unions were frowned upon. As the school bell rang, all students returned to the classroom. The strikingly elegant Qiu entered shortly thereafter. Glancing at the full classroom, she opted not to take attendance. Students, the holiday has concluded. It is time to refocus our minds on our studies, as we have less than a year remaining. With that, she produced the finalized report cards. The results of the monthly examination had been released. Some students had made significant progress, while others needed to exert further effort. Qiu's face radiated joy. Observing her expression, the entire class speculated that they had undoubtedly performed exceptionally well in the examination. Qin Tianju, brimming with excitement, inquired, Teacher, did our class secure the top position? At this, Lung Yinxiu's smile deepened as she responded, not only did our class rank first among all classes in the school, but we also boast the top individual score. What? The students were taken aback. The first place was not claimed by Ling Feishue this time? All gazes swiftly turned towards Chen Sini. A hint of bashfulness washed over Chen Sini as she lowered her head, feeling a flicker of pride within. Qin Tianju, exhilarated, gave her a thumbs up and exclaimed, Sini, impressive. You've brought honor to our class. Feeling a bit shy, Chen Sini replied, what are you saying? The teacher hasn't even called out names. How do you know it's me? Yet, deep down, she felt that it was indeed her. Although Chen Sini did not achieve the top score in the school, her performance was commendable, securing the 5th position. However, Lung Yinxiu's words fell upon Chen Sini like a bucket of cold water, dousing her initial elation and leaving her with a sense of disappointment. The greater the expectation, the larger the ensuing disappointment, and she felt a lump in her throat, nearly on the verge of tears. The rest of the class shared her astonishment. Their class had claimed the top position, yet it was not attributed to Chen Sini. Who could it be? Their minds buzzed with speculation. Without further ado, Lung Yinxiu revealed, the student with the highest score in the school is Lan Yuyu, who achieved 645 points. This examination was particularly challenging, and attaining such a score is truly remarkable. Even the top students from the city would only manage similar results. The second place, Ling Feixue, scored 624 points. Upon hearing that she had topped the school, Lan Yuyu found herself unable to feel joy. She had not intended to secure first place, so she had aimed for a score of 645. What she thought was a calculated decision turned out to be a miscalculation, as the exam proved to be exceedingly difficult for many. Huang Bai stared at Lan Yuyu in disbelief, his mind racing with frustration. How could the teacher pair a prodigy with Yilin? Was this intentional or merely coincidental? After all, Yilin had previously mentioned that the principal was his uncle. The collective gaze of the class now rested upon Lan Yuyu. Under such scrutiny, she felt increasingly uncomfortable. Reminiscent of the time when she had taken first place at the city's top school, only to be bullied afterward, Yilin shifted slightly closer to her, shielding her from the multitude of stares, and said, "Congratulations, Lan Yuyu, for achieving first place for our class. Let us give her a round of applause." Yet, the moment felt awkward. Only Yilin and Huang Bai clapped at first. Fortunately, after a brief pause, Lung Yinxiu joined in, prompting the rest of the class to follow suit. Once the applause subsided, Li Junwei voiced his displeasure, saying, "Yilin, it's not you who came in first. Why are you so excited? It may not be me, but it is my deskmate who has achieved that honor. I am delighted for her. Do you have any objections?" Yilin retorted with irritation. Qin Tianzhu found himself at a loss for words. Li Junwei immediately stood up, addressing the teacher. "Before the exam, I made a wager with Yilin. Fearing that Yilin might resort to underhanded tactics later, he prepared to inform Lung Yinxiu about their pre-exam bet." Lung Yinxiu, intrigued, inquired, "Oh, what was the wager? Pray, enlighten us." Li Junwei replied, "Yilin asserted that he would rank within the top 30 of our class in this exam, while we wagered that he would not. He previously mentioned that if he lost, he would undertake a month's worth of cleaning duties for the class, and thus, our agreement stipulated that if he emerged victorious, I would cover the remaining days of his cleaning duties. If he lost, he would incur an additional month." Turning her gaze towards Yilin, Lung Yinxiu asked, "Yilin, is this true?" "Indeed, it is, teacher," Yilin affirmed. "Initially, Qin Tianzhu also intended to bet with me, but he retracted when he realized he would have to be my subordinate if he lost. After all, such a situation would not reflect well, and I am not in need of a subordinate." Yilin not only acknowledged the wager with Li Junwei, but also made a sarcastic remark regarding Qin Tianzhu. Incensed, Qin Tianzhu stood up abruptly. "You lack the courage to wager and claim it would be detrimental. Let us amend the stakes to something more favorable. If I lose, I will clean for a month. If you lose, you must do the same, every day, twice a day. Shall we wager?" Yilin, provoked by this challenge, felt compelled to reclaim his honor. Moreover, he was confident of victory. Should he accept, he would dutifully clean, and if he declined, it would be seen as cowardice, thereby restoring his pride. Qin Tianzhu believed that victory was assured for him, irrespective of the outcome. "Let us wager." Yilin was unperturbed, possessing confidence in his abilities. Lung Yinxiu remarked, "As I have mentioned before, this exam is quite challenging, and one may find themselves ranked higher than anticipated. Although the school frowns upon such behavior, given your youthful fervor, I shall allow this wager to stand. However, do remember to accept the consequences of your bets." "Rest assured, I am fully prepared to accept the wager," Yilin asserted. "So am I," Qin Tianzhu followed suit. To them, Lung Yinxiu's statement seemed directed at Yilin, who had a history of employing deceitful tactics. Even if Yilin were to renege on the agreement, they were still eager to bet, as it would bring him shame and earn him scorn from their peers. What could be more delightful than that? Chapter 38. Yilin's cheating the wager among the three ignited the curiosity of the entire class. Lung Yinxiu refrained from immediately revealing Yilin's score, aware that doing so would incite a cacophony of discussion. Therefore, she chose to complete her remarks before disclosing the results. As I mentioned earlier, some of our classmates have shown remarkable improvement, particularly Yilin, whose progress has been the most significant. His hard work over the past few days has not gone unnoticed by his peers. Qin Tianzhu, uninterested in such praise, pressed, "Teacher, what score did Yilin actually achieve?" Yilin scored 520 points, placing him 267th in the entire school. Lung Yinxiu looked at Yilin with rare satisfaction. "Oh," the class collectively gasped. Qin Tianju's eyes widened in disbelief. Teacher, surely you jest? The cold and elegant Qiu presented the class report card to the learning committee member, Cinny. Please read everyone's scores aloud. Shin Cinny picked up the report card and announced the results according to the school's overall ranking, class ranking, and scores. When she reached Yilin, the score was indeed identical to what Qiu had mentioned, 24th in the class. How could this be? Qin Tianju muttered to himself. Disbelief etched across his face. Suddenly, he recalled that prior to the examination, he had checked the seating arrangements, wondering if he would be in the same room as Ling Feishue. After glancing over the list, envy and jealousy washed over him. For Yilin was seated beside Ling Feishue. Undoubtedly, Yilin had copied from her, perhaps even coercing her for answers. How infuriating, he seethed, grinding his teeth in frustration. Li Junwei was similarly incredulous about Yilin's high score, albeit without the depth of suspicion that Qin Tianju harbored. A loss was a loss, after all. He had been performing cleaning duties as a labor committee member every day. This month was merely an extension of that effort. After Qin Cinny announced the entire class's scores, Qiu remarked, Qin Tianju, Li Junwei, and Yilin have all placed within the top 30 of the class. Thus you three will be responsible for the class's sanitation this October. Should there be any deductions in cleanliness, I will have a word with you. Qin Tianju protested, Teacher, Yilin must have copied from someone. There's no way he could achieve such a high score. This statement triggered murmurs of doubt among the classmates. In truth, Qiu herself shared the skepticism regarding Yilin's performance. However, as a teacher, she could not voice such doubts unless caught in the act. It was then that Lan Yuyu, usually quiet, stood up in defense of Yilin, her petite frame radiating immense fury. Qin Tianju, do you have any evidence to support your claim that Yilin copied? The class was taken aback, astonished that the typically reserved newcomer would speak out so passionately. Qin Tianju articulated his suspicion. What more evidence do you need? Yilin sat next to Ling Feishue during the exam. He must have copied her answers. Everyone knew that Yilin often harassed Ling Feishue, and it was conceivable that he had pressured her for answers. Lan Yuyu immediately countered, You're talking nonsense. Yilin earned his score through his own hard work. You can't possibly know what he did. Yilin had been smiling brightly, thankful for Lan Yuyu's support. In his heart, he felt a sense of pride that someone was standing up for him. However, upon witnessing Qin Tianju's hostile glare directed at Lan Yuyu, a wave of anger surged within him. You're not a mind reader. How can you claim I didn't work hard for my score? Qin Tianju was taken aback by Yilin's fierce gaze. This was no ordinary adversary. If provoked, he might not hesitate to retaliate even in front of the teacher. Upon hearing Yilin's words, Lan Yu immediately retorted, Exactly. You are not a parasite in Yilin's stomach, so what do you know? Huang Bai also stepped forward, rebuking. Qin Tianju, are you incapable of accepting defeat? Qin Tianju, fuming, replied, Who can't accept defeat? I never said I wouldn't do my part. I merely believe that cheating for a bet and coercing others to provide answers is utterly shameless. Without needing Yilin's explanation, Huang Bai launched into a tirade. What evidence do you possess? Do you have any idea how hard Yilin is working right now? He even spends his weekends studying with Lan classmate. Furthermore, my brother Lin is exceptionally gifted. You only remember that he was at the bottom of the class, but have you forgotten that he once held the top position? If my brother had not previously lacked interest in academics, how could that top spot have anything to do with Ling Feishue? Who lacks shame here? If you can't handle losing, then don't gamble. Fortunately, my brother did not agree to your previous wager, you ungrateful descendant, who cannot bear the loss. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianju was instantly enraged, pointing at Huang Bai. Say that again? Witnessing the sparks fly, Lung Yinxiu slammed the podium, stirring up a cloud of dust. What are you arguing about? What is there to argue? Qin Tianju, a loss is a loss. Why say so much? You accuse Yilin of cheating. But what evidence do you have? Teacher, is evidence even necessary for this? Qin Tianju replied perplexed. Anyone with a semblance of intelligence knows that Yilin undoubtedly copied. Without evidence, you spout nonsense. Hurry up and silence yourself. I have faith in Yilin. I have witnessed his performance these past few days. Initially skeptical, Lung Yinxiu was soon swayed by Huang Bai's words, firmly believing that Yilin had not cheated. Indeed, Yilin had gained admission to Qingyuan High School through his own merit and had once been the top student. His prior scores could have allowed him to attend the city's #1 high school. It was only during his rebellious phase that his mother, fearing he would stray and become corrupt, kept him at Qingyuan High School. Ultimately, he did stray, leading to his parents' divorce. The first-year student, Yi Shui, is Yi Lin's sister. Equally brilliant and also admitted to the city's #1 high school, yet her mother kept her in the county for convenience. Thus, a student of such intellect would never score at the bottom of the class without a hidden agenda. Yi Lin must be concealing his true capabilities. Since Lan Yu transferred, he has behaved so well, his true skills have emerged. What could his intention be? Has he perhaps fallen for Lan Yu at first sight, engaging in early romance? Although he has reached adulthood, he remains a high school student, and romance is forbidden. Determined to inquire further, Lung Yanxiu resolved to question him about his true intentions. As she expressed her frustration, the entire class fell silent. Though Qin Tianzhu remained defiant, he dared not confront Lung Yanxiu again. With the atmosphere stabilizing, Lung Yanxiu turned to Yi Lin, stating, "Yi Lin, the teacher believes you did not cheat. However, your rapid progress is remarkable. Please share your study experiences with the class." Hearing this, Yi Lin felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, as the knowledge he possessed was acquired from serving as a sycophant to Ling Feishue in his previous life. How could he articulate that? It cannot be that we are teaching everyone to be sycophants, can it? Seizing the opportunity, Yi Lin praised his deskmate. "Teacher, all of this is truly thanks to my deskmate. She patiently tutors me daily, allowing me to progress so swiftly. I am immensely grateful to you for assigning me such an excellent partner." After speaking, Yi Lin did not forget to flatter the elegant Qiu. Upon hearing Yi Lin's words, Lan Yu thought to herself that it was solely due to Yi Lin's own diligence. She had merely assisted him. How could it all be attributed to her? Lan Yu hastily clarified, "Teacher, I merely provide some guidance." Yi Lin is exceptionally bright. He grasps every concept immediately, and he is incredibly diligent, seeking my help whenever he has the chance. It is not a monumental achievement. Cold and graceful Qiu found their mutual modesty somewhat amusing. However, observing them, she suddenly felt these two little ones were rather well suited to one another. Yet, suitability aside, romance was out of the question, at least until after graduation. Now, Yu, I understand that Yi Lin's progress is due to both his own efforts and your contributions. I hope our classmates can emulate Yi Lin's dedication to their studies. It is only through hard work that one can gain admission to their desired university. This is not the age for frivolity. University life is indeed wonderful. Once you are admitted, you may enjoy yourselves as you wish. Huang Bai promptly inquired, "Teacher, can one date in university?" "Not just that. In university, not only can you date, but marriage and family life are also permissible, and marriage can even earn you additional credits. However, the teacher does not advocate for you to focus on romance or leisure during your university years. Education must remain paramount to avoid becoming ineffectual in society later on." Yin Haoqing, with a mischievous glint, asked, "Teacher, did you ever date in university?" At this, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed cold and graceful Qiu's eyes, quickly disappearing. Just then, Yi Lin caught sight of it. It was a look filled with regret. Cold and graceful Qiu had a story. Perhaps her years of remaining single were rooted in this very regret. With a smile, cold and graceful Qiu replied, "How could a teacher have dated? When I was a student, I was entirely focused on my studies, and now that I am a teacher, I am preoccupied with your futures, leaving me no leisure." Following this line of discussion, the entire class began to inquire about what university life was truly like, their faces alight with curiosity and anticipation. This included Yi Lin, who had no experience of university life in his previous existence. While others attended, he was left to roast sweet potatoes at the gates of the university. After an engaging conversation, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Cold and graceful Qiu said, "Yi Lin, please come to my office." Upon hearing this, Qin Tianzhu felt a flicker of joy. Cold and graceful Qiu was taking Yi Lin to the office for a discussion. His earlier revelations had indeed borne fruit. Chapter 39. Love Warning. As Yi Lin and cold and graceful Qiu descended the stairs, they encountered Li Xingfeng, the homeroom teacher of Class 5. Li Xingfeng held a strong disdain for cold and graceful Qiu. Among the many male teachers at the school vying for her attention, none seemed to catch her interest. What could possibly elevate her above them? At a rather advanced age, still unmarried and adorning herself in a flamboyant manner, one cannot help but feel that such a display tarnishes the image of a teacher. With the commencement of the new academic year and the results of the first monthly examination, the fact that Class 1 secured the top position only served to exacerbate Li Xingfeng's discomfort towards Lung Yanxiu. It was but a few points that separated them. Had it not been for the transfer of that new student to Class 1, and had Yi Lin not resorted to cheating, the first place would undoubtedly have belonged to Class 5. The more she pondered, the more incensed she became. With a sardonic tone, Li Xingfeng remarked, "Ah, Teacher Long, what a coincidence to encounter you here. Congratulations on Class 1's achievement in securing first place." Maintaining a facade of civility, Lung Yinxiu replied with a feigned smile. "Teacher Li is too kind. It is merely a monthly examination. What is there to celebrate?" Li Xingfeng scrutinized Yi Lin, who trailed behind Lung Yinxiu, presenting himself as a model student, though regrettably lacking substance. The monthly examination is indeed a significant assessment. It is only right to extend congratulations when Class 1 rarely claims the top spot. I presume this exemplary student behind you, Teacher Long, is none other than Yi Lin, who has shown remarkable progress in this examination. Though her words ostensibly praised him, they were laced with derision and disdain. "Hello, Teacher Li, I am Yi Lin." He greeted politely with a bow. "Indeed, Yi Lin, you must endeavor to study diligently. It would be a shame to advance over 1,000 ranks this time only to regress similarly in the next examination," Li Xingfeng retorted imperiously before striding away. Yi Lin comprehended the underlying meaning of her words and responded, "Rest assured, Teacher Li, with the top student in the school providing me with tutorial sessions, it is improbable that I will fall back." Witnessing Li Xingfeng's demeanor, Lung Yinxiu felt a surge of frustration, pondering what might be troubling that old woman. Each encounter seemed to ignite her ire. Unable to vent her anger at Li Xingfeng, Lung Yinxiu turned to Yi Lin with irritation. "Why do you have so much to say?" Understanding her current displeasure, Yi Lin remained silent, preferring to avoid becoming a target for her frustrations as he followed her to the office. Upon entering, Lung Yinxiu took her seat, while Yi Lin stood beside her like a child who had committed a wrongdoing. As it was the period for students to return from their break, only the homeroom teacher was present in the school that evening, with 4 language teachers from the senior year serving as homeroom teachers. The other 3 teachers, due to the elevated location of their classrooms, typically remained there during breaks and seldom descended to the office. Consequently, the office was devoid of any other teachers, allowing Lung Yinxiu to engage in her conversation with Yi Lin without fear of being overheard. "Do you know why I called you to the office?" she inquired. Yi Lin speculated that she might think he had copied from Ling Feishua during the exam, prompting her to summon him for interrogation. A student who frequently ranked at the bottom suddenly rising so dramatically was indeed prone to skepticism from others. "I understand. You suspect that I copied another's answers during the exam," Yi Lin replied. "I trust you regarding the examination, but there is another matter I wish to discuss," Lung Yinxiu stated, harboring no doubts about Yi Lin. Recently, she observed Yi Lin diligently applying himself to his studies, and given her understanding of his intelligence, achieving commendable results seemed entirely plausible. There was little reason for skepticism. Was it not a matter concerning the examinations? Yi Lin now found himself perplexed about the motives of the enigmatic cold Yinxiu. However, being summoned to the office was hardly a favorable sign. "Thank you, teacher, for your faith in me. May I inquire what prompted your call to the office?" Yi Lin respectfully asked. In response, cold Yinxiu remarked, "It's nothing of great consequence. I am merely curious. Ever since Lan Yuyu transferred here, you seem to have undergone a transformation. Is there a secret between you and Lan Yuyu?" Yi Lin replied, "Teacher, you are overthinking. My change is not solely due to Lan Yuyu's arrival. I have genuinely experienced a moment of awakening. Coincidentally, it was during this period that Lan Yuyu transferred, and noticing her diligence inspired me to seek her guidance. Over time, our relationship naturally improved. There are truly no secrets between us, and if there are any, they pertain solely to our studies. Do you truly believe the teacher lacks insight?" Cold Yinxiu continued. "Just look at the way you gaze at Lan Yuyu. Your eyes seem to be entirely captivated by her. Do not presume I am oblivious to your feelings for her." At this point, she added, "What perplexes me is what draws you to Lan Yuyu. She is quite ordinary in appearance and does not come from a well-off family. Her only merit seems to lie in tutoring you. Is that truly what you seek?" Of course, Cold Yinxiu could discern that Yi Lin was not merely exploiting Lan Yuyu for academic assistance. Their interactions clearly indicated a deeper emotional connection. If Yi Lin were genuinely deceiving her into tutoring him, he would not display such profound affection in his gaze. Upon hearing Cold Yinxiu imply that he was using Lan Yuyu, Yi Lin quickly clarified, "Teacher, I assure you I have not taken advantage of Lan Yuyu." Yi Lin understood that Cold Yinxiu had a connection with Lan Yuyu, and a poor impression could hinder his future pursuits. And what is the nature of your relationship? Cold Yin Xiu pressed further. There is nothing particularly noteworthy. We are merely classmates, and as deskmates. It is quite natural for us to assist one another in our studies, Yilin explained. Fully aware of Cold Yin Xiu's line of questioning, but resolutely refusing to acknowledge anything more. You need not be anxious. My intention in calling you here is not to reprimand or criticize you. Consider this a casual conversation. Please, have a seat, Cold Yin Xiu said, providing a chair for Yilin. As Yilin sat, he felt a prickling unease, akin to being pricked by needles. Despite his age being greater than Cold Yin Xiu's when combining both his lifetimes, he felt timid in the presence of his teacher, especially his homeroom instructor. I am uncertain how you came to develop feelings for Yu, but from what I observe, your companionship seems beneficial, since you two have become acquainted. I have noticed that Lan Yu smiles more frequently and is no longer as timid as before. Just now, she even had the courage to stand up for you. Cold Yin Xiu noted. As for you, your academic performance has evidently improved since befriending Yu. However, the school prohibits romantic relationships, as they can have adverse effects on both personal conduct and academic pursuits. Although your time spent together has led to mutual progress, it does not imply that you may brazenly display your relationship. Rules are rules. I hope that before your graduation, your relationship remains as it is, with the affection you harbor concealed within your hearts. Do not harm Lan Yu, otherwise I shall not spare you. Teacher Lung, what are you saying? What is all this talk of romance? Yilin pretended to be oblivious, feigning ignorance. There was no romantic involvement, and Yilin had nothing to confess to him. Unless one day Lan Yu explicitly clarifies their relationship, he would continue to stand guard by her side as he does now. Seeing Yilin's act of ignorance, Lung Yinxiu issued yet another barrage of warnings, and as the class bell rang, Yilin felt a sense of relief wash over him. Lung Yinxiu was quite satisfied with this conversation. Although Yilin was merely pretending, she knew the intended effect had been achieved. This warning served a dual purpose: to protect Lan Yu's integrity and to prevent her from experiencing emotional turmoil that could jeopardize her college entrance examination. As long as their relationship remained unconfirmed, the risk of heartbreak would not exist. Lung Yinxiu instructed Yilin to retrieve 5 sets of basketball uniforms from under her desk, and together they proceeded to the classroom. Chapter 40. Condemned by the entire school while Yilin was away, the entire floor was abuzz with excitement. Students from various classes were fervently discussing several matters. The first was the rivalry between Ling Feishue and Lan Yu over a certain gentleman, none other than Yilin. The second matter concerned Yilin's alleged cheating during an exam. To everyone, it appeared that he had copied Ling Feishue's answers. Ling Feishue was taken aback upon hearing these rumors. She distinctly remembered meticulously covering her test paper and answer sheet. How could Yilin have copied her answers? Perplexed, she struggled to comprehend the situation. When she heard others claim that she and Lan Yu were competing for Yilin's affection and that she had intentionally allowed him to copy her answers, Ling Feishue felt a surge of rage. Competing for Yilin? What a joke! With Yilin being such a sycophant, did she really need to fight for him? And against that unattractive transfer student from Class 1? What right did she have to compete with her? The more she thought, the angrier she became. Ling Feishue truly wished she could silence these gossipers. She directed all her ire at Yilin. It was all because of that scoundrel. If it weren't for him cheating off her, there would not be such a mess. Li Xingfeng entered the classroom and noticed Ling Feishue's distressed expression. Concerned, she inquired, Feishue, what is troubling you? You don't seem well. Upon hearing her teacher's words, Ling Feishue felt tears welling up in her eyes. Teacher, they all say that I let Yilin copy my answers, but I truly did not. During the exam, I was worried he would cheat, and I covered my answers thoroughly. I have no idea how he managed to copy them. Hearing this, Li Xingfeng became somewhat angry and addressed the class. What nonsense are you all spouting? From now on, such baseless talk will not be tolerated in this classroom. If I hear anyone slandering a classmate again, I will not let it go unpunished. After scolding and then comforting Ling Feishue, who is undoubtedly a prized student in her class, it was essential to ensure her spirits were lifted. Once Ling Feishue's emotions stabilized, Li Xingfeng addressed the entire class, stating that Class 1 had outscored them by a few points, primarily due to Yilin's alleged copying from Feishue, which allowed their class to fortuitously seize the first position. She emphasized that they must reclaim the top spot next time, insisting that from this day forward, the class needed to enhance their studies. Utilizing every moment, even during meals or restroom breaks. If one could memorize 10 words in half an hour, they would accumulate knowledge beyond their peers. With Li Xingfeng's motivational words, the class was infused with vigor. It was unclear whether it was due to the discord between Li Xingfeng and Leng Yinxiu or some other reason. But within the senior year, Class 1 and Class 5 were like sworn enemies. The first place in the recent monthly exam had been snatched away by Class 1, and the entire staff and students of Class 5 were seething with resentment, especially since it was believed that Yi Lin's plagiarism had played a significant role in their loss. Meanwhile, as Leng Yinxiu and Yi Lin entered the classroom, it was in complete disarray. Upon her entrance, Leng Yinxiu bellowed, "What is all this noise? Is there so much to discuss? Do you not hear the class bell?" Her presence immediately silenced the room. At that moment, Qin Tianju stood up and declared, "Teacher, Yi Lin has brought disgrace upon our class." As Qin Tianju took the initiative to voice his frustrations, others joined in with their complaints. The situation spiraled out of control. No amount of shouting from Leng Yinxiu could restore order, and it was apparent that the students harbored deep resentment. Silence. Leng Yinxiu pounded her fist on the podium, her frustration reaching its peak as she struggled to regain control for several minutes. Observing her fury, the class finally quieted down. Qin Tianju then added, "Teacher, we would rather forfeit first place than have it through Yi Lin's cheating. The entire school is talking about this. It is genuinely shameful. Be quiet." Leng Yinxiu glared at Qin Tianju, wishing she could slap him for his insolence. Taking a few deep breaths to compose herself, she addressed Yi Lin. "Now, Yi Lin, tell everyone, did you copy anyone's answers?" Standing beside her with a pile of sports uniforms, Yi Lin stepped forward and asserted, "I swear, I wrote everything myself in this exam. If I am lying, may I be struck by lightning." Upon hearing Yi Lin's words, while a few in the class believed him, most remained skeptical. Given Yi Lin's past behavior, even his solemn oath seemed insincere. They feared he would perform poorly in the next exam, subjecting the class to further humiliation. However, Leng Yinxiu, unwavering in her confidence in her student, addressed the class. "Regardless of what others say or speculate, as classmates, we are a collective unit, sharing both honor and disgrace. We must trust Yi Lin. If he swears he did not cheat, then he did not. This first place is genuinely ours, the result of our collective efforts. And this matter ends here." On the 6th of the month, the first and second year students returned to school for the annual sports meeting, marking the final athletic event of their high school journey. Those who registered must strive to perform their best, while unregistered classmates are prohibited from wandering around during the event and are required to act as cheerleaders, rallying support for the athletes. As the poised Qian Yinxiu spoke, the students' attention shifted and they began to engage in hushed discussions about the sports meeting. Traditionally, the prize money earned from collective events is used to purchase snacks. However, Class 1 does not excel in sports, and typically, the prize money is barely enough for each member to enjoy a single lollipop. This is only feasible when some students from individual events contribute their winnings. Qian Yinxiu summoned 4 students and instructed Yi Lin to take them to the restroom to change into their uniforms, which naturally included Qin Tianju and Li Junwei. Upon entering the restroom, Qin Tianju, visibly disgruntled, remarked to Yi Lin, "I wonder whose answers you will copy next time, after you manage to lift Fei Shui's this time. Next month, you'll surely bring disgrace upon our entire class." Yi Lin, already changed, retorted, "Did you just eat something in there? Why are you spewing nonsense?" He then exited the restroom and returned to the classroom. Qin Tianju was perplexed by Yi Lin's words and inquired of Li Junwei, "What did he mean?" Li Junwei, equally exasperated, explained, "He said you ate something foul in there and are spouting filth." Fuming, Qin Tianju stormed out, while Li Junwei shook his head. Noting that since Yi Lin had become more obedient, Qin Tianju's temper had grown considerably. Had he forgotten that Yi Lin was the school's notorious troublemaker? Did he truly believe that Yi Lin was a docile cat? If it came to a fight, one could only wonder who would end up worse for wear. As the 5 boys stood on the podium clad in their uniforms, Qian Yinxiu announced, "The girls have already ordered their uniforms for the weekend. These 5 basketball jerseys were brought to school for you boys to try on. Please select the one that fits best so we can finalize the order this class." Following her words, the entire class erupted into animated discussions, each expressing their own aesthetic preferences. The jerseys in shades of pink, purple, black, and yellow each possessed their own charm, all appealing in their own right. Qian Yinxiu instructed Chen Sini to cut several sheets of white paper and distribute them for voting. Both male and female students were entitled to vote, as the uniforms were funded by the class budget. The reason the girls did not vote on the boys' uniforms was their disdain for the boys' poor taste and perceived lewdness. Last year, the boys had selected uniforms for them with excessively large sleeves, causing them to fear exposure while playing, which contributed to their lackluster performance. Consequently, several girls who played volleyball had pre-ordered their own uniforms during the National Day holiday and thoughtfully brought back 5 sets for the boys to try on. Chun-Sini and her Deskmate distributed the cut paper cards. When handing a card to Huangbai, Chun-Sini accidentally brushed her hand against his arm. The brief contact instantly ignited a cascade of thoughts within Huangbai. Did she truly touch me? Could it be that she harbors feelings for me? Indeed, the wise words of the master rang true. Diligent study can indeed lead one to seize happiness. Huangbai found herself believing in the master's teachings anew. As the voting concluded, several class committee members began to tally the results. Perhaps it was due to Yilin's notably handsome appearance, or some other reason, but his pink attire garnered an unusually high number of votes. Upon finalizing the style, Lung Yinxiu instructed Qin Tianzhu to compile the heights and weights of the students who registered for basketball, while also advising them to practice after class in the upcoming days. Qin Tianzhu readily agreed, yet he did not entertain the notion of including Yilin, Huangbai, and Yin Haoqing in the practice sessions. In his view, their 5-member team was sufficient for the competition, and Yilin and his friends were merely there to fill the ranks and secure a chance to participate. Chapter 41. Clarifying Injustice After Class. Lung Yinxiu sought out Li Jianya. The answer sheets were currently in the grading room and would only be distributed to the subject teachers the following day. She knocked on the door of the Academic Affairs office. "Come in," Li Jianya called from within. Upon seeing Lung Yinxiu enter, he inquired, "Teacher Lung, what brings you here?" "Director, I wish to examine the answer sheets in the grading room," she replied. Li Jianya raised an eyebrow in confusion. "What is the matter?" Lung Yinxiu explained. "There are rumors circulating throughout the school that Yilin copied answers during the exam. As his homeroom teacher, I feel it is my duty to clarify this for my student and restore our class's reputation." Upon hearing this, Li Jianya recognized that he had already encountered considerable discussion regarding the matter. More anxious than Lung Yinxiu, he thought that if Yilin truly scored so highly, he would need to have a serious conversation with Yaigua. Conversely, if Yilin had indeed copied from others, then he would need to address that as well. After all, there would be no opportunity for such actions during the college entrance examination. With the students fervently discussing the issue, if Yilin were innocent, it was his responsibility as an elder to advocate for him. Li Jianya chuckled and said, "Teacher Long, perhaps it would be best to wait until tomorrow. The grading room is currently sealed, and I am unable to grant you access." "Very well, I shall not inconvenience you further, Director," she replied before taking her leave. In truth, she understood that Li Jianya could not unlock the door. There were 3 locks on the grading room, one held by him and one each by the principal and vice principal. Her visit was primarily to inform Li Jianya of the pressing need for clarification regarding the situation. In the classroom during the 3rd evening study session, attendance was voluntary, and thus no teacher was present. Class discipline relied upon the class officers. However, the students who remained were primarily engaged in studying, while those uninterested had long since left to enjoy their leisure, and the day students had returned home. Yilin accompanied Lan Yuyu, intending to escort her back to her dormitory after class. As he sat in the classroom, Yilin observed Huang Bai behaving as if possessed, alternating between foolish laughter and serious study. He genuinely feared for her sanity and stood up to lightly tap her with his book. Huang Bai had already envisioned the delightful moments spent with Chun-Sini and her family, but his beautiful reverie was abruptly interrupted. He turned towards the disturbance with a frown, only to find it was Yilin. His anger swiftly morphed into resentment. "Lingu, why did you hit me? I thought you had lost your mind." Yilin took a seat, and Huang Bai, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Lingu, do you know what just happened?" Yilin, intrigued, inquired, "What occurred?" "While we were distributing the cards, Chun-Sini touched my arm," Huang Bai said, his expression utterly infatuated. Yilin was rendered speechless during the card distribution. It was entirely possible that it was merely an accidental brush. He genuinely could not perceive any interest from Chun-Sini towards Huang Bai. Rather, he saw disdain. Yet, it often happens that when someone harbors feelings for another, even the slightest glance can be interpreted as affection. Not to mention, Chun-Sini had indeed touched Huang Bai. At that moment, Yi Lin comprehended what Huang Bai had been foolishly smiling about. This fellow had likely already envisioned a future with Chinsini. Yi Lin chose not to dampen Huang Bai's spirits and instead encouraged him, saying, "Fatty, this means that your current dedication to studying and losing weight is commendable. You must continue to strive and remember the words of the master." "Rest assured, Ling Gu, I have been studying," Huang Bai replied, picking up a book and immersing himself in its pages, marking anything he did not understand to ask Yi Lin during tutoring sessions. Now, he was proactive in his studies and weight loss without needing Yi Lin's reminders. The thought of the joyful family scene spurred him on with unending motivation. After the evening self-study session, Yi Lin accompanied Lan Yu back to her dormitory, then returned home with Huang Bai. Upon exiting the school gates, Huang Bai requested Yi Lin to drive him home, stating he wished to memorize his notes as driving would be a waste of time. Yi Lin found it amusing. Had Huang Bai always been this industrious, he would likely have no trouble getting into Tsinghua or Peking University. Upon arriving at Huang Bai's home, it was rather late. Huang Bai asked Yi Lin to take the motorcycle back, expressing his intention to run to school the next morning. Appreciating his brother's newfound motivation, Yi Lin complied, hoping this effort would not be fleeting. The next day, during the morning reading period, teachers arrived at the grading room to collect the answer sheets. Li Jianya instructed the teachers to extract the answer sheets of Ling Feishue and Yi Lin. Since he was not the homeroom teacher and had not been present the previous night, the subject teachers were unaware of the circumstances and left after collecting the sheets. Li Xingfeng, aware of Li Jianya's intentions to scrutinize Yi Lin, felt a sense of triumph as she believed this would confirm her suspicions of cheating. Although Leng Yanxiu trusted Yi Lin, her heart raced. Yi Lin's progress was indeed remarkable. Observing Leng Yanxiu's nervousness, Li Xingfeng maliciously remarked, "Teacher Leng, it is always best to write the exam honestly." Leng Yanxiu chose to ignore Li Xingfeng's sarcastic comment. The other homeroom teachers remained silent, watching the unfolding drama with keen interest. As no one responded, Li Xingfeng felt somewhat embarrassed and turned to Li Jianya, asking, directly, "You suspect Yi Lin of cheating as well, don't you?" Li Jianya found the remarks somewhat jarring and responded with displeasure, "Teacher Li, I harbor no doubts about Yi Lin's integrity. I have witnessed his diligent efforts of late. However, the rampant gossip necessitates clarification." Upon hearing this, Li Xingfeng retorted sarcastically, "Indeed. It is rare for our school to have a student progress so swiftly. I too find it hard to believe he would resort to plagiarism. Let us compare the answer sheets and ascertain the truth." "Well, I would appreciate it if the esteemed teachers could arrange the answer sheets of both students," Li Jianya said. As the sheets were positioned for examination, he continued, "I am aware that many teachers suspect Yi Lin of cheating. Now that the answer sheets are before us, you may discern for yourselves whether any dishonesty has occurred. A simple comparison will reveal the truth." He spoke with utmost confidence, having convened with two principals the previous evening to scrutinize the answer sheets. Although the principals were not particularly fond of Yi Lin, his significant improvement piqued their interest, especially since he was, after all, the principal's nephew. At the moment they examined the answer sheets, the principal felt a flicker of hope for his nephew's future. Upon reviewing the responses for two subjects, Leng Yanxiu's lips curled into a smile. She realized that Yi Lin could not have possibly copied from Ling Feishue. However, her expression soured when she examined the Chinese language answer sheet. Yi Lin had correctly answered all the questions that were easily prone to error, yet he had faltered on those that should have been straightforward. He neglected to complete the dictation and, although he began with a captivating introduction for the essay, he abandoned it after only a few lines. It felt akin to watching an exhilarating film only to be interrupted by an advertisement. This pattern persisted across other subjects as well, where he aced the challenging questions yet faltered on the simpler ones. Numerous teachers gritted their teeth in frustration, suspecting that this was a deliberate act. They believed they should provide Yi Lin with additional foundational knowledge during class. Li Xingfeng, who had been brimming with enthusiasm, now bore a face of dismay, realizing that Yi Lin had answered many questions better than Ling Feishue. Questions that Ling Feishue could not tackle, Yi Lin had successfully solved. Under such circumstances, to accuse him of cheating would be to invite ridicule upon themselves. Observing Li Xingfeng's expression, Leng Yanxiu felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. She remarked, "Teacher Li, my students approach examinations with sincerity. I have heard that your class has mistakenly accused Yi Lin of plagiarism, resulting in quite the uproar. You must return and clarify this matter thoroughly to prevent further misconceptions among the students." Li Jianya added, Teacher Lung has informed me that Yi Lin has been tirelessly studying alongside Lan Yuyu for the past fortnight. I have observed this as well, during the exam period. He was seen revising by the pond with Lan Yuyu. His achievements are the fruits of his labor. I urge you all to explain this to your students clearly, so that no unjust accusations are made. Let us not forget that Yi Lin was once the top student at our school. His potential has not diminished. He merely strayed for a time. Now that he has returned to the fold, let us assist him in enhancing his academic performance. On Saturday, the 4th, the makeup class for Monday commenced with the first English lesson, during which Pan Hahua devoted special attention to Yi Lin, frequently inquiring whether he had grasped the concepts behind the questions he ought to have answered correctly. Not only did Pan Hahua show concern, but subsequently, all the teachers also took great care of Yi Lin. Simultaneously, they questioned why he had made errors on such simple problems. Yi Lin had his own excuse, claiming that he had been focusing on the more complex questions during this period and had neglected to review the simpler ones. Lan Yuyu also came to Yi Lin's defense, confirming that he had indeed been concentrating on the more advanced problems. Considering the significant progress he had made in just half a month, he truly appeared to be a prodigy. Upon hearing this explanation, the teachers did not press further. Instead, they patiently took the time to explain concepts to Yi Lin. This sudden display of concern from the teachers left Yi Lin both surprised and flattered. However, he found it quite agreeable, as it was all within his expectations. If this continued, his scores in the next examination would surely improve even further, with Lan Yuyu assisting him in his studies and the teachers dedicating themselves to his education. It was entirely plausible for him to secure the top position in the school during the next exam, silencing any critics. After all, who would dare accuse him of cheating when these teachers would be the first to come to his defense? The following day was once again dedicated to reviewing test papers. In the afternoon, as first and second year students returned to school, the third year boarding students had a brief opportunity to leave before their evening study session. The occupants of dormitory 202 all ventured out, while Lan Yuyu remained behind, having nothing to purchase. Bored, she lay on her bed, flipping through an album. Gao Mengmeng entered the dormitory, noticing Lan Yuyu engrossed in something. Stealthily, she approached, intending to sneak a peek. Chapter 42. Oh no, caught. Gao Mengmeng quietly reached the bedside and snatched the album from Lan Yuyu's hands. Lan Yuyu, what has captured your attention so deeply? Startled, Lan Yuyu exclaimed, I wasn't looking at anything. Mengmeng, please return the album to me. The album? Gao Mengmeng glanced through a couple of pages. Mengmeng, please don't look. Lan Yuyu anxiously scrambled down from her bed. Wow, the girl in this photo is stunning. Wait, how does Yi Lin know her? Gao Mengmeng scrutinized the girl in the picture, struggling to recall who she might be. However, she was undeniably beautiful, perhaps even more so than Ling Feishua. Give it back to me, Mengmeng. Lan Yuyu attempted to reclaim it. Gao Mengmeng swiftly turned to evade her grasp. Let me see. Don't look, don't look. Lan Yuyu's face flushed with embarrassment. Oh dear. Yuyu, why are you so flustered? It's not like the photo belongs to you. As Gao Mengmeng spoke, she noticed something peculiar. How strange. This outfit looks familiar. Then she spotted Lan Yuyu's clothing hanging beneath the bed, and a realization dawned upon her. The outfit was identical to the one she had gifted Lan Yuyu. This album must belong to Lan Yuyu. Could it be that the girl in the photo is her? If it weren't her, how could she possibly possess such an album, and why would she be so anxious about others seeing it? Yuyu, is the girl in this photo you? Upon hearing this, Lan Yuyu responded in a flurry, yes? No. Is it not? Gao Mengmeng displayed a pensive expression. Oh. Mengmeng, please return the album to me. Lan Yuyu nodded vigorously. Not you. Why do you cherish this album so much? Let me see it. As she spoke, Gao Mengmeng flipped through the pages one by one. Mengmeng, stop looking. Lan Yuyu felt a bit embarrassed. Yuyu, who is the girl in this photo? Why is she wearing the outfit I gifted you? She is. Lan Yuyu found herself at a loss for words, unable to respond. She is Yi Lin's girlfriend, right? No, not a girlfriend, Lan Yuyu hurriedly denied. Upon reaching the last pages, Gao Mengmeng noticed something unusual. Between the final two photos lay an object. Upon retrieving it, she discovered an envelope containing pictures and a commemorative card from the oceanarium at Jiangxing Zoo. Written on the envelope were the words, presented to the lucky star, Ms. Lan Yuyu. Gao Mengmeng gazed at Lan Yuyu in astonishment. Yuyu? The girl in these photos is indeed you. My heavens. Just moments ago, Lan Yuyu had denied it, and Gao Mengmeng was still half in doubt. But now she was utterly convinced that this was Lan Yuyu. Who would have thought that Cinderella was right beside her? Ming Ming, please don't tell anyone. Lan Yuyu realized that it was futile to explain further and could only ask Gao Ming Ming not to spread the news. Gao Ming Ming was lost in her own surprise, completely oblivious to Lan Yuyu's plea. I see now, I understand. No wonder. In that moment, Gao Ming Ming grasped why Yi Lin had suddenly lost interest in Ling Feishua, why he had changed, and why he treated Lan Yuyu so well. She finally understood why Yi Lin spent every day tutoring Lan Yuyu. Who could remain indifferent upon encountering such a stunning beauty? Unfortunately, even if others discovered Lan Yuyu's beauty now, it would not matter to any other boy. After all, Lan Yuyu was always speaking of Yi Lin. Coming back to her senses, Gao Ming Ming was filled with excitement as she exclaimed to Lan Yuyu, You've hidden yourself well. Quickly change into something else. I want to see the true face of our class's beauty. Saying this, she removed her uniform, urging Lan Yuyu to hurry and change. Unable to refuse Gao Ming Ming, Lan Yuyu complied. She then tied her hair into a high ponytail, using the hair tie Yi Lin had given her, securing the loose strands with a black hairpin. Though barefaced, she radiated an ethereal beauty. Gao Ming Ming was left speechless, her youthful face expressing sheer astonishment. Yuyu, wait for me. With that, she rushed to her bed to fetch her makeup. Pulling Lan Yuyu down to sit, she began applying makeup. Gao Ming Ming lightly defined her brows and added a touch of blush, making Lan Yuyu even more exquisite. After just these two enhancements, Gao Ming Ming realized her cosmetics were no longer needed. Any further application would be superfluous. She was simply too beautiful. Yuyu, you are stunning. Gao Ming Ming wore a foolish expression, wishing fervently that she were a burly man. Am I beautiful? Lan Yuyu gazed at Gao Ming Ming with innocence, not perceiving her own allure. Beautiful? Ling Feishua is not as lovely as you. Upon hearing this, Lan Yuyu felt a flicker of joy within her heart for reasons unknown. You should maintain this appearance from now on. Do not disguise yourself as an ugly duckling any longer. No, absolutely not. Lan Yuyu promptly rejected Gao Mingming's suggestion and hurried to change her attire. Gao Mingming was perplexed. Didn't every girl cherish beauty? Why would someone choose to appear unattractive? Yi Lin once mentioned that my previous look was only for his eyes. With that, Lan Yuyu transformed back to her former self. Hearing this, Gao Mingming thought Yi Lin was quite the sly one, yet she could understand, given Lan Yuyu's beauty. After all, one need not fear a thief if they do not covet what they possess. After changing, Lan Yuyu, with a hint of pleading, said, Ming Ming, you must promise not to tell them. Rest assured, I shall not disclose it. At that moment, Gao Mingming felt an urge to slap Wang Xiaoqing's face. For she incessantly claimed that Yi Lin could never like Lan Yuyu, that he was merely using her, and that he favored Ling Feishua instead. Little did she know, Yi Lin genuinely adored Lan Yuyu. However, having promised Lan Yuyu not to speak of it, Gao Mingming would keep her word. You know, I truly believe Yi Lin is remarkable, Gao Mingming sincerely complimented. Indeed, Yi Lin is exceptional, yet our classmates fail to recognize his merits. And Ling Feishua, despite Yi Lin's affections for her, she ignores him. It's simply outrageous. Lan Yuyu defended Yi Lin passionately. Gao Mingming couldn't help but chuckle, amused that this naive girl believed Yi Lin had feelings for Ling Feishua. You didn't go to Class 5 to seek out Ling Feishua, did you? Recently, there had been rampant rumors suggesting that the ugly duckling from Class 1 had ventured to Class 5 to vie for the affections of the school beauty, Ling Feishua. I did go. I wanted to tell her just how wonderful Yi Lin is, Lan Yuyu stated earnestly. Gao Mingming burst into laughter, finding it utterly delightful, being deeply adored by Yi Lin yet assisting him in courting another. The news of Yi Lin ignoring Ling Feishua only fueled her irritation. Lan Yuyu spent so much time with Yi Lin, yet sought out Ling Feishua to sing his praises. It was likely that Ling Feishua would be infuriated by such an encounter. Speaking of Yi Lin, Gao Mingming remembered her purpose for visiting Lan Yuyu, to seek tutoring from the academic prodigy. Yuyu, in the future, when you study with Yi Lin, could you possibly take me along? I wish to improve my grades as well. Without hesitation, Lan Yuyu replied, of course. After agreeing, she inquired, Ming Ming, how much did the clothes you gifted me cost? Why do you ask? Do you wish to buy another set? No, I wish to give you the money. No need. No need. I have plenty of clothes at home. It would be a waste to discard them. I gifted them to you, and as long as you don't mind, there is no need for any payment. Observing how impeccably Lan Yuyu was dressed, Gao Mingming felt an urge to gift her several more outfits. momentarily envisioning herself as a sculptor of a goddess. However, she recalled her mother's words. One should not take advantage of others' generosity. Yu, I am not just anyone. I am your dear friend, and you have promised to assist me with my studies. Consider this as a form of remuneration. After some coaxing from Gao Mingming, Lan Yu relinquished her thoughts of compensation. Following the second evening study session, Gao Mingming chose not to return home. In the rear of the classroom, Huangbai occupied the seat in front of Yilin. As Gao Mingming approached, she declared, "Move aside, I wish to sit inside." Noting the stack of books in her hands, Huangbai inquired, "What is the matter? Are you here to tutor my roommate? Do you have a problem with that?" Remaining steadfast, Huangbai replied, "No objections." With that, Gao Mingming effortlessly pushed the desk aside and settled in. Lan Yu turned to Yilin and asked, "Yilin, is it all right if Mingming studies with me?" Yilin, having no reservations, responded, "Little bean sprout, it's entirely up to you. No need to consult me." He held no animosity toward Gao Mingming and perceived her kindness toward Lan Yu positively. The four of them diligently immersed themselves in their studies, remaining in the classroom until the security guard arrived to usher them back to their dorms. The trio escorted Lan Yu back to her residence before it grew too late. Yilin suggested that Huangbai drive Gao Mingming home, as his own house was nearby, allowing him to walk back. Chapter 43, The 1,000-meter race the following day. After the flag-raising ceremony, the school commenced its sports festival. In the afternoon, the various events officially began. Yilin prepared to compete in the 1,000-meter race. Dressed in his athletic gear, stretching and warming up on the track. On the football field, a sun-kissed, handsome boy caught the attention of many girls as he warmed up. In this era of alternative styles, where many boys sported side-swept bangs or long hair, Yilin's short, neat haircut was a refreshing deviation. His hairstyle required a certain charm to carry off successfully. Yilin had become quite the sensation. The younger students, upon returning to school, were greeted with two major scandals: the plagiarism incident involving Yilin and the drama of the ugly duckling competing with the school belle for affection. They pondered how Lan Yu, despite her plainness, dared to vie for the attention of boys, and they concluded that, while she may not rival Ling Feishu, she was certainly more appealing than Lan Yu. Consequently, many girls cast adoring glances in Yilin's direction. "Yilin, your brother has become incredibly handsome," remarked a girl from the first year, visibly smitten. "Siki, do not be deceived by his superficial charm. He has committed numerous misdeeds," cautioned Yishui, harboring an underlying disdain for Yilin. Yet, she could not deny his newfound attractiveness, especially after he had made a remarkable leap in his academic performance, advancing over 1,000 places in the recent monthly exam. Truly a male idol. "Yishui, please give me his QQ number," pleaded Shinseki, increasingly enamored and finding him to be her ideal match. "Forget it, I deleted his QQ number long ago," Yishui retorted, unable to tolerate her friend's infatuation. "Please, go ask him for it," Shinseki pouted, employing her most charming demeanor. "Go on your own. If you truly get involved with him, our sisterhood will be utterly severed." With that, Yishui strode towards the basketball court, where the boys from their class were competing. Qin Tianju stood beside Yilin, reveling in the attention from so many girls. During warm-up, he showcased what he believed to be his most handsome self. As they passed the track, Shinseki waved at Yilin, who remained oblivious, while Qin Tianju noticed. Those two junior girls were undeniably attractive, one of them seemingly the high school beauty, Yishui. With excitement gleaming in his eyes, Qin Tianju waved back. "Indeed, the sports meet was my domain. The girls were surely enchanted by me, even taking the initiative to greet me. If Ling Feishu comes over later, she will undoubtedly be captivated by my charm." Even before the race began, Qin Tianju envisioned a scene where countless girls would rush towards him after he finished running. Seeing Qin Tianju wave, Shinseki expressed her disdain, complaining, "Who is that big fool? He didn't even greet us, so why is he responding? Truly absurd. Let us hurry, the competition is about to start," urged Yishui. "Yilin, don't lag too far behind. Our class cannot afford to lose face," Qin Tianju boasted to Yilin, who chose to ignore him. "It's just 1,000 meters. At this age, it's a breeze to finish." Just then, Lan Yu, Gao Mingming, and Huangbai approached. Lan Yu's uniform appeared rather bulky, hinting at something concealed within. Upon reaching them, she exclaimed, "Yilin, you can do it. Go, Yilin. Come on, Lingu." Gao Mingming and Huangbai echoed their encouragement from behind. Qin Tianju felt a pang of irritation. Why aren't you cheering for me? He inquired. Where's everyone else? Why aren't they here to support? Gao Mingming clarified. Our class girls are engaged in a volleyball match, and Teacher Long is over there cheering them on. Huang Bai retorted, what's wrong? Can't you run if nobody is cheering for you? Qin Tianju shot back, who can't run? Do you think everyone is as out of shape as you? Huang Bai grumbled in response. At that moment, Ling Feishue and Zhao Rongrong arrived. Ling Feishue felt genuinely anxious about Yi Lin's silence over the past few days. Moreover, after the results were released, she realized Yi Lin was indeed striving to improve. He now exuded confidence, radiance, and ambition, prompting Ling Feishue to reconsider her feelings. Upon noticing Ling Feishue approaching, Qin Tianju smugly remarked, if you want to cheer for me, others will. Look, my goddess is coming. The others turned to look. Ling Feishue was dressed particularly beautifully today, donning an outfit that accentuated her figure. She approached Yi Lin and Qin Tianju. Feishue. Qin Tianju greeted eagerly. However, Ling Feishue ignored him completely and turned to Yi Lin, saying, Yi Lin, go for it. Yi Lin, disinterested, sidestepped her and moved aside. Zhao Rongrong could no longer bear it and exclaimed in anger, Yi Lin, what do you mean? Feishue has come all this way to support you, and you completely disregard her? Yi Lin glanced over, smiling. It's not as if I summoned you all here. You should direct that enthusiasm towards the boys in your class instead. He gestured towards the irate Ren Xinghong, who was fuming not far away. Hearing Yi Lin's words, Ling Feishue became incensed and dashed towards the 5th Class S team. You had a chance, yet you failed to appreciate it, she remarked before Zhao Rongrong followed suit. As they departed, Huang Bai found it amusing, laughing heartily. Qin Tianju, isn't your goddess here to cheer for you? Why is she ignoring you? Ha. The situation was already awkward, and Huang Bai's words were akin to a dagger to the heart. With a huff, Qin Tianju headed to the track to prepare. I shall join as well, Yi Lin declared before making his way to the track. There were 8 lanes, with 2 students from each class participating, specifically from classes 1 to 4. At the sound of the starting gun, the 8 students surged forth from the track, and the arena erupted with cheers. Yi Lin, our idol, go for it. You're the best. Suddenly, a harmonious and resounding voice emerged, as a group of girls, wielding pom-poms and under one leader's direction, chanted in unison. All these girls admired Yi Lin, having spontaneously organized to cheer for him from various grades and classes. The boys racing alongside could only curse in frustration, lamenting Yi Lin's lack of sportsmanship. The presence of these girls was undeniably demoralizing. From the start, Yi Lin surged ahead, sprinting with vigorous determination. What an idiot. Is he really going to run like that for 1,000 meters? At this pace, he won't have any energy left for the final lap. Has he never raced before? Qin Tianju inwardly scolded. Other competitors were equally astonished. Running like this for 1,000 meters? Wouldn't he exhaust himself before the final sprint? Fearing Yi Lin would embarrass the class with a poor performance, Qin Tianju sprinted after him. However, Yi Lin's speed was formidable. It took all of Qin Tianju's effort just to catch up after half a lap. Others could only shake their heads at the madness of the two from Class 1. Yi Lin, do you even know how to run? If you keep this up, you won't have any strength left for the sprint. Qin Tianju urged, knowing that conversing mid-race was a cardinal sin, but feeling compelled to remind Yi Lin to conserve his energy. Mind your own business and speak less, Yi Lin retorted, then surged ahead once more. Crazy fool, Qin Tianju muttered in exasperation, but then thought, perhaps it was for the best if Yi Lin faltered, if he embarrassed himself. All he needed to do was secure a good position, and Ling Feishue would certainly regard him more favorably. In the football field, Lan Yuyu and Gao Mingming were fervently cheering for Yi Lin. As he passed by, Yi Lin waved in acknowledgement, igniting envy in many girls. In the final half lap, Yi Lin found himself struggling slightly, yet his speed remained relatively unchanged as he surged ahead, creating a substantial gap between himself and the competitors behind him. Ultimately crossing the finish line first, everyone was taken aback by this impetuous youth's unexpected victory. They wished to catch up, but despite their best efforts, they fell short. Even as Yi Lin's pace slowed, the distance was insurmountable. Qin Tianju, on the other hand, fared poorly, disrupting his rhythm in an attempt to chase Yi Lin and wasting considerable energy by engaging in conversation, ultimately finishing in 7th place. As Yi Lin entered the soccer field, he was surrounded by a throng of girls, each presenting him with an array of beverages they had specially purchased for him. Lan Yuyu rushed over, pulling a bottle of mineral water from her uniform. But upon seeing Yi Lin encircled, she realized she could not get through. The girls offered delightful drinks, while she held only a simple bottle of water, leaving her feeling a touch disheartened as she clutched it tightly. "Excuse me, thank you. Please make way," Yi Lin called as he navigated through the crowd. Ling Feishue stood at the edge of the throng, holding a bottle of soda. And when she noticed Yi Lin rejecting the drinks from the girls and approaching her, a sense of triumph washed over her. "Indeed, he only desires the beverage I offer," she thought. "Yi Lin, here you go," she said, gently extending the cola toward him. "No, thank you," he replied, then continued on toward Lan Yuyu, who stood a few meters behind Ling Feishue, her head lowered as she clutched her water. This sight infuriated Ling Feishue. Just then, Qin Tianju appeared, and in a fit of pique, she tossed the cola at him, exclaiming, "Here, drink this." With that, she stormed off, uninterested in watching the second match of the boys from her class. Qin Tianju was elated. The goddess had bought him a drink. His earlier frustration over his poor performance dissipated, replaced by a beaming smile. Yi Lin snatched the water from Lan Yuyu's hands, asking, "Did you buy this for me, little sprout?" Hearing his voice, Lan Yuyu looked up. "Yi Lin, what's wrong?" He took a few sips from the bottle. "Why didn't you accept their drinks?" "Mine isn't that great," she said, a hint of grievance in her tone. "Anything you buy is wonderful," he reassured her. "Really?" she asked earnestly. He gently ruffled her hair, affirming, "Indeed." Turning back towards the group of girls, Yi Lin expressed, "Thank you all for cheering for me and for your thoughtful offerings of drinks. I truly appreciate your kindness, but I only wish to drink the one she offered." With that, he took Lan Yuyu's hand and departed. The girls, though disappointed that Yi Lin did not accept their beverages, silently hoped he would drink from theirs. Several had even surreptitiously taken small sips, imagining that if Yi Lin drank from their bottles, it would be akin to a kiss. Unfortunately, Yi Lin declined all their offerings. They found a small measure of solace in seeing Ling Feishue also rejected. After all, even the campus belle's advances had been spurned, making their own rejection feel less shameful. Initially, I presumed that Yi Lin was an aloof and enigmatic figure, but to my astonishment, he was actually apologizing. Instantly, the group of girls erupted with excitement. Their admiration for Yi Lin evolved into a fervent support. He transformed from an object of desire to an idol in their eyes. "How handsome he is! How devoted he appears! That girl is so fortunate. I am more beautiful than her. Why hasn't he chosen me? Is he truly so shallow? He disregards the school beauty, believing only in fate. Perhaps you are unaware that the girl's name is Lan Yuyu, and she ranks first in the entire school. A true academic prodigy. She seems well matched with the idol. I hereby endorse this union." As the girls gazed enviously at Yi Lin's departing figure, they engaged in animated chatter. The results of the first round of the 1,000-meter race were announced by the host. In the senior boys' 1,000-meter race, the first place for the first round goes to Yi Lin from Class 1, with a time of 3 minutes and 1 second. He has shattered the school's long-distance running record. Let us applaud him. The second place was taken by Qin Tianju from Class 1, with a time of 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Meanwhile, in the volleyball court, the classmates from Class 1 were momentarily stunned upon hearing the announcement. Chen Sini exclaimed in disbelief, "Did I just hear that Yi Lin broke the record? Could I be mistaken?" "Indeed, he did break the record," affirmed the class leader. "Xiao Yuqi, Yi Lin is remarkable." Instantly, a group of girls from Class 1 leapt up in excitement. Those unaware of the reason might have thought their volleyball team had won a match. The cool and poised Qiu Ling was equally surprised. Realizing that Yi Lin had indeed shattered the school record for long-distance running, she had not anticipated such prowess from him. The students engaged in the volleyball match momentarily forgot the game upon hearing the news, allowing their opponents to score an easy point. Observing this, Qiu Ling admonished, "What are you all doing? It's not you who broke the record, so why the excitement? Are you not going to play? Focus on the match." With Yi Lin's auspicious start, the girls played volleyball as if invigorated, growing increasingly formidable. Yi Lin and his 3 companions arrived at the volleyball court. Upon seeing Yi Lin, Qiu Ling cheerfully remarked, "You're quite impressive. Well done. Hurry and drink some water to rest." "Thank you, teacher. You just gave me some water," he replied. Noticing that their class had pulled ahead by 10 points, Gao Mingming exclaimed, "Teacher, why is our class so exceptional this year? Our class has always been remarkable. Hasn't he it?" Huang Ba raised an eyebrow, maintaining his composure. "Huang Ba, you have no shame. I still have some dignity. retorted Gao Mingming. She did not accept Huang Ba's assertion, recalling past sports events where their class had been outperformed. That's right. Our class has always been excellent. It's just that we haven't fully showcased our potential. Huang Ba, the teacher anticipates your performance in basketball, Xiaoling seemingly provocatively stated. Hearing the teacher's words, Gao Mingming wore a mischievous grin and teased, Huang Ba, you better perform well. Our class is so impressive this year. Don't be the only one who falters. Huang Bai felt so awkward that he could hardly utter a word, as he had no skills in basketball. How could he possibly excel? Yet, contemplating the situation, with 8 individuals registered, they surely wouldn't allow someone so inept to take the court, would they? After all, the embarrassment would not be solely his, but that of the entire class. At that moment, Qin Tianju returned, clutching a bottle of cola as if it were a treasured gem. His face adorned with a rather mischievous grin, leaving one to ponder his thoughts. Li Junwei, feeling parched, exclaimed, Lao Qin, let me have a sip of that cola. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianju quickly tightened his grip on the bottle, retorting, Scram. If you want some, go buy your own. This is a special gift from Ling Feishua. From Ling Feishua? Li Junwei looked incredulous. Indeed, she saw me struggling while running and specifically bought this cola to wait for me at the finish line. Qin Tianju beamed with delight. Wow, moving so fast, huh? If you manage to win over the school beauty, you'll be the biggest victor of our senior class. Li Junwei remarked, their banter reaching Gao Mingming's ears. Gao Mingming, with a disdainful tone, interjected, Qin Tianju, keep dreaming. I saw it all. That cola was bought for Yilin. She tossed it to you only because he refused it. How shameless you were to boast about it. Li Junwei cast a knowing glance at Qin Tianju, realizing the truth. Qin Tianju, however, would not concede to this narrative. It was undeniably a gift intended for him. Having arrived late, he had missed the moment Ling Feishua offered the drink to Yilin, only to find her tossing it to him upon his arrival. Gao Mingming, do you harbor feelings for me? Are you jealous seeing how Ling Feishua treats me, thus making such remarks? Gao Mingming's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to fathom that Qin Tianju would utter such words, she retorted, like you? Police, you're overthinking it. Have you looked in the mirror lately? With that, she hurried away to avoid further musings from him. The volleyball match concluded with the girls of Class 1 triumphantly claiming victory. The long-distance race also wrapped up, with Yilin securing first place in the senior boys' 1,000-meter run, shattering the school record. Winning 2 events in a day filled Lung Yinxiu with immense joy. She walked with an air of confidence, head held high. The following afternoon, it was the boys' basketball match for Class 1. The notification had been sent out that morning, announcing a match against Class 12. Class 12 was a regular class with a plethora of adept basketball players, thus the selected 8 were all skilled athletes. On the basketball court, before the game even commenced, Class 1 appeared utterly despondent. Lung Yinxiu offered words of encouragement. It's all right. Just give it your all. We still have a chance of winning. Qin Tianju, why don't you devise a strategy for the team? Upon learning that they were up against Class 12, Qin Tianju lost all motivation. Had they been facing the elite class, there might have been a glimmer of hope, as they were merely bookworms. However, Class 12 was composed of numerous athletic students, rendering any prospects of victory bleak. Certainly, as the alluring autumn spoke, Qin Tianju dared not display his temper. Summoning everyone to form a circle, he instructed, when the game commences, pass the ball to me as soon as you receive it. And ensure you closely defend your designated opponent. Do not switch, or chaos will ensue. After an extensive lecture on strategies, he began to guide each player on how to play. However, he had no intention of allowing Yilin, Huang Ba-yi, or Yin Haoqing to take the court, rendering any advice to them moot. Upon hearing this, Huang Ba-yi, disgruntled that his trio was sidelined, queried, Qin Tianju, what about us? To which Qin Tianju replied, you are substitutes. Should we falter, you can step in. Huang Ba-yi bristled at the comment. My brother Lin is a basketball prince. How can you relegate him to a substitute? What prince are you talking about? You never practice with us. Can you even coordinate? Huang Ba-yi retorted, anger simmering within him. We have registered. At least let us make an appearance. I may not mind sitting out, but Yilin must play. He is exceptionally skilled. Qin Tianju's refusal to grant this opportunity ignited Huang Ba-yi's frustration. As the commotion escalated, class monitor Qiao Yuqi shouted, what are you all arguing about? Is there anything worth disputing before the game has even begun? How embarrassing. At her words, the two fell silent. Being a substitute is quite all right. Yi Lin remarked before heading off to practice. Qin Tianju assumed Yi Lin was preparing to showcase his skills, but instead, Yi Lin merely hurled the ball aimlessly. It didn't even graze the rim. Observing this, Qin Tianju scoffed. Is this the basketball prince you speak of, Huang Ba-yi? Huang Ba-yi was left speechless. Why did Yi Lin falter at such a crucial moment? Although other teammates were not particularly fond of Qin Tianju's overly individualistic style of play, they preferred to align with him over the likes of Yi Lin, Huang Ba-yi, and Yan Haoqing. You all should refrain from causing disruptions. Just focus on watching. One teammate advised. Indeed, we don't want others saying our class lacks any competent players. After a few exchanged comments, they returned to practice. Yi Lin shook his head, realizing it had been far too long since he last practiced. Even handling the ball felt unfamiliar. He dribbled, appearing clumsy, yet in truth, he was merely reacquainting himself with the ball's weight and feel. He couldn't even dribble properly. What a farce. Qin Tianju, visibly disdainful, then executed a flawless three-step layup before Yi Lin. After 10 minutes of practice, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the players to take the court. The members of Class 12 stood tall, each around 1.8 meters. It was evident that Class 1 was destined to lose without question. Thus, aside from classmates, few were inclined to watch the match between Class 1 and Class 12, knowing it would be a one-sided affair lacking excitement. At Qingyuan High School, 8 basketball courts hosted simultaneous matches for each grade, prompting everyone to gravitate towards the most fiercely contested games. After the referee verified the players' names, both teams took to the court and swiftly contested possession of the ball. The referee tossed the ball into the air, and the players from Class 12 seized it, passing it seamlessly before executing a layup in a mere 3 steps. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 10 seconds. Following this, Class 1 initiated their serve. But as soon as the ball crossed the boundary, it was intercepted by Class 12, who scored another 2 points with a reverse shot. As the first half concluded, with Class 12 accumulating 29 points against Class 1's 5, the significant gap in scores practically heralded the end of the match. At that moment, a throng of girls rushed onto the court in search of Lung Yanxiu. Having witnessed 2 rounds, they were perplexed as to why Yi Lin, who had registered, had not taken the court. They were there to cheer for their idol. Teacher, why isn't Yi Lin playing? They inquired. Yes, teacher, we are here to support your class. Indeed, teacher, please let Yi Lin play. Lung Yanxiu was momentarily taken aback by the situation and turned to Yi Lin, who simply waved his hand, looking innocent. Observing this scene, Qin Tianju, with ulterior motives, suggested, Teacher, we are tired. Let Yi Lin and his team take over. Huang Bai, discerning Qin Tianju's intent to avoid embarrassment from an impending defeat, retorted angrily, Are you suggesting we embarrass ourselves further after such a performance? What nonsense is that? Why register for the match if you're not going to play? Do you expect us to play for consecutive games? Seeing the disheartened expressions of several boys, combined with the clamoring of girls demanding Yi Lin's participation, Lung Yanxiu interjected, All right, Huang Bai, enough. The 3 of you can go up next. Just play casually. Understood, teacher. Yi Lin replied as he rose. Fatty, Haoqing, Zihue, Xiaohai will take over the next game. With that, Yi Lin strode towards the court. Go, Yi Lin. Lan Yuyu waved encouragingly. Don't worry, little bean sprout. I'll give it my all. Class 1 will not lose. Yi Lin responded with a smile over his shoulder, a gesture that left a throng of girls swooning in admiration. At that moment, Gao Mengmeng suddenly realized that Yi Lin was exceptionally handsome, contrasting sharply with Huang Bai, who, despite being his friend, looked rather unappealing in comparison. As the match progressed into the second half, the teams switched sides, and the players returned to the court. Yi Lin, our idol, go for it. You're the best. The girls who had just approached Lung Yanxiu formed a line, holding pom-poms in support of Yi Lin. Their synchronized cheers were more spirited than any cheerleading squad. Both Class 1 and Class 12 students were momentarily stunned. Lung Yanxiu and the head teacher of Class 12 were equally bewildered. What was happening? Realizing that Class 1 had reinforcements, Class 12 students, disregarding everything else, rallied their spirits and began to cheer for their class as well. Class 12, go. Class 12, go. The students of Class 1, ignited by enthusiasm, echoed with fervor. Class 1, unmatched. Class 1, go. Go, go. At this moment, the game may falter, but the spirit must remain unyielding. The synchronized shouts of encouragement from the crowd created a scene reminiscent of a triad of power. Qin Tianju found himself speechless. pondering why such fervent cheers had not accompanied his own entrance onto the court. The electrifying atmosphere stirred the blood, had these supporters rallied behind him. Perhaps the outcome would not have been so disheartening. On the 8 basketball courts, the commotion from the third-year class drew a multitude of curious onlookers. They initially deemed the basketball match unremarkable, barely casting a glance. Yet, the fervent cheers now indicated an intensely competitive showdown. In an instant, the venue for the match between Class 1 and Class 12 became a hive of activity. However, upon glimpsing the score, some spectators drifted away, realizing that the fervor was merely a fade. Since commencing high school, Yilin had not graced the field during sports events. Thus, no one could ascertain his basketball prowess. Nevertheless, even a skilled player would find it nearly impossible to bridge such a significant gap in scores. Consequently, the students of Class 12 felt entirely at ease. With a sharp whistle, the match resumed. Huang Bai initiated the play, and upon receiving the ball, Yilin darted forward, effortlessly evading his opponent with a swift pivot. He executed a layup with grace, securing 2 points. At this moment, the female audience erupted into cheers. "So handsome, our idol. Go, Yilin." The chorus of encouragement from countless girls filled the air. At that moment, even the most lethargic of creatures could plow 2 acres of land. As it was Class 12's turn to serve, they tossed the ball to a teammate near the hoop while crossing the midline. Yilin leapt, intercepting the ball with agility. And then, employing deft maneuvers, he eluded 2 defenders with ease. He swiftly attempted another layup, yet an opponent leapt to block him. In a seamless motion, Yilin pulled back the ball and shot from the opposite side, netting another 2 points. Within a minute, he had scored twice, and the cheers crescendoed even further. Class 1, previously dispirited, now glimpsed hope through Yilin's dazzling skills. The game ebbed and flowed, with Yilin frequently finding the basket. After 5 or 6 minutes of play, the players of Class 12 recognized that a solo effort was futile against Yilin's prowess. Unable to stop him one-on-one, they resorted to sending 2 defenders, then 3, to thwart his advances. The scene was spectacular. As soon as Yilin possessed the ball, 3 players from Class 12 would immediately converge before him. At last, Yilin found himself unable to penetrate the 3-point line, thwarted from making a layup. A boy directly opposite him, filled with admiration, remarked, "Brother, you're impressive. Had you entered the game sooner, the outcome would have been unpredictable." Seizing the opportunity presented by his words, Yilin stood tall and launched a 3-point shot. Whoosh! The basketball swished through the net with pinpoint accuracy, a stunning 3-pointer. To score despite being guarded by 3 players was a testament to his formidable skill, inciting a wild uproar from the audience. "Thank you for the compliment. But let us remain focused. We have yet to secure victory." After finishing his shot, Yilin called out and dashed to the center line for defense. His presence on the court, coupled with his exceptional skills, drew an enthusiastic crowd that filled the area both inside and outside the 3-point line during the match between Class 1 and Class 12. The audience was predominantly female. Among them was the strikingly beautiful Chiao, who felt overwhelmed by the cacophony of screams surrounding her. She thought her eardrums might shatter. If it weren't for her class participating in the game, she would have desperately wanted to escape. This was not merely a basketball game. It resembled a grand fan meet and greet. Witnessing Yilin's prowess, the other 4 players from Class 1 fully supported him. The moment they gained possession of the ball, they sought out Yilin's position and passed it to him. When he was besieged, they rushed to assist him in breaking through. By the end of the 3rd quarter, thanks to Yilin's relentless efforts, Class 1 had scored 25 points. At this juncture, Class 12 led with 39 points, creating a 14-point gap. Yilin had single-handedly racked up 20 points in just 1 quarter, causing Class 12 to grow anxious. Initially confident of victory, they allowed their 3 main players to rest during halftime, giving their 3 substitutes an opportunity to showcase their skills. Little did they expect Yilin to emerge as a formidable opponent. Class 12, now wary, assembled their strongest lineup for the 4th quarter. Their strategy was straightforward: focus entirely on defense and, upon gaining possession, consume time. After all, Yilin was extraordinarily formidable. His ball handling and defensive skills were remarkable, making him a candidate for professional basketball. Zhou Jingqi, the physical education teacher responsible for the basketball players, regarded Yilin as a prized find. He never anticipated that, apart from the basketball players, there would be such a talented boy in the school. Should Yilin join the school team? Qingyuan High School would undoubtedly rank among the top 3 in this year's Jiangqing High School basketball tournament. He felt fortunate to be part of this excitement. Noticing a student from Class 1, Zhou approached Qiu. Teacher Qiu. At that moment, she was encouraging Yilin and, upon hearing someone call her, turned around to see Zhou Jingqi. Teacher Zhou, what can I do for you? She inquired. I just wanted to ask what that boy's name is, Zhou replied, pointing to Yilin. His name is Yilin. Why do you ask? Is there something wrong? Qiu wondered why a physical education teacher would seek out Yilin, especially during a match. She feared that if he called Yilin away now, their chances of winning would vanish. Upon learning that the boy was Yilin, Zhou felt reassured. He had heard of him, known as a troublemaker in his senior year. Although his academic performance was poor and the likelihood of him attending university seemed bleak, if he applied to college as an athlete, he might gain admission to a commendable sports academy. Convincing him to join the basketball team would be effortless. He would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. After all, what high school student doesn't aspire to attend university? Zhou was eager to approach Yilin. However, Qiu quickly blocked his path. Teacher Zhou, what are you planning to do? Oh, I just want to have a word with Yilin, he replied. Our class is currently engaged in a competition, and at this moment, our key player has been summoned away. What do you intend to do? Cold and aloof, Qiu felt a twinge of displeasure, wondering what could possibly be so urgent. After all, what pressing matter could the physical education teacher have? Oh, right, the competition is still ongoing. I shall seek him out later. Zhou Jingqi, filled with astonishment, momentarily forgot that it was still game time. With a brief respite of 2 minutes, Yilin introduced a new strategy to the team. He was acutely aware that he would soon face 2 to 3 defenders from Class 12. Thus, during the final quarter of the match, Jiang Zihui and Hu Shaohai were assigned the offensive roles while Huang Bai and Yin Haoqing were tasked with serving. As the whistle sounded, the last segment of the game commenced. Yilin skillfully maneuvered the ball, drawing 3 defenders towards himself, while Jiang Zihui and Hu Shaohai seized the opportunity to position themselves beneath the basket. Yilin executed a deft move, sending the ball through his own legs and striking it against the ground, cleverly bypassing his opponent. The defender, believing he had effectively blocked Yilin's path and fearing retaliation, tightened his stance. Yet, he remained unharmed. The ball rebounded and landed before Hu Shaohai, who promptly passed it to Jiang Zihui. With unwavering resolve, Jiang Zihui took the shot, securing another 2 points. At this juncture, Class 12 prepared to serve, and Class 1 swiftly advanced to the mid-court to defend. However, Class 12 moved languidly. While Class 1 attempted to intercept, Class 12 merely passed the ball, playing a game of time wasting. They avoided shooting whenever possible, fully aware that Yilin was an exceptional rebounder. After a prolonged delay, they finally seized a favorable opportunity to take a shot. Now it was Class 1's turn to serve. The moment Yilin received the ball, he sensed the opposing team's intentions and felt a surge of irritation. He pivoted and dribbled past 5 players, culminating in a flawless 3-step layup. The entire sequence was executed with remarkable fluidity, devoid of any hesitation. It was an impressive display of skill, eliciting enthusiastic applause from Zhou Jingqi. The crowd erupted in cheers, especially the girls who admired Yilin, their excitement palpable. Even those who were indifferent to him found themselves captivated by his prowess. Once the excitement subsided, Zhou Jingqi delivered a playful kick to Qin Tianju, who was seated on the ground, resting. Qin Tianju, why didn't you inform me that Yilin is such an outstanding player? He complained. Qin Tianju, feeling quite wronged, thought to himself that Yilin never played basketball at school, so how could he have known about his remarkable skills? However, considering Zhou Jingqi's temperament, he wisely chose silence, knowing that any explanation would likely lead to another reprimand. Noticing Qin Tianju's silence, Zhou Jingqi delivered another gentle kick, insisting, I'm asking you a question. Qin Tianju, on the verge of tears, replied, Zhou Laosher, this is unjust. I truly had no idea he could play basketball. He has never mentioned it, nor has he ever played at school. Had I known, we wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat in the first 2 quarters. Is that so? Then I have wronged you, Zhou Jingqi conceded. However, he quickly found another excuse to scold him. Look at him. Learn from him. You call yourself a basketball player. Can your skills even compare to half of his? Qin Tianju refrained from retorting, shifting his position a couple of steps away to maintain a safe distance from Zhou Jingqi. Observing Class 12 dragging their feet in a lackluster manner, Yilin recognized an opportunity to capitalize on their sluggishness. He rushed forward, snatching the ball and making a direct shot. The players from Class 12 were caught off guard, and Class 1 once again secured 2 points. Back and forth. They played for 5 or 6 minutes, and it was evident that Class 1's tactical arrangements were far more effective, leaving Class 12 completely at their mercy. With Yilin handling the ball, it took 3 players to halt his advance. However, committing 3 to defend against Yilin left gaps in their defense, stripping them of any initiative. Under Yilin's guidance, Class 1 astonishingly leveled the score, but as the final quarter came to a close, the score stood at 46-46. With neither side having a definitive edge, an overtime match was necessitated between Class 1 and Class 12. Chapter 47. The decisive shot. At that moment, the matches on the other 7 courts had concluded. Instantly, the court hosting Class 1 and Class 12 became a hive of activity, surrounded by eager spectators. With the overtime looming, the prospects of victory seemed bright. And Qin Tianzhu was eager to take the court, having spotted the enchanting Ling Feishue observing the game from the sidelines. With the goddess present, how could a victor not include himself? During a brief respite for Yilin and the others, Qin Tianzhu stood up and declared, "You've all worked hard. Huang Bai, Haoqing, and Xiaohai, take a breather for the last 5 minutes. We'll swap in for you, enhancing our chances of victory." Upon hearing this, Huang Bai, Yan Haoqing, and Hu Xiaohai exchanged glances, simultaneously directing their gaze toward Yilin. Clearly, none of them wished to leave the court. Yilin promptly declined, stating, "There's no need. Our coordination has been quite effective." "What do you mean by that, Yilin? This game concerns the honor of our entire class. It's not the time for personal disputes. Having the 3 of us join you on the court can only strengthen our position," Qin Tianzhu insisted, invoking class pride to pressure him. Upon hearing this, Huang Bai retorted, "Have some dignity. We've played 2 quarters. You scored a mere 5 points while we managed to equalize with 46. If we had been on the court sooner, we wouldn't need overtime. I warned everyone before the match that Lin Gu is the basketball prince, yet you stubbornly prevented him from playing. Now that victory seems within reach, you want to join? Have some self-respect." Ignoring Huang Bai's outburst, Qin Tianzhu continued addressing Yilin. "You don't want our class to lose, do you? Let us form a powerful lineup, and we will surely win." Yilin pondered for a moment before responding. "Our teamwork has been solid. We've developed good chemistry over the 2 games, so there is no necessity to make substitutions." Yilin acknowledged the validity of Qin Tianzhu's argument. Indeed, a stronger lineup would be advantageous. However, he questioned the efficacy of a strong lineup devoid of synergy. Throughout the first 2 quarters, it had become apparent to Yilin that Qin Tianzhu's approach to the game was excessively heroic. Once the ball was in his hands, he would refuse to pass it under any circumstances. Had it not been for him, Class 1 would not have scored a mere 5 points in the first 2 quarters. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. A team requires a singular leader. And Yilin was unwilling to allow Qin Tianzhu to take the court. What he needed now were teammates he could collaborate with, not merely skilled players. Listening to Yilin, Qin Tianzhu felt a sense of urgency. "Yilin, now is not the time for childish stubbornness. Let us set aside our previous disagreements. We must field our strongest lineup for this overtime. I am the captain, and you must heed my words." "All right then, you take my place. I shall rest. For I am quite fatigued," Yilin replied, as he promptly sat down and took a sip of water. "Substitute? I find it hard to believe that our class cannot triumph without you," Qin Tianzhu retorted, confident in his own abilities. At that moment, Wang Xiaoqing approached and firmly grasped Qin Tianzhu's arm. "Substitute? When do you have time to step in for someone else?" "Why wouldn't I have the time?" Qin Tianzhu replied, pulling free from her grip. "Fine, you said it yourself. Originally, Ling Feishue asked me to find you and inquire if you were available. She has something important to discuss. Since you're unavailable, I shall inform her," Wang Xiaoqing said, turning to leave. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianzhu quickly rushed to catch up with Wang Xiaoqing. With a triumphant expression, he turned to Yilin and the others, declaring, "You all play on. Ling Feishue seeks me for something significant, so I cannot participate." Recalling the bottle of cola Ling Feishue had gifted him yesterday, Qin Tianzhu's mind raced with possibilities. Surely, her eagerness to find him must pertain to something monumental. Perhaps she was about to confess her feelings. The more he pondered, the more elated he became. After a brief respite of 2 minutes, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the commencement of overtime. Yilin and his team remained unchanged, while the 12th class presented their most formidable lineup. Qin Tianzhu pulled Wang Xiaoqing aside, brimming with anticipation. Where is Fei Xue? Where can I find her? He scanned the crowd, searching for Ling Fei Xue's presence, but to no avail. Could it be that she was trapped inside? Stop looking. Ling Fei Xue isn't searching for you. I was merely teasing, Wang Xiaoqing stated. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianzhu's anger flared. Wang Xiaoqing, what do you mean? Are you playing tricks on me? Is this amusing to you? Do you realize what you've made me miss? Wang Xiaoqing replied, Qin Tianzhu, do not be ungrateful to someone who means well. I was trying to save you. Save me? What do you mean? Qin Tianzhu was perplexed by her intentions. I ask, were you attempting to court disaster by wanting to substitute for Yilin? What were you thinking? Why shouldn't I? I can play just as well as he does. Come now, the score you see is a result of Yilin and the others' hard work. The girls on the sidelines are all cheering for Yilin. If you take the court and lose, do you think they want to tear you to shreds? Even if I win, what good comes of it? They admire Yilin. If they see me trying to steal his glory, want they speak ill of me? Remember, 3 women make a street, and this is a throng of them, capable of tarnishing your reputation. Qin Tianzhu considered her words, and they seemed somewhat reasonable, yet he felt that all the limelight would fall upon Yilin. This basketball match was, after all, on his home turf, and Ling Fei Xue was watching the game. One must not attempt to display bravado in the presence of a goddess, for it is an unparalleled agony. However, Qin Tianzhu's desire to take the court was thwarted, as the overtime had commenced and several minutes had elapsed. The final 5 minutes of the overtime were fiercely contested. Class 12, unrelenting in their pursuit, resorted to fouling in order to impede Yilin, determined to deny Class 1 any opportunity to score. Observing this, Huang Bai wasted no time. He charged forth like a human tank. After 4 minutes of play, neither class had managed to score. With merely a minute remaining, Class 12 succeeded in making a basket, taking a 2-point lead. Class 1 advanced towards the basket, with Hu Xiaohai poised to shoot, only to be met with an astonishing block from Class 12, the ball snatched away. Class 12 seized the ball, intending to run down the clock, but unexpectedly, Yilin intercepted, leaping to execute a thunderous dunk. The roar of the crowd was deafening in that moment. The two classes were once again tied. With half a minute left, Class 12 executed a swift inbound pass. Having played for so long, their stamina was depleted, and Yilin found himself obstructed, with Class 1 unable to catch up. In the final 10 seconds, Class 12 scored again, securing what seemed to be an assured victory, as it was nearly impossible for Class 1 to score within that brief interval. Outside the court, Class 12 had already begun to celebrate. Qin Tianzhu cursed under his breath, lamenting, if only they had listened to me, victory would have been ours. In those last 10 seconds, all hope rested on Yilin. Yin Haoqing passed the ball to him, and Yilin surged towards the opposing side. Yet, all 5 members of Class 12 stood resolutely in his path. Even Yilin's prowess could not penetrate their defense. With no other recourse, Yilin passed the ball to Huang Bai, who had just crossed the midline. Confused, Huang Bai found himself without any teammates in his vicinity to receive the ball. At that moment, Yilin shouted, "Fatty, shoot. Shoot the ball." Having never practiced shooting, Huang Bai awkwardly hurled the ball with one hand from the midline. As the ball left his hand, the whistle blew, signaling the end of the match. At that instant, the entirety of Class 12 leapt up in jubilant celebration. Miraculously, Huang Bai's erratic throw found its mark, a last-second game winner. Class 1 was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Li Junwei leapt in excitement, exclaiming, "It went in. The ball went in. A 3-pointer, 1 point more than them. We won. We won. We won." In that exhilarating moment, Class 1 erupted in euphoria, rushing onto the court to lift the 4 players into the air. While the students and faculty of Class 1 reveled in their triumph, a group of Yilin's female admirers outside shared in the excitement, chanting his name in unison, "Yilin, Yilin, Yilin." Had it not been for the protective circle of classmates around Yilin, those fans would undoubtedly have seized the opportunity to get closer to him. In such a scene, any attempt to gain favor with Yilin would have gone unnoticed. Yilin spotted Lan Yuyu, who stood dazed at the sidelines. He longed to approach her, yet was hoisted aloft by a throng, leaving him with no chance to escape. Huang Bai, being too heavy, was not lifted and thus did not partake in the accolades enjoyed by Yilin and the others. Hai Mingming rushed over at once, delivering a hearty slap to his back. "You magnificent fatso, I adore you." "What on earth, Mingming? Why do you hit so hard? Do you understand? Hitting is affection. Scolding is love, you know. Is that so?" Huang Bai raised his hand, ready to strike at Mingming's chest, suddenly realizing she was a girl. He hastily retracted his hand. Forget it. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. If you dared to hit me just now, I would have annihilated you. Fatty, that last shot was incredible. Speak, what do you wish to eat? It's on me, but you must escort me home after the tutoring tonight. I want to eat. I'm on a diet. Who cares about your diet? As the competition concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. Zhou Zhengqi sought to find Yilin, but felt it was not the right time, considering the ongoing event. As a basketball coach, approaching Yilin could imply favoritism. So he decided to wait until after the sports meet to address the matter. Chapter 48. Joyful rivals after the match. Yilin and Lan Yuyu headed out for dinner. On the way, Lan Yuyu appeared somewhat despondent. Noticing this, Yilin inquired, "Little Sprout, what's the matter? You seem a bit down." Lan Yuyu couldn't pinpoint her unhappiness and remained silent. "Are you feeling unwell?" Yilin quickly reached out to touch her forehead, relieved to find everything normal. "Yilin, I'm not sick, you know. Just now, so many girls came to cheer for you." Lan Yuyu replied with a hint of jealousy. Upon hearing this, Yilin began to understand. She was feeling envious. Her jealousy indicated she truly cared for him, having already considered him hers, unwilling to let others encroach upon that bond. Yilin felt a flicker of joy. "Is this the reason for your discontent?" he asked with a mischievous grin. No, Lan Yuyu quickly denied, although it seemed true. Why should she be upset about others cheering for him? "Little Sprout, no matter how many people cheer for me, it's only your support that propels me forward. And I only desire the water you offer," Yilin said, waving the bottle of mineral water before her. Hearing this warmed Lan Yuyu's heart, dispelling her earlier worries. "Yilin, let us hurry to the cafeteria. Otherwise, there won't be any dishes left when it gets crowded." All right. The two jogged into the bustling cafeteria, which was already packed. Fortunately, during the sports meet, a special athletes lane was established, where the queue was relatively short. Yilin pulled Lan Yuyu along to join the line. "Yilin, I'm not an athlete. Isn't this inappropriate?" "No worries, we'll just order one dish." "But how will we share one dish?" Lan Yuyu pondered, facing a dilemma. "Let us order a bit more, we can share." All right, Lan Yuyu agreed, her earlier discontent forgotten. At that moment, the players from Class 12 trailing behind, Yilin deliberately exclaimed, "Could those in front exhibit a modicum of decorum? This corridor is designated for athletes." Lan Yuyu, upon hearing this remark, felt a twinge of anxiety, as it was evident she did not belong to the athletic ranks. Yilin, however, chose to disregard the provocateur. Yet, the individual persisted, clearly irked by his previous loss. "Is it too much to ask for a semblance of dignity from your class?" Upon hearing his class directly referenced, Yilin turned around and retorted, "Are you insulting us? I will chastise anyone who cuts in line. Am I not an athlete? If your eyes fail you, perhaps you should consider donating them." With that, Yilin intended to dismiss him. "You may be an athlete, but what of her?" The man pointed directly at Lan Yuyu. At that moment, numerous eyes in the cafeteria were fixated on the unfolding drama. Fearing the situation might escalate, Lan Yuyu anxiously suggested, "Yilin, perhaps we should change locations and queue again?" "Little Bean Sprout, ignore him. He's just a fool," Yilin replied, turning Lan Yuyu away. Observing this, the athletes from Class 12 decided to counter with their own brand of mischief. All of Class 12, come forward in queue. Soon after, 7 or 8 students from Class 12 surged forward to cut in line. Those waiting expressed their discontent. However, Class 12 had a convenient excuse, claiming they were merely following Yilin's lead, and that any grievances should be directed at him. Criticize Yilin? That would be sheer folly. Despite his seemingly docile demeanor now, his past actions were well remembered, and no one wished to incur his wrath. Reluctant to get embroiled in the animosities between the two classes, the onlookers chose to endure the situation in silence. When it was finally Yilin's turn to receive his meal, he selected 4 dishes and, with 2 meal vouchers, added 2 large drumsticks before departing the serving counter. Yilin paused beside the cluster of Class 12 students and, in a deliberately loud voice, remarked, "We're just 2 people sharing 1 meal. Do you Class 12 really intend to share a single meal among all of you?" He continued, "You Class 12 pride yourselves on your decorum, yet here you are, engaging in line cutting." Upon hearing Yilin's words, the group from Class 12 appeared visibly uncomfortable. After speaking, Yilin and Lan Yuyu proceeded to find a place to dine. The athletes from Class 12, seething with indignation, were quick to respond to Yilin's comment. "You certainly don't look like athletes. You must be here merely to accompany him for a meal. Remember, only 1 meal per group." I trust Class 12 has a reputation for quality. In a fit of anger, those who had cut in line from Class 12 abruptly left, abandoning their meal. After such a significant loss of face, they could not bear to return to the back of the line. Moreover, the ensuing conversations in the cafeteria would undoubtedly revolve around their recent embarrassment. It seemed wiser to depart early rather than endure the impending awkwardness. Yilin made his way to the soup station, where he collected 2 small bowls, and together, the pair shared a single meal. Suddenly recalling something, Lan Yuyu inquired. Yilin, where are Ming Ming and Huang Bai? Yesterday we all dined together, but today I can't find anyone. Lan Yuyu is worried they might be without food. Rest assured, they are all-day students and have gone out to eat, Yilin explained. Just moments ago, on the sports field, Huang Bai mentioned that Gao Mingming treated him to a meal, gifting him a meal voucher. In just a few days, these two have become quite familiar, bickering all day long like a pair of playful enemies. At this moment, outside the school, Huang Bai and Gao Mingming have finished their meal and are on their way back. Huang Bai expressed his desire to lose weight. Yet Gao Mingming took him out for a steak. While sitting on the motorcycle, Gao Mingming complained, "You big fatty, sit a bit further forward. You're going to squish me off." With barely any space to sit, she protested, "Why do you leave such a large gap between us?" Huang Bai grumbled that there was enough room for another person between them. "Men and women should maintain a respectful distance," he remarked. Gao Mingming stubbornly refused to inch forward. Sitting too close meant that if he braked suddenly, she would be pressed against him. "But if you don't sit properly, the bike will be hard to control." "What if we crash?" she retorted. "That's just a sign of your lack of skill," he shot back. "In all of Qingyuan, I'm the best at riding a motorcycle." After a bit of swaying, they finally arrived at the school gate. Once parked, Gao Mingming quickly urged, "Fatty, let's go. I'll treat you to the best drink in our county." "But I'm on a diet," Huang Bai protested. "If I don't lose weight, Chen Sini look at me. You just said you were dieting, yet you devoured 2 servings of steak. A man's words can be deceiving. Let us go." With that, Gao Mingming dragged Huang Bai across the street to Yucha. At that moment, Yucha was packed with people. Every student entering the school wanted to bring a cup inside, while others outside sought a refreshing drink to take home for their children. The crowd was immense. Gao Mingming wore a troubled expression, clearly reluctant to stand in line. "Fatty, didn't you say you were dieting? You should queue up for us," she insisted. "Why should I be the one to queue? You, a big man, want to go stand in line, so I have to? Be a gentleman and show some consideration for the lady. I shouldn't have to wait in line to buy something here." Gao Mingming looked skeptical. "You're just bragging. Don't cut in line, or if someone beats you up, I want to help." Huang Bai confidently strolled to the front. "Excuse me, miss. I'll have 4 cups of lemon fruit." "Oh, look who it is. You're early. Where's your boss?" Qin Hui inquired. "He's busy with a date inside the school," Huang Bai replied. Moments later, the server brought 4 cups of lemon fruit to Huang Bai and didn't ask for payment. Gao Mingming was stunned. Not only did he cut in line, but he also didn't have to pay. "What is going on?" I said. "Fatty, is this shop owned by your family?" Huang Bai chuckled. "No, it's owned by my brother." "Your brother? You mean Yilin?" "This shop belongs to Brother Lin. It's a secret he told me not to share with anyone. I only told you because I consider you a friend, so don't spread it around." "Get lost. Who's your friend? What's wrong? Do you insist on a blood brotherhood before considering me a sibling? Neither Lin nor I have engaged in such a bond. You lack that privilege. Get lost. I am a woman, and your notion of brotherhood is irrelevant. You assert that this is established by Yilin? Are you certain?" Gao Mingming expressed her disbelief. "What purpose would I have to deceive you? Lin has instructed me that I may indulge in beverages here at my leisure. Otherwise, do you believe they would extend such courtesy towards me?" Huang Bai declared with pride. Given this shop's thriving business, Yilin must be reaping substantial profits, no doubt. Indeed, Lin once invited me to invest in this establishment, which I declined. "Why? Are you truly so foolish as to pass on such a lucrative opportunity?" Gao Mingming questioned, perplexed. "How could I have known it would be this successful?" Huang Bai reflected, a tinge of regret surfacing. Yet, it was merely a slight regret, not enough to incite envy. "Even if Yilin owns it, must you really order 4 cups without paying? What greed compels such behavior?" Gao Mingming chastised Huang Bai, who clutched a lemon drink. "What are you thinking? Each of us deserves a cup. Wouldn't Yilin and Lan Yuyu want theirs as well?" Right, I completely forgot. My apologies." Gao Mingming felt a bit embarrassed, having only thought of herself and Huang Bai, neglecting the other two. However, Learning that this establishment was owned by Yilin only deepened her admiration for him. Intelligent, handsome, and possessing a keen business acumen, truly, he embodies the Prince Charming of every girl's dreams. Yet, she found herself puzzled as to why she felt no attraction towards him. Perhaps it was due to Lan Yuyu's prior claim. She disliked encroaching upon others' affections. She thought to herself that if only Huang Bai possessed half of Yilin's brilliance, how splendid that would be. Suddenly, Gao Mingming felt disdain for her own thoughts. She mused that she had been behaving strangely lately, constantly comparing the inept Huang Bai to Yilin. Chapter 49. The drunken man's intent is not for the wine that evening, after their study session. Huang Bai escorted Gao Mingming home. Her residence was not a mere apartment, but an architecturally designed villa, complete with a garden that featured both mountains and water, resembling a quaint park. Mingming. As soon as Huang Bai halted the motorcycle, a voice tinged with reproach emerged. Mom, what are you doing here? Gao Mingming quickly dismounted and handed her helmet to Huang Bai. I was simply waiting for you to return home. Who is this? Gao Mingming's mother inquired, gesturing towards Huang Bai on the motorcycle. Noting the garish motorcycle, she instantly deduced that this chubby boy was a troublemaker. Mom, this is my classmate, Huang Bai. Hello, Auntie. I am Mingming's classmate. Mingming, I've arrived home. Huang Bai twisted the throttle and hastily departed. Mingming, are you in a relationship? Gao Mingming's mother asked, observing Huang Bai's retreating figure. Mom, what are you saying? You can't possibly think I'm dating him? That seems quite plausible. Tell me the truth. Are you deceiving me and your father by claiming you're studying at school while secretly cavorting with that boy? Gao Mingming was filled with indignation after hearing that. Mom, what on earth are you thinking all day? Me, in a relationship with him? Impossible. With that unsightly appearance of his, not even a ghost would fancy him. I'm merely tutoring classmates at school. Gao's mother ushered Gao Mingming inside and locked the door behind them. Really? Indeed, I'm not deceiving you. Didn't I mention that a remarkable girl transferred to our class? She topped the entire school in this month's exam. Furthermore, she has been tutoring a boy from our class. Yilin, you know him, right? Of course. Your father and I once banded together with other parents to demand his expulsion from school. That scoundrel is getting others to tutor him? Gao Mingming responded with admiration, yes. After about 10 days of tutoring with her, Yilin scored 520 points in this month's exam, rising from the bottom to the top few hundred in the whole school, scoring even higher than me. Hearing this, Gao's mother was equally astonished. He wouldn't be cheating. Would he? Gao Mingming entered her room. Impossible. Many at school suspected he was copying others, but later the teachers checked the answer sheets. And it was all his own work. How can that be? A person who usually performs so poorly suddenly scores so high in just 10 days? There must be something amiss. As Gao Mingming stepped inside, she caught a whiff of a delightful aroma. Mom, did you and Dad indulge in something nice while I was away? At that moment, her father brought over a pot of hot pot. What are you saying? Since you didn't come home, your mother and I had to wait for you to eat. Why is dinner so extravagant tonight? Gao Mingming asked in confusion. Setting down the hot pot, her father explained, we opened another branch in the city today, just to celebrate. What were you two just discussing? Gao's mother chuckled. Oh, nothing much. Mingming was talking about that Yilin, the same fellow we previously petitioned to have expelled from school. He has always been at the bottom, but now he has outperformed Mingming, scoring in the top few hundred. Really? Is that true? He couldn't have cheated, could he? Gao's father showed keen interest in the topic, considering they once tried to have him expelled. Gao Mingming picked up a meatball, exclaiming, impossible. He just pretends to be foolish. He has even topped the school before. How can someone like him be dull? He is quite impressive now. Observing their daughter's admiration, both parents felt a troubling premonition. Her father inquired, what makes him so impressive? Let me tell you, he is not just academically gifted. He excels at basketball and is also shrewd in business. In today's basketball match, we were on the verge of losing, trailing 5-29 at halftime, but then Yilin came onto the court. Gao Mingming animatedly described the scene, as if a celestial being had descended. The more she idolized Yilin, the graver her parents' expressions became. If he truly was as remarkable as she imagined, then that scoundrel must never set foot in the Gao household. They would never allow their daughter to associate with such a person. The negative impression of Yilin had already taken root in the hearts of Gao Mingming's parents. He was merely a little hoodlum, utterly despicable. After recounting Yilin's basketball exploits, Gao Mingming feigned mystery and said, do you all know? I discovered a significant secret today. Observing her parents' eager expressions, Gao Mingming elaborated. That tea shop outside the school gate is owned by Yulin. My heavens, I can hardly believe it. A high school student running such a popular establishment. Wouldn't you agree he possesses remarkable business acumen? The revelation left her parents astounded. Being in the food industry themselves, they had indeed noted the shop's remarkable success. Gao's father, incredulous, inquired, Ming, are you certain that shop belongs to him? Absolutely. Just now. The chubby guy who dropped me home is Yi Lin's good friend. He casually took 4 cups of fruit tea from there today and mentioned that Yi Lin had once invited him to invest, but he turned it down, thinking it too risky. What a fool. Upon hearing this, Gao's father dismissed his previous unfavorable impressions of Yi Lin and asked, Ming, are you studying together with that transfer student from your class? Yi Lin is also studying with her. So do you all study together regularly? Gao Mingming quickly took a few bites of meat and replied, of course. Currently, it's me, the chubby guy, Yi Lin, and Lan Yuyu all learning together. Most of the time, it's Lan Yuyu and Yi Lin teaching me. I've learned quite a bit these days. Their tutoring is far superior to what those other tutors could provide. It's all so easy to grasp. Yi Lin is teaching you? Gao's mother could hardly fathom it. Yes. I mentioned it, didn't I? He pretends to be foolish, but is quite clever. If it weren't for Lan Yu transferring and becoming his deskmate, he would have revealed himself to be a hidden academic prodigy during the college entrance examination. Noticing her parents' puzzled expressions, Gao Mingming revealed, let me share a secret with you. Yi Lin has a crush on Lan Yuyu. However, Lan Yuyu is a diligent student, while Yi Lin has been the opposite. He wants to win her affection, so he has transformed himself into a good student and stopped pretending to be foolish. A high school student preoccupied with romance all day. Hurry up and finish your meal, cautioned Gao's mother. Concerned that her daughter's early romance might impact her college entrance exams, and wishing to steer the conversation away from such topics, Gao's father, in thought, mused. It is indeed possible for a boy to change for someone he likes. Then why did he pretend to be dim-witted? Gao's mother questioned. Why would a good person feign being a slacker? That is absurd. You wouldn't understand. Boys at this age are often rebellious. When they associate with a few mischief makers, they feel the need to play the part of a slacker to fit in. Gao Mingming nodded in agreement. I think Dad is right. Yi Lin's former friends were all underachievers, including Huang Bai and that chubby guy. Oh, for love's sake, are you reminiscing about your youth? Gao's mother shot an unfriendly glance at Gao's father. What are you talking about? What youth? I wasn't reminiscing. Gao's father had indeed recalled the past, but dared not admit it, fearing the consequences. Ming, your father used to be quite the love-struck fool back in the day. Gao's mother teased about Gao's father's youthful escapades. Seizing the opportunity as their discussion neared its conclusion, Gao's father quickly shifted the topic. Ming, why don't you invite Lan Yuyu over for dinner next time? Why? Gao's mother questioned, puzzled by his intentions. When someone tutors your daughter, wouldn't it be courteous to treat them to a meal? Can't you express it clearly in a single sentence? Just say you want to invite someone to dinner. How am I to know your intentions? All right, I shall be more explicit next time. Father, mother, however, Lan Yuyu is rather shy. If I directly invite her, she likely won't come. Yet, if Yi Lin were to extend the invitation, she would certainly be willing to attend. Gao Mingming understands Lan Yuyu's character. She only dares to venture out when Yi Lin is present. This sentiment resonated with Father Gao. He merely wished to invite Yi Lin. But upon hearing that Yi Lin harbors feelings for Lan Yuyu, he spoke in such a manner, for his true intentions lay beyond mere pleasantries. Then have Yi Lin bring her along. Are you not often studying together as a group of 4? Yi Lin also imparts knowledge to you. So why not make it a collective affair? But do you not all find Yi Lin rather disagreeable? Gao Mingming was perplexed and concerned that Yi Lin might face reprimands from her parents, who would likely caution him to maintain his distance. In the past, there was a lack of fondness for him. Yet did you not mention that he has become quite outstanding? It would be beneficial to meet. It would also alleviate our concerns. Very well, I shall invite them over this Saturday. After dinner, the family retired to their respective rooms to rest. Upon entering her room, Mother Gao inquired of Father Gao regarding his intentions in inviting Yi Lin to their home, fully aware that her husband would not simply be offering a meal to Lan Yuyu. Indeed, when Father Gao revealed his true motives, Mother Gao realized that his aims transcended mere hospitality. Fortunately, she had not outright rejected the notion earlier. Chapter 50. The conclusion of the competition the following day. Classes were held in the morning, followed by athletic competitions in the afternoon. The boys and girls of Class 1 participated in various events. After one match, The girls' volleyball team faced defeat. However, the boys, including Yilin and Qin Tianju, emerged victorious, easily winning their match and securing a spot among the top 5 teams. The top 5 consisted of Class 1, Class 9, Class 14, Class 15, and Class 19. The final round among the top 5 would follow a point system, with each class competing in turn. Each afternoon, 3 to 4 matches could be held. Thus, following the conclusion of the top 10 matches, the classes advancing to the top 5 continued to compete, putting the players' endurance to the test. They proceeded with 2 more matches. In the first, Class 1 faced Class 9 and triumphed. However, in the second match against Class 15, due to fatigue, Class 1 narrowly lost, as the matches concluded rather late. Concerned that Yilin and his companions might go hungry, Gao Mingming invited Lan Yuyu to join her. The 2 girls headed to the dining hall to procure their meals. After finishing their food, they settled at a table to guard their dishes. Throughout the day, there had been no opportunity to discuss the invitation to dinner. Just as Yilin and his friends had yet to arrive, Gao Mingming eagerly exclaimed, "You, let us have dinner at my house on Saturday." Lan Yuyu paused in surprise. "Huh? Dinner at your house?" "Yes. My parents heard that you are tutoring me, and to express their gratitude, they wish to invite you for a meal." "Mingming, but I won't be free this weekend." Lan Yuyu offered an excuse. "But Yilin will be there as well. Are you truly certain you want to come?" Upon hearing that Yilin would also attend, Lan Yuyu hesitated not for long and replied, "Yilin is going too? Then, if Yilin is going, I shall go as well." Just moments ago, she had claimed to be unavailable. Yet the prospect of Yilin's presence had suddenly rendered her free. Gao Mingming teased her deliberately, "But Yuyu, didn't you say you had no time this weekend?" Lan Yuyu hurriedly clarified, "Mingming, I was merely concerned that Yilin would be tutoring me over the weekend, which is why I mentioned being busy." At that moment, Yilin and Huangbai approached them. "What are you discussing?" Yilin inquired. The 2, appearing somewhat lethargic, settled down. "Not much. Let's eat quickly before it gets cold," Gao Mingming urged. After a brief while, she turned to Yilin and asked, "Yilin, why don't you come over to my house for dinner on Saturday?" Yilin looked bewildered. "Why?" "My parents heard about your tutoring me and wish to express their gratitude by inviting you for a meal," she explained. At this juncture, Lan Yuyu stared blankly at Gao Mingming, for she had just posed a similar question to her. Hadn't she mentioned that Yilin would also attend? Why was she asking again? Moreover, Yilin seemed unaware of this arrangement. "But I am unavailable this weekend," Yilin replied firmly, indicating he had to reconcile accounts at the store, deeming the tutoring with Lan Yuyu far more significant than any meal. Furthermore, his past encounters with Gao Mingming's parents had been tumultuous. They had once sought to have him expelled from school. This invitation felt like a trap, and it was wiser to decline. "Not available? Very well, then it seems only Yuyu will accompany me on Saturday." Gao Mingming feigned regret. "Little bean sprout, you're going?" Yilin questioned, perplexed. That shouldn't be the case. Before Lan Yuyu could respond, Gao Mingming interjected, "Yuyu just agreed to accompany me and mentioned bringing you along. Are you truly unavailable?" With that, she quickly transferred a chicken leg from her bowl to Lan Yuyu's, diverting her attention. "Yuyu, please have this chicken leg. I cannot eat anymore." "Mingming, I don't want it. I'm already full," Lan Yuyu replied hastily, attempting to return it. At that moment, Huangbai reached over to take the bowl. "Are you both full? Then give it to me." After an intense day of competition, Huangbai felt as if he had shed 10 pounds, his stomach growling in hunger. Yilin glanced at Lan Yuyu and, seeing her lack of objection, decided to go along. "If Little Bean Sprout is going, then I shall join as well." "All right, it's settled then. When I return home tonight, I'll ask my mother to buy ingredients for Saturday, and we shall celebrate your remarkable performance at the sports meet," Gao Mingming announced, wisely refraining from asking Yilin why he had previously claimed to be unavailable. After all, Lan Yuyu was easy to persuade, and Yilin would not have gone if she had pressed him. The commitment was sufficient. Originally, Gao Mingming had intended to ask Yilin alone, yet he had been inseparable from Lan Yuyu throughout the day, leaving her no opportunity. Thankfully, Lan Yuyu had not offered any explanations. It seemed that upon hearing Yilin's agreement, she had no objections. Huangbai felt a tinge of sadness, realizing that Gao Mingming had invited them while inadvertently leaving him out. She expressed that her parents treated them to a meal as a gesture of gratitude towards Lan Yuyu and Yilin for imparting knowledge to her. Hence there was certainly no share for herself. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, prompting Huangbai to devour his food voraciously. Observing this, Gao Mingming couldn't help but chuckle, Her earlier intention had been to deliberately exclude Huang Bai from the invitation. You too, fatty, you must join us as well. We are now a quartet, and we cannot afford to lose one member, she hastily reassured him, fearing he might burst into tears from feeling left out. Gao Mingming had experienced such a sense of desolation herself. It was akin to three individuals walking together, where the two in front shared laughter and conversation, leaving the one behind to feel a profound sense of abandonment. Therefore, she did not let Huang Bai linger in solitude for too long. Upon hearing her words, Huang Bai was nearly moved to tears. Is there really a place for me? Of course there is. You escort me home every night, even if there is no merit. There is certainly hard work involved. Good brother, it is rare for you to remember my kindness. Upon hearing this, Gao Mingming playfully slapped his round head. Resembling a boiled egg, get lost, who considers you a brother? She then affectionately tugged at Huang Bai's chubby ear. I am a woman, you know. Huang Bai winced in pain, exclaiming, not a brother, not a brother. You are a great beauty, a super beauty. Mingming, please spare me, it hurts. Humph. At least you know your place, she replied, releasing him. Yi Lin observed the interaction with amusement, finding the two quite entertaining. The following day, the basketball competition resumed, with all classes having taken their turns in the preliminary rounds. Class 1 and Class 19 ended in a tie, setting the stage for the championship match. Class 9 secured third place with a 2-point lead, while Classes 14 and 15 vied for fourth place. The championship and the battle for fourth were scheduled during evening study hours. After dinner, the games commenced at 9 o'clock sharp. The atmosphere at the competition was exceptionally intense, with cheers reverberating across the playground. Particularly, the girls cheering for Yi Lin formed circles upon circles in their enthusiasm. Outside, a little girl named Xiling, hearing the uproar, inquired of Qinzi, Sister Qinzi, are they calling out the boss's name? It seems so. I heard tonight's basketball match features our boss, she replied. Upon hearing this, Xiling fell into a trance, her heart brimming with a longing for campus life. She lamented not having studied diligently back then, pondering that perhaps if she had, she might have encountered a boy as exceptional as the boss. After the competition concluded, Class 1 faced defeat. Although Yi Lin was formidable, the disparity in strength between the teams was too great for him to overcome. Additionally, Qin Tianzhu, in his eagerness to shine in the final game, made numerous mistakes. Otherwise, he could have scored more points. While this did not alter the outcome of the match, it at least prevented a humiliating defeat. Meanwhile, in the contest for fourth place, Class 15 emerged victorious. Thus, the athletic events of Qingyuan High School came to a close. Class 1 was quite content with the results, having reached a height they had never before achieved. It is important to note that before Yi Lin took to the field, even making it into the top 10 seemed a distant dream for them, let alone the top 5 or the current championship match. Chapter 51. Her confession. As the competition came to a close, Ling Feishue stood outside the playground, cradling a bouquet of vibrant red roses. This evening, she donned a sleek black dress, its hemline modest yet revealing a pair of fair, elegant legs. Over the past few days, Yi Lin had permeated her thoughts incessantly. His radiant charm was utterly captivating, and he finally appeared worthy of being her boyfriend. Thus, Ling Feishue resolved to accept Yi Lin tonight. With so many girls vying for his attention, she yearned to possess him, inciting envy among her peers. A steady stream of students emerged from the arena as Ling Feishue concealed the flowers behind her back, anxiously awaiting Yi Lin's arrival. At that moment, her anticipation to see him was palpable. Upon noticing Ling Feishue, meticulously adorned at the exit of the court, many boys were transfixed by her presence, some even turning back for a second glance. A boy, overly confident in his charm, attempted to strike up a conversation with her, but Ling Feishue seemed oblivious. Disregarding him entirely, Yi Lin, accompanied by Lan Yuyu and Gao Mingming, along with Huang Bai, soon appeared. Spotting Yi Lin, Ling Feishue beamed and called out softly, Yi Lin. The quartet turned at her voice. Yi Lin, puzzled, wondered what she wanted. Would she again claim that his impressive gameplay was merely a display intended for her benefit? Followed by a retort that even if he excelled at basketball, she would not forgive him? Casting a glance at Lan Yuyu, who displayed no discernible reaction, he inquired, what do you need? Ling Feishue revealed the roses she had hidden behind her back, presenting them with a sweet smile. These flowers are for you. I have decided to forgive you and believe you are now worthy of being with me. However, I would prefer to announce our relationship after graduation. Is that agreeable? The sight of the school goddess personally presenting flowers in confession, especially at the court's entrance, drew a throng of onlookers. Gasps of astonishment and envy rippled through the crowd, who said that devoted admirers could never find their springtime. Just look at Yilin, who had pursued the school beauty for years and finally succeeded. Lan Yuyu felt she ought to be overjoyed, considering that Ling Feishue was the girl Yilin cherished, and she was now willing to be with him. Yet, an inexplicable sadness lingered in her heart, akin to the loss of 100 yuan. Huang Bai attempted to chastise Ling Feishue, only to be silenced by Gao Mingming. You foolish glutton, this is not the time for your opinions. Keep quiet, or I shall tear you apart. Gao Mingming had faith in Yilin. Though he had pursued Ling Feishue for an extended period, she sensed he would not abandon Lan Yuyu. Had he heard Ling Feishue's words in the past, Yilin would have been elated, running joyfully across the campus. Yet now he felt no thrill. Only a twinge of nausea at the implication of being deemed worthy to be with her. Let your flowers and qualifications be bestowed upon others. I am unworthy of them. With that, Yilin grasped Lan Yuyu's hand and declared, Little bean sprout, let us depart. Ling Feishue suddenly felt a pang of anguish and cried out, Why? I have already humbled myself before you. What more do you desire? Why must you continue to perform for my sake? Yilin, you clearly harbor feelings for me. Why do you still allow me to suffer? Upon hearing this heart-wrenching plea, Yilin turned back and replied, Ling Feishue, I once held affection for you, but that sentiment has faded. Thus, please cease your misguided notions. You are deceiving me. Ling Feishue refused to believe his words. Believe it or not, Yilin stated, pulling Lan Yuyu away. In a fit of rage, Ling Feishue hurled a rose against the barrier of the court, its petals scattering to the ground. Wiping her tears, she fled back to the classroom. Serves her right for having once toyed with Brother Lin, Huang Bai muttered. Hey, have you heard later? Gao Mingming inquired. No, what does it mean? It's a song, and one of the lyrics states that some people, once missed, are lost forever. Gao Mingming gazed at Huang Bai with deep emotion. Oh, I see. You know, this song truly suits Ling Feishue. She has missed her chance with Brother Lin, and she deserves it. The two hastened back to the classroom. Although the match had concluded, it was still only a little past 8, allowing them time to study. Soon, news of Ling Feishue's plight spread throughout the school, morphing into numerous versions. The story of a lovesick admirer transforming into a heartthrob, the campus belle's confession met with rejection, and the tale of the ugly duckling triumphing over the campus flower. Upon returning to the classroom, Ling Feishue buried her face on the desk and wept. Zhao Rongrong was taken aback. What was happening? She was crying as if her heart were broken. Once Ling Feishue had calmed slightly, Zhao Rongrong learned that the campus belle had suffered a romantic disappointment. However, it was not truly a heartbreak, as they had never been in a relationship. It could be deemed a rejection of her confession. Ling Feishue had always believed that Yilin was enamored with her, thus maintaining an air of superiority. She never imagined that by the time she was ready to accept him, Yilin had already moved on. At that moment, she had transformed from the adored to the adorer. Zhao Rongrong said, Feishue, I genuinely think that Yilin no longer has feelings for you. Impossible. He once adored me so. He confessed daily and provided me with anything I desired. How could he not like me? He is merely putting on an act to provoke me, deliberately getting close to that ugly duckling. Feishue, it's likely that he is not acting at all. You were the one who said he was performing for my benefit. How can it not be so now? What does that ugly duckling possess to compete with me? Yet, she does hold the top academic rank in the entire school, and sometimes, admiration transcends mere appearances. I find it hard to believe. I cannot fathom that those men are so captivated by me that they can hardly move. I refuse to accept that Yilin does not harbor feelings for me. He spends his days in the company of such an unattractive woman. Does he not fear nightmares? Zhao Rongrong was utterly speechless. She could not help but think her dear friend had lost her mind. Could she not see that Yilin had changed? He no longer acted as her devoted admirer. Perhaps it was Yilin's newfound excellence that made Ling Feishue wish to conquer him. Indeed, Ling Feishue possessed such a temperament. The more kindness one showed her, the less she valued it. Meanwhile, Yilin noticed that Lan Yuyu seemed a bit disheartened, likely having felt jealous once more. After a considerable amount of coaxing and teasing, she finally revealed a smile. Qin Tianzhu, having witnessed Yilin's recent actions, found him considerably more agreeable. Approaching Yilin's table, he could hardly believe his ears. Old Yi, you truly do not fancy Ling Feishue anymore. She just expressed her desire to be with you. She's the school beauty. After all, how could you refuse her? I do not, Yilin replied succinctly. Well then, as long as you have no interest in Ling Feishue, We shall be brothers from this moment onward. With that, Qin Tianzhu eagerly began tidying up. Suddenly struck by a thought, he chuckled. Old Yi, remember to call me whenever you decide to tease Ling Feishue. That way, I can be the gallant hero who comes to her rescue. If I scold you a little, she is bound to fall for me. Yi Lin, Huang Bai, and Gao Mingming collectively stared in disbelief. Lan Yuyu, fuming, retorted, Qin Tianzhu, if you dare insult Yi Lin, I will tell Teacher Lang. Upon hearing this, Yi Lin found Lan Yuyu utterly charming, wishing he could embrace her. Lan Yuyu, I am not genuinely scolding old Yi. It's akin to Zhou Yu and Huang Gai. You understand? We are merely staging a play for Ling Feishue's benefit. Once I win her over, I shall treat you all to a grand feast. Staging a play is unacceptable, Yi Lin. We will not perform for him, Lan Yuyu said, her irritation palpable. All right, little sprout. I shall heed your wishes, Yi Lin replied. Qin Tianzhu exclaimed in surprise at Lan Yuyu's fierce demeanor despite her petite stature. Recalling something important, Qin Tianzhu added, Old Yi. The class monitor mentioned that your contributions to the upcoming basketball match were paramount. Tomorrow, at the award ceremony, you shall be the one to receive the accolades. How about doing me a favor and letting me go instead? After all, I am the captain. Yi Lin understood Qin Tianzhu's motives. He undoubtedly wished to impress Ling Feishue. Nevertheless, Yi Lin felt indifferent about receiving an award and was inclined to satisfy Qin Tianzhu's request. If you wish to go, then by all means, go ahead. I have no interest in the stage. Great. I'll speak to the class monitor right away, leaving the broom behind. Qin Tianzhu dashed to the front to find the monitor. Chapter 52, the award ceremony the following day, Friday. After the morning class, the entire school gathered for the athletic award ceremony during the recess. Principal Su Qifeng of Qingyuan High School took the stage to deliver a speech. Yi Lin observed his uncle, noting that his spirit had waned over the years, likely due to worrying about his precious son. It was his cousin who had initially led Yi Lin astray. He wondered how that fellow was faring now. Su Qifeng, having engaged in a lengthy exchange of pleasantries, finally proceeded to the award ceremony. Each project saw the participation of 3 grades together, commencing with the field events. The first award was for the high jump, where the class leader, Xiao Yuqi, secured second place for the senior class. Once the field events concluded, it was time for the track events. All the victorious athletes and class representatives had ascended the stage, with the exception of Yi Lin. After all, his record-breaking performance in the long-distance run warranted a grand entrance. Su Qifeng was taken aback by Yi Lin's unexpected achievement in shattering the school record. The host announced, during this athletic competition, one of our students has set a new long-distance running record, and his name will be etched in the annals of our school's history. Let us now extend a warm welcome to this student as he comes forward to receive his award. Please welcome Yi Lin to the stage. As Yi Lin stepped out from his class's ranks and approached the podium, the audience erupted in applause and cheers. Li Jianya leaned towards Su Qifeng and remarked, Principal Su, your nephew is quite popular among the girls. He certainly won't have trouble finding a partner in the future. A subtle smile of satisfaction graced Su Qifeng's face. Upon reaching the stage, Yi Lin was personally awarded by Su Qifeng. As the golden medal was draped around his neck, Su Qifeng advised him, It's rare for you to show such spirit. I hope you will dedicate yourself to your studies in the remaining time and not follow in your cousin's footsteps. Yi Lin remained silent, sensing that his older cousin was still causing trouble as usual. With the conclusion of the athletics awards, the focus shifted to the team sports awards. The ceremony began with the presentation of awards for table tennis, badminton, and volleyball, culminating in the men's basketball awards. Initially, the participating classes received encouragement awards, followed by the top 10 teams. Finally, the spotlight turned to the top 5. Qin Tianzhu stood on stage, holding a large banner and gazing intently towards Class 5, determined that such a splendid moment should not go unnoticed by Ling Feishue. However, upon spotting her, he realized she was completely absorbed in watching Yi Lin, igniting a pang of envy within him. Then, the host called, Next up, we have the award for the basketball competition. Please welcome Yi Lin to the stage. As the host's words echoed, the crowd erupted in a frenzy of cheers. In that moment, Yi Lin felt a fleeting sensation akin to that of a star. As he stepped onto the stage, Ling Feishue's unwavering gaze was fixed upon him, stirring a sense of longing in Qin Tianzhu. Ling Feishue turned her attention towards Yi Lin, prompting Qin Tianzhu to wave at her eagerly. Unfortunately, she paid him no mind. Her eyes filled with an enigmatic blend of affection and disdain as she focused solely on Yilin. Once the awards concluded, the principal delivered a speech, followed by Li Jianya, who wrapped up the ceremony. Clearing his throat, Li Jianya said, "Congratulations to the students and classes that earned awards in this athletic meet. For those who did not win, do not be disheartened. Life is a journey of victories and defeats. Keep striving, and you may be the champions next time. I hereby declare the 2008 sports meet of Qingyuan Middle School successfully concluded. Students, please remain seated. We have yet to disperse as there is an important announcement. With merely 2 months remaining until New Year's Day, rehearsals for the New Year's Eve party will commence next week. It is imperative that these practices do not encroach upon our class time. The first round of program selections will take place in November. Now, you may be dismissed." The awards ceremony consumed the entire morning, leaving us with only one final class, which will be arranged by the homeroom teacher. The afternoon classes have been canceled. This half-day is designated for class activities. Each year, the afternoon of the sports awards ceremony is typically spent by various classes indulging in snacks purchased with their prize money, enjoying merriment in the classroom. Classes with less prize money often use their class funds to buy treats. Class 1 has garnered significant pride this time, as the charismatic Lung Yinxiu strides into the office with her head held high. Yilin hangs 2 gold medals around Lan Yuyu's neck and hands over the envelope containing the record-breaking prize money, which Lan Yuyu declines. Consequently, Yilin instructs her to turn it in later for class activity funding. Gao Mingming gazes at Lan Yuyu with evident envy. It is not just Gao Mingming. On the way back to class, every girl who spots the ugly duckling trailing behind Yilin, adorned with 2 gold medals, wears an expression of jealousy. It seems unjust that she, not conventionally attractive, receives Yilin's affection. After a brief 10-minute recess, all members of Class 1 return to the classroom. Shortly thereafter, Lung Yinxiu enters with a beaming smile. Chen Sini remarks upon the teacher's evident joy, saying, "Teacher Lung, this is the first time I've seen you so happy." Of course, I am overjoyed. My student is first in the entire school, and another has broken school records at the sports meet. Plus you all have won so many awards. How could I not be delighted? Lung Yinxiu beams with unabashed happiness. Your smile makes you look even younger and more beautiful, teacher. Xiao Yuqi suddenly finds Lung Yinxiu's smile extraordinarily lovely. Is that so? Lung Yinxiu responds, her joy palpable. Truly, teacher, you are the flower of our school. Upon hearing this, Lung Yinxiu laughs heartily. This is the first time I've heard that the school flower is a teacher. All right, enough of that. Let us return to the matter at hand. Qin Tianju, please hang our class's awards and banners on the bulletin board at the back. Certainly, teacher. Class leader, how much prize money did we earn this time? From the basketball competition, we received 400 yuan. From volleyball, 100 yuan. The 400-meter relay, 100 yuan. And an additional 50 yuan from my high jump and 50 yuan from He Xiaowei's badminton, totaling 700 yuan, Xiao Yuqi recites from her notebook. Upon hearing this, the entire class exclaims in unison. In previous years, the amount was typically between 200 and 300 yuan. This year, we have quite a substantial sum for our class activities. At that moment, Lan Yuyu raises her hand. What is it, Yuyu? Lan Yuyu approaches the stage and produces an envelope. Teacher, this is Yilin's prize money. He asked me to give it to the class for activities. Lung Yinxiu looks at Yilin. Yilin, this contains 500 yuan. Are you certain about this? Teacher, I could not have achieved first place without the support and encouragement of my classmates. As the ancients said, it is better to share joy than to enjoy it alone. Spending this money together is far more meaningful. The class leader made a note of it, and a wave of admiration swept through the classroom. Yilin's generosity inspired the other athletes, who also contributed their bonuses, albeit in lesser amounts, as they had not secured prominent standings. Most of their contributions amounted to merely 30 yuan, with the majority being 5 yuan consolation prizes bestowed by the school upon those who did not win. Once Xiao Yuqi completed her tally, the total reached an impressive 1,395 yuan. After school, Xiao Yuqi led the class representatives out to purchase snacks. The entire afternoon was spent in jubilant celebration, with the addition of a large cake brought back by Xiao Yuqi and her companions. Chaos ensued as the class engaged in a spirited food fight. Cold and elegant shio was soon smeared with cream. Li Jianya, tasked with overseeing the class activities, was caught off guard as he approached the door, only to be bombarded by a large dollop of cream. Just as he was about to express his frustration, Students pulled him into the fray, and countless hands began to smear cream on him. Witnessing the distraction, Cold Chiu quickly retreated to the sidelines, flustered by his disheveled appearance. Li Jianya shouted, "Stop! What are you doing? Cease this at once." However, the students, caught up in the revelry, paid him no heed. After wiping the cream from his eyes and finally managing to open them, he scanned the room and spotted Cold Chiu. Angrily, he inquired, "Teacher Chiu, aren't you going to intervene?" With a smile, Cold Chiu replied, "Director, I can't intervene. This is the essence of youth. You should simply enjoy it." "Very well." Li Jianya, upon hearing this, rolled up his sleeves. Realizing he was genuinely upset, the students hesitated to continue their antics. In a fit of irritation, Li Jianya smeared a couple of handfuls of cream on himself and, with an excited expression, retaliated by launching it at the students. This unexpected turn of events left Cold Chiu speechless, as she had anticipated a stern reprimand, only to witness the usually solemn director joining in the fun. Meanwhile, Yilin shielded Lan Yuyu from the onslaught, ensuring she remained unscathed until the cake was entirely devoured. Although Lan Yuyu was the sole survivor of the creamy chaos, she could not escape the festive spirit entirely, as Yilin playfully scraped some cream from his own attire and marked her cheeks with 2 streaks. Chapter 53. More beautiful than a fairy on Saturday, Huang Bai arose early, prompted by Gao Mingming's request to arrive at her home. After preparing himself, he set out to fetch Yilin. Navigating his way to Gao Mingming's doorstep with ease, he instructed, "Fatty, hand over the keys. You go in first." A tad bashful, Huang Bai hesitated. "Aren't we going in together?" "Go ahead. I still need to pick up little Duya." With that, Yilin playfully shoved Huang Bai from the vehicle and executed a Thomas spin on his motorcycle, turning it around with flair. Huang Bai gazed on with envy, admiring the stylish maneuver he could never replicate, as every attempt left him sprawled on the ground. Upon reaching the school, Yilin leisurely approached to pick up Lan Yuyu. "Little Duya, hold on tight. You wouldn't want to fall off." Oh. Lan Yuyu immediately grasped the fabric around Yilin's waist with utmost determination. Upon reaching an intersection, Yilin suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing Lan Yuyu to lose her balance and fall against his back. "Little Sprout, this is far too perilous. You should hold on to me, lest you tumble off," he urged. That won't happen, Yilin. I've got a firm grip. I won't fall," she replied confidently. Realizing his ploy had failed, Yilin resumed his drive at a leisurely pace. However, passing through so quickly felt rather abrupt. Having finally secured a moment of intimacy with Lan Yuyu, he chose the longest route available. "Is Mingming's place really that far, Yilin? It must be exhausting for her to come to class every day." Lan Yuyu expressed her concern for Gao Mingming, who had to traverse such a distance daily. "It's not that far, little Sprout. I seem to have taken a wrong turn," Yilin clarified. Then what do we do? Should we call the police?" she suggested anxiously. "No need for that. Fret not. We'll retrace our steps, and I should recall the way," he assured her. As they neared Gao Mingming's home, Yilin turned back, eventually arriving at her doorstep at a languid pace. At that moment, Huang Bai had yet to enter, sitting listlessly by the roadside. Upon spotting Yilin, he instantly approached. "Lin Gu, where have you been? Why the delay?" "I got lost for a bit, but luckily I remembered. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it," Lan Yuyu quickly explained. "Lost?" Huang Bai was taken aback. It seemed nearly impossible for Yilin to lose his way in Qingyuan County, unless the sun rose from the west. "Indeed, it slipped my mind momentarily. I say, Fatty, why haven't you gone in yet?" Yilin quickly shifted the topic, wary of Huang's loose tongue. "I was just too embarrassed to go in alone. I wanted to wait for you all, but you took an hour to arrive." "Had I known, I would have gone in earlier," Huang Bai complained. "My apologies, Fatty. It wasn't our intention to take so long," Lan Yuyu promptly apologized. "Little Sprout." He chose to wait. "There's no need to apologize," she added. "Lan, there's no need for your apology. I willingly waited. Otherwise, I would have entered already," Huang Bai retorted, cautious not to provoke Lan Yuyu, who had previously defended herself when he called her unattractive. Aware that Lan Yuyu was Yilin's Achilles heel, he resolved to tread lightly to avoid incurring Yilin's wrath once more. "Let us proceed inside," Yilin suggested, and the trio made their way into Gao Mingming's residence. Anticipating their arrival, the Gao household had left the door unlocked. Upon entering, they were greeted by a living landscape painting, a 1-meter-deep pond crystal clear, teeming with hundreds of koi, some as thick as a thigh. Behind the small garden stood a grand 3-story villa. Yilin felt little astonishment. having encountered far more impressive residences before. Huang Bai, however, was taken aback by the luxuriousness of Gao Mingming's home. The exterior walls had concealed its grandeur. He had always thought his family was somewhat affluent, yet in comparison to Gao Mingming, it paled significantly, at the very least. His family did not reside in such a magnificent dwelling. Huang Bai marveled, realizing he had never perceived Gao Mingming as a rich heiress before. Lan Yuyu was rendered speechless. Mesmerized by the sheer beauty surrounding her, she had never encountered such an exquisite abode. Compared to her own perpetually rain-soaked home, this place was unfathomably more splendid. Could this truly be Mingming's residence? It felt almost surreal. Indeed, Little Bean Sprout, isn't it beautiful? Yes, it's stunning. You will live in a house like this one day. Is that really true, Yilin? Absolutely. As long as you study diligently, get into a good university, and secure a decent job, you will undoubtedly inhabit such a home. Yilin refrained from mentioning that he would earn the money for her. He believed that her own efforts would affirm her worth. He planned to bring her into his company in the future, offering her whatever salary he deemed fit. Yes. Lan Yu nodded eagerly. If excelling in her studies meant living in a house like this, she was determined to perform well on her exams. This way, her parents would no longer have to reside in that dilapidated house. Hearing the commotion, Gao Mingming emerged, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing everyone. You're here. My parents have gone to Jiangxing for some errands and won't return until lunchtime to cook. Let us go play at home. With that, Gao Mingming grabbed Lan Yuyu and led her inside, while Yilin and Huang Bai followed closely behind. Upon arriving in the living room, Gao Mingming instructed, Yilin, Fatty, you two can entertain yourselves. There's a little console in the drawer under the TV. With that, she pulled Lan Yuyu upstairs to her room. Yilin and Huang Bai retrieved the console from the drawer and set it up on the television. It was noteworthy that despite being a girl, Gao Mingming had an extensive collection of game cartridges for the little. After playing a couple of rounds of Contra, they switched to Super Mario when Huang Bai's skills proved inadequate. Eventually, they resorted to playing King of Fighters. Gao Mingming led Lan Yuyu into her room, which was larger than the living room of her own home, leaving Lan Yuyu feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Gao Mingming urged her to sit at the vanity and began her transformation. Mingming, what are you planning to do? Hee. Yuyu, I'm going to dress you up. Lan Yuyu attempted to decline, but she was unable to resist Gao Mingming's enthusiasm and acquiesced. Gao Mingming styled her hair into a half-up princess look and applied a subtle makeup. Once satisfied with the appearance, she opened her wardrobe, selecting a lovely pale yellow gown that perfectly suited Lan Yuyu's figure and encouraged her to change. After changing, Lan Yuyu looked in the mirror and was taken aback. She seemed even more beautiful than before. Yilin will definitely adore your appearance now, Gao Mingming remarked. Really? Of course. Let us head downstairs. Perhaps we should reconsider this course of action? Lan Yuyu said apologetically. Gao Mingming promptly pulled her outside. At that moment, Huang Bai, having endured Yilin's antics dozens of times, found the game utterly tedious. Hearing a commotion from upstairs, he turned to look. To his astonishment, he saw Gao Mingming escorting down an incredibly beautiful girl. Huang Bai's eyes sparkled. Gao Mingming, is this your classmate? Could you share her WeChat ID? Gao Mingming, upon hearing this, descended and playfully punched him. Why Yilin? Lan Yuyu lowered her head, feeling shy to meet Yilin's gaze. Little Bean Sprout, you look truly lovely like this. Upon hearing those words, Lan Yuyu felt a surge of happiness, thinking to herself that Mingming had not deceived her. Yilin indeed liked her as she was. Yilin looked quizzically at Gao Mingming. Sensing his impending inquiry, Gao Mingming clarified, we are roommates. I see no oddity in Yuyu's beauty. After contemplating, Yilin conceded that she had a point. At that moment, only Huang Bai was in shock. He approached incredulously. Why you are Lan Yuyu? Lan Yuyu nodded. At that instant, Huang Bai comprehended why Yilin treated Lan Yuyu so well. It turned out she was a Cinderella. No wonder Yilin had reacted so fiercely when someone called her unattractive. At this moment, Huang Bai regretted not giving himself a slap. How could she be considered unattractive? She was breathtaking, more beautiful than a fairy. Fatty, keep Yuyu's identity confidential at school, or I will have to knock some sense into you, Yilin warned Huang Bai, fearing he would blabber about. Huang Bai chuckled, Brother Lin. You are so exceptional that no one could possibly steal Lan's heart from you. Just don't let her play down her beauty. Let everyone indulge their eyes. They say that gazing at beautiful women can extend one's life. Gao Mingming then delivered a swift slap, followed by a flurry of playful hits. When I say to keep it secret, you keep it secret. And as for gazing at beauties for longevity, is that so? Huang Bai felt aggrieved. Despite Gao Mingming being a wealthy heiress, she was quite the fierce one. Who would dare to marry such a woman in the future? Chapter 54. A culinary showcase. The group settled on the sofa to watch a show. Half an hour passed, and only Huang Bai remained immersed in shock. With over 2 hours until noon, Gao Mingming's parents would likely return home to prepare lunch, which would not be ready until the afternoon. Since they had time to spare, why not seize the moment to prepare a grand meal for Lan Yuyu? Mingming, your parents won't be back until noon. How about we cook for ourselves? That way, by the time your parents arrive, the food will be ready. Given the circumstances, Yilin sought Gao Mingming's approval. We're cooking ourselves? But I don't know how to cook. Do any of you? Gao Mingming had no objections, yet she rarely ventured into the kitchen. Occasionally only to boil instant noodles, and had little cooking experience. Huang Bai shook his head. I can't cook either. I can do a bit, Lan Yuyu interjected. Really? I've cooked before at home, she added. That is splendid. Since I am unaware of when my parents will return for lunch, let us prepare some food ourselves. After expressing this, Gao Mingming led Lan Yuyu to the kitchen. Yilin was somewhat astonished, as he had not anticipated that Lan Yuyu could cook. It was an excellent opportunity to savor her culinary skills. The four of them entered the dining area, where Gao Mingming opened the kitchen door, revealing a fully equipped space with 6 gas stoves. Lan Yuyu stood before the expansive kitchen, taken aback. It was entirely different from her own kitchen. After a brief tour, she noted the absence of a traditional wood-burning stove. Gao Mingming looked on with eager anticipation, wondering what dishes Yuyu would conjure up. Yuyu, the meat is in this refrigerator. The vegetables in that fresh-keeping fridge, and the condiments in this smaller one, Gao Mingming explained while gesturing to the various fridges. Lan Yuyu hesitated, saying, Mingming, I am unfamiliar with how to utilize your kitchen. At home, she typically cooked over a wood fire, and here everything was foreign to her. Not only was she unsure about frying dishes, but she also did not even know how to boil rice. Observing Lan Yuyu's troubled expression, Yilin comforted her. Little bean sprout, it's all right. I am here to assist. You both can wait outside while I prepare the meal. Yilin, you can cook? Gao Mingming asked, surprised. I often cook for myself when no one is at home, Yilin clarified. I'll help you, Lan Yuyu offered, wishing to lend a hand. Little bean sprout. It's unnecessary. You look too lovely to be involved in such tasks. It wouldn't do for you to get dirty, Yilin replied. But I worry you might get tired, she countered. I will manage, he assured her, before opening the refrigerator to select ingredients. Upon opening the fridge, Yilin was astonished by the variety of meats available. Most were frozen, requiring defrosting. He filled the sink with water and selected a bag of frog legs, a pack of chicken wings, and a bag of chicken feet to thaw. While waiting, he opened the fresh-keeping fridge and discovered several bags of fresh meat, seemingly purchased that very morning. A large bag of ribs, a bag of pig trotters, a bag of beef, a fish, and a large bag of shrimp and crabs. Upon seeing the ingredients, Yilin instantly formulated a plan for the meal. He retrieved the ribs, placed them in a pot to blanch, adding ginger slices, chopped green onions, and cooking wine to eliminate any foul odor. The 3 bystanders remained in the kitchen, observing Yilin as he worked his magic. Watching his seamless movements, Gao Mingming felt a twinge of admiration. This fellow truly knew how to cook. Fatty, take a page from your brother's book. Look at you. You don't know anything. Who will be unfortunate enough to marry you in the future? Huang Bai retorted, refusing to be outdone. You can't cook either. Gao Mingming shot back. You should learn from Lin Gu. Otherwise, how can you aspire to be a good wife and mother? Whoever marries you will be unfortunate. Amidst their playful banter, Yilin had already blanched the ribs, rinsed them thoroughly, and divided them into 2 portions, one larger than the other. He heated oil in a small pot, added rock sugar, caramelized it, and then added the larger portion of ribs, turning up the heat to stir-fry vigorously. Wow, that is incredibly impressive, Huang Bai exclaimed, thoroughly impressed by Yilin's skillful technique. It seems that Yilin's culinary skills surpass those of the chefs in my family's restaurant. Gao Mingming is also captivated by Yilin's charm, while Lan Yuyu watches intently, contemplating her own cooking, which typically involves merely frying fatty meat until it releases oil, adding vegetables until cooked, and then seasoning it with a pinch of salt and monosodium glutamate. Thankfully, she refrains from cooking herself. Otherwise, the result would be unpalatable, and Yilin would surely disdain it. Yilin stir-fries the ribs until they achieve a golden hue, then adds a ladle of clear water, followed by star anise. dried tangerine peel, soy sauce, and dark soy sauce, allowing it to simmer gently over low heat. He then ignites another burner, placing a pot atop it, and pours in the blanched ribs, adding sliced carrots and corn, allowing them to meld slowly over low flame. At this moment, the chicken wings and feet have thawed, and Yilin takes a portion of each, frying them until golden, before transferring them to a clay pot. He subsequently handles a portion of shrimp and crab, saute them until fragrant, then adding them to the pot. Seasonings and water are incorporated for further simmering. Next, he retrieves a frying pan and sears the remaining chicken wings until both sides are golden. Meng, do we have any cola at home? Yilin inquires. If not, I can send Huangbai out to buy some. We do. I'll fetch it for you right away, Gao Mengmeng replies, darting to the dining room to retrieve a bottle of cola. Yilin then combines the cola with the fried chicken wings for further cooking. Having already prepared the braised ribs, he decides that cooking the pig's trotters will suffice. He retrieves a pressure cooker, cleans the trotters, and adds a white radish along with water for direct cooking. He then fries the fish and prepares the accompanying vegetables to drizzle over it. In the Gao family kitchen, all 6 burners are in use. Indeed, when one possesses superior tools, tasks become remarkably efficient. If it were not for the abundance of burners, Yilin would not dare to undertake such an array of intricate dishes. After all, a single simmering dish can take 1 to 2 hours. And in a typical kitchen with only 2 burners, preparing these dishes would require a full day. After 2 hours of diligent work, Yilin finally completes the majority of the dishes, ready to serve. At this moment, he feels utterly exhausted. Were it not for the intention of impressing Lan Yuyu, he would have preferred to avoid such toil. Gao Mengmeng, Lan Yuyu, and Huangbai gather in the dining room to set the table. Soon, Huangbai enters, bringing forth a succession of dishes: braised ribs, rib soup, crab casserole, cola chicken wings, stir-fried fish, stewed pig's trotters, spicy frog legs, boiled beef, and poached prawns. Gao Mengmeng stares in awe at the lavish spread before her. If her mother had prepared it, it surely would not have been this sumptuous. This feast exceeds even that of their family's New Year's Eve dinner. Yilin emerges from the kitchen, his face weary. Lan Yuyu hurries to greet him. Yilin, these dishes are wonderful. You are truly remarkable. Upon hearing her words, Yilin's fatigue dissipates. Little bean sprout, I made these especially for you. Especially for me? Lan Yuyu beams, feeling that Yilin is exceptionally kind. Lin Gu, you are incredible. Huangbai exclaims, giving a thumbs up. Gao Mengmeng praised. Yilin, this is absolutely delightful. You are truly remarkable. At that moment, Gao Xingxiang returned home and parked the car in the garage. The 3 of them then got out, with Lu Meizhen carrying a large bag of items. Is it really that fragrant? Did we return too late, and did Mengmeng and her friends go out to pack food? Lu Meizhen inquired. Gao Xingxiang replied, if they've eaten, then so be it. At this hour, the children must be hungry. If Chef Zhu is to prepare the meal, it would take until the afternoon. With that, the 3 entered the house. Chapter 55. Captivated by the big boss upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Gao Mengmeng realized her parents had returned, and she excitedly rushed over to greet them. Dad, Mom, you're back. Seeing his daughter's exuberant expression, Gao Xingxiang smiled and said, we are back. Is your classmate still here? I specifically brought Chef Zhu back from Jiangxing to cook for you. Dad, there's no need to cook, Gao Mengmeng joyfully responded. Lu Meizhen quickly asked, Mengmeng, has your classmate left? No, she hasn't tea, Mengmeng replied. Hearing this, Lu Meizhen breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, her purchases would have been in vain. Have you eaten? Not yet. We were waiting for you to return to eat together. Waiting to eat together? Did you order takeout from a restaurant? Gao Mengmeng clarified. We didn't buy anything from outside. Yilin has already prepared the meal. We were just waiting for you to come back. Yilin prepared the meal? Gao Xingxiang was somewhat astonished. He can cook? Lu Meizhen echoed her husband's surprise. Yes. Hurry over, or it will get cold, Gao Mengmeng urged her parents. As they entered the dining room, the 3 were taken aback by the sight of a table brimming with dishes, all beautifully presented and looking quite appetizing. Gao Xingxiang observed the 3 young individuals standing by the table. He recognized the chubby one, who frequently drove his daughter to school. Yilin must be this dashing young man. Previously, this fellow had long hair and a rather carefree demeanor. He was unrecognizable now, appearing exceptionally earnest. Yilin, did you make all these dishes? Gao Xingxiang asked. Yilin politely responded, Uncle Gao, I did. I utilized your kitchen and ingredients. I hope you won't mind. What do you mean? How could I possibly blame you? Mingming's mother and I had an engagement today that delayed us. This is wonderful. We can finally sample the culinary skills of the younger generation. You are far superior to my daughter in this regard, Gao Xingqiang said with a broad smile. Growing increasingly fond of Yilin, Gao Mingming did not argue. She admired Yilin, recognizing his exceptional abilities. He was, without a doubt, the dreamboat of all the girls at Qingyuan High School. However, she felt no particular attraction to him, largely due to her feelings for Lan Yuyu. Gao Mingming possessed a character that, no matter how impressive a boy might be, if she knew he had someone special in his heart, she would refrain from intruding. Master Zhu gazed at the dishes with a smile and remarked, "Boss, it seems I shall not need to cook today." "Old Zhu, what are you saying? There is still dinner to be had. Do not think of slacking off. Sit down and eat first." Subsequently, everyone took their seats. Master Zhu sampled each dish and praised. "Very good. Though slightly lacking in cooking time, it surpasses the majority of chef's efforts. You, my lad, possess a remarkable talent for cooking." Fearing that Yilin might misunderstand the critique about the cooking time, Gao Xingqiang clarified, "Yilin, it is difficult for old Zhu to offer compliments. His words imply that you could very well open your own restaurant." Yilin, aware of his own culinary skills, recognized that while he could manage home-cooked meals, competing with professional chefs was akin to a novice wielding a sword before Guan Yu. Therefore, he was not offended. "Thank you, Master Zhu, for your kind words. Had I known you were bringing a master chef today, I would have refrained from embarrassing myself." Master Zhu laughed heartily, appreciating the young man's humility. "Shaolin, would you be interested in becoming my apprentice?" Yilin politely declined. "Thank you for your consideration, Master Zhu, but my aspirations do not lie in becoming a chef." "No worries, no worries. Shaolin, do you drink?" Master Zhu inquired, eager to share a toast with Yilin. While Yilin could indeed drink, he was concerned about the impression it would leave before Lan Yuyu. He replied, "Master Zhu, I am still studying and cannot drink alcohol. Allow me to toast you with soup instead." "Very well." The two stood and clinked their cups, downing their drinks in one go. Gao Xingqiang then rose, saying, "Yilin, in the past, my uncle sought to have you expelled from school. I apologize for that. Now that you bear no grudge and are imparting knowledge to my daughter, I shall drink in penance." He emptied his cup in one gulp. "Uncle Gao, why apologize? I know my own shortcomings. My expulsion was merely a means to rid the school of trouble. I owe you an apology instead." Yilin stood and drank a bowl of rib soup. Lu Meijin turned to Lan Yuyu beside Yilin and asked, "Are you the classmate Lan Yuyu?" Lan Yuyu nodded. "Auntie, that's me. You are truly lovely. Yuyu, thank you for helping Meng Meng with her studies. If you ever need anything, just let me know. Consider this place your home." Lu Meijin, having heard from her daughter about Lan Yuyu's less than fortunate circumstances, felt a deep sense of care for her. She had purchased many clothes for Lan Yuyu, and a significant portion of the items she had just brought were gifts for her. After all, Gao Mingming held Lan Yuyu in high regard, and since she tutored her daughter free of charge, it was only fitting for Gao Mingming's mother to gift her some clothing. Amidst laughter and conversation, no one paid attention to Huang Bai, who suddenly felt as though he had been cast aside by the world. "Little fatty, is your father Huang Jinlong?" Gao Xingqiang asked Huang Bai. Huang Bai's spirits lifted. At last, someone remembered him. "Yes, Uncle Gao, I am Huang Bai. If my memory serves me right, your father works in construction, correct?" "Indeed. I am planning to start a factory in the city. Later, please ask your father if he has time to take on this project." Despite having consumed several drinks, Gao Xingqiang spoke with utmost sincerity. Huang Bai was somewhat astonished. Had this meal truly given rise to a business opportunity? "Thank you, Uncle Gao. I'll tell my father as soon as I return." "Thank whom?" "You, young man. Must be cautious when driving my daughter to and from school. She is my only daughter, and if anything were to happen, I would have to deal with you severely. Also, remove all those gaudy decorations from your motorcycle. You shouldn't present yourself like a hoodlum," Gao Xingqiang cautioned. "Understood, Uncle Gao. I will dismantle everything as soon as I get back." Huang Bai dared not contradict him. Lu Meijin was quite fond of the meat crab pot and inquired, "Yilin, how did you prepare this dish?" "Auntie, this dish is called meat crab pot. I devised it myself and plan to open a restaurant with it once I earn some money. The method is not difficult. You simply stir-fry the ingredients, stew them, and finally reduce the sauce," Yilin responded. In truth, this dish was intentionally crafted by Yilin, knowing that the Gao family owned a hot pot restaurant and was quite prosperous. Tasting this dish would undoubtedly reveal a business opportunity, if they were willing to assist him. He would not need to save incrementally to open his own establishment. After all, there were currently no restaurants dedicated to meat crab pots, and it should perform as well as the tea shop. Gao Xingqiang also found the dish commendable. Hearing Yi Lin's words, he regarded him with renewed respect. First, there was the tea shop, and now the meat crab pot. The tea shop had already proven successful, as evidenced by Yi Lin's establishment. This was beyond dispute. Years of experience in the culinary industry led Gao Xingqiang to believe that the meat crab pot would surely become a sensation in the future. Yet, Yi Lin was merely a high school student, a veritable commercial prodigy. Such an astute individual surely harbored grand ambitions. It was no wonder he had declined to become old Zhu's apprentice. Anyone else might have knelt in submission. Such a person is not merely a small fish in a pond. Initially, Gao Xingqiang had intended to acquire Yi Lin's tea shop. However, he altered his course. Rather than focusing solely on a single establishment, he was more interested in the potential of Yi Lin himself. The wealth Yi Lin would eventually create would far surpass that of a few bubble tea shops. After a hearty meal, Gao Xingqiang called Yi Lin to his study for a private conversation. Chapter 56. Business Contract. Upon entering the study, Gao Xingqiang found a stool for Yi Lin. Please, have a seat. Uncle Gao, is there something you wish to discuss? Yi Lin was momentarily uncertain of Gao Xingqiang's intentions with this private meeting. Little Lin, do you have a girlfriend? Gao Xingqiang had grown fond of the young man and was contemplating a future as his father-in-law. Uncle Gao, I am still a student. No need to be formal. I am merely asking casually. At your age, you are not too young. In just a year, you could be heading to university and even considering marriage. Uncle Gao, you jest. I believe I am still quite young, and it is too early to discuss marriage. Haha. You young rascal, I am asking you sincerely. Answer honestly, what do you think of my Mengmeng? Uncle Gao, Mengmeng is wonderful. She is not only outstanding but also beautiful. Truly a reflection of her father. Do you have feelings for her? As Yi Lin listened, he grew increasingly incredulous. It seemed this old fellow had summoned him solely to act as a matchmaker for his daughter. Uncle Gao, I already have someone I fancy, Yi Lin declared, aware that failing to be forthright would lead to endless complications. Gao Xingqiang, perceptive as ever, had noted how Yi Lin had just been serving dishes to the nearby Lan Yuyu. Yet, he thought, it never hurts to inquire, especially at such a young age. Who can predict what the future holds? You rascal, just a moment ago you claimed you weren't interested in marriage, Gao Xingqiang chuckled, shaking his head while pointing at Yi Lin. Is this the reason you've called me Uncle Gao? Yi Lin questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Of course not. I merely felt compelled to ask a few questions since you meet my criteria for a son-in-law, Gao Xingqiang replied. On to serious matters, Xiao Lin. I heard that the tea shop at the school gate is yours. Indeed, it is, Yi Lin responded, taken aback. How did he know? This was his immediate thought. However, considering the wealth of such a prominent businessman, it was not surprising he could uncover such information. The question remained, what was his intention? Gao Xingqiang continued. How much do you earn in a month? If we disregard costs, it should be around 50 to 60,000, Yi Lin estimated. Not too shabby. I am considering acquiring your shop for 200,000, and upon your graduation, you could join my company directly, starting in an executive position. What do you think? Gao Xingqiang stated bluntly. The offer was indeed enticing. The future Xingqiang Group was poised to become a formidable player in the culinary industry, and a senior executive position would guarantee a six-figure salary, ensuring a life free from financial worries. Accepting Gao Xingqiang's proposal would mean a comfortable existence for Yi Lin. However, Yi Lin had once surpassed Gao Xingqiang in stature. His aspirations were far greater than a mere $1 million annual salary. Uncle Gao, I appreciate your kindness, but I have my own dreams. I will not sell the tea shop, Yi Lin resolutely declined. Gao Xingqiang was not disheartened by the rejection. He had not genuinely expected Yi Lin to acquiesce. If he had, it would have meant he had misjudged the young man. His intentions were twofold: to secure Yi Lin as a son-in-law and to invest in him. You aim to earn money and open multiple shops, correct? Indeed. Have you considered that without capital, by the time you save enough to expand, your concepts may have already been replicated by others? The tea and crab pot are not particularly complex endeavors, and perhaps others could execute them even better, Gao Xingqiang probed, keen to gauge Yi Lin's perspective. Uncle Gao, while these ideas are certainly easy to replicate, the intellect of the operator and the value of the brand cannot be duplicated. Oh, please elaborate, Gao Xingqiang responded, intrigued by Yi Lin's assertion. Yilin sensed that Gao Xingqiang would not ask such questions without reason. Perhaps he was contemplating an investment, and it was crucial to persuade him. With patience, Yilin explained, "What I create may be easily imitated, but as you noted, they are merely copying me. If I can produce these two items, I can undoubtedly create more. However, they are incapable. They can only replicate my creations, and the essence of imitated products will invariably differ. I promote my offerings as crafted from top-tier, fresh ingredients, with a completely transparent production process. This transparency instills confidence in consumers and fortifies the brand's image. Even if identical tasting establishments emerge in the future, my brand will have already established itself, rendering the imitators mere knockoffs. With a legitimate brand and a counterfeit one priced similarly, customers will undoubtedly opt for authenticity. Consequently, the counterfeiters will be compelled to lower their prices to remain competitive. However, reducing costs necessitates cutting corners, which compromises product quality." Upon hearing this, Gao Xingqiang found a semblance of logic in the argument. Yet, articulating reason is far simpler than actual execution. "Sounds promising, Xiaolin. If Uncle Gao were to invest a sum in your milk tea shop, how would you allocate it?" Gao Xingqiang jested. "That would depend on how much Uncle Gao is willing to invest. 1 million, perhaps? You could procure equipment, hire staff, and lease a storefront, enabling you to open branches across all 5 districts of Jiangqing. And how do you plan to distribute dividends?" This was of utmost concern to Gao Xingqiang, as an investment must yield profit. Otherwise, he would not entertain the concept of investment at all. "Yao Tea Beverage Company, Limited, would transfer 30 of its shares to you, Uncle Gao. Your investment of 1 million will gradually be returned as the company profits," Yilin replied. Given the popularity of Yao Tea, a 30 stake would still be quite lucrative for Gao Xingqiang. Furthermore, if it were not for the urgency of profit, Yilin would have no need to share dividends at all. With Yao Tea's momentum, earning 50 to 60,000 a month could facilitate the opening of an additional branch each month. However, as the venture was just beginning, securing a substantial ally would significantly ease future endeavors. Gao Xingqiang was not entirely pleased with this proposition, though he was taken aback to learn that Yilin had established a company. "You have formed a company?" "Indeed, it was necessary to prevent others from appropriating our products," Yilin answered candidly. Gao Xingqiang felt a sense of admiration. Fortunately, he had refrained from launching a Yao Tea outlet in the city, where he could have faced legal repercussions. 30% seems a bit low. A 50-50 split might be more reasonable, he suggested. Yilin promptly declined, stating, 30% represents my utmost sincerity. Were it anyone else, I would only offer 10. Uncle Gao, my company would thrive even without your investment, albeit at a slower pace. You understand that a company must wield influence, which is why I require at least 51 of the shares. The remaining 19 is reserved for unforeseen circumstances. Thus 30 is already quite generous. I assure you that even with 30%, you will earn a substantial return. If you are unwilling, we can forego this investment altogether. This young man hardly resembled a high school student. Gao Xingqiang observed that Yilin was not merely haggling. He had confidence in the young man's capabilities. Very well. My uncle will invest 1 million for you. You may allocate it as you wish, and we shall sign the contract this afternoon. The funds will be transferred to your company's account the following day. Gao Xingqiang was personally financing Yilin. Feeling somewhat awkward, Yilin replied, Uncle Gao? Although my company has been established, it is merely a shell company at this point. Gao Xingqiang chuckled. That is easily remedied. You shall give me 40%, and the finance department of Xingqiang Group will temporarily manage your company. What do you say? Yilin pondered for a moment. Smartphones had only gained popularity in recent years. In pursuit of swiftly earning his first pot of gold through software development, he did not hesitate. After all, Yucha Beverage Company, Limited, would ultimately serve merely as a subsidiary of Yulin Group. All right, Yilin agreed. Seeing Yilin acquiesce so readily, Gao Xingqiang felt somewhat shortchanged. Had he known, he would have demanded 50%. In the afternoon, Gao Xingqiang instructed the legal department of Xingqiang Group to draft the contract. Upon reviewing it and finding no issues, Yilin signed it. He savored the meal, pleasantly surprised to have secured a significant business deal. It seemed he would need to help Gao Mengmeng with her studies. She truly was a little lucky star. After their meal, Yilin and his companions returned. Lu Meizhen gifted several bags of clothing to Lan Yuyu, while Gao Mengmeng likewise contributed several dresses she no longer wore. Even the little dress Lan Yuyu wore today remained unchanged, despite her numerous refusals. It was only after Yilin coaxed her that she accepted. Yi Lin, along with Huang Bai and Lu Meijin, also presented her with a thermos. Once the three young individuals departed, Master Zhu returned to Jianqing. After bidding farewell to everyone, Lu Meijin pulled Gao Xingqiang into a room. Chapter 57. The fat man as fury. Lu Meijin eagerly picked up the contract to examine it. Yucha Beverage Company, Limited? She questioned, perplexed. That young man established the company long ago, thus Yucha cannot be incorporated into Xingqiang Group. Gao Xingqiang clarified. Investing 1 million. How is it that we only receive 40%? Lu Meijin inquired, bewildered. Gao Xingqiang recounted the conversation he had with Yi Lin that afternoon. Upon hearing his account, Lu Meijin could not help but express admiration. Is this truly a high school student? In their casual discussion that afternoon, Gao Xingqiang had also discerned that Yi Lin was no ordinary individual. After their meal, he had even provided us with some suggestions for our Gao Laozhuang hot pot. Do share? Lu Meijin urged with curiosity. He suggested that our hot pot restaurant could enhance its business. Firstly, we should elevate the quality of service, treating customers like royalty. In essence, aside from ensuring they are well fed, we should provide every possible service. Secondly, we ought to organize activities, such as a membership point system, where reaching a certain number of points grants a complimentary meal package. Thirdly, for customers celebrating their birthdays, we could offer complimentary cakes, sing birthday songs, and extend our best wishes. Lastly, we could implement a referral program, where existing members bringing in new members would enjoy discounts. Fifthly, let us establish a monthly membership day, during which members enjoy discounts. A 10% reduction for annual members, an 8% reduction for biennial members, a 7% reduction for triennial members, and so forth, with the maximum discount reaching 50%. What do you think? Gao Xingqiang gazed at his wife with a beaming smile. This, my heavens. This young man is truly a reincarnation of Zhuge Liang. Xingqiang, I must tell you, if we implement these suggestions, I am confident it will elevate our hot pot restaurant's business to new heights. Look at your excitement. Having already expressed his own enthusiasm, Gao Xingqiang now assumed a composed demeanor. How could I not be excited? This young man is a commercial prodigy. I now feel that our planning department is utterly inept. How could they not conceive of such brilliant strategies? Thus, it is evident that this individual has an immensely promising future ahead. Gao Xingqiang held him in high regard. Why haven't you brought him into our company? Lu Meijin expressed some frustration. I approached him initially, but he was unwilling. Gao Xingqiang felt helpless. Who wouldn't he want such a genius? It is simply that he looks down upon our company. Did you not introduce Mingming to him? These youngsters are no longer children. Lu Meijin wished fervently to bind Yi Lin as her son-in-law. I mentioned it, but he doesn't seem interested in our daughter. Does he truly not see Mingming's worth? Although he may have a bright future, he is still a poor young man at present. To disregard my daughter is rather pretentious, don't you think? Lu Meijin felt a surge of indignation. He never explicitly stated his lack of interest. In fact, he praised Mingming quite a bit. Yet, did you not notice how close he was with that Lan Yuyu? He already has someone in his heart. No matter how wonderful your daughter is, she cannot capture his affections. Hearing your words, it does seem that he treats Yuyu exceptionally well. Such a pity. The younger generation has their own paths. Do not raise the bar for our future son-in-law based on Yi Lin. As long as Mingming is fond of him, that suffices. Provided he is honest, devoted, handsome, intelligent, filial, and financially secure, while steering clear of vices, that is all we need. Lu Meijin was at a loss for words. In one breath, she felt she was considering Mingming's future, while in the next, it seemed Mingming might as well become a nun. Meanwhile, Huang Bai returned home. Upon reaching the doorway, he overheard his parents in a heated argument. I say, Huang Jinlong, why do you blame me for this? If not you, then who? It was just a drink. If he offered it to you, why not accept? Why berate him? I am your wife. Do you expect me to accompany you in drinking with others? We are here for the bidding, not to offend anyone. He drank too much. Could you not endure it? This project is on the verge of completion. Where will we go for the next one? We cannot let the team starve, can we? But you know he is deliberately provoking me, remembering that I once rejected him. Isn't he just after money? If need be, I can deliver him 1 million tomorrow. Your project will remain intact. At that moment, Huang Bai pushed the door open. The couple quickly adjusted their demeanor upon hearing the noise. Golden Dragon beamed with joy. Our son has returned. Wu Yanli chimed in with a smile. My dear son, have you eaten yet? Huang Bai's eyes glistened with tears, his gaze reddened. Mom. Dad, has someone been bullying you? I shall go confront them immediately. What nonsense are you talking about, foolish son? Who could possibly bully your father? Golden Dragon asserted, patting his ample belly. You are deceiving me. I just heard everything. Son, this is a matter for adults. Focus on your studies, Wu Yanli reassured him. Huang Bai pulled his parents onto the sofa, temporarily setting aside his anger, and exclaimed with excitement, Dad, Mom, you are troubled because you cannot find a project, right? I have some significant news to share. The couple exchanged puzzled glances. What could have made Huang Bai so jubilant? Wiping his tears, he chuckled, Today, I went to my classmate's house for dinner. Is that so? Golden Dragon and Wu Yanli looked at each other, baffled by why this would elate their son. Do you know whose house I visited? Son, whose? Gao Mingming. Gao Mingming. The parents were unfamiliar with the name. It sounded like a girl. Could it be that this lad had fallen in love? Was he so thrilled merely because he dined at a girl's house? Indeed, her residence is on Shouxing Road. Just a bit past Xiangshan, in a villa with mountains and water. It's quite beautiful, Huang Bai explained. The Gao family. Golden Dragon was taken aback. Wu Yanli, however, was unaware of the significance of Gao Dong. She had passed by the place often, finding it rather unremarkable behind its high walls. The expressions of the father and son seemed exaggerated. What Gao Dong? Wu Yanli inquired. There are several individuals with the surname Gao who are chairpersons in Qingyuan. Gao Xingqiang. The chairman of Xingqiang Group, for instance, Golden Dragon clarified. So, are you saying you had dinner with Gao Dong's daughter today? Wu Yanli was astonished. Observing the surprise on his parents' faces, Huang Bai thought, is it really such a big deal? Yes, we are classmates and friends. I often give her rides to and from school. You aren't romantically involved, are you? Golden Dragon asked with concern. He was well aware of his son's character. Gao Xingqiang would not look favorably upon Huang Bai, and if he learned of a romance between his daughter and Huang Bai, it could lead to dire consequences. With that fierce Gao Mingming, who would dare to pursue her? We are merely good friends. Hearing this, Golden Dragon breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Yanli suggested, Jin Long. Since our son has been to Gao Dong's house, why not have him discuss this matter with him? Mom, discuss what? Huang Bai inquired, his curiosity piqued. Xingqiang Group is planning to establish a factory in Jiangsheng, and your father and I were blocked from bidding. They offered 1 million to hand over the project to them. Why are you telling the child such things? Golden Dragon replied, slightly annoyed, not wanting his son to be involved in such matters. Dad, I haven't finished. The significant news I wanted to share is that when I had dinner at Gao Mingming's house, her father mentioned that they are preparing to start a factory and asked if you were available for the work. What? The Golden Dragon leaped up. Son, is this true? You aren't lying, are you? Wu Yanli's face was filled with disbelief. Huang Bai retrieved the business card given to him by Gao Xingqiang when he returned home. I assure you, this is the card from Uncle Gao. He said if you could reach him, just give him a call. The Golden Dragon took the card, elated. My precious son, you truly are a treasure to your parents. Wu Yanli, overwhelmed with excitement, embraced her son. Witnessing his parents' joy, Huang Bai finally displayed a smile. He was determined to uncover the truth behind his parents' quarrel and find out which scoundrel was responsible. He would certainly give him a beating. Chapter 58. An unexpected contribution. A few days later, Huang Bai discovered who had been extorting his parents. He confided in Yi Lin about the plight of his parents and sought his assistance. Brother Lin, this scoundrel has held a grudge since he was rejected by my mother and has been sabotaging my parents ever since. Now he wants to extort 1 million from them. I must teach him a lesson. Huang Bai was seething with anger. Yi Lin admired his fiery spirit, truly a hallmark of youth. Planning a trip to Jiangsheng that weekend, Yi Lin decided to accompany Huang Bai on his escapade. When the weekend arrived, Yi Lin informed Lan Yuyu of his trip to Jiangsheng, advising her to rest well. Fortunately, her relationship with Gao Mingming had blossomed, and she planned to stay in the dormitory to tutor her. In the evening, Yi Lin and Huang Bai took a bus to Jiangsheng, then hailed a taxi to Chaiyang Avenue in the Jiangzhou district. They arrived outside a bar. Brother Lin, that guy comes here every night, Huang Bai revealed. Yi Lin, slightly surprised, asked, how do you know this so well? Huang Bai explained. I slipped some money to a few young workers who used to work with my dad's construction team in Jiangsheng to gather information for me. Seated on the curb, they observed the bustling crowd as the sky darkened past 8 o'clock. A small, somewhat disheveled man entered their line of sight. Huang Bai compared the figure with a photograph. Brother Lin, that's the one. Is the bag ready for when he comes out? Yi Lin inquired. Huang Bai gestured affirmatively. They waited outside for a full 3 hours. Until nearly midnight, when the man finally emerged. He wore a satisfied expression and staggered slightly, likely having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. After taking just a few steps on the street, Huang Bai swiftly ensnared him with a large sack, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Yilin found it odd that the man exuded no scent of alcohol, yet appeared utterly inebriated. As the scuffle continued, the man suddenly began to convulse on the ground. "Stop! We could kill him." Yilin urgently pulled Huang Bai back. Alarmed, Huang Bai was taken aback. The man was so frail? After just a couple of blows? They opened the sack, revealing the man with rolled-back eyes, frothing at the mouth. "Quickly, call 120. Panicked, Yilin exclaimed. Huang Bai hastily retrieved his phone to summon help. Soon, an ambulance arrived to whisk the man away for emergency treatment. Since Huang Bai was the one who had made the call, they felt a sense of obligation to follow the ambulance to the hospital. As they sat anxiously outside the ward, Huang Bai was overwhelmed with regret. "Brother Lin, do you think we might end up in prison?" he fretted. Yilin, equally distressed, reflected on how fragile the man seemed, as if he would crumble with the slightest touch. Just then, a multitude of police cars descended upon the hospital, their lights flashing ominously. Peering through the window at the commotion, Huang Bai's heart sank. "This is it, we're done for," he despaired. Yilin, puzzled by the excessive response, questioned, "It was just a scuffle. Surely they don't need this many officers for a simple altercation?" The presence of SWAT vehicles further heightened his unease. "Brother Lin, let us just take responsibility for our actions. You can pin everything on me." Huang Bai resolved to shoulder the blame. "Fatty, I have a feeling they're not here for us," Yilin asserted, but just as he spoke, a squad of officers approached. "No, they are definitely coming for us," Huang Bai lamented, nearly brought to tears. With each step the officers took towards them, Huang Bai's heart raced uncontrollably. Yet, to their relief, the officers bypassed them and entered the emergency room. Huang Bai exhaled, feeling a flicker of hope. After a few tense minutes, an officer emerged. "It's over," Huang Bai muttered despondently. "That man must have perished. Chen Sini, I hope to marry you in another life." Lost in despair, he murmured to himself. The officer approached them, asking, "Young men, where did you rescue the man inside?" Yilin maintained his composure and replied, "Outside a bar on Chaoyang Avenue in Jiangzhou District, though I can't recall the bar's name." "Did he emerge from the bar?" the officer inquired. "Yes," Yilin affirmed. "Do you remember the location?" "I do." "Then you must take us there immediately." With that, the officers ushered Yilin and Huang Bai into a SWAT vehicle. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Jie, who had come to the hospital to purchase health supplements, witnessed their departure and discreetly snapped a few photographs as they climbed into the vehicle. Under Yilin's guidance, the police swiftly reached the location. The sign for Heaven on Earth bar illuminated the night. The police quickly surrounded the establishment. First team in position, completed. Second team in position, completed. Third team in position, completed. Inside the vehicle, the officer accompanying Yilin and Huang Bai received a message through the radio. Upon hearing it, he commanded, "Engage, no one must escape." During the ensuing operation, Huang Bai confessed his involvement in the incident to the officer. Seeing Huang Bai take full responsibility, Yilin voluntarily added, "I share in the blame. If a life is lost, I too must bear the consequences." The officer chuckled and remarked, "He was here consuming something he ought not to have, overindulged, and fell on his own. No one assaulted him. You are merely benevolent citizens passing by who called for an ambulance to assist him." Huang Bai was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is that truly the case?" Yilin swiftly slapped Huang Bai on the forehead, retorting, "What do you mean? The situation is precisely as the officer stated." Regaining his composure, Huang Bai concurred, "Yes, yes. We witnessed him fall and came to his aid." The officer observed, "You have rendered a service to the nation tonight. You appear to be students. Which school do you attend?" Unable to conceal the truth, Yilin replied, "We are students from Qingyuan High School, officer." "What precisely is happening?" The officer took note. The doctor from the hospital had reported that the individual had consumed illicit substances, and recently the police had apprehended numerous such individuals. But they had yet to discover where these substances were being ingested. Should this bar be deemed illegal, you shall be credited with the first discovery. This is not a secret, the officer informed the two. Report to the blue team. A significant quantity of capsules and powder has been found on site, and all suspects have been apprehended. Over. He instructed them to observe carefully and prevent any concealed exits. Received. After half an hour of action, individuals inside the bar began to be escorted out, each adorned with silver bracelets. An hour later, the operation concluded, and all these individuals were taken to the police station for questioning. to ensure the safety of Yilin and his companions. Officer Lan had not allowed them to appear at any point during the proceedings and even arranged for their immediate return to Qingyuan County after the operation concluded. Before departing, Officer Lan thoughtfully left his business card with Yilin, advising him to contact him should any difficulties arise. Upon returning to Qingyuan County and exiting the police vehicle, Huang Bai instantly felt the air was refreshingly clear. Lin Gu, I nearly thought my life was over. So did I, Yilin echoed, reflecting on the exhilarating experience. The next day, Yilin visited Jiangcheng once more, traversing the 5 districts, Jiangzhong, Jiangnan, Jiangbei, Jiangdong, and Jiangqing New District, in search of rental shops. In his frantic runs, he deeply felt the importance of having a vehicle. Once he earned some money, acquiring a mode of transportation would be his priority. With the shops rented, the next step was to hire staff. After printing posters, Yilin affixed them to the community boards in each district, inviting those interested to add his QQ number. After resolving these matters, Yilin returned to Qingyuan County. He entrusted the procurement of equipment to Gao Xingqiang, as he held shares in that company. Originally, Gao Xingqiang could have managed everything directly. However, in this early stage of their venture, Yilin felt uneasy and preferred to personally handle the shop rentals and hiring. The following day, Qingyuan High School was abuzz with activity. Every corner of the school was plastered with photos of Yilin and Huang Bai being escorted by the police. With blank spaces beneath, upon which was printed a line of text, the local bully, Yilin, was taken away by police from the hospital. And even special forces were deployed. Could there be a serious incident? Chapter 59. The spread of rumors upon seeing those photographs. Yilin felt an immediate sense of foreboding. What was the meaning of this? Who had taken these pictures? What was the intention behind the accompanying words? Was this a form of retaliation from those addicted individuals? Many of these people were dangerous, and Yilin felt a chill run down his spine. Before morning reading, Yilin hurried to the restroom to call Officer Lan. Hello. Who is this? Officer Lan's voice was tinged with weariness after 2 sleepless nights. Hello, Officer Lan. This is Yilin from Qingyuan Middle School. The one who took you to the bar the other night. I remember. What's the matter? Is something wrong? Hearing the urgency in Yilin's voice, Lan Hao inquired. Officer Lan, I believe we are facing retaliation, Yilin replied, recounting the situation. Lan Hao's brow furrowed upon hearing the details. This shouldn't be happening. If it were indeed retaliation, it would be too frivolous. Moreover, I am certain that all individuals involved have been apprehended over the past 2 days. Such danger should not exist. I will investigate this thoroughly. I will come to the school shortly to explain, Lan Hao stated. Summoning a clerk and taking a banner he had just prepared to Qingyuan Middle School. During morning reading, Leng Yinxiu immediately summoned Yilin and Huang Bai to her office. What is going on? She demanded, pointing at the photographs on her desk. Teacher Leng, the situation is as follows. Huang Bai began to explain what had transpired that day. Before he could continue, Yilin interjected, Fatty, we cannot speak carelessly about this. Huang Bai quickly fell silent. With irritation, Leng Yinxiu turned her gaze to Yilin. Teacher, we truly cannot discuss this matter. Officer Lan will arrive at our school shortly, and he will provide you with an explanation. Observing Leng Yinxiu's displeasure, Yilin added, regardless, we have not committed any wrongdoing, nor have we caused any fatalities as suggested by the photographs. If we had indeed caused such harm, would we even be able to return to school? Upon hearing this, Leng Yinxiu found it reasonable. If the photographs were accurate, how could the police have released those 2 individuals? Since Yilin had assured her that the police would clarify the situation at school, there was no need for further speculation. You both may return to class now. If you hear any rumors from your classmates, do not engage in conflict. Simply pretend you did not hear anything, Leng Yinxiu instructed. Understood, teacher, Yilin and Huang Bai replied as they made their way back to the classroom. After they left, Leng Yinxiu sought out Li Jianya to report the situation. Li Jianya then informed the principal. After hearing the details, Su Qifeng ordered Li Jianya to convene an emergency meeting immediately. Until the truth was established, students must not spread rumors, especially not to their parents. Rumors can be as lethal as any weapon. Soon, the school broadcast announced that all homeroom teachers should gather in the conference room for a meeting. In a year with 20 classes, some of which even have assistant class teachers, nearly 100 educators gathered in the conference room. Li Xingfeng, standing beside Leng Yinxiu, unabashedly remarked, Teacher Leng, your student Yilin is quite something, isn't he? This has stirred up quite a commotion, and now our school is bound to gain notoriety. Lung Yinxiu felt a surge of anger. Was this the sort of language befitting an educator? She retorted, teacherly. Do you possess any evidence to support your claim that my student is responsible for a death? Evidence. Aren't the photos plastered all over the campus evidence enough? Even now, you still choose to protect him? Li Xingfeng harbored an intense dislike for Yilin. Those images cannot possibly be considered proof. As a teacher, you ought to use your judgment. If Yilin had truly caused a fatality, would he have returned to school unscathed? At that moment, Lung Yinxiu's disdain for this individual grew. Losing class rankings is understandable, but to malign a student for it is utterly unacceptable. One wonders how such a person can educate others. Other teachers found Lung Yinxiu's perspective reasonable. It was likely a prank by the students. After all, Yilin's reputation at school was quite prominent, and jealousy among so many students was to be expected. A few minutes later, Li Jianya and Su Qifeng entered the conference room. Su Qifeng took his seat, held up several photos, and addressed the microphone, stating, I will refrain from unnecessary elaboration. I trust many of you have seen these photographs. The reason for today's emergency meeting is this very matter. How many teachers believe in this incident? Please raise your hands. A sparse group of a dozen or so teachers, including Li Xingfeng, raised their hands. Upon seeing this, Su Qifeng exclaimed, I find it utterly foolish that these few teachers would raise their hands. Have you not taken a moment to think for yourselves? Lung Yinxiu struggled to suppress a laugh at his words. Li Xingfeng's face flushed with embarrassment. She had raised her hand the highest. Do you simply accept what others say without question? Yilin is right here in school. I ask you, if he were truly a murderer, could he return to class without consequence? Could he remain in the school? A bit of reasoning would reveal that this matter is undoubtedly a rumor. The police will arrive shortly to clarify the situation, but before that, we must address a few points. Please take out your notebooks, as the following directives must be strictly adhered to. Once all the teachers were prepared, Su Qifeng continued. First, collect all photos from the students. Second, instruct your students not to spread rumors, especially outside of school, and certainly not to their parents. Third, those who have spread falsehoods must come forward. Otherwise, they will face severe repercussions once discovered. Meeting adjourned. All teachers left the conference room, returning to their respective classes to emphasize this matter. During the second lesson, halfway through, Lan Hao finally arrived at Qingyuan High School. As soon as they reached the school, Su Qifeng rushed over to greet them. After a round of discussions, Su Qifeng finally grasped the entire situation, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. During the grand recess, the school held a flag-raising ceremony. Once the ceremony concluded, Lan Hao ascended the stage, holding up a photograph and inquired, fellow students, I trust you have all seen these images? Many students in the audience nodded or affirmed they had. I am the officer depicted in this photograph, and I believe many of you have been misled by it, assuming that classmates Yilin and Huang Bai are murderers. Here, I solemnly inform you that the words inscribed on this photograph are mere rumors. Neither Yilin nor Huang Bai are criminals. In fact, they are commendable youths who have exhibited valor in Jiang City. Just a few days ago, they assisted our police in solving a major case. As for the specifics of the case, I shall refrain from disclosing them. Lan Hao gestured for the accompanying clerk to bring forth a banner. Initially, he intended to prepare thoroughly before presenting an award to these two students, but due to the unfolding incident, he rushed to provide clarification. Today, I shall first present the banner to Yilin and Huang Bai, with subsequent rewards to follow. Yilin, Huang Bai, please come up to receive your accolades. Upon hearing Lan Hao's words, Yilin and Huang Bai approached the stage. As they stood before him, Lan Hao presented each with a banner adorned with the golden characters for valiant acts written in cursive, issued by the Jiang City Public Security Bureau. Xiao Wu, capture this moment. Lan Hao instructed. Yilin and Huang Bai held the banners, each standing beside Lan Hao. You may step down now, he said after the photograph was taken. Once the two had exited the stage, he declared with seriousness, I am uncertain of the motives behind the student spreading these rumors. But I implore you to personally confess to the principal today. Otherwise, you shall face severe consequences. At best, it could affect your academic pursuits. At worst, imprisonment. Do not presume we cannot trace your actions, from the angle and timing of the photograph, as well as the printing location. It would be quite simple for us to identify you. Discovering your identity through our investigation is far different from you coming forward voluntarily. With that, Lan Hao returned the microphone to the school authorities. Su Qifeng stepped forward, visibly angered. This matter is of a particularly vile nature. I expect the student responsible to come to my office today. If you confess, leniency will be shown. Furthermore, any further dissemination of this rumor throughout the school is strictly prohibited, or you will face the same consequences. I hope you all take a moment to learn from Yulin. He not only maintains a commendable appearance, but is also diligent in his studies, showing remarkable progress, and is now a paragon of bravery. With the misunderstanding resolved and a few final admonitions, the principal announced the dismissal. As students departed, many rallied in defense of Yulin. Although they had previously held reservations about him, those sentiments had shifted. The current Yulin had transformed for the better, excelling and earning admiration rather than disdain. Many regarded him as an idol or role model. To slander Yulin would be to tarnish the reputation of Qingyuan High School, which they would not allow. Moreover, employing such despicable tactics to defame another was truly contemptible. Thus, throughout the day, the entire school was abuzz with speculation about the identity of this individual, with many expressing a desire to reprimand him harshly. Lan Hao returned to Jiangxing and waited a day, only to receive a call from the principal informing him that no one had come forward, which left him somewhat irate. It was imperative to investigate and unearth the culprit, for such behavior was life-threatening. If there were any remnants of substance abusers who might come across the photograph, what would happen if they sought revenge on the two students depicted? Fortunately, all those involved had been apprehended. Otherwise, Yi Lin and Huang Ba, he would have been in constant peril. Chapter 60. The manipulator behind the scenes. The following day, Lan Hao deduced the location from which the photo had been taken and proceeded to the hospital to retrieve the surveillance footage. It did not take long for him to identify the individual who had taken the picture. After scrutinizing the purchase records at the hospital, he learned that the young man was named Chen Jia. Knowing the identity of the photographer, he transferred the video back to the police station and subsequently accessed Chen Jia's personal information. Before long, he had obtained the contact details for this individual. Prior to seeking out Chen Jia, Lan Hao first reached out to Yi Lin for clarification. When the school day concluded, he called Yi Lin. Yi Lin, we have identified the person who took the picture. His name is Chen Jia. Do you have any conflicts with him? On the other end of the line, Yi Lin pondered for a moment, stating that he had never heard of this person in either his past or present and had no recollection whatsoever. Officer Lan, I do not know this individual. Unfamiliar? Lan Hao inquired, perplexed. If neither knew the other, what could possibly be Chen Jia's motive? I truly do not know him. I have no impression at all, Yi Lin reiterated. Very well, I shall investigate further. This matter should be resolved in due time. With that, Lan Hao ended the call. It seemed that only by locating Chen Jia could he uncover the truth behind this situation. Given that Chen Jia was a student, directly detaining him would have adverse consequences. Despite his irritation, Lan Hao sent Chen Jia a message, urging him to voluntarily present himself at the police station. After school at Jiangxing No. 1 High School, Chen Jia invited Shen Bingrong to dinner. Initially, Shen Bingrong was reluctant, but Chen Jia claimed he had a significant secret to share. Intrigued by the excitement radiating from Chen Jia, Shen Bingrong acquiesced to the dinner invitation. Accompanying them was Wang Qingya, Shen Bingrong's close friend. The trio arrived at Gao Laozhuan Hot Pot, where Shen Bingrong and Wang Qingya ordered an array of expensive dishes, knowing that a generous patron would foot the bill. Once the dishes arrived, the three began to cook and enjoy their meal. Chen Jia, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, Bingrong, I have avenged you. Avenge? Shen Bingrong replied, somewhat bewildered. It's about that guy from half a month ago, the one who was at the zoo with Lan Yuyu, that ugly duckling. Do you remember him? Chen Jia elaborated. Shen Bingrong recalled the handsome face vividly. She had thought of him often over the past month, even dreaming of being in a romantic relationship with him. Since meeting Yi Lin, her heart had fluttered. He had become the embodiment of her romantic fantasies. Upon hearing Chen Jia mention revenge concerning Yi Lin, Shen Bingrong felt a twinge of concern and anxiously inquired, Chen Jia, what have you done to him? Calm down, Bingrong. Allow me to explain, Chen Jia replied. He proceeded to recount the scene he had witnessed at the hospital, where Yi Lin was taken away by the police. He revealed that he had printed hundreds of photographs, infiltrated Qingyuan High School, and plastered those images in every corner, leaving behind a provocative message. After listening, Shen Bingrong was taken aback. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed, Chen Jia, did he truly commit murder? Do you have any evidence? While I lack concrete proof, why else would the police take him away if he were innocent? I've looked into him. He was a notorious bully in Qingyuan County, causing havoc without remorse. However, ever since Lan Yuyu transferred there, he has seemingly transformed into a model student. But I suspect this reformation is merely a facade. After all, a leopard cannot change its spots. He likely came to Jiangcheng to fight and ended up hospitalizing someone. Given the presence of special police vehicles at the scene, it's evident that a serious incident occurred, Chunjie asserted confidently. Chunjie, this is merely your speculation. Without evidence, how can you hastily accuse someone of a crime? Shen Bingrong countered. Bingrong, I am not making baseless accusations. This is something I witnessed firsthand. Even if he is not guilty, those photographs will certainly disturb him. After all, he has tormented you. I am determined to help you exact your revenge. I can only imagine he is currently a bundle of nerves, overwhelmed by the backlash, Chunjie declared with pride. Wang Qingya praised him, saying, Well done, Chunjie. Let them snatch away Bingrong's lucky star. Now they know we are not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, Shen Bingrong recalled her own lucky star being taken and felt anger rise within her, especially at the thought that Yilin, despite seeing her, remained unmoved and chose to protect that ugly duckling instead. Even if Chunjie's actions were questionable, she felt he was justified in this moment. Suddenly, Chunjie's phone buzzed with a text message. He opened it to find, Chunjie, you are suspected of illegal activities. Please report immediately to the Jiangxing Public Security Bureau to confess and undergo an investigation, or you will face arrest. Lan Hao, Jiangxing Public Security Bureau. After reading it, Chunjie cursed under his breath. Who is so bored as to play such a prank? What's wrong? Wang Qingya asked, curiosity piqued. Chunjie tossed his phone onto the table, declaring, Look, this person is saying I'm committing crimes. Isn't that ridiculous? It's pure lunacy. This must be the work of those from the school team. They want to trick me into going to the police station and film me for laughs. Shen Bingrong felt uneasy, sensing that this might not be a mere joke. Chunjie, could this message be real? How could it be? Don't you know the emergency number is 110? Which police bureau would send messages from a personal number? Besides, I haven't done anything wrong. I have a clear conscience. I'm not afraid of ghosts knocking at my door. Nevertheless, Chunjie quickly reflected on his recent misdeeds. Sneaking a peek at the DVDs his father had hidden above the wardrobe. Surely that couldn't be classified as a crime, could it? Chunjie truly could not recall any recent unlawful or criminal activities he had engaged in, since he had not committed any wrongdoing. It was evident to him that someone was deliberately targeting him. At this moment, Chunjie felt even more convinced of his judgment, although she harbored no fondness for him. As a classmate, Shen Bingrong did not wish to see him in trouble. You haven't done anything wrong. But didn't you just say that you informed Qinyuan Middle School that Yilin is a murderer? Could it be related to that? Impossible. Can such a trivial matter constitute a crime? What law have I broken? It must be false. I've heard that there have been numerous fraudulent messages lately. Perhaps this is just a scam text, randomly assigning you a crime, only to later demand money for resolution, Wang Qingya interjected. Yes, I've seen news about that too. She added. So, there's no need to worry. Eat and drink as usual. If I were truly guilty, the police would have arrested me by now. Why would they send a text to inform me in advance, making it easier for me to flee? After saying this, Chunjie took a bite of fatty beef. Upon hearing his reasoning, the two felt there was some merit to his argument. By the next morning, when no one had come to apprehend him, Chunjie was even more convinced that it was indeed a fraudulent message. Lan Hao, upon not seeing Chunjie voluntarily report to the police station, decided to go directly to Jiangxing No. 1 High School to retrieve him. Upon arriving at the school gate, Lan Hao exited his vehicle and communicated with the security guard, requesting that the school authorities be summoned. Soon, the director of political education from Jiangxing No. 1 High School appeared at the entrance. Without any preamble, Lan Hao straightforwardly informed the school official that he was there to take Chunjie back to the police station for questioning. The director wished to understand the situation, but Lan Hao refrained from divulging further details, simply insisting they summon the student. Aware that the police had their protocols, the director did not inquire further and promptly reported the matter to the principal. Upon learning of the situation, the principal immediately notified the homeroom teacher of Class 3 in the senior year, instructing her to bring Chunjie to the school gate. As Chunjie followed the homeroom teacher, he asked, Teacher Cui, what is this about? Why am I being taken to the school gate? Cui Guangshan only knew that the police were looking for Chunjie, but the specifics eluded him. I don't know the details. The principal merely said someone was looking for you at the gate and asked me to bring you there. Soon, the two arrived at the school gate. Upon seeing a police car parked outside with two officers, Chunjie turned pale. It was indeed the police seeking him. Yet, he was a law-abiding citizen and had not engaged in any petty theft. Why was this happening? Could it be that he was being apprehended for merely glancing at a videotape hidden in his father's wardrobe? Chapter 61. Money can move mountains, let alone people. Arriving at the police station, Lan Hao did not take Chun Jie to the interrogation room, but instead brought him to his own office. With a hint of frustration, Lan Hao inquired, "Why didn't you come to the police station voluntarily for questioning? Or did you not receive the text notification?" Chun Jie replied, "I received the message, but I thought it was a scam." Lan Hao was left speechless, yet he found himself powerless in this situation. After all, such fraudulent messages had been prevalent lately, and this fellow seemed to possess a keen awareness of anti-fraud measures. "Do you realize the gravity of your actions?" Lan Hao initiated the conversation. "Officer, I am unaware. I haven't committed any wrongdoing recently," Chun Jie replied, equally perplexed about the circumstances that led him here. "Unaware, you say? Allow me to enlighten you. On the evening of October 11th, just a few days ago, you were taking photographs at the hospital, correct?" Chun Jie hesitated, unable to conceal the truth. "I took a few pictures, officer. Is taking photographs a crime?" "Whether it constitutes a crime depends on the content of those photographs," Lan Hao retorted. "I can delete them all now. Will you let me go?" Chun Jie felt indifferent about retaining the photographs, having already disgusted Yilin. "Child, your thoughts are overly simplistic. Spare me the superfluous dialogue. Simply respond to my inquiries." Lan Hao's demeanor unnerved Chun Jie. "After taking the photographs, what did you do with them?" "I did nothing. I just returned home and went to sleep." Chun Jie dared not confess to visiting the printing shop or to his actions at Qingyuan Middle School. He now realized the seriousness of the situation. "You would do well to be forthright. I am aware of the events, even if you remain silent. If you cooperate, you may receive leniency." "Officer, I am speaking the truth," Chun Jie asserted, though his voice betrayed his uncertainty. "The veracity of your claims is not for you to determine. If you refuse to be candid, we are well aware of the sequence of events. You visited a printing shop after taking the photographs, then proceeded to Qingyuan Middle School. What transpired there is known to you. Defaming another constitutes the crime of slander, punishable by imprisonment of up to 3 years. Should that be the verdict, your future is effectively ruined. With a criminal record, no university will accept you, and your prospects for any public office will be extinguished. This is not just your downfall. Your future generations will also bear the consequences of your actions." Observing Chun Jie's evident guilt, Lan Hao concluded that he was indeed the perpetrator and intentionally escalated the situation to instill fear. However, this was not merely a tactic. If Yilin chose not to forgive, a 3-year sentence was a tangible possibility. Lan Hao then understood why no one from Qingyuan Middle School would admit to the wrongdoing. It appeared that the misdeeds were not committed by their students. Chun Jie was blindsided by the potential severity of the situation, unaware that slander was even a conceivable charge. He had assumed that his actions would go unnoticed, believing that an apology would suffice if discovered. The police were already privy to the facts, leaving Chun Jie no room to deny his involvement. He had no desire for imprisonment, as it would irrevocably sever any chance with Shinbingrong. He relayed the entire sequence of events to Lan Hao without reservation. Lan Hao inquired, "What motivated you to engage in this behavior?" Chun Jie recounted the incident from the zoo that had occurred 2 weeks prior. In a final plea, he said, "Officer, I sincerely regret my actions. I am willing to apologize to Yilin. I do not wish to face incarceration. Certain actions carry consequences, and whether you serve time is beyond your control. Moreover, Yilin has been recognized by the city's Public Security Bureau for his bravery, while you have tarnished the reputation of this commendable individual by labeling him a murderer. If this rumor spreads throughout the county, the city, and even the nation, what impact would it have on Yilin? Have you considered this? Moreover, regarding the incident at the zoo, the individuals involved did not err in their actions. The sole misstep was their initial engagement in a conflict, which was provoked by your prior insults. Bring your parents here. I will propose a resolution, but whether or not imprisonment occurs will depend on Yilin's stance." At this moment, Chun Jie was engulfed in regret, consumed by fear. With a trembling voice, he reached out to his parents, urging them to rush to the police station to rescue him. When Chen Changshou and He Ailian learned that their son had been detained, they hurried to the police station. Upon arriving and understanding the entire sequence of events, Chen Changshou was filled with a torrent of emotions, wishing he could strike Chun Jie himself. He Ailian quickly interceded, pleading, "Officer, my son cannot be imprisoned. He is still young, with a bright future ahead. A prison sentence would ruin him." As she spoke, she thrust a nearly bursting envelope into Lan Hao's hands. "Lan Hao, incensed, tossed it to the ground. Are you attempting to test the integrity of the officials with this? Which officer can withstand such a trial? Are you insulting me? He gestured toward his badge. I am a People's police officer, dedicated to serving the public. Do you believe I won't arrest all of you? Terrified, Chen Changsho quickly picked up the envelope and then unleashed a torrent of anger at He Lian. What were you thinking? Why would you insult them with this? After chastising her, Chen Changsho turned to Lan Hao with a conciliatory smile. Officer, please calm down. My wife is simply desperate. We have only this one son. He cannot go to prison. Please, consider helping us. Lan Hao replied, your pleas are futile. If you wish for your son to avoid incarceration, you must seek forgiveness from others. I advise you to publicly apologize to Yi Lin in front of the entire student body at Qingyuan High School, thereby clarifying the misunderstanding. Then, arrange a private meeting with Yi Lin to negotiate a settlement. As long as he refrains from prosecuting, your son shall not face imprisonment. The thought of publicly apologizing distressed Chen Changsho, who asked, Officer, can't we just apologize to him privately? Must it be in front of the whole school? After committing such a shameless act, he still sought to negotiate. Lan Hao scolded him. Did your son spread the rumors privately? Instead of focusing on gaining forgiveness, you are attempting to bargain. Consider this. If your son were the victim of such slander, would you accept a half-hearted apology? It is truly laughable. Realizing his folly, Chen Changsho implored, Officer, could you possibly assist us in negotiating a private settlement with Yi Lin? Whatever sum he desires is acceptable. As long as he agrees to the settlement, we will certainly express our gratitude afterwards. Chen Changsho thought to himself that if the police intervened, Yi Lin would surely agree. If he refused, it would reflect poorly on him, and surely the police would take action. Lan Hao, exasperated, responded, I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with this matter. If we, the police, become involved, it can hardly be called a private resolution. This is a matter of official procedure. What does it mean? It signifies that your son has defamed others, and there is substantial evidence against him. We will apprehend him, and he will face imprisonment. Therefore, do not expect us to resolve this for you. Whether you settle privately with the other party is your affair. Our duty is solely to arrest offenders. Faced with Lan Hao's indifference, Chen Changsho's family had no choice but to abandon their efforts and depart from the police station. Lan Hao did not detain Chen Jie forcefully. As Yi Lin had not pressed charges, he merely summoned Chen Jie for questioning. Of course, if this family failed to apologize, Lan Hao would contact Yi Lin to urge him to file a lawsuit immediately. The behavior of these individuals had truly angered him. After a while, Lan Hao was summoned by the director. Director Wang, is there something you need? Lan Hao inquired upon entering the director's office. Xiao Lan, you are handling the defamation case involving this student named Yi Lin, correct? Yes. You are quite obstinate. That family has escalated the matter to the mayor. The mayor just contacted me, requesting our assistance in facilitating a private settlement. Lan Hao, feeling displeased, replied, on what grounds? I cannot condone this. What if Chen Jie continues his reckless behavior without facing consequences? If those photographs circulate, what repercussions will follow? Yi Lin is likely to face retaliation from those drug addicts. In my opinion, Chen Jie deserves this. I would relish the opportunity for Yi Lin to sue him and see him imprisoned. I cannot abide by those who refuse to acknowledge their wrongdoing. Enough. Once this conversation leaves my office, refrain from uttering such sentiments. Chen Changsho has stated that should his son be imprisoned, he will cease investments in Jiang City, and all enterprises under his name will relocate. The mayor is aware of this situation concerning Yi Lin, but for the sake of Jiang City's development, we have no choice in the matter. You must understand, if the Chun family departs, many citizens of Jiang City will face unemployment and tax revenues will decline, adversely affecting urban development. However, rest assured, they will handle apologies and negotiations themselves. We will merely observe from the sidelines, and if they cannot reach an agreement, we will intervene to mediate. Lan Hao, frustrated, retorted, money truly wields power. Even the mayor can be influenced. Wealth can move mountains, let alone people. You would do well to keep your comments to yourself and obey orders. Understood. Lan Hao, seething with anger, exited the director's office. Chapter 62. Thoroughly consumed by Friday, Chen Changsho had purchased some gifts, and the family, accompanied by Lan Hao, arrived at Qingyuan Middle School. Upon reaching the school, Lan Hao explained the situation to the principal, allowing the family to enter. Chen Changsho intended to meet Yi Lin directly to negotiate a settlement. As for Lan Hao's suggestion of publicly apologizing before the entire school, they had never entertained such an idea. Soon, Yi Lin was summoned to the principal's office. Having heard Lan Hao's explanation, Yi Lin understood that this family had come to offer their apologies. Upon seeing Yi Lin enter, Chen Changshu hastily pushed Chen Jie forward to apologize. Brother, I am truly sorry for spreading rumors about you the other day. It was my fault, and I did not mean to do so. Please forgive me. Chen Jie bowed in apology. Who considers you a brother? It was not unintentional, it was rather deliberate. Upon their first encounter, Yi Lin spoke with an intensity that was palpable. Observing Yi Lin's demeanor, Chen Changshu stepped forward with an air of superiority, saying, "Young man, one must learn to show mercy. My son has already apologized. Let us not dwell on this matter. Here, a token of goodwill." He retrieved a pile of gifts from behind the coffee table. Ai Lian also produced a bulging envelope from her bag, stating, "This contains 10,000 yuan, intended as compensation for your reputational damages. Let us consider this matter settled." Yi Lin did not accept it, sneering, "Is this your notion of sincerity?" Noting Yi Lin's apparent dissatisfaction, Chen Changshu replied, "Young man, this is quite a substantial amount." "I'm afraid I'm not in need of money," Yi Lin retorted. "Then what is it you desire?" Chen Changshu inquired. "As long as it doesn't involve extortion, spending a bit of money is reasonable. I seek nothing. Let the law determine the consequences of your son's actions." Chen Changshu pressed, "What good does that do you? Wouldn't you rather take these gifts? To receive such compensation for mere slander is quite a bargain." Realizing the impulsiveness typical of youth, Chen Changshu feared Yi Lin would relentlessly pursue accountability for Chen Jie and hastened to persuade him. "While it may not benefit me, it would bring me joy. If there is nothing further, I shall return to my studies," Yi Lin declared, preparing to leave. His words incited a desire among the Chen family to physically reprimand him. "Should you cease your pursuit of this issue, I will add another 10,000, Chen Changshu offered. Seeing Chen Changshu relent, Yi Lin abandoned pretense. "Is your son's future worth merely 20,000? With Yi Lin's concession, Chen Changshu felt relieved. It seemed money could indeed resolve the issue. "How much do you wish for?" In front of the entire school, an apology and a compensation of 200,000, and I shall no longer pursue this matter," Yi Lin stipulated. Chen Jie, overhearing this, ceased his subservience and exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind, thinking of money to such an extent?" Yi Lin chuckled, "Indeed. I am quite obsessed with money. You are free to refuse, but prison awaits you." During his entrepreneurial endeavors, he had experienced financial strain, and seizing this opportunity seemed prudent, particularly to aid Lan Yuyu in reclaiming her dignity. The Chen family was affluent, and Yi Lin believed they would be willing to part with such a sum. Moreover, compelling them to apologize publicly would also serve to alleviate his own grievances. 200,000 is out of the question, young man. Your demands are excessive. Should this escalate, you may not emerge victorious. After all, you initiated the altercation with my son, who merely retaliated with rumors. Our legal department is not to be underestimated. I advise you to know when to walk away," Chen Changshu warned, veiling his threats with a semblance of reason. Yi Lin remained unfazed, perceiving Chen Changshu as merely attempting to intimidate him like a child. "Very well, let us cease discussions. I neglected to mention that your son has been bullying a girl named Lan Yuyu at Jiangxing No. 1 High School. We shall address that as well. I am eager to witness the prowess of your legal department, for I have heard that prison can teach lessons far better than schools. A decade or so behind bars would suffice." After speaking, Yi Lin departed without hesitation. Chen Changshu was taken aback. He merely intended to negotiate, but did not anticipate Yi Lin's resolute departure. "Officer Lan, please go and calm him down. Tell him we will consider the financial matters and ask him not to be agitated," Chen Changshu urged anxiously. Lan Hao couldn't help but chuckle, but in order to fulfill his duty, he went out to catch up with Yi Lin. Once Lan Hao left, only the 3 members of the Chen family remained in the office. Chen Changshu glared at Chen Jie, his face ablaze with anger. "Have you been bullying others at school?" Chen Jie stammered, unable to articulate a response. It seemed likely that the accusations were indeed true. Enraged, Chen Changshu kicked out. "I should have thrown you against the wall back then. What a disgrace. Instead of learning properly, you sought every possible way to get into the best school in the city, only to act like a tyrant." Subsequently, in the office, Chen Changshu delivered a lesson of tough love to Chen Jie, who wailed in distress. Meanwhile, outside, Lan Hao caught up with Yi Lin. "Yi Lin, please don't rush. They said they would consider." Yi Lin paused, responding, "Officer Lan, I appreciate your concern regarding this matter. It's nothing, it's my duty." "Yi Lin, I believe it would be wise for you to reach an understanding with the Chin family. If things escalate, it will not bode well for you, Lan Hao advised. Officer Lan, what do you mean by that? Yi Lin inquired. To speak frankly, if you do not settle this privately, the Chin family will relocate all their enterprises away from Jiang City, resulting in countless job losses, Lan Hao explained. But what does that have to do with me? Yi Lin retorted. Have you considered that they can use this reason to coerce us into resolving this matter, and they could also use it to threaten others against you? Lan Hao cautioned. The Chin family's connections are formidable, and this could significantly impact your future. Wealthy individuals are often concerned about their reputation. I suggest you take a step back. You can forego a public apology and instead negotiate for a few extra tens of thousands in compensation. After all, the rumors have been contained, and the current impact on you is not severe. Lan Hao pondered, fearing Qin Changshu might use his connections to harm Yi Lin, thus advising him to let the situation diffuse. Officer Lan, thank you for your warning, but I have already crossed the line. There is no need to retreat now. This compensation isn't solely for me. It includes 20,000 for my emotional distress, 50,000 for my classmate Huang Bai, and 100,000 for the bullied Lan Yuyu. This is not unreasonable. You can rest assured, I have verified that this amount is but a drop in the bucket for the Qin family, and they will be amenable to reconciliation. They likely just wish to avoid apologizing before the entire school, Yi Lin stated confidently. He was unperturbed, recognizing that while Chun Changshu held sway now, there would come a time of reckoning when such connections would falter, rendering monetary offerings ineffective. Do they truly dare to relocate their enterprises? Yi Lin chuckled. It would be to their detriment, not to mention the penalties for breaking leases. Consider how many employees they would lose. In a new location, the enterprise must recruit and retrain employees, which undoubtedly incurs significant expenses. The costs associated with transportation and equipment are also considerable. To exert such effort merely for the sake of a single high school student seems implausible to Yi Lin, who recognizes that he lacks the influence to warrant such attention. The government's request for the Public Security Bureau to assist Qin Changshu is merely a gesture of goodwill, not a response to genuine threats. Should the government truly feel endangered, they would not hesitate to issue permits or conduct thorough inspections, leaving no room for leniency. Yi Lin believes that Qin Changshu would rather apologize and pay the sum of 200,000 than relocate his business or offend the government. The delay in agreeing to the terms was merely a tactic for negotiation. Despite their wealth, it does not imply a willingness to spend frivolously. After all, they are not foolish. Having thoroughly assessed the situation, Yi Lin addressed Officer Lan Hao. Please inform them that I will wait for 10 minutes. If they are unwilling to cooperate, all negotiations are off, and I shall proceed to file a lawsuit. Chapter 63. Reaching an understanding. Lan Hao entered and relayed Yi Lin's message. Upon hearing this, Qin Changshu grew anxious. The earlier agitation suggested that Yi Lin might indeed follow through with legal action. Considering the potential repercussions, including his son serving a decade in prison due to bullying, Qin Changshu was reluctant to jeopardize his son's future over 200,000. Thus, he resolved to concede. Lan Hao returned to inform Yi Lin that Qin Changshu had agreed and requested further discussion. Yi Lin re-entered and inquired, "What else do you wish to discuss?" "I can offer an additional 50,000, and the apology will be waived." "What do you say?" Qin Changshu replied, "That is not acceptable. This matter must be addressed fairly. If you lack the sincerity to apologize, how can I grant forgiveness? Consider the 200,000 as a lesson for your son, a reminder to be cautious in the future." "Very well, I will apologize, but you must sign a letter of understanding," Qin Changshu insisted. "Agreed," Yi Lin responded without objection. According to Officer Lan, of the 200,000, 50,000 would be for Yi Lin, while the remaining 150,000 would be divided among two of Qin's classmates, necessitating all three signatures on the agreement. "No problem." Yi Lin concurred, feeling no reservations. He understood that without the signatures, it would be uncertain how to deliver the funds to Lan Yuyu, who was most deserving of this compensation. In Yi Lin's view, this sum represented what Lan Yuyu needed most and was rightfully hers. It was imperative to reclaim what was owed and not allow anyone to take advantage of them. Yi Lin summoned Huang Bai and Lan Yuyu. Huang Bai was elated upon hearing the news, astonished that he had faced minimal backlash while receiving such a substantial amount. Initially, the blame had been directed at Yi Lin, who had gained considerable notoriety recently, attracting attention akin to a bird that stands out. Huang Bai was merely perceived as an accomplice, thus escaping much criticism. Conversely, Lan Yuyu hesitated to accept the money, gripped by fear of potential retaliation. Yilin pointed at Lan Yuyu and remarked, "See how frightened your son has made her? If the esteemed Lan Yuyu is unwilling to forgive your son, I am prepared to accompany her in pursuing legal action." Chen Changshu observed the frail young girl, who regarded his son with the same trepidation one might reserve for a tiger, and administered a swift kick to Qinjie. "Dear child, rest assured that this money is yours to take. It is a voluntary compensation for the transgressions committed by my son. You need not fear that anyone will trouble you once you accept it." Qinjie, recognizing the significance of seeking Lan Yuyu's forgiveness, hastily implored, "Lan Yuyu, I was in the wrong. I should never have bullied you. I beseech you to forgive me. This money is a voluntary compensation for your emotional distress, and I promise I shall not trouble you again." Yilin seized the opportunity to encourage her. "Little Duya, he truly understands his mistake. Please grant him your forgiveness. This money could aid in your mother's medical treatment, and with my presence, they shall not dare to harass you further." Upon hearing Yilin's words and recalling her mother, Lan Yuyu cautiously replied, "Qinjie, I forgive you." Qinjie, filled with gratitude, responded, "Thank you, thank you. Let us expedite the signing of the letter of understanding. We shall sign it after you publicly apologize before the entire school," Yilin stated. In light of this, the Chun family complied. When the break commenced, the entire school gathered after completing their exercises. Li Jianya ascended the stage to emphasize certain disciplinary points and safety measures for the upcoming weekend. Subsequently, Su Qifeng took the stage. "Students, a distressing incident occurred this week. Rumors have circulated that someone at our school is a murderer who has been apprehended by the police. The purveyor of these rumors has been identified, and he will now publicly apologize to Yilin. Qinjie, please come forward." Embarrassed, Qinjie reluctantly stepped up to the microphone, bowing his head as he spoke. "Good morning, fellow students and teachers. My name is Qinjie. Due to a conflict with classmate Yilin, I happened to capture the moment he was taken away by the police and printed it out to display at your school, falsely claiming he was a murderer. My ignorance has caused significant harm to both Yilin and Huang Bai, for which I sincerely apologize." With that, Qinjie bowed deeply. "That will suffice," Su Qifeng interjected, taking the microphone. Fortunately, this incident did not lead to severe consequences, and Yilin has already forgiven him. I urge all of you to remember this matter and refrain from believing or spreading rumors. Yilin and Huang Bai were wronged, and I hope you will not propagate this issue any further. Those accompanying rumor-laden images, should you possess any hidden among your peers, please report them to a teacher or destroy them immediately. Otherwise, the repercussions will be grave. With the apologies concluded, this episode finally reached a resolution. The final task was to sign the letter of understanding. Since all three individuals were students and unable to transfer funds, Chen Changshu withdrew 200,000 in cash for compensation that afternoon. Under the witness of Lan Hao, they signed the documents, thereby resolving their grievances. Upon returning home one evening, Qinjie, bruised and battered, knelt at the doorstep, 3 letters of understanding laid before him. Chen Changshu was infuriated, having lost 200,000 due to this reckless fool. It was not the monetary loss that troubled him, but rather his desire for Qinjie to learn a valuable lesson. Yilin's words resonated. Spending 200,000 to teach his son a lesson seemed justified. If this amount could indeed instill a sense of responsibility in Qinjie, Chen Changshu would consider it a worthwhile expenditure. During the weekend, Huang Bai's parents finally returned home, their faces alight with smiles. After a week of hard work in Jiangqing, they had successfully secured a contract with Xinjiang Group, who would entrust them with the construction of a new factory. What delighted them the most was the news that the individual who had attempted to extort 1 million from them had been apprehended, revealed to be a drug addict. Huang Jinlong and Wu Yanli understood why such a person would exploit their position for personal gain. Seeing his parents return, Huang Bai beamed with pride. He hurried to retrieve a banner and 50,000 yuan from his room, recounting the events of the past few days. After listening to their son's tale, both parents were taken aback. They felt that the capture of that man was a direct consequence of their son's actions. Thankfully, Huang Bai was unharmed, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief, while cautioning him against engaging in similar activities in the future. In the past, such a situation would have left Huang Bai in deep trouble. However, recently he had not only brought a significant project to the family, but had also been recognized for his bravery, prompting Huang Jinlong and Wu Yanli to let him off the hook this time. Upon realizing that the compensation came from Qin Changshu, Huang Jinlong was eager to return it. Why return it? Our son was wronged. Compensation is only right, he asserted. Wu Yanli felt it unnecessary, pointing out that the Chun family's conglomerate was a leading enterprise in Jiangcheng, and accepting such money could jeopardize their standing in the community. Huang Jinlong had no rebuttal, acknowledging his wife's logic, yet he felt it was unjust for their son to be wronged and not receive compensation. At that moment, Huang Bai interjected, "Dad, Yi Lin anticipated your reaction and asked me to convey a message. He said that Chun Changshu is currently furious, and if you approach him now, you will merely become his outlet for anger. Additionally, if you refuse the money, he might perceive it as an attempt to use this incident against him as leverage." Huang Jinlong was taken aback. Those words rang true. Was this truly Yi Lin's insight? How could someone so young possess such profound understanding? Reflecting on it, he doubted that his son could have arrived at such reasoning independently. Did Yi Lin really say that? Huang Jinlong sought confirmation. Huang Bai nodded affirmatively. This revelation prompted Huang Jinlong to regard Yi Lin with newfound respect and requested Huang Bai to elaborate on Yi Lin's character. Once he began, Huang Bai's account left both Huang Jinlong and Wu Yanli astonished, revealing how Yi Lin had transformed from a delinquent into an exemplary student and now ran a thriving milk tea shop. The most significant aspect is that as he improved, he also took Huang Bai along to learn and compelled him to lose weight. Huang Jinlong suddenly realized why his son appeared to have lost some weight. The couple decided to express their gratitude to Yi Lin one day. Chapter 64. Visiting her home on a Saturday morning. Yi Lin accompanied Lan Yuyu on a bus journey back to her home in Daling Village, Xiushui Township, Qingyuan County, which is over 100 kilometers away from the county seat, a rather secluded area. The mountainous road was winding and riddled with potholes, causing Lan Yuyu to suffer from severe motion sickness, but thankfully, Yi Lin was there to care for her. After a 4-hour journey, they finally arrived at Xiushui Township. The road was indeed treacherous, and upon disembarking, Yi Lin couldn't help but feel nauseated as well. Fortunately, the absence of industrial pollution meant that the air here was quite fresh. After taking a few deep breaths, Yi Lin felt considerably better. From Xiushui Township to Daling Village, there remained another 5 or 6 kilometers of mountainous road. Before their return, Lan Yuyu had already informed her father of her homecoming. Thus, Lan Fuguwei hurriedly rode his bullock cart to the village entrance early in the morning to await their arrival. As Lan Yuyu approached the village entrance with Yi Lin, she spotted her father waiting in the distance and excitedly jogged over, exclaiming, "Dad." Upon seeing his daughter, Lan Fuguwei's face broke into a satisfied smile. "Dad, how is your leg? Is it feeling better?" Lan Yuyu inquired with concern. "It's nothing. I can work now," Lan Fuguwei replied, feigning strength. Seeing the wooden crutch on the cart, Lan Yuyu pouted. "Dad, you're lying." "Why would I lie to you? I'm really almost better," he insisted. Lan Fuguwei had always worried about his daughter's well-being, and seeing her looking more robust eased his mind. It seemed that Yin Xiu had taken good care of her, for which he felt grateful. At that moment, Yi Lin approached them. "Uncle, this is my deskmate Yi Lin, my best friend. He has always looked after and helped me at school," Lan Yuyu introduced. "Hello, I am Yi Lin." Teacher Lung was concerned about Yuyu traveling alone, so she asked me to accompany her home. "I hope you don't mind," Yi Lin said. As long as he mentioned Teacher Lung, Lan Yuyu's parents would likely not harbor any reservations about him. "Not at all. Thank you for taking care of Yuyu. Let us head home," Lan Fuguwei replied, unfastening the bull and harnessing the cart as the three of them made their way back to the village. Along the way, motorcycles occasionally sped past, sending clouds of dust swirling due to the muddy road. "Yi Lin, this is what rural life is like. I hope you don't find it unappealing," Lan Fuguwei remarked. "Uncle, I would never find it unappealing. On the contrary, I find it quite fascinating. There's none of the urban clamor, just the songs of birds and fragrant flowers. And the air is delightful. I genuinely adore this place. Given the chance, I would love to reside here," Yi Lin responded. Lan Fuguwei grinned widely. "That's great. If you like it here, feel free to visit often. Yuyu has had very few friends growing up and has often been bullied. Our family's circumstances are modest. It is rare for someone like you, who does not disdain her, to be willing to befriend her. As long as you come, I shall warmly welcome you with the slaughter of pigs and sheep." "Uncle Lan, you flatter me. How could I ever harbor disdain? It is indeed my honor to know Yuyu, who has recently imparted a wealth of knowledge upon me, aiding my significant progress in learning." Upon hearing Yi Lin's words, Lan Fugue's face beamed with pride. His daughter indeed excels in her studies, yet he cannot fathom why her grades have plummeted since entering high school. Despite her efforts, she struggles to perform well. After an hour of casual conversation, the trio finally arrived at the village, their bodies cloaked in a thick layer of dust. Most houses in Daling Village are stilted, with livestock on the lower level and people residing above. Naturally, a few affluent families have constructed small Western-style houses. Even those that do not boast such grandeur are still charming stilt houses. However, Lan Yuyu's home is quite dilapidated. The lower level is made of yellow mud walls, while the upper level is comprised of wooden planks blackened by smoke, indicating that the house has stood for nearly a century. The roof is not covered with tiles, but rather with tree bark, and due to years of neglect, it leaks whenever it rains. Yilin, this is our home. Let us first eat and rest a while. Later, I shall seek a better place for you to stay, Lan Fugue said, knowing that Yilin was from the city. He planned to plead with relatives to allow Yilin to spend the night. Although Yilin hailed from the city, he was not delicate. He smiled and replied, Uncle Lan, treat me as one of your own. There is no need to fuss over me or regard me as a precious city lad. I can endure any hardship. At that moment, Lan Yuyu's mother, Cheng Tao, heard the commotion and hurried out of the house to greet them. Is Yuyu home? She called as she descended the stairs with effort. Mother, Lan Yuyu rushed to support her mother. Yilin glanced at Cheng Tao, recognizing that she must have been quite beautiful in her youth. Yet now her face bore the marks of fatigue, a testament to the passage of time. Then, several large yellow dogs came bounding down, one of which wagged its tail vigorously upon seeing Lan Yuyu, clearly excited, indicating a close bond between them. Big Yellow, I'm back, Lan Yuyu exclaimed, kneeling to stroke the dog's head, which squinted in satisfaction. Upon returning indoors and after a round of introductions, Cheng Tao became acquainted with Yilin. To celebrate Yuyu's return, Lan Fugue made a special effort to slaughter a large rooster. The preparation was simple. The chicken was cleaned and boiled, and then vegetables were cooked in the broth. A platter of chicken, a bowl of chicken soup with vegetables, and a dipping sauce were served. Although simple, this feast was considered quite lavish by Lan Fugue's standards. Typically, they would merely boil vegetables in water with a splash of oil, adding a bit of salt and MSG for flavor. The four sat down to dine, and Cheng Tao expressed her gratitude to Yilin for looking after her daughter by serving him a generous chicken leg, then offering one to Lan Yuyu as well. Thank you, Auntie, but I do not particularly enjoy chicken legs. Yilin politely returned the leg. Lan Yuyu was perplexed. Wasn't Yilin fond of chicken legs? She promptly placed the chicken leg into Yilin's bowl, exclaiming, Yilin, you are deceiving me. You clearly enjoy chicken legs, and anyone who lies will have no children. Upon hearing this, Yilin was both amused and exasperated. Lan Fugue and Cheng Tao were equally astonished. When did their daughter begin to speak in such a manner? Cheng Tao, with a hint of irritation, remarked, You, why do you speak so rudely? Who taught you such words? Yilin told me, Yuyu replied. Yilin felt a wave of embarrassment, wondering if he might be reprimanded later. After a moment's contemplation, he quickly concocted an explanation. Uncle and Auntie. Yuyu doesn't eat well at school. She often lies about having eaten, so I said that. I did not. Yilin, you are lying again. I eat everything you bring me. In the presence of her family, Lan Yuyu's confidence surged, and she defiantly countered Yilin's statement. Upon hearing this, Lan Fugue erupted, Yuyu, why do you always rely on others to bring you meals? Don't you have hands and feet to eat for yourself? Understanding that Lan Fugue had misunderstood, Yilin hurried to clarify. Uncle Lan, you have misinterpreted Yuyu. It is not that she asked me to bring her meals. Rather, she assists me with my studies. And when my father brings me lunch, he also brings a portion for Yuyu. Oh, Yilin, there is no need for any compensation between classmates for tutoring. Yuyu has her own means to buy food, so please don't let your father spend unnecessarily. Cheng Tao interjected, wishing to avoid any indebtedness. Auntie, not at all. Yuyu helps me with my studies, and I think it's only fair to treat her to a meal. No one is indebted to anyone. It is not extravagant at all. It's just my father and I at home, and he often cooks in large quantities. Even if I didn't bring some for Yuyu, it would just go to waste. Yuyu, remember to pay Yilin next time. You cannot just take things from others, Cheng Tao admonished her daughter, concerned that she might accept gifts without understanding the obligations that accompany them. Auntie, you are treating me like a stranger. If that's the case, how can I possibly ask you for tutoring? I would feel even more awkward eating at your home. Yilin feigned a desire to leave. Yilin, Your aunt is merely cautious about being in debt. Don't take it to heart. Please sit down, Lan Fugui urged. Yu Yu's mother, please don't worry. Yu Yu tutors Yi Lin. And Yi Lin brings her food. It's a mutual assistance, nothing more. In big cities, tutoring someone can cost 1 or 200 yuan. So, it's no issue for your daughter to enjoy this meal. Lan Fugui now understood why his daughter had become so well fed. It was, in fact, this little one who provided for her. Indeed, Auntie, I pay, but Yu Yu is reluctant to accept it. I can only treat her to a meal, otherwise I would feel too shy to ask for her help, Yi Lin quickly added. After the meal, Lan Yu Yu took out a substantial bundle of money from her bag. Mom, this is for your medical treatment. Both Lan Fugui and Cheng Tao were taken aback. Lan Fugui had never seen so much money in his life. Yu Yu, where did you get this money? He asked sternly. Cheng Tao was equally filled with concern. Yi Lin smiled reassuringly at the couple, saying, Uncle and Aunt, there is no need for concern. Yu Yu has excelled in her studies, and this prize money is a reward from her competition. Prize money? So much. The disbelief was apparent in their expressions. Observing their skepticism, Yi Lin retrieved a forged certificate and details of the competition from his bag. This was a scheme he had devised with Lung Yanxiu, intended to facilitate their acceptance of the funds. It was imperative not to disclose that this money was compensation for Lan Yu Yu being bullied. Such a revelation would only heighten her parents' anxiety, and they would certainly refuse to accept the money. As individuals at the very bottom of society, they could not afford to offend anyone. Being left unscathed was already a blessing, and how could they dare accept such funds? Lan Yu Yu herself was reluctant to deceive her parents in this manner. After much persuasion, Yi Lin explained that it was a benevolent lie, assuring her that her mother would only agree to use the money for medical treatment if framed in this way. Thus, Lan Yu Yu consented to the falsehood. At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing a burly man in his 30s. What money? Let me see, he demanded, his eyes glinting with greed as he spotted the pile of cash in Lan Yu Yu's hands. Chapter 65, The Bully vs. the Villain. Lan Fugui, feeling uneasy, inquired, Jia Gui, why did you come up without a word? I heard the commotion at your home and was curious, Jia Gui replied. I say, Fugui, isn't it time you repaid me? His gaze fixated on the money in Lan Yu Yu's hands. Sensing the escalating tension, Yi Lin discreetly activated his phone's recording function and slipped it into his pocket. This is Yu Yu's money. I will repay you as soon as I earn some, Lan Fugui explained. You think you can earn money? Are you joking? Jia Gui's confidence was palpable. He had clearly already claimed that money for himself. I will earn it. Once my leg is healed, I will work in the city. I cannot wait that long. The longer you delay, the harder it will be for you to pay. Either return my money today, or... His gaze turned lewd as he leered at Lan Yu Yu. Your daughter is no longer a child. Either you allow her to become my wife, and in that case, I shall forgive your debt. Alarmed by his words, Lan Yu Yu promptly hid behind Yi Lin. Unaware of the unfolding situation, Yi Lin asked, Uncle Lan, what is going on? Cheng Tao, concerned for Yi Lin's safety, interjected, Yi Lin, this is a matter for Auntie's family. You need not worry. Noticing Lan Yu Yu's reliance on Yi Lin as her protector, Jia Gui smugly declared, my mother-in-law is correct. You little brat should mind your own business. In Daling Village, I, Jia Gui, am in charge. I am not meddling. I am merely curious about the situation, Yi Lin replied. It's no trouble to tell you. 6 months ago, Lan Fugui borrowed 10,000 from me. According to our agreement, he is to pay me 50 in interest each month. Now 6 months have passed, and with principal and interest, that amounts to 40,000. He has offset 2,000 with his land, yet he has not paid a single cent of the remaining 2,000. It is only right to repay debts. I am merely here to collect what is owed. Jia Gui, in his speech, occasionally cast glances at Lan Yu Yu, having seen her in her entirety and finding her utterly captivating, even though she was a decade his senior. He yearned to possess this woman. Uncle Lan, how could you possibly agree to borrow from him at such exorbitant interest? Yi Lin questioned, puzzled. Cheng Tao, with tears welling in her eyes, lamented, it is all my fault. 6 months ago, when Yu Yu's father first encountered his misfortune, I suddenly collapsed. Our family was devoid of funds for treatment, and knowing we could not repay, no one was willing to lend us anything. It was then that Jia Gui offered to lend us money, and Yu Yu's father accepted. Isn't that akin to taking advantage of someone in distress? Yi Lin remarked. Your words are rather harsh. What do you mean by taking advantage? He willingly lent the money, and it is all documented, Jia Gui retorted. Noticing Yilin's attire, which did not suggest rural origins, and thus refrained from offending him, opting for a more diplomatic approach. And what of that documentation? This is usury. And you are seizing land under false pretenses, which is not safeguarded by law, Yilin asserted, turning to Lan Fugawei. Uncle Lan, repay him what you owe. And remember that your family's land belongs to the state and the village collective. He has no right to claim it. Jia Gui glared at Yilin with malevolence. You seem quite the authority, don't you? Do you think you can leave this village unscathed? Concerned for Yilin's safety, Lan Fugawei hastily interjected, Jia Gui, do not hold a grudge against a mere child. We shall repay you immediately, and the land will be returned to you. As he spoke, Lan Fugawei took the bundle of money from Lan Yuyu's hands, extracting 20,000 and offering it to Jia Gui. Jia Gui refused the money, fuming, Lan Fugawei, I am incensed. You think this paltry sum can placate me? You have two choices. Either marry your daughter to me, or hand over all the money in your possession, and we shall consider this matter settled. Otherwise, I assure you that this little brat will not escape from Daling Village. Yilin chuckled softly. We live in a society governed by law. Do you truly believe yourself to be a tyrant? Jia Gui, hands on his hips, declared, I am the king of Daling Village. Here, I am the law. Lan Fugawei understood that Jia Gui was not to be trifled with, as even the local police were powerless against him, let alone a mere student. He handed over all the money. Jia Gui, take this money. Let us consider this matter resolved, and I apologize on behalf of my family. Jia Gui retorted angrily, Lan Fugawei, this brat has infuriated me beyond measure. I demand this money and your daughter. You must convey your agreement to this proposal. Lan Yuyu was also subject to his unwelcome intentions. Provoked, Yilin unleashed his fury, seizing a beer bottle from the table and striking Jia Gui on the head. He then shouted, Jia Gui, you scoundrel, dare to strike me with that bottle? I shall not back down. With that, he unleashed a flurry of blows upon Jia Gui. This scene left Lan Yuyu's family in shock. Jia Gui, taken by surprise, found himself disoriented from the blow. Jia Gui, do you possess a knife as well? Yilin shouted again, delivering another round of punches. Jia Gui, bewildered, wondered where a knife could possibly come from. Yilin's ferocity was overwhelming. He drove Jia Gui back to the staircase, ultimately kicking him down, prompting him to flee in a panic, rolling and scrambling away. You wait, you little brat. You are finished, you are doomed. Jia Gui trembled in anger, losing his composure. Yilin watched him depart in disgrace, a cold smile playing on his lips. At that moment, Lan Fugawei emerged, exclaiming, Yilin, why did you resort to violence? This is disastrous. I'll help you leave. Hurry and escape. Yilin replied, Uncle Lan, you witnessed it. He first struck me with a wine bottle and then attempted to stab me with a knife. I was merely acting in self-defense. With that, Yilin promptly retrieved his phone to conclude the recording. Cheng Tao anxiously said, Yilin, you and Yuyu should leave quickly. Jia Gui is not someone to provoke. Aunt, rest assured, I am eager to see who truly cannot be provoked. Yilin dialed a number. Hello, is this Uncle Gao? Gao Xingxiang was enjoying his weekend by the pond, feeding the koi. Shaolin, what brings you to call? Yilin quickly relayed the events involving himself and Lan Yuyu to Gao Xingxiang. Uncle Gao, I've sent you the recording. Is there any way to get this man incarcerated? Gao Xingxiang chuckled, Shaolin, getting him locked up is not difficult. Give me an hour. But you must ensure your safety. Thank you, Uncle Gao. I will offer you 5 shares of Yucha as a gesture of goodwill. No need to be so polite. After hanging up, Gao Xingxiang contacted an old classmate. In the mayor's office of Jiangxing, Shi Jinshan's phone rang. Oh, Lao Gao? What brings you to disturb me on this splendid weekend? My dear mayor, it seems Jiangxing is not as peaceful as it ought to be. Hearing Gao Xingxiang's sardonic tone, Shi Jinshan inquired, Lao Gao, speak plainly. My daughter's classmate visited a place called Daling Village and encountered rampant criminal activity there. They engage in usury, seize lands, and brazenly abduct women, even resorting to violence. I can hardly believe this occurs under your administration. Fortunately, my daughter's classmate has learned some self-defense, or it could have ended in tragedy. I have a recording to share with you. Additionally, my daughter's classmate is still trapped in Daling Village. If you delay in addressing this, lives may be at stake, and it could escalate into national news. With that, Gao Xingxiang ended the call. After listening to the recording, Shi Jinshan's expression darkened. He picked up his phone and called the county chief of Qingyuan. Upon connecting, he unleashed a torrent of scathing rebukes. sending the audio for the county chief to hear. After receiving the harsh criticism, the township chief would soon face the brunt of it, with ancestral curses raining down upon him. Once finished, the county chief instructed him to mobilize forces to eradicate the criminal elements in the village, prioritizing the capture of Jia Gui to ensure the safety of the students. The township chief was taken aback by Jia Gui's audacity in offending someone connected to the mayor, and he harbored a deep-seated desire to see the scoundrel face dire consequences. Chapter 66. The Actions of the Sixth. Yilin felt it was unacceptable that he bore no injuries. Uncle Lon, I just slaughtered a chicken. Is its blood still there? Yes, it's right below. I forgot to bring it up. I'll go fetch it. With that, Lon Fugui went downstairs to retrieve the bowl filled with chicken blood. Yilin accepted it and promptly poured the blood over his head. Most of the blood had coagulated, with the remaining liquid trickling down his face. Lon Fugui, perplexed by Yilin's actions, hurriedly inquired, Yilin, what are you doing? Chung Tao and Lon Yu were equally bewildered. This is self-defense. It would be unreasonable not to sustain some injuries, Yilin explained. If we are to act, we must commit fully. Since the recording states that Jia Gui struck my head with a bottle, there should indeed be blood everywhere. Lon Fugui and the others were unfamiliar with the concept of self-defense, prompting Yilin to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Jia Gui fled in disarray, seething with rage. Vowing to kill Yilin, he stormed home. Upon seeing his son covered in blood and looking monstrous, Jia Defuku questioned, Girl, what happened to you? I went to Lon Fugui's house to collect a debt, and some ruffian intervened, leaving me in this condition. I will make that brat pay, Jia Gui lamented, sounding like a child wronged. Infuriated by his son's plight, Jia Defuku declared, Father, you must stand up for me. I will handle this for you, but first, let us go to the clinic for treatment, and then we shall seek retribution. Jia Defuku led his son to the clinic for medical attention. The doctor at the clinic was astonished. This ruffian had been beaten so severely, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. He applied the ointment with greater force, causing Jia Gui to wail in pain. Could you be gentler? Jia Gui shouted. How can I be gentle if I don't apply it deeply? How can we cleanse the poison from the depths of your wounds? Can't a grown man endure a little pain? The doctor retorted sternly. Once treated, Jia Defuku took Jia Gui and left the clinic, ready to confront Yilin. At that moment, Gua Hao, the town chief of Xiushui Township, arrived with 4 police officers in the village. After a thorough search, they finally encountered the father and son duo. Spotting the officers, Jia Defuku rushed forward. Chief Gua, you've arrived just in time. Look at my son. He has been beaten to such a state. Hurry, apprehend the assailant. Observing Jia Gui's condition, Gua Hao deduced that the altercation must have been intense, prompting concern for Yilin's safety. He quickly asked, Jia Gui, what did you do to Yilin? What Yilin? Jia Gui replied, utterly confused. Don't play dumb. I'm referring to the person you just fought with. Realization dawned on Jia Gui. What fight? I was the one who was attacked. Look at my state. He is completely unscathed and dares to accuse me first. How shameless can he be? Jia Gui lamented, assuming that Yilin had reported him to the authorities, which prompted Gua Hao's visit. Are you saying he is unharmed? Gua Hao sighed in relief, suspecting that the county chief had worried about his relatives and thus claimed that Yilin was nearly killed by Jia Gui. He is perfectly fine, isn't he? He has left me in such a state. You must hurry and apprehend him. Where is he now? At Lon Fugui's residence. I shall lead you there. The thought of Yilin soon facing imprisonment exhilarated Jia Gui. Yilin called the police, yet when they arrived, it was he who was taken into custody. The mere image of Yilin being led away filled Jia Gui with a sense of vindication. Upon seeing Jia Gui approach with the officers, Lon Fugui felt a chill of dread. Jia Gui is the son of Jia Dafeng, the village head, and his brother, Jia Chuanfu, is the deputy county chief. What now? With him bringing the police to apprehend someone? Yilin, Jia Gui has brought the police. You should hide in the bedroom for a moment. Yilin waved his hand dismissively. Uncle Lon, there is no need for concern. I shall be fine. Soon, Jia Gui led the officers upstairs. Upon discovering a bloodied young man, it became evident that it must be Yilin. Are you Yilin? Upon being questioned, Yilin feigned a look of despair and replied, I am Yilin. Gua Hao glared at Jia Gui. Did you not claim he was unharmed? Jia Gui was taken aback. Was this fellow not fine a moment ago? How could he now be covered in blood? What transpired? Gua Hao inquired of Yilin. Weakly, Yilin pointed at Jia Gui. He struck me with a bottle, then assaulted me, and even attempted to stab me. You are spouting lies, Jia Gui shouted. Yi Lin pretended to tremble in fear. Boy, what are you pretending for? If you continue to speak such nonsense, believe me, I shall make you regret it. Jia Gui, feeling wronged, was infuriated. Yi Lin turned to the officers for assistance. Officer, he is intimidating me. I am not fabricating anything. I have evidence. Yi Lin quickly played the recording. Listening to it, it appeared as though Yi Lin had been severely beaten. At that moment, Jia Gui grasped why Yi Lin had shouted those words during their altercation. He had initially thought the young man was merely fabricating stories, unaware that he was being set up. You scoundrel, it was you who attacked me. You are merely acting. Infuriated, Jia Gui disregarded his injuries and attempted to strike Yi Lin. Quickly, Chief Wu Zhongqing of Xiushui Township Police Station instructed 3 officers to restrain Jia Gui. Jia Gui, we kindly ask that you accompany us for a moment, Wu Zhongqing stated as he prepared to escort him away. Witnessing this, Jia Dafeng hurriedly intervened. On what grounds do you take my son? Jia village head, your son is involved in usury, has encroached upon others' land, forcibly seized women, and committed acts of violence. Are these reasons not sufficient? Jia Dafeng retorted. Do you possess any evidence? Wu Zhongqing chuckled. Evidence? Village head Jia. Do you lack sight and hearing? The recording on that young man's phone and the injuries upon him, are they not evidence? With that, he began to take Jia Gui away. Jia Gui struggled desperately. Let me go. I am innocent. Do you know who my uncle is? He is the deputy county chief. You dare arrest me? Do you believe my uncle will ensure you regret this? Wu Zhongqing shot back. Even if the king of heaven himself were to come, you must accompany us today. Guahao, are you sure you wish to arrest my son? Jia Defuku's words brimmed with menace. Village chief Jia, your son has brought this upon himself. Do not blame anyone else. The county chief personally issued the order, and Guahao held no fear. Very well, just wait. Enraged, Jia Defuku departed with a flourish of his sleeve. After his exit, Guahao remarked, Yi Lin, your injuries are quite severe. Allow me to escort you to the hospital. Guahao assumed Yi Lin was merely being polite, given his connections to the county chief. No need. I can manage on my own, Yi Lin replied, startled at the thought of revealing the truth during a medical examination. Nonetheless, it is imperative you get checked. I am Guahao, the township chief of Xiushui. Should anything arise, feel free to contact me directly. Guahao left behind his phone number. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he returned to Xiushui with Wu Zhongqing. Lan Fugui observed the township chief's courteous demeanor towards Yi Lin, surmising that his family must possess formidable connections. The prospect of his daughter making such a friend filled him with immense pride, as if his ancestors had truly blessed him. Yi Lin, I cannot thank you enough. Qing Tao exclaimed hurriedly. Auntie, what is there to thank? It is the least I can do. Rest assured, I will assist you in reclaiming your land and merely repay the principal on the usurious debts owed to the Jia family. Moreover, considering Jia Gui's actions, he deserves to face the consequences of his deeds. With that, Yi Lin contacted Gao Xingqiang, requesting a medical report to be sent to the police station handling Jia Gui's case. Having invested so much, it was imperative that Jia Gui did not escape justice. Chapter 67. Provoking the unforgiving upon Jia Gui's arrest, Jia Defuku swiftly called Jia Chuanfu. Chuanfu, Jia Gui has been taken by the police. Startled, Jia Chuanfu inquired. What crime has he committed? Nothing of grave concern. He lent money to villagers, but when he sought repayment, he was nearly beaten to death. The assailant called the police, and Guahao arrived with his men to apprehend him. Jia Chuanfu pondered. Guahao? Isn't he the township chief? Indeed. Why would a township chief lead the police in an arrest? Shouldn't the police station handle such matters? I have no idea. What I do know is that Jia Gui has been taken and Guahao has leveled several charges against him, including usury, land encroachment, abduction, and home invasion. The first 2 charges are merely civil disputes, but the latter 2 are serious crimes that could send him to prison. Did Jia Gui truly commit these acts? The loan to Lan Fugui was documented. If he could not repay, he offered his land as collateral. Jia Gui demanded repayment, and in threatening to take Lan Fugui's daughter as his wife, he merely aimed to coerce repayment. How could that be construed as abduction? As for home invasion, that seemed implausible. At most, it amounted to mutual assault. Brother, this situation is rather peculiar. I shall inquire with Guahao. Very well, but be aware that these individuals show no regard for you. Today, Jia Gui claimed to be your nephew. They may very well wish to see how you react. As a result, Wu Zhongqing's declaration that the Heavenly King has arrived proved futile. It seems that anyone dares to defecate upon the head of our Jia family. Oh, Wu Zhongqing, I am aware of this matter, and I shall address it. As long as Jia Gui has not committed any grave misdeed, there will be no repercussions. My brother, henceforth, you must temper his audacity. Let this serve as a lesson for him. After uttering these words, Jia Chuanfu hung up the phone, then perused the phone directory, locating Gua Hao's number to call. When Gua Hao's phone rang, upon seeing the caller ID marked as Jia Chuanfu, he had anticipated the call and answered promptly. Deputy County Head Jia, what brings you to contact me at this hour? Village Head Gua, I have heard that you have detained my nephew Jia Gui. It is an unfortunate necessity. Oh, I am eager to hear your account. Greater authority often crushes the lesser. Gua Hao, reluctant to offend Jia Chuanfu, clarified. Deputy County Head Jia, the situation is as follows. Jia Gui went to bully the Lan Fugui family. Coincidentally, when Lan Fugui's daughter was home with a classmate named Yi Lin. Upon hearing that Jia Gui was engaging in usury and encroaching upon the Lan family's land, as well as coercing Lan Yuyu into marriage, Yi Lin intervened. Jia Gui, resenting his interference, struck him with a beer bottle, and during the altercation, even brandished a knife. Yi Lin was compelled to defend himself, resulting in a fierce brawl that left both parties bloodied. I have conducted an investigation. The audio evidence suggests that Jia Gui was indeed the aggressor. Audio evidence. Jia Chuanfu inquired, intrigued. Yes. Yi Lin stated that he discreetly recorded the incident on his phone when he noticed Jia Gui entering to collect debts, capturing the moment Jia Gui initiated the violence. This serves as crucial evidence to ascertain who acted first. Yet it is merely audio. It does not provide visual confirmation. How can you assert that Jia Gui struck first? Jia Chuanfu challenged. Yi Lin's reaction was instinctive, and both individuals bear injuries. Furthermore, the Lan family witnessed the event firsthand, consistently affirming that Jia Gui was the instigator. Very well, even if Jia Gui is at fault, it was Lan Fugui's failure to repay that precipitated this conflict. I shall arrange for Jia Gui to apologize. Moreover, the debt shall be considered settled as a gesture of goodwill, and the land will be returned to them. That young man, Yi Lin, will also be compensated for his medical expenses. Wow, let us conclude this matter. What business do you, as a village head, have in meddling with the police? A dog chasing a rat, overstepping your bounds. Do you seek to change careers? Urgently instruct your people to release Jia Gui. Gua Hao, displeased by the reprimand, retorted, Deputy County Head Jia, this is not mere meddling. The higher authorities mandated the capture of Jia Gui, and I lack the authority to dismiss this matter. The higher authorities? Gua Hao, opting for transparency, replied, Deputy County Head Jia, to speak candidly, Yi Lin is no ordinary individual. I suspect he is a relative of the county head, who directly ordered me to apprehend him for his protection. Individuals from the county have already arrived to take Jia Gui away. I possess no power to release him. Upon hearing this, Jia Chuanfu was rendered speechless. His anger flaring. Why did you not disclose this from the outset? What purpose did all this discussion serve? You have wasted my time. Gua Hao, equally at a loss, ended the call, inwardly cursing. You also did not instruct me to release him initially. What a waste of my efforts to explain. As night descended, Jia Chuanfu hastily set out to procure some gifts before visiting the county chief's residence. Ah, Deputy County Chief Jia, what brings you to seek me at this late hour? Upon seeing Jia Chuanfu approach silently, County Chief Lu Hong likely surmised the purpose of his visit. Old Lu, one does not visit without reason. You must have something to discuss, Jia Chuanfu stated, unwilling to beat around the bush. Lu Hong had no intention of inviting him inside. Actually, it's nothing of great consequence. Old Lu, who is Yi Lin to you? Jia Chuanfu inquired. Lu Hong retorted, I am not acquainted with this individual. Do not deceive me, Old Lu. I am aware he is your relative. My nephew Jia Gui. Before he could finish, Lu Hong cut him off, unwilling to hear more. Old Lu, you wouldn't let Jia Gui suffer for such a trivial matter, would you? Lu Hong, filled with ire, unleashed his fury upon Jia Chuanfu. Listen here. Jia Chuanfu, your nephew has caused me great distress, and you dare insinuate that Yi Lin is my relative? Do I appear to have such formidable connections? Jia Chuanfu was taken aback by the intensity of Lu Hong's anger. I must inform you that this matter was orchestrated by Mayor Shi. Your nephew has been taken by the city authorities, and if you wish to continue in your position, it would be prudent to refrain from meddling further. Now, Leave at once. With that, Lu Hong closed the door. The mention of the mayor left Jia Chuanfu in a state of shock. It seemed Yi Lin was acquainted with the mayor, and the mayor was furious on his behalf. Imagining the severity of the reprimand Lu Hong must have received from the mayor, Jia Chuanfu realized he could not intervene. He feared being embroiled in the troubles caused by his nephew Jia Gui and promptly called Jia Dafu. Upon seeing the caller ID, Jia Dafu assumed everything had been resolved and excitedly exclaimed, Chuanfu, it's all sorted, I senti it? I knew with you involved, Jia Gui would be fine. Jia Chuanfu, incensed, replied, Jia Dafu, let us cease our brotherly ties and do not bring me further trouble. Alarmed by his tone, Jia Dafu inquired, what has happened? What has happened? Your precious son has committed a grievous act. Do you even know whom he assaulted? Who? Jia Dafu felt a twinge of unease. I do not know, Jia Chuanfu continued. However, this individual has connections with the mayor, and after your son assaulted him, a mere phone call to the mayor resulted in his arrest. This situation was instigated by the mayor. If you think you can resolve this, go ahead, but do not involve me. From now on, do not use my name to intimidate others in the village. Otherwise, our brotherhood will be irrevocably severed. With that, he hung up. It took Jia Dafu a moment to recover. He realized he had offended someone formidable. If Jia Chuanfu dared not intervene, who could? Feeling utterly defeated, Jia Dafu immediately began preparing gifts, resolved to visit Lan Fugue's home to offer an apology to Yi Lin. Chapter 68. Offering gifts to atonement. Jia Dafu arrived at Lan Fugue's doorstep, bearing several pounds of meat, a few bottles of wine, and a bag of eggs. And he knocked upon the door. At this moment, the Lan family remained engulfed in fear, despite Yi Lin's constant reassurances that all would be well. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Lan Fugue descended the stairs and inquired, Who is it? Fugue, it is I, the village chief, replied Jia Dafu, his tone laced with humility. Instantly, Lan Fugue's demeanor shifted to one of caution. Chief, we will repay you. Please spare my family. At this juncture, Yi Lin, feeling uneasy, also emerged to inquire, Uncle Lan, who is it? Just as Lan Fugue was about to clarify, a pleading voice from outside interrupted. Fugue, please open the door. I come to apologize. All of this is our fault. Recognizing the voice as that of Jia Dafu, Yi Lin understood that the village chief's arrival indicated that Gao Xingqiang had resolved the matter. Chief, you may return. I shall repay you tomorrow, Lan Fugue insisted obstinately. Unwilling to open the door, he intended to wait until Lan Yuyu and Yi Lin returned to school to discuss the repayment. Upon hearing this, Jia Dafu was overwhelmed with distress. At such a moment, he dared not mention money, only hoping for his son's safe return. No longer exuding the arrogance he once displayed before the villagers, Jia Dafu knelt at the threshold, exclaiming, Fugue, this is all my fault. I am kneeling before you. Please just open the door. I genuinely come to apologize. Peering through the crack of the door, Lan Fugue caught sight of Jia Dafu kneeling in the moonlight, prompting him to hastily open the door and assist him. Chief, what are you doing? Seeing Lan Fugue's gesture of support, Jia Dafu sighed with relief, realizing that his influence as village chief still held some weight. If he could persuade Lan Fugue, perhaps he could convince Yi Lin as well, allowing for a potential resolution. With a countenance full of remorse, Jia Dafu continued, Fugue, I have only just learned the full story. My unfilial son has committed such an atrocity, borrowing usury from you and encroaching upon your land. That wretched boy is utterly devoid of humanity. I was misled, believing that Jia Gui had been wrongfully attacked. And only today did I seek justice, not realizing it was entirely my son's fault. You did well to retaliate. He deserved to be punished, even if it meant breaking his limbs. Now that the truth is clear, I have come to apologize. You need not repay the money borrowed by that scoundrel, and your land remains yours. This oversight falls upon me as an incompetent village chief, and this is a token of my sincerity. Please accept it. Jia Dafu placed a gift into Lan Fugue's hands. Such a gesture is unnecessary. Chief, I cannot accept it, Lan Fugue protested, promptly attempting to return the item. Yi Lin silently observed Jia Dafu's display. At this moment of contrition, he wondered why such apologies had not been offered sooner. Yi Lin remained skeptical. Surely Jia Dafu was aware of the situation's duration. Just earlier, Aunt Chung had mentioned that the Jia family often bullied the villagers. When a villain concedes, it is not out of newfound kindness, but rather a temporary inability to overpower you. Should the day come when you find yourself in misfortune, He will undoubtedly repay your kindness with interest. Wealthy and noble, indeed, this matter is truly our fault. There is nothing that should be refused. Please accept this. For your daughter does not return home every day, and her classmates do not visit your home on every occasion. If you refuse, it would signify a disdain for my position as village chief. As Jia Dafeng spoke, Lan Fuqi found himself at a loss. Yi Lin, overhearing these words, perceived them as veiled threats. Jia Dafeng appeared to apologize, yet his approach was a cunning maneuver, retreating only to advance. To refuse would imply contempt for him, and those who dare to look down upon him would face dire consequences. He also hinted that Yi Lin would not frequently visit the village, suggesting that during Yi Lin's absence, they would endure hardship. Fearing that Lan Fuqi might yield to Jia Dafeng's intimidation, Yi Lin stepped forward. What? Do you have a grand visage? What will you do if I look down upon you? Yi Lin retorted, displeased. Lan Fuqi expected Jia Dafeng to erupt in rage upon hearing this, yet was taken aback when he instantly nodded and bowed, resembling a servile dog. It was the first time Lan Fuqi witnessed such humility from the village chief. Young brother, I was just seeking to apologize. Jia Dafeng feigned a smile. Yi Lin found his strained grin, illuminated by the moonlight, unsettling. It would be better if he did not smile at all. Why should you apologize to me? Today's incident was entirely my son's fault, and I too was confused, creating a disturbance without fully grasping the situation. I bear my share of the blame. Fortunately, young brother, you are unscathed. We have come to a profound realization of our errors, and we are truly regretful. I have but one son, while my 3 daughters have married far away. If he were to be imprisoned, who would care for us in our old age? Young brother, I implore you to be magnanimous and forgive him this once. Jia Dafeng pleaded eagerly, producing an object wrapped in a black plastic bag, the size of a brick, and thrusting it into Yi Lin's hands. Observing Jia Dafeng's pitiable demeanor, Lan Fuqi felt compelled to offer a few words of support. Yet, Lan Fuqi's family was ultimately too kind-hearted. Goodness often invites exploitation. In this instance, if you show mercy to others, they will not appreciate your kindness, but rather perceive you as easy to bully. Yi Lin denied Lan Fuqi the opportunity to speak. Hurling the object Jia Dafeng had given him back at his face, exclaiming in anger, "Apologize? Does an apology necessitate forgiveness? Does your apology erase today's events? Some actions have consequences, and one must bear the cost of their deeds. Had I not been present today, would your son have spared Lan Fuqi and his family? Uncle Lan offered to repay your son, yet your son refused, intent on seizing what was not his. If you are truly so benevolent, why did you not intervene 6 months ago when Uncle Lan faced hardship? Your son borrowed money at exorbitant interest. Did you remain oblivious for half a year? Your son encroached upon another's land. Were you unaware? Without your tacit approval, would he dare to act in such a manner? Without your protection, would he have the audacity to oppress the villagers? The villagers cast their votes for you to serve the people, not to shield your son while abusing the villagers. Do not presume that I am unaware of the reasons behind your bowed head and apology. It is merely because that deputy county chief from the Jia family can no longer meddle in this matter. Depart at once, Yi Lin exclaimed, his face contorted with fury. Upon hearing Yi Lin's words, Lan Fuqi fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, if it were not for Yi Lin's intervention, would the village chief and his family have spared his own? Moreover, given the duration of this matter, Jia Dafeng must certainly be aware, for he implicitly condones Jia Gui's actions. His daughter was nearly abducted, yet just moments ago, he contemplated forgiving such a person and speaking on his behalf. Yi Lin's wrath rendered Jia Dafeng breathless. Fearing that Yi Lin might misunderstand, he picked up the black plastic bag containing the money, tore it open, and explained, "Little brother, within this bag are 50,000 yuan, an offering as an apology. Do I appear to be a man in need of money? Do not insult me with your filthy cash. Leave at once. The mere thought of seeing your family stirs my anger." The matter was resolved with a mere 5% stake, and it pains me to have paid such a price. Yet this old fool dares to seek 50,000 to appease me. How absurd. Even if it were 500,000, I would refuse. Jia Gui must be imprisoned for a decade or more. Only then will he learn to behave. If he were to be released now, harboring such resentment, Lan Yuyu and her family would forever remain in peril. One must be ruthless. Only by being more vicious than the villain will he dare not provoke you again. Jia Dafeng, fearing that further inciting Yi Lin would escalate the situation, turned to leave without a backward glance. Stop. Upon hearing Yi Lin's voice, Jia Dafeng momentarily hopeful of a shift in circumstances, turned around, his sorrowful expression instantly replaced by a smile. He retrieved the 50,000 yuan he had just pocketed and said, "Little brother, are you now inclined to forgive us? I merely wish to issue a warning. While I am absent, should anything befall Uncle Lon and his family, I will ensure that your entire family will face dire consequences. I swear that my family shall never trouble Lon Fugue's family again. However, if they encounter misfortune, that is no concern of mine. Do you not comprehend my words, Jia? Should anything happen to them, I will come for you. If you cannot identify the perpetrator, then it shall be deemed your doing. You may leave." Jia Dafeng felt utterly aggrieved. What is this? Not only must I forego revenge, but I must also constantly safeguard the Lon family. Yet what choice do I have? I cannot confront them. Even my brother Jia Chuanfu dares not utter a word. I am but a mere village chief, hardly a position of authority, and I cannot provoke someone who can summon the mayor with a mere utterance. Chapter 69. Cheng Tao's misfortune. After driving Jia Dafeng away, Lon Fugue locked the door, and the two ascended the stairs. Upon entering, Cheng Tao anxiously inquired, "What quarrel have you had again? Is everything all right?" "All is well." There was no real argument. Jia Dafeng merely came to offer his apologies. "And I gave him a piece of my mind," Lon Fugue clarified. "Father Yu, since the village chief has come to apologize, why not take the opportunity to let this matter rest?" Cheng Tao was deeply troubled about the uncertain days that lay ahead. Lon Fugue, rarely possessing the courage to speak boldly, proclaimed with determination, "How can we let this matter slide? Were it not for Yilin's assistance, your daughter would have been snatched away by others. Have they ever contemplated releasing us? Repaying the debt is not an option, nor is handing over all our money. Their greed knows no bounds. They desire both our money and your daughter. Have they ever considered letting us go? It seems that Jia Gui should indeed be imprisoned. It would be a service to the community." Cheng Tao, upon hearing these words, felt her face pale with anger. "Yilin is formidable. Why do you act so brazenly? When we were bullied, why didn't you speak with such conviction? It is Yilin's prowess, not your intimidation of Jia Dafu, that has brought us to this point. How can we continue to live in the village after this? Yu is preparing for university, and Chunshun is about to graduate from middle school. Have you thought about what will become of these two children? If we cannot stay in the village, where shall we live? What will we eat?" Cheng Tao was on the verge of tears, forgetting Yilin's presence entirely. Already in poor health, she began to cough violently after her outburst, taking a while to recover. Yilin hurried to comfort her. "Auntie, rest assured, I can guarantee that Jia will not dare to provoke you again. He will treat you with utmost respect from now on." Lon Fugue, recalling how Yilin had just reprimanded Jia Dafu to the point of silence, added, "Yu's mother. You needn't worry. Yilin has just warned Jia Dafu." Cheng Tao's eyes brimmed with tears, unsure whether it was from gratitude or frustration with Lon Fugue. "Yilin, you are our family's savior. We have nothing to repay you with. How can we show our gratitude? Auntie, there is no need for such formality. Yu and I are good friends. Her matters are my own. Helping you is only right. Fortunately, I accompanied Yu home. Otherwise, it could have turned disastrous." Yilin felt relieved. Initially, Lon Yu had been reluctant to let him accompany her, citing the rough roads and fearing he might suffer. In truth, she feared he would disapprove of her dilapidated home, where there was little space for him to rest. After much coaxing and persuasion, she finally relented. After all, it was a considerable responsibility for a young girl to carry 100,000 yuan home. Recalling the money Yu had brought, Cheng Tao took out a large portion to offer Yilin. "Yilin, please take this money. Our family has little, but Yu has earned such a substantial bonus." Yilin quickly declined. "Auntie, this is unnecessary. I do not seek any reward for my help." "How can that be? Auntie, truly, you mustn't treat me like an outsider. Besides, do you know what this money is intended for?" Cheng Tao was unaware and asked, "Yu, isn't this money a reward from the government? Shouldn't it be used differently?" Yu was still too shaken to respond coherently. Yilin clarified, "Auntie, this money is for Yu to help with your medical expenses. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come to the countryside this weekend. What illness do I have? I don't need treatment. Just take it," Cheng Tao insisted, having already given up on addressing her chronic ailments. "Aunt, if I accept this money, how can I continue being friends with Yu in the future? Your aloofness suggests that I am not welcome here, as if you wish to drive me away." With that, Yilin began to pack his belongings, preparing to leave. Upon noticing this, Lon Fugue turned to Cheng Tao and said, "All right, Yu Yu's mother. If Yilin doesn't want it, then we shouldn't force it upon him. Just now, Jia Dafeng offered him 50,000 as an apology, and he declined. Clearly, he is not in need of money. After speaking, he grasped Yilin's arm. Yilin, your aunt is simply at a loss as to how to express her gratitude. With all this commotion today, we haven't even had dinner yet. How about this? I will slaughter a few chickens to show my appreciation. Would that suffice? Otherwise, we would feel quite indebted. Yilin understood that if he relented, half of the chickens and ducks downstairs would meet their end. Thus, he replied, Uncle Lon, we haven't finished the chicken and vegetables from lunch. Let's not waste them. We can simply reheat and enjoy them. He then turned to Cheng Tao and added, Auntie, if you truly wish to repay me, please heed my advice and go to the county for a medical checkup. Cheng Tao was aware that medical treatment could be costly, and she was reluctant to squander money on herself, preferring to live day by day. She chuckled, I know my body, there's nothing wrong. I should save this money for. Before she could finish, a coughing fit seized her, and she immediately spat out blood, collapsing to the ground. Lan Yuyu was frightened to tears, and Lan Fugui was at a loss for what to do. Yilin urgently shouted, Call a doctor. Lan Fugui attempted to carry Cheng Tao, but Yilin quickly intervened. Uncle Lan, do not move, Auntie. Hurry and summon the village doctor. In a panic, Lan Fugui rushed to the village clinic, disregarding his leg injury. In truth, his leg had nearly healed, but it was still somewhat stiff. The village doctor arrived at Lan Fugui's home and assessed Cheng Tao's condition. Expressing helplessness as she was unable to manage such a situation, she performed some basic treatment to ease Cheng Tao's discomfort and ensure her breathing was clearer. Simultaneously, she urged Lan Fugui to hasten to the township hospital. It was late at night, and Lan Fugui was uncertain how to transport her. The oxen would not be able to travel at night, and carrying her was not an option. Who in the village has a vehicle? Yilin asked urgently. Wang the butcher at the village head has a tricycle, the doctor quickly responded. She had originally intended to mention that the village chief owned a van, but considering the day's earlier commotion, she refrained. Moreover, Wang the butcher was known for being amicable and persuasive in business matters. Uncle Lan, lead the way for me. The two set off to find a vehicle. Upon hearing that Cheng Tao was in trouble and that Lan Fugui was frantically seeking transportation, Jia Dafeng seized the opportunity and intercepted the two. Fugui, are you looking for a vehicle? Lan Fugui halted, recalling something, and implored, Village chief, could we borrow your van? Yu Yu's mother is in critical condition, and we need to get her to the township hospital urgently. Jia Dafeng feigned contemplation, then wore an unwilling expression as he said, I suppose I can lend it to you, but regarding today's incident. Yilin, feeling anxious, stepped forward and pulled the obstructive Jia Dafeng aside. Please, if you are unwilling to lend a hand, kindly depart and do not waste our time. I, surnamed Jia, must inform you that Aunt Cheng Tao is distressed because of your actions. If anything happens to her, you shall face the consequences. After saying this, Yilin, accompanied by Lan Fugui, departed. Jia Dafeng was filled with regret. Had he foreseen this, he would not have engaged in bargaining at such a critical moment. They were in urgent need of assistance, and there was no time for haggling. Had he simply lent the money right away and discussed it later, it would have been far better. Now, not only did he miss the opportunity, but he also bore responsibility for Cheng Tao's predicament. Jia Dafeng wished he could slap himself in frustration. Upon reaching the village entrance, Wang the butcher was still selling pork. Lan Fugui quickly explained the situation, and Wang, being a man of integrity, fearing they might struggle with driving or be too slow, immediately abandoned his meat stall to assist them. The group placed several quilts in the cargo area of the tricycle and laid Cheng Tao atop them. The vehicle, being a motorized tricycle, was spacious enough for Yilin and Lan Fugui to join as well. The village doctor needed to remain behind, advising them to ensure a smooth journey back to the clinic. Though the road was rough and uneven, Wang, accustomed to driving through various villages to sell his meat, knew every bump intimately and drove with surprising steadiness. After a swift half-hour, they finally arrived at the central hospital in Xiushui Township. Cheng Tao was rushed to the emergency room. Lan Fugui, unsure how to express his gratitude, grasped Lan Yuyu's hand and attempted to kneel before Wang. Quick to respond, Wang supported both father and daughter. Fugui, what are you doing? Old Wang, I truly appreciate your help, Lan Fugui said, tears welling in his eyes. Look at you, becoming emotional. Anyone would assist in such a situation. Do you have any money on you? If not, I have about 1,000 yuan from today's sales in my pocket. Knowing Lan Fugue's financial situation, Wang inquired further. Old Wang, I do have some. By chance, Yu received a government award of 100,000 yuan for her exam results. 100,000? Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? I earn less than that in a year. Seeing Wang's skepticism, Lan Fugue unzipped his bag and retrieved 1,000 yuan. Old Wang, I truly have this money. I sincerely thank you for your help tonight. Please accept this token of my appreciation. Wang quickly shoved the money back into the bag. Foolish man, this is life-saving money. Your wife likely has no idea how much will be required for her care. If you wish to express your gratitude, simply invite me for a meal once Cheng Tao recovers. I still have my meat stall to tend to, so I will return to the village now and ensure the quilts are taken care of. With that, Wang departed. Yilin hurried to catch up with Wang, who was already seated in the tricycle and starting the engine. Uncle Wang, wait. Wang, unfamiliar with Yilin, assumed he was a relative of Lan Fugue and asked, Young man, what is it? Yilin produced 200 yuan from his pocket. Uncle Wang, thank you for your hard work tonight on behalf of Aunt Cheng Tao. No need for that. Keep the money for some sweets, Wang replied, swiftly returning to his work. True generosity comes from those who are selfless. Yilin sighed and returned home, fervently wishing that his future mother-in-law would remain safe and sound. After enduring a lifetime of hardship, she had yet to enjoy any respite. Chapter 70. The court's verdict. After approximately half an hour, the doctor emerged. Yilin and the father-daughter duo, Lan Fugue and Lan Yuyu, immediately rose to their feet upon seeing the doctor. You are all relatives of Cheng Tao, correct? Indeed. They responded in unison. She is currently stable. However, her condition is far from optimistic. She suffers from numerous ailments, including pulmonary lesions, gastrointestinal issues, and muscle injuries, likely due to excessive labor over the years. The recent crisis was triggered by the lung condition, exacerbated by emotional distress, resulting in her coughing up blood. If left untreated, she may face life-threatening risks within a year and a half. Our rural hospital lacks the facilities for proper care. I recommend that you transfer her to the county hospital or a better institution for treatment and rehabilitation. Upon hearing this, Lan Fugue and Lan Yuyu were filled with concern. Doctor, could we arrange for an ambulance to take us to the county hospital tomorrow? Yilin pondered Cheng Tao's condition. Taking a bus would surely be uncomfortable. Considering the stops, duration, and noise, there was a real risk that Cheng Tao might suffer from motion sickness, worsening her plight. I regret to inform you that our rural hospital has only one ambulance, reserved for emergencies that may arise requiring transport to the county. Your situation, while serious, does not necessitate such urgency. A bus will suffice, the doctor explained, unable to offer any alternative. The following day, Yilin called Guahao. If an ambulance was unavailable, surely the township government had a vehicle. Although a private car may not be as secure as an ambulance, it was undoubtedly preferable to a bus. At that moment, Guahao was in his office, humming a tune while gossiping with friends about county affairs. He was elated to learn that Jia Chuanfu had been reprimanded by Lu Hong. When his phone rang, he answered the unfamiliar number, inquiring, Who is this? Hello, Director Gua. This is Yilin, the one from yesterday. Yilin introduced himself, concerned that Guahao might not remember him, and proceeded to explain the situation. After listening, Guahao assured him there would be no problem, dispatching a van to the rural hospital to transport them to the county. Guahao watched them depart from Xiushui Township, feeling increasingly pleased. With Yilin's connections, he now had a favor owed to him, a valuable card to hold. He made a note of Yilin's number to ensure he would not misplace it. Upon returning to Qingyuan County, Yilin instructed the driver to head directly to Qingyuan County People's Hospital, with the patient and the rural hospital's diagnosis in hand. The doctor promptly took Cheng Tao for a comprehensive examination, yielding similar results. The doctor briefed Lan Fugue and his daughter on the condition and potential consequences, emphasizing the urgency of surgery. Lan Fugue was taken aback by the doctor's words, unable to fathom that his wife, who appeared fine on the surface, was in such a grave state. Lan Yuyu's eyes brimmed with tears. Even if it meant selling everything he owned, Lan Fugue was resolute in his determination to secure treatment. Subsequently, Cheng Tao completed the hospitalization procedures. Yilin accompanied them until the afternoon, only taking Lan Yuyu back to school when it was time for class. Due to the absence of any rotation, Lan Fugue was obliged to remain at the hospital for care, which posed a considerable strain on his own health. During evening self-study, after assigning duties to the class monitor, Yi Lin and Lan Yuyu were summoned to the office by Long Yanxiu. Upon entering, she noticed Lan Yuyu's swollen eyes, indicating she had been crying for quite some time. Concerned, she inquired, "Yuyu, what troubles you? Has Yi Lin been unkind to you?" Lan Yuyu shook her head, her sorrow rendering her speechless. Long Yanxiu turned her gaze toward Yi Lin, who reluctantly recounted the events of the past 2 days. He explained that Gao Shengxiang's assistance stemmed from the fact that he and Lan Yuyu often tutored Gao Mengmeng, and it was in this context that her father had intervened. Long Yanxiu gasped upon hearing this. She was familiar with the village's Jia Gui, the youngest son of Jia Dafeng, who had been excessively pampered since childhood, leading a life of idleness and exploiting the villagers. Now in his 30s, he was still unmarried, having been caught attempting to harass widow Wang 5 years ago. Initially facing a 3-year sentence, he had ultimately been acquitted, likely due to the machinations of Jia Chuanfu. It was unexpected that today, this scoundrel had fallen into Yi Lin's hands, with Gao Shengxiang's involvement likely rendering Jia Chuanfu powerless to rescue his wayward nephew. The prospect of Jia Gui facing imprisonment brought Long Yanxiu a sense of relief, as she had always felt uncomfortable and somewhat fearful under his lecherous gaze. Upon learning of Lan Yuyu's mother's illness, the following day at noon, Long Yanxiu took Lan Yuyu to visit Cheng Tao in the hospital. It was a Monday, and Yi Lin accompanied Lan Fugui to the Jiangxing People's Court. Upon arrival, a lawyer from the legal department of Shengxiang Group assisted Yi Lin with the case. Prior to entering, Yi Lin had advised Lan Fugui to refrain from speaking and to remain resolute. Inside the courtroom, a fierce debate ensued, culminating in Jia Gui's conviction. The first charge was for interfering with another's marital freedom, resulting in a 2-year sentence. The second charge was for intentional injury, also resulting in a 2-year sentence. The third charge, armed robbery, would typically carry a 10-year sentence. However, since Jia Gui had failed to obtain any money, it was classified as attempted robbery, resulting in a reduced sentence of 5 years. Consequently, he was sentenced to a total of 9 years. Jia Gui contested the charge of armed assault, arguing that it was Yi Lin who had attacked him, and that he was the one who had been beaten. Unfortunately for him, his claims were unsupported by any evidence. Yi Lin, however, possessed recorded evidence and a medical report confirming a secondary light injury, which left Jia Gui at a loss for words. Ultimately, Jia Gui claimed he had also sustained injuries and demanded an examination, but the results indicated only superficial wounds, insufficient even for a light injury classification. Coupled with the judge's determination that Yi Lin had acted in self-defense, Jia Gui was left to accept his fate. Jia Defuku sought to negotiate privately with Yi Lin. As long as Yi Lin was willing to converse, the charge of intentional injury could be dismissed, thereby sparing his son from 2 additional years of confinement. The situation was originally a trap for Jia Gui, and Yi Lin, not wishing to act too ruthlessly, was open to settling matters amicably with Jia Gui. Yi Lin understood that a wronged individual harbors immense resentment. He could not guarantee that Jia Gui would not seek vengeance upon his release. Such a scenario posed a substantial threat, both to the Lan family and himself. Achieving a reconciliation would not only alleviate their grievances, but might also foster gratitude towards him. Moreover, with Cheng Tao currently hospitalized and in dire need of funds, resolving this charge amicably was the most prudent course of action. Regardless, Jia Gui would still face imprisonment for another charge. The objective had been accomplished. Allowing him 2 fewer years in prison seemed inconsequential, as it would diminish animosity and provide Aunt Cheng with additional funds for treatment, an exchange worth making. Ultimately, Yi Lin requested a compensation of 50,000 yuan from Jia Defuku, and a resolution was reached. Jia Defuku, overwhelmed with gratitude and eager to avoid further complications, urged Jia Gui to accept the 2 charges. Jia Gui recognized the futility of resistance. After all, the opposing party had formidable connections, and their willingness to reconcile was already a significant concession. If the conflict persisted, Jia Gui feared that he would endure a miserable existence behind bars, subjected to the whims of the other party. Consequently, he acquiesced to the verdict. The final ruling mandated that Lan Fugui return the 10,000 yuan borrowed from Jia Gui, along with compensation calculated according to national interest regulations, amounting to 20%. In court, Lan Fugui promptly paid Jia Gui 120,000 yuan. Jia Gui was sentenced to 7 years for interfering with another's marital freedom and attempted burglary, and he was ordered to return land belonging to the Lan family. This matter was thus concluded. Upon returning to Qingyuan County People's Hospital, Yi Lin handed the 50,000 yuan from Jia de Fuku to Lan Fuguwei. Uncle Lan, please take this money. No, 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 Yi Lin, this money is meant for you. Why should I accept compensation for something that does not involve me? Uncle Lan, Aunt Chung was so distressed she fainted. This money is for her treatment. Please, do not refuse. We do not yet know how much she will need. Yi Lin firmly placed the money in Lan Fuguwei's hands. Over the past few days, Lan Fuguwei had come to understand this young man, recognizing him as a genuinely good person. He marveled at his daughter's fortune in befriending such a commendable individual, especially one who was male. Lan Fuguwei realized Yi Lin was truly indifferent to the money, and thinking of his wife's impending medical expenses, he no longer hesitated. Yi Lin, our family is immensely grateful to you. Lan Fuguwei felt a profound sense of appreciation. Uncle Lan, there's no need for formality. We are like family. Once Aunt Chung recovers, I will invite you all to my home for dinner. I have evening classes, so I must take my leave. Yi Lin felt elated, skipping joyfully back to school. In that moment, he felt as though he had returned to the exuberance of his 18-year-old self. Chapter 71. An incident at UT in recent days. Lan Yu has been feeling rather downcast, and Yi Lin has refrained from pressing her for tutoring, allowing him some time to attend to matters concerning the branch store. Gao Xingqiang has nearly completed the renovations of the shop in Jiangqing, and all the necessary equipment has been procured. Yi Lin posted job advertisements in Jiangqing, and numerous individuals have reached out to him via his QQ account. Last weekend, Yi Lin had intended to travel to Jiangqing to interview the applicants, but Lan Yu expressed a desire to send money back home for her mother's medical treatment. Concerned for her well-being, Yi Lin accompanied her to the countryside, postponing the interviews. Consequently, he will have to conduct interviews for the new employees this coming weekend. While the new hires have yet to be selected, preparations for training must commence in advance. The training will take place in Jiangqing. As all the new employees are local residents, Yi Lin plans to have Qin Hui serve as the instructor for these new recruits. Though she is slightly older, Yi Lin holds her in high regard. She is diligent and eager to learn, having inquired multiple times this month about the availability of new products. Yi Lin can perceive her impatience to acquire knowledge. Indeed, new products are forthcoming, but Yi Lin has no intention of revealing them just yet, especially since the sales of lemon products are flourishing, rendering such disclosure unnecessary. The second product will be unveiled once the branch opens. Today marks the expiration of the rental contract with Qin Hui, and Yi Lin intends to renew the agreement with her, while also informing her about the training for new employees scheduled for the weekend. Upon arriving at UT, Yi Lin noticed that the roller shutter was only halfway down, and the shop was not open for business. He found this peculiar, as he had not announced a closure for the day. Curiosity piqued. Yi Lin bent down to enter the shop to ascertain the situation. Inside, a man was seated at one of the dining tables, while others were busy cleaning tools. Upon noticing Yi Lin's entrance, Duan Shubao inquired, "Are you Yi Lin?" "Yes, I am Yi Lin. And you are?" "I am Qin Hui's husband, surnamed Duan. I am here to discuss the contract with you." "Perfect timing. I was just about to speak with Sister Qin about this matter." "Mr. Duan, last month, Sister Qin was concerned about my business and thus rented for only 1 month. Can we now sign a long-term contract?" "Certainly. I have brought the contract with me. You need only sign it." With that, Duan Shubao produced 2 copies of the contract he had prepared in advance and placed them on the table. Yi Lin glanced at the contents of the contract, his anger surging. The document stipulated that the rent would be half of the store's monthly revenue. In other words, should Yi Lin sign this contract, he would have to relinquish half of the store's revenue every month. Moreover, it is revenue, not profit. He would bear the operational costs and salaries, only to give away half of the revenue without accounting for expenses. This was nothing short of extortion. Yi Lin cast a dark look at Duan Shubao. "Are you certain that this contract is not in error?" "It is not erroneous. Just look at the prime location of this shop. Customers flow in continuously, and business is promising. It is entirely reasonable for me to claim half of the revenue. If you feel it is unfair, you are free to choose not to sign. The prosperity of a business is attributed to its location, is it not? Yet, why was your wife unable to sustain her endeavors previously?" Yi Lin remarked. Upon hearing this, Qin Hui felt a sharp sting of insult. In the past, sales were dismal, but now she is thriving. Moreover, when it comes to the art of selling lemons, she boldly claims the second position. For who dares to contest her claim of being the best? Qin Hui is convinced she has mastered this craft completely, and can establish her own enterprise with no difficulty. Despite her repeated inquiries, Yilin has failed to present any new products to teach her. It is clear he has exhausted his offerings. Selling lemons, lemonades, and a variety of fruit teas remains quite lucrative, and Qin Hui has ceased to extend any semblance of cordiality towards Yilin. Yilin, if you can sign, then do so. If not, then leave. Which of your eyes has witnessed my previous failures in business? Upon hearing her words and recalling her incessant questions about new products, Yilin appeared to grasp the situation. Enraged, he retorted, "You plotted against me from the start, didn't you? You intentionally signed a 1-month contract to inflate your price, remaining here to covertly learn my techniques. How shameless. Truly, a clever scholar." Qin Hui chuckled at Yilin's vexation. "You young man, daring to venture into the treacherous waters of society without understanding its perils, perhaps you should return to your studies. What business do you have at your age?" Duan Shubao also hurled verbal insults. Yilin scoffed coldly, relieved he hadn't mentioned his plans for opening a branch, for he would have remained oblivious to her true nature. He never anticipated Qin Hui's duplicitous demeanor. She had always treated him with courtesy and a smile, yet secretly plotted against him. Naturally, Yilin had no intention of signing that contract, for the school gate area has more than one shop available. As he exited the campus, he noticed a clothing store adjacent to the school gate was up for transfer, located directly across from Qin Hui's shop, and boasting a much larger space. Yilin resolved to handle his current affairs promptly and immediately rent the shop across the street. He turned to the 5 girls he had recruited and inquired, "Will you accompany me, or remain here?" Upon hearing his words, Ziling unhesitatingly stepped behind Yilin. The remaining 4 girls remained stationary. During their time with Qin Hui, they had been thoroughly influenced by her, and given Yilin's current predicament, they feared that following him might jeopardize their employment. Observing this, Qin Hui felt a swell of triumph. Yilin refrained from persuading these individuals. He had previously assured them that working with him would eventually lead to managerial positions. Now, as that promise was on the verge of realization, if they preferred to remain with Qin Hui, he would let them. After all, he would not be short of laborers, and they would come to regret their choice. "How much do these equipment pieces cost? I shall pay in full to take them with me." Yilin had already compensated Qin Hui 2,000 for the equipment, and he certainly had no intention of leaving it behind. However, Qin Hui was unwilling to allow Yilin to take away the tools of her trade. Restocking would be both time-consuming and labor-intensive, and with daily earnings exceeding 1,000, the loss would be substantial. She promptly handed him 3,000 as a refund. "I shall no longer sell you these devices. This is the deposit and the security for your rented shop." Yilin remained silent, directly accepting the payment, and subsequently settled the wages for Qin Hui and the 4 young women. He meticulously erased all the data from the computer, removed the business license and 2 health certificates, and called upon Ziling to depart. Upon leaving, Yilin promptly rented a shop adjacent to the school gate across the street. Having learned from this experience, Yilin signed a 1-year lease agreement with the proprietor across the way. Noticing that others had just received their salaries, Ziling felt a twinge of embarrassment and inquired, "Boss, they have all been paid. Why have I not?" Yilin replied with a smile, "Their wages were settled only because they have left. You are still working with me, so rest assured, your payment will be made promptly at the end of this month." "All right, boss, but with the shop gone, I am uncertain about what to do." Yilin reassured her, "There will be plenty for you to do. Do you remember my previous promise? Soon, you will become the shop manager." Ziling was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Yilin elaborated. "UT Beverage Company will be opening 5 branches in Jiang City, making it a total of 6, including the one in Qingyuan County. I will need 6 managers to oversee these shops. I had originally planned for each of you 6 to manage one shop, but alas, they no longer have that opportunity." Upon hearing this, Ziling felt fortunate for her choice to work with Yilin. Qin Hui had also shared quite a few discouraging tales, even promising a future salary increase of 200. Yet, Ziling chose Yilin, perhaps driven by her own affections, and with the news of his 5 new stores, her admiration for him deepened. Yilin continued, "Once you become the manager, your base salary will be 3,000, plus commissions, and the company will cover your 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. In the coming days, I will be recruiting a few new employees in the county. Your job will be to teach them how to prepare lemon beverages. Additionally, here is my new recipe for baked milk. Please use it to create the beverage. Furthermore, here is 1,000 yuan for you to purchase raw materials for training the new staff and preparing the new milk tea. Yi Lin handed a note and the money to Zi Ling, expressing his trust in her capabilities. Zi Ling was elated and filled with determination, declaring, "Boss, I will work diligently and never let you down. Work hard these days in the county, and on the weekend, I will take you to Jiang City to train the new employees. When the shop opens, you may choose where you wish to be the manager." "Thank you, boss. I shall go buy the raw materials now." "Go ahead." As Zi Ling departed from the newly rented shop, Yi Lin also left, needing to visit Huang Bai. Chapter 72. Seeking help from Huang Bai. Before the evening self-study session began, Yi Lin arrived at the classroom. Huang Yi was absent, having spent most of the week at the hospital with her mother. At that moment, Huang Bai was seated at the same table as Gao Mingming, struggling to study together. After attempting to explain several times without success, Gao Mingming was exasperated and felt the urge to strike out. "Fatty, do you think you are a pig? I've told you repeatedly that the essence of these questions remains the same. If I teach you once more and you still don't understand, I shall no longer assist you." After scolding Gao Mingming, she earnestly and meticulously instructed Huang Bai on how to write each step. "Have you understood?" Huang Bai, somewhat troubled, replied, "I should have." "Then rewrite this problem for me to see." With newfound confidence, Huang Bai completed the exercise, only to discover that his answer differed from Gao Mingming's teaching. She smacked her forehead and exclaimed, "Fool, let me teach you once more." Yi Lin observed the two of them for a while, surprised to find that despite Gao Mingming's stern demeanor, she possessed a heart of compassion. Just moments ago, she declared she would not assist him. Yet when Huang Bai made an error, she continued her guidance. As Yi Lin approached and glanced over, he noticed that Gao Mingming was assigning rather difficult problems. "Mingming," he remarked, "these questions are too challenging for him. Perhaps you should start with the basics. His foundation is quite weak. Even if you manage to teach him this time, he will likely forget it later." Huang Bai wholeheartedly agreed with Yi Lin's assessment. "Mingming, Brother Lin is right. I simply cannot solve such questions." Initially silent, Gao Mingming was inclined to follow Yi Lin's recommendation. However, upon hearing Huang Bai making excuses, she scolded, "So you simply want to attempt it? Do you think the examiners will spare you because you don't know how to solve the questions? You lazy bum. With only a few days until the exam, are you just going to think about playing? You might as well forego university altogether. I won't assist you anymore." With that, she returned to her seat. Huang Bai was puzzled, wondering what had provoked her anger. "Brother Lin, why is Gao Mingming more concerned about my university entrance than my own parents? I am at a loss. I truly cannot write." "Fatty, you are blind to your own fortune. It is rare for Mingming to be willing to teach you and invest her time in your future. She sincerely cares about your prospects, yet you fail to apply yourself." Yi Lin responded cheerfully, "But I am genuinely trying," Huang Bai insisted, affirming his dedication to studying. "Are you truly? When you are alone, do you study? Do you memorize your lessons? Have you heard the stories of those who chisel through walls for light or hang themselves to study? Your foundation is already weak. If you are earnest, you should devote every moment, aside from eating and sleeping, to learning. Fatty, you are on the threshold of success. With diligent effort, you will undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of your aspirations." Upon hearing this, Huang Bai lifted his gaze toward Chen Sini, who had turned to look back at him after being distracted by the chatter behind her, disrupting her concentration. Their eyes met, causing Huang Bai's heart to race. As his mind raced with fanciful thoughts, "She is looking at me. She sees my efforts. She must have developed feelings for me. I must study diligently. I must strive for excellence." A blissful smile spread across his face, and his motivation surged. Noticing this, Yi Lin shook his head and playfully slapped Huang Bai on the head. "Brother Lin, why did you hit me? I did nothing. I merely thought you had lost your mind with that foolish grin. Fatty, I have something to discuss with you." "What is it, Brother Lin? Please, tell me." Yi Lin then proceeded to inform Huang Bai about the situation regarding Yucha. After listening to Huang Bai angrily slam the table, he exclaimed, "Shameless." All the students turned to look. Chen Sini, unable to tolerate it any longer, retorted furiously, "Huang Bai, what on earth are you doing? You keep making noise. How can anyone study?" Being scolded by his idol, Huang Bai quickly apologized. "Sini, I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away." Gao Mingming, upon hearing his fawning tone, felt a surge of anger. She stood up and approached Huang Bai, delivering 2 punches. "You fat fool. If you utter another word, I'll tear you apart." After landing her blows, Gao Mingming felt considerably relieved. Fearing she might strike again, Huang Bai quietly asked, "Lin Gu, this old woman Qin Hui is utterly shameless. We cannot let her get away with this. That is certain. Don't worry, everything is under my control. I need a favor from you. Lin Gu, just say the word. Between brothers, what essay favor? Your matters are my matters. How loyal, my friend. In the coming days, Qin Hui will surely open her fruit tea shop. Use your father's camera to take several pictures of the store, both inside and out, especially the product labels, but be cautious not to be seen. She knows you. Or you might get beaten up. If you help me gather this evidence, it will be enough to give her a taste of her own medicine. Lin Gu, rest assured. But since Qin Hui knows me, can I ask Ming Ming for assistance? That's up to you. There's one more thing. What is it? I just rented the clothing store next to the school and need some renovations. Does your father's construction team handle that kind of work? Huang Bai pondered for a moment and replied, Lin Gu, I'm not sure. I'll ask him tonight. All right. But don't tell your father that the store is mine. Huh? Can I say? Not that you can't. I just don't want my father to know about it. I'm sorry, Lin Gu. I mentioned to my parents that the tea shop is yours. Yi Lin, upon hearing this, was not angry. Say what you want. It's no problem. Since your father knows, if he can help me with the renovations, he can contact me directly. Rest assured. Even if my father doesn't handle such small jobs, he should know many renovation bosses. After evening study, Yi Lin bought some items and headed to the hospital. Arriving at the hospital, he navigated to Cheng Tao's ward with ease. Xiaolin, didn't your uncle say not to buy anything when you come? Why did you still buy? In recent days, as Yi Lin visited the hospital daily, Lan Fugui's address for him had grown much more affectionate. Yi Lin smiled and replied, I was worried you hadn't eaten, so I picked up some food. He placed the items on the table, which was nearly overflowing. The trio's eating pace was far slower than Yi Lin's delivery speed. Xiaolin, don't buy these anymore. We can't finish them. And it would be a shame for them to go to waste, Cheng Tao said, her complexion having improved considerably. Got it, Andy. Yi Lin responded as usual. After all, I still have to buy what needs to be bought. After exchanging pleasantries, Yi Lin left the hospital with Lan Yuyu, returning to school. In recent days, Lan Yuyu attends classes during the day and comes to the hospital in the evening to accompany her mother, while Yi Lin picks her up after evening study to return to school. Watching the two depart from the hospital, Cheng Tao remarked, Fugui, do you truly believe that Yuyu and Yi Lin share merely a platonic friendship? Lan Fugui chuckled. What else could it be if not friendship? My concern lies with them. Cheng Tao felt as though the cherished cabbage she had nurtured was in danger of being whisked away by another. Do not fret. Xiaolin is a decent fellow. If he truly wishes to call you mom, you might find joy in that in the future. That is not my point. I believe Yuyu is still quite young and oblivious to many things. She is currently focused on her studies. Perhaps we should have a word with Yi Lin. If he truly has feelings for Yuyu, he should express them in a few years. Let us not worry about the children. Many girls in the village have already become mothers by Yuyu's age. Though she may seem naive, do you not see that your daughter wishes to spend time with Yi Lin? Cheng Tao pondered this, recognizing that Yi Lin had not behaved inappropriately towards Yuyu. Rather, he seemed to care for her like an elder brother. Chapter 73. The Crabpot Project. Huang Bai returned home and immediately informed his father about Yi Lin's renovation plans. Huang Jinlong expressed his confusion. Is there not a store at the entrance of Yi Lin's school? How can two businesses operate at the same location? Huang Bai elucidated the situation. Upon hearing the story, Huang Jinlong was impressed, marveling at the audacity of some individuals in this world. The following afternoon, Huang Jinlong invited Yi Lin to lunch. In a private dining room at the Qingyuan Grand Hotel, he ordered an extravagant feast. After class, Yi Lin, accompanied by Huang Bai, Gao Mingming, and Lan Yuyu, made their way to the hotel. Upon seeing Yi Lin arrive, Huang Jinlong promptly stood up, beaming as he said, You must be Yi Lin. Young man, you are quite handsome, reminiscent of how I looked in my youth. I am Yi Lin, he replied, shaking hands with him. Although Yi Lin had previously encountered Huang Jinlong, this was their first direct interaction. Hearing her husband's boastful remarks, Wu Yanli scoffed, as if you could be compared to him. In your youth, you resembled a pig. It was sheer blindness on my part to have chosen you. To have caught my eye is your fortune from 8 lifetimes. Huang Jinlong retorted, then turned to the 2 female classmates behind him, asking Huang Bai, Son, who are these 2? Huang Bai introduced, Dad, these are my classmates. This is Gao Mingming, and this is Lan Yuyu. Gao Mingming, the daughter of Gao Xingqiang. Huang Jinlong's smile widened. Mingming, are you not the daughter of Director Gao Xingqiang? Gao Mingming replied sweetly, Uncle Huang. Yes, do you know my father? Indeed, I recently accepted a construction project at your father's factory. You must come to our home to play with Bai more often. Do you know where we live? Huang Jinlong's demeanor towards Gao Mingming was warmer than that towards his own son. As Gao Mingming had never visited Huang Bai's home, she replied honestly, I do not know. This is the location of my uncle's house. Do visit when you have the opportunity. Just inform him of your arrival. And he will ask Andy to prepare a meal for you, as her culinary skills are exceptional. It was precisely her talent in the kitchen that won my heart in the beginning. Huang Jinlong handed Gao Mingming a business card. Wu Yanli, upon hearing her past mentioned, retorted, why speak of such matters in front of the children? They are all students, and our focus should be on their studies. Indeed, let us refrain from such discussions. Please, everyone, take a seat. After a morning full of classes, I am certain you must be hungry. With Huang Jinlong's words, everyone settled down. Speaking of studies, Xiaolin, Mingming, and Yu, allow me to raise a toast to you. Huang Jinlong lifted his glass and drank, leaving Yi Lin and the others bewildered. Was it customary for an elder to toast to them? After drinking, Huang Jinlong explained, I am immensely grateful for your assistance in educating my son. You are indeed my benefactors. This lad has never been fond of studying, but he has changed remarkably. Not only has he slimmed down considerably, but he is also now dedicated to his books. Uncle Huang, we are merely classmates. It is our duty to help. Yi Lin replied politely. Wu Yanli, feeling a sense of pride, added, Xiaolin, you cannot fathom the hopes we parents hold, wishing our children to soar. Last night, I saw Bai studying late into the night, which filled my heart with joy. In the future, you must continue to support him. Yes, my son is not particularly bright, so I implore you to teach him diligently. Should he encounter any challenges, he can always turn to me for assistance without hesitation. Hearing his father's words, Huang Bai, feeling aggrieved, protested, Dad, am I still your son? Why say such things about me? I deserve a modicum of dignity. You haven't been diligent in your studies. What's wrong with a little reprimand? Wu Yanli shot back. Gao Mingming, astonished, inquired, chubby Huang Bai. You studied until midnight last night. Indeed, Mingming. My foundation is weak, so I must exert myself more. Huang Bai was sincere, after being encouraged by Yi Lin. He had resolved to give it his all. Have you lost your mind? Staying up late without rest? You'll just end up sleeping in class the next day. Can't you manage your time wisely? Study when it's time to study, and rest when it's time to rest? Although Gao Mingming felt relieved that Huang Bai had developed a desire to learn, she disapproved of his approach. If he slept during class and studied late into the night, he would not only fail to learn anything, but also jeopardize his health. Huang Mingming's concerns were echoed by Huang Jinlong and Wu Yanli, who scolded Huang Bai once more. They urged him to heed Gao Mingming's advice. If he disobeyed, she had the authority to discipline him as she saw fit. With such a powerful ally, Gao Mingming smiled slyly at Huang Bai, making him feel a chill run down his spine. Once they had finished eating and expressed their gratitude, Huang Jinlong shifted the conversation to the main topic, saying, Xiaolin, I have heard about your shop from Bai. Would you like me to assist you in reclaiming it? We cannot allow them to think you are easy to intimidate. Taking advantage of a younger person, such behavior is utterly shameless. Thank you, Uncle Huang. I will handle this matter myself. You mentioned yesterday that you could assist me with the renovation. We can discuss the cost during our meal today. How shall we calculate the expenses? Yi Lin inquired. The reason for seeking Huang Jinlong's assistance was due to Yi Lin's complete lack of knowledge regarding renovations. Attempting to manage it alone could lead to unfortunate pitfalls. By enlisting Huang Bai to communicate with Huang Jinlong about the renovations, the likelihood of being taken advantage of was significantly diminished. After all, if Huang Jinlong were to exploit his own interests, how would Huang Bai maintain his integrity moving forward? Huang Jinlong chuckled and replied, You need only cover the cost of materials. I will take care of the rest. That won't do. I can manage the expenses myself. It's a trivial amount, really. You have assisted Bai so much. Consider this a token of gratitude from your uncle. Do not refuse. If you disagree, I shall find someone else for the renovations. Huang Jinlong firmly stated. Observing his unwavering determination, Yi Lin ceased his objections. Given Huang Jinlong's eagerness to assist him, Yi Lin resolved to share the details of the meat crab pot project, hoping to secure an investment for his establishment, thereby advancing his career. After listening, Huang Jinlong hesitated momentarily. Recalling how his son had once missed out on Yu Cha, he decided to take a chance and agreed to invest in Yi Lin, suggesting they open a trial location in Jiangqing. Though the meal was shared with younger individuals, Huang Jinlong was in high spirits, drinking to the point of inebriation. Yi Lin and his peers, being students, naturally refrained from alcohol, opting instead for soft drinks. In the afternoon, after school, Yilin accompanied Lan Yuyu to the hospital. Upon his return, he was intercepted by Gao Xingqiang. Gao Mingming had informed her family about Yilin's venture with Huang Jinlong regarding the meat crab pot, prompting Gao Xingqiang to rush out, believing he should not miss out on this opportunity. Upon learning of Gao Xingqiang's desire to participate in the investment, Yilin contacted Huang Jinlong. However, at that moment, Huang Jinlong was sound asleep from intoxication, making any discussion impossible. Fortunately, Wu Yanli answered the phone. Upon hearing that Gao Xingqiang wished to join the endeavor, she did not dare voice any objections and simply stated that she would defer to their arrangements. The final agreement stipulated that Yilin would hold 60 of the shares, while Huang Jinlong's original 40 would be divided into 2 portions. The initial funding would be provided equally by Huang Jinlong and Gao Xingqiang, each contributing 500,000 to be reimbursed once the establishment began to generate profit. During evening study hall, Yilin noticed Zhou Zhengqi once again seeking him out, which was becoming overwhelming. This individual had been pursuing him for half a month without relent. Chapter 74. High School Basketball Cup. Yilin, there's a teacher looking for you, a classmate shouted from the doorway. Yilin, feeling helpless, stepped out of the classroom. Teacher Zhou, I truly do not wish to join the basketball team. I am focused on my university entrance exams. Zhou Jingqi felt somewhat awkward. Having been rejected before he could even speak, students typically begged him to join the team, yet here he was, repeatedly turned down by one student. It must have been easier to persuade Zhuge Liang than to convince Yilin. However, the primary purpose of Zhou Jingqi's visit today was not to convince him to join the basketball team. If you do not wish to be a basketball player, then so be it. However, I am here for another matter, Zhou Jingqi stated. Curious about what else Zhou Jingqi could possibly want, Yilin inquired further. Teacher Zhou, what brings you to me? At the beginning of November, the Jiangxing High School Cup basketball tournament is approaching, and I have come to invite you to join the school team to bring glory to our institution. This competition holds great significance. It could very well be a watershed moment in one's basketball career. Numerous esteemed teachers from various universities will be in attendance, and should you perform exceptionally, you might just be selected. Last year, representatives from Kyoto Sports Academy were present, but regrettably, the students did not perform admirably and were not chosen. I suspect the teachers from Kyoto Sports Academy will return this year. If you agree to participate in the school team for this competition, I will ensure you have the opportunity to play. Zhou Jingqi excitedly declared that for an athlete, gaining admission to Kyoto Sports Academy is akin to being accepted into Tsinghua or Peking University. Just then, Qin Tianzhu overheard Zhou Zhengqi's words and indignantly interjected, Teacher Zhou, on what basis? Wasn't it said that selection is based on merit? That only those who excel are qualified to represent the school? Zhou Jingqi retorted without hesitation. Is Yilin not excellent? If your skills were even half as impressive as Yilin's, I would extend the same opportunity to you. If not, then step aside. Qin Tianzhu yearned to counter, but found himself at a loss for words. He acknowledged Yilin's superiority, yet he still felt a sense of injustice. Zhou Zhengqi ignored Qin Tianzhu's protests and continued addressing Yilin. Yilin, you see how everyone is eager to seize this opportunity, understanding how rare it truly is? If it were not for witnessing Qin Tianzhu's flushed face and agitated demeanor, Yilin might have thought this exchange was merely a performance for his benefit. Yilin did not exhibit the excitement Zhou Zhengqi envisioned. Instead, he responded calmly, Teacher Zhou, does this not simply mean I would be joining as a basketball player? Not at all, Zhou Zhengqi clarified. This is merely a temporary invitation to join the school team to bring honor to our institution and earn personal accolades. After this tournament, you are free to withdraw from the team. Determined to have Yilin participate in the competition, Zhou Jingqi, as a basketball coach, recognized Yilin's exceptional talent. He knew he could not compete with Yilin in a one-on-one match. With such remarkable basketball aptitude, it would be a waste to have him focus solely on academics. With proper training, he could undoubtedly become a star athlete. If he is selected during this high school cup, what need would there be for college entrance exams? Moreover, with Yilin's grades being among the lowest in the school, what chance did he have of gaining university admission? Thank you for your kindness, Teacher Zhou, but I am not interested and do not wish to squander my time on such matters. Please extend this opportunity to others. Yilin replied before turning to head back to the classroom. Wait, Zhou Zhengqi called after Yilin. Upon hearing this, Yilin halted and turned back, asking, Teacher Zhou, is there anything else? Zhou Jingqi approached Yi Lin and whispered, Ling Feixue is a member of the school's cheerleading squad, and she will be there to cheer and dance during the high school cup. Are you certain you do not wish to participate? I do not, Yi Lin stated, returning directly to his seat. Zhou Jingqi found it perplexing. Wasn't it said that this fellow had an affection for Ling Feixue? Wasn't it claimed that he could hardly move in her presence? Given such a splendid opportunity to showcase himself before Ling Feixue, how could he possibly refuse? Qin Tianzhu had not left. He was nearby, listening to the conversation between Zhou Jingqi and Yi Lin, unable to suppress a chuckle. What was so amusing? Zhou Jingqi, filled with frustration after being rejected by Yi Lin, perceived Qin Tianzhu's laughter as a mere punching bag. Teacher Zhou, are you not aware that Yi Lin no longer harbors feelings for Ling Feixue? Fearing retribution, Qin Tianzhu offered an explanation. How could I know? Zhou Jingqi retorted with irritation. He thought to himself, no wonder Yi Lin showed no reaction upon hearing that Ling Feixue was joining the cheerleading squad. It seemed he had placed his affections on the wrong idol. Teacher Zhou, it is likely that you are the only one unaware of Yi Lin's disinterest in Ling Feixue. If you grant me a chance to participate in the high school cup, I can assure you that Yi Lin will join the team for the competition. In pursuit of an opportunity to showcase his abilities on the court, Qin Tianzhu intended to negotiate terms with Zhou Jingqi. His bargaining chip was his knowledge of how to persuade Yi Lin to compete. Qin Tianzhu, are you attempting to negotiate with me? I will give you 10 seconds to contemplate your answer. 10, 9, 8. Qin Tianzhu was at a loss for words. This was truly bullying. Stop, 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 Teacher Zhou. I will agree, he exclaimed hastily. If you had mentioned that Lan Yuyu was joining the cheerleading squad, Yi Lin would have undoubtedly agreed to compete. Who is Lan Yuyu? Why? Zhou Jingqi questioned, perplexed by this mysterious figure. You don't know who Lan Yuyu is? Why would I bother asking if you did? Qin Tianzhu replied. Lan Yuyu is our new classmate who transferred last month, Yi Lin's deskmate, and she achieved the highest score in the entire school during last month's exams. Yi Lin and Lan Yuyu are inseparable. Whatever Lan Yuyu suggests, Yi Lin would willingly comply. Had you mentioned that Lan Yuyu was participating in the cheerleading squad? Do you believe Yi Lin would refrain from competing? Are you certain this strategy will work? Zhou Jingqi expressed skepticism. I cannot guarantee it 100%. But based on my observations over the past 2 weeks, if Lan Yuyu goes, Yi Lin will likely agree. Fine, I will trust you this once. Should you deceive me, you will find training to be quite uncomfortable, Zhou Jingqi warned before departing. He made his way to the Chinese language office to speak with Leng Yanxiu. Teacher Leng, are you busy? Zhou Jingqi inquired. Not particularly. Is there something you need, Teacher Zhou? Leng Yanxiu responded. As it happens, we are preparing for the high school cup basketball competition in Jiangxing, where many educators from various universities will be in attendance, possibly including instructors from the Kyoto Sports Institute. I noticed that Yi Lin plays quite well, and I would like to have him join the school basketball team to represent us and bring honor to our institution. If he performs well, he will surely attract the attention of university recruiters. Given Yi Lin's poor academic performance, this could be his only opportunity to attend college. Zhou Jingqi expressed with enthusiasm. Teacher, are you not aware that your physical education teachers are oblivious to the academic standings of students? Yi Lin's grades are poor. Leng Yanxiu replied, somewhat astonished, realizing that this group of physical education teachers seemed unaware of their students' academic achievements. What do you mean? Zhou Jingqi found himself perplexed by Leng Yanxiu's reaction. As for her remark about being oblivious to matters beyond her immediate surroundings, it was not that she lacked the desire to know. Rather, the opportunity simply did not present itself. During physical education classes, the cultural studies teachers for the senior year often claimed that the PE instructor was unwell and could not attend, thus monopolizing the class time. With students rarely seen, how could there be a chance to comprehend their academic performances? Leng Yanxiu elucidated, Mr. Zhou, Yi Lin's grades are far from poor. He scored 520 in the last monthly exam. How can you suggest that he is underperforming? Zhou Jingqi was taken aback. Yi Lin scored 520 in the monthly exam? Ms. Leng, are you jesting? I have no inclination to jest with you. If you doubt me, feel free to verify the results. Thus, for Yi Lin, pursuing basketball is not his sole opportunity for university admission. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jingqi began to grasp why he had been unable to sway Yi Lin's decision. Nevertheless, he had resolved to ensure that Yi Lin participated in the upcoming basketball tournament. Ms. Leng, even if Yi Lin's grades have improved and he can gain university admission, does that mean he can secure a place at Tsinghua or Peking University? Can he gain entry to Kyoto University? However, athletics is an entirely different matter. He possesses extraordinary talent, and by pursuing sports, he stands a significant chance of being accepted into the Kyoto Sports Academy, an institution regarded as equivalent to Tsinghua and Peking University in the realm of athletics. Lung Yinxiu conceded that there was merit to this argument. While Yilin might only gain admission to an average university through academic channels, he could potentially secure a spot at the prestigious Kyoto Sports Academy through sports. She was aware that the Kyoto Sports Academy was a top-tier institution for athletics, having produced numerous Olympic gold medalists. Mr. Zhou, so your intention in seeking me is to persuade Yilin to participate in this competition, is that correct? Zhou Jingqi waved his hand dismissively, replying, I have been trying to reach Yilin for half a month, but he has no desire to become a basketball player. Even if you, Ms. Lung, were to approach him, he would recognize that I sent you to persuade him, which would only intensify his resistance. Then what is your purpose in seeking me? Lung Yinxiu questioned, uncertain of Zhou Zhengqi's intentions. Ms. Lung, I have heard that a student in your class named Lan Yuyu spends her days inseparable from Yilin. They are not conjoined twins. It is merely that they share a good rapport, she replied. That is acceptable. Ms. Lung, could you arrange for Lan Yuyu to join the school's cheerleading squad to support the students participating in the high school cup basketball competition? Lung Yinxiu chuckled, Mr. Zhou, you may not be aware, but Lan Yuyu is quite shy and would struggle with something like cheerleading. Zhou Jingqi spoke earnestly, Ms. Lung. If Yilin participates in the competition, he could potentially gain admission to the Kyoto Sports Academy. If he succeeds in entering the academy, he may very well become a basketball star in our country. His rise to stardom would bring great renown to our school, and as one of your students, he could become a source of pride for you. In your class, some students claim that as long as Lan Yuyu participated in the high school basketball competition, Yilin would inevitably join as well. Yilin possesses remarkable talent for basketball, a rare gem not to be squandered. Hence, I sought your assistance, Teacher Lung. Upon hearing Zhou Zhengqi's earnest words, Lung Yinxiu was taken aback. This represented a form of growth for both students. Teacher Zhou, I shall give it a try. Though I cannot predict the outcome, she replied. Your willingness to attempt is sufficient. With that, Zhou Jingqi shared his thoughts with Lung Yinxiu. The following day, Friday. Early in the morning, Yilin was summoned to the office by Lung Yinxiu, while Lan Yuyu was called to a different office. Zhou Jingqi had envisioned Lan Yuyu to be an exceptionally beautiful individual, someone who could persuade Yilin to forsake Ling Feixue. However, upon their meeting, he felt disappointed. She was not as stunning as he had imagined, or perhaps she could not even be deemed beautiful, merely an ordinary girl. With such looks, it seemed unreasonable to include her in the cheerleading team, which made Zhou Jingqi feel somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, for Yilin's sake, he thought it might suffice to enhance her appearance with makeup later on. As for whether the dance instructor would agree to accept her, it was certainly not an issue, as the instructor happened to be Zhou Zhengqi's wife. Zhou Zhengqi inquired, Student, your name is Lan Yuyu, correct? Lan Yuyu nodded in affirmation. I am Zhou Jingqi, the school's physical education teacher specializing in basketball. I am here to invite you to join the cheerleading team, to support our school as participants in the high school basketball competition. Would you be willing to accept this invitation? Lan Yuyu shook her head in refusal. Not interested? Zhou Zhengqi pressed on. Yilin will be participating in this competition, and I heard you are good friends. Do you not wish to cheer for him? Lan Yuyu hesitated upon hearing this. Seizing the moment, Zhou Zhengqi continued, the competition will be held at the Jiangxing Sports Center, and only athletes and cheerleaders will be allowed inside. All the other athletes will have their friends present to cheer them on, yet Yilin might be left alone. If you do not attend, he may have no one to cheer for him, no one to bring him water, and certainly no one to hand him a towel to wipe his sweat. That would be rather pitiable. Zhou Jingqi painted a rather sorrowful picture of Yilin. Lan Yuyu envisioned Yilin standing alone, and her heart ached. She replied, Teacher, if Yilin is going, then I will go as well. Excellent. I shall take you to report to the dance instructor right away, Zhou Jingqi exclaimed with delight, eagerly anticipating the outcome with Teacher Lung. Meanwhile, Lung Yinxiu inquired of Yilin, Yilin, Teacher Zhou approached you about participating in the basketball competition to bring glory to the school. Why have you chosen not to attend? Teacher, Zhou has been persistently trying to make me a basketball player for half a month now. But I truly have no interest in playing basketball. Yilin expressed his helplessness. He would only consider playing if Lan Yuyu also participated. Yet, was that even a possibility? Did Teacher Zhou not inform you that Lan Yuyu is also going? Upon hearing this, Yilin inquired, Lan Yuyu is going too? What is her purpose? She learned that you would be participating in the high school basketball competition to bring glory to the school, so she volunteered to join the cheerleading squad to support you. Impossible, Teacher Lung, you must be lying. Yi Lin was utterly unconvinced. Such a matter was not something Lan Yuyu would withhold from her. What would I gain from deceiving you? Just moments ago, Teacher Zhou sought her out. Upon hearing about your participation in the competition, she immediately agreed to join the cheerleading team. Infuriated, Yi Lin exclaimed that Zhou Jingqi is such a sly one. Teacher Long, confused, asked, "What did you just say?" "It's nothing, Teacher Long. Isn't Teacher Zhou just trying to deceive us? I refuse to go. I will inform you not to attend either." "Teacher Long, can't you see that Lan Yuyu is simply not suited for this? Do you expect her to jump around in front of so many people? Is she capable of that?" There was a hint of grievance in Yi Lin's words. "She can do it. Yi Lin, you must believe in her. After all, she was quite cheerful in her childhood." "Teacher Long, please do not put her in a difficult position. I will participate in the competition alone." Teacher Lung replied sternly, "Yi Lin, this is not about making things difficult for her. It is a test and a means of growth. She cannot rely on others for protection her entire life. Nor can she avoid work in the future. Employment necessitates social interaction and, at times, participation in various activities. If she does not grow, how will she face life later on? If she can endure this cheerleading experience, she will become more confident and cheerful in the future. What you need to do is to support and encourage her, allowing her to grow, rather than shielding her from challenges she will inevitably encounter. She trusts you greatly at this moment. She is willing to listen to your words, thus you can assist her. You should be her lifelong source of strength, not merely a safe haven. There will come a time when she must set sail, and a safe harbor cannot protect a ship destined for the open sea." Yi Lin found wisdom in Teacher Lung's words. She recognized that Lan Yu needed to grow, as she could not remain by her side every moment for eternity. "I understand. Teacher Lung, I will seize this opportunity to encourage her more. I will participate in the competition. But please inform Zhou Jingqi that my reason for attending is not to impress any college educators nor for the school's honor, but solely for Lan Yuyu's growth. I have a small request. My good friend Huang Bai and Lan Yuyu's close companion Gao Mengmeng must also attend." Yi Lin included Huang Bai and Gao Mengmeng because, in his absence, Gao Mengmeng could look after Lan Yuyu. The reason for bringing Huang Bai along was purely to divert attention. He was a male and rather portly, and his dancing would surely amuse everyone. Consequently, not many would pay attention to Gao Mengmeng and Lan Yuyu. After all, Huang Bai had a thick skin, so there was no need to worry about any psychological burden on him. Cold and aloof, Xiao Yan pondered aloud. While there is no issue with Gao Mengmeng joining the cheerleading squad, can Huang Bai, as a male, really be part of it? It's fine. Let us just include him. Zhou Jingqi will surely agree. If he doesn't, I want to participate, and I'll provide Huang Bai with the necessary psychological support. He won't object at all. During the early reading session, Huang Bai suddenly let out several loud sneezes, which puzzled him, as the weather was not particularly cold. Chapter 76. Which one is genuine? Days passed, and Yi Lin had successfully delegated tasks to Huang Bai, capturing a multitude of photographs of Yucha from every angle. Upon receiving the photos developed by Huang Bai, Yi Lin promptly reached out to the legal department of Shengqiang Group for assistance in addressing the matter. Since Shengqiang Group was currently managing Yi Lin's company, his affairs fell under their jurisdiction, and they were highly proactive in resolving the issue. However, due to the absence of a signed contract or confidentiality agreement with Qin Hui, there were no confidentiality concerns regarding the formula. This meant that Qin Hui's use of Yi Lin's product to create fruit beverages did not constitute infringement. The only viable course of action was to accuse her of trademark infringement. Based on Shengqiang Group's counsel, Yi Lin decided to hold off on suing Qin Hui for the time being, opting to reassess the situation in a few days. As long as she did not alter her sign, it was tantamount to working for him. Huang Jinlong instructed 2 renovation teams to work around the clock on Yi Lin's shop, and by Monday, it was finally ready for opening. Xiling had nearly completed training the newly recruited staff. Yet, plans often fall prey to unforeseen circumstances. In Jiangcheng, those who submitted resumes were merely interviewed and contracted, leaving no time for training. Yi Lin had not anticipated the renovation's rapid progress. Through this experience, he came to understand that the pace of a project is contingent upon the promptness of the client's payments. With the new store in Qingyuan set to open, Xiling was unable to spare time to train the new employees in Jiangxing. Consequently, Yilin had to postpone this matter until the new store was stabilized. At noon, amidst the sound of firecrackers, Yucha's Qingyuan location commenced operations. Qin Hui regarded the situation with disdain. Although the store was established by Yilin, she had been the one managing it all along, and she firmly believed that customers would still prefer her establishment. As anticipated, many patrons noticed the newly opened milk tea shop outside the school, also named Yucha. However, no one approached to make a purchase. Instead, they curiously inquired with Qin Hui. With a sense of triumph, Qin Hui explained, "The shop across is merely imitating us. Did you see that girl behind the counter? She learned a bit of technique from me and thought she could open her own place." Upon hearing Qin Hui's words, a wave of indignation surged among the crowd. "Sister Qin, how shameless of them. Indeed, Sister Qin, you should sue her." Hearing the crowd rallying to her defense, Qin Hui felt quite pleased. There's no need to sue. Although she has opened a new store, customers still prefer to buy from me, don't they? Sister Qin, you truly are magnanimous. Indeed, Sister Qin clearly possesses the acumen for grand business ventures. If it were me, I would have sued her without hesitation. People like that deserve no leniency. After the crowd rallied in support of Qin Hui, they proceeded to the new UT store to voice their grievances. Yilin had previously instructed that Ziling should ignore the commotion and focus on her work. If there were customers, they would prepare drinks, and if not, they would rest. Given that this was a newly opened establishment, there were indeed a few patrons eager to sample its offerings. Those who tasted the new drinks were astonished to find that the fruit teas from both stores were indistinguishable in flavor. Moreover, the new shop boasted a wider array of products, with its newly launched roasted milk series exuding a rich aroma that lingered delightfully on the palate. In the afternoon, before classes commenced, the students brought the gossip about the two UT shops into the school, engaging in animated discussions. The majority expressed disdain for the new establishment, branding it shameless. Within the classroom, conversations were equally fervent. Many students had grown accustomed to purchasing a cup of fruit tea before entering school, naturally drawing their attention to such rumors. Wang Xiaocheng exclaimed in indignation, "If it were me, I would bankrupt that little scoundrel." He Xiaowei added, "I knew it. The lemon fruit tea they bought for me from the new store tastes exactly the same as the one from UT. Now it makes sense." Chun Xian, in amazement, asked, "None of you have tried the roasted milk from the new store?" The classmates shook their heads in response. Observing this, Chun Xian continued, "The flavor of this roasted milk is absolutely divine, superior to any I have ever tasted before." "Is it really that good?" asked a curious classmate. Just then, Gao Meng entered the classroom, accompanied by three girls dressed in matching attire emblazoned with the words UT. Each of them carried a dozen cups of milk tea, including Gao Meng herself. "Classmates, place the milk tea here. We are leaving," they announced, setting the drinks on the podium before departing. All the students turned their curious gazes towards them. Gao Meng stood atop the podium and, with her robust voice, declared, "Today, I am treating you all to UT's new milk tea. 1 cup per person, no more." As she finished speaking, the entire class erupted in cheers. Huang Bai, sticking to the script, shouted, "Gao Meng, why the sudden generosity? I cannot abide the shamelessness of certain individuals. I must support the authentic product," she replied, piquing the curiosity of many classmates. Meng, what are you talking about?" Wang Xiaocheng inquired, puzzled. "Have you all seen that newly opened milk tea shop?" Many days students nodded, their expressions eager for gossip. They were inclined to trust Gao Meng's words, as she was quite affluent and connected, privy to numerous secrets. "Let me tell you, that new shop is the true UT. Qin Hui's establishment is a counterfeit." The class was struck with shock and confusion. Qin Tianzhu remarked, "Gao Meng, have you lost your senses? How could Qin Jie's shop possibly be a fake?" As a longtime fan of UT, Qin Tianzhu was a staunch supporter of Qin Hui, having always purchased from her store. The goods may be genuine, yet the store is a facade. This newly opened establishment is the true UT. Qin Tianzhu chuckled, remarking, "This new shop has just emerged, while Sister Qin has been selling milk tea outside our school for many years. Who is the authentic one and who is the counterfeit? It is evident to anyone with a modicum of sense. Gao Meng, you must be a shill for the new store." Fuming, Gao Meng shot back at Qin Tianzhu. "UT is owned by a friend of mine. How could I not be aware of that? Sister Qin has run her milk tea shop for so long without success, nearly facing closure last month. How could she suddenly become so popular? Is it due to her? No, It is because my friend rented her shop and employed her, only to be betrayed. Gao Mingming then recounted the entire saga to the class. Upon hearing it, the entire class was taken aback. The situation seemed utterly absurd. Yet, Sister Qin always appeared so amiable. She did not seem like the type to engage in such treachery. Qin Tianzhu remained unconvinced, continuing to probe Gao Mingming. If you claim your friend owns it, what is their name? If you cannot provide it, you are indeed a shill. Gao Mingming longed to respond, but recalled Yi Lin's warning not to disclose her friend's business venture. Thus, she remained silent. Qin Tianzhu, brimming with self-satisfaction, declared, "You cannot name them, can you? You are indeed a shill. I told you, Sister Qin is far too kind to act in such a manner." Gao Mingming, unable to argue her case, fumed silently. At that moment, Huang Bai interjected, "Qin Tianzhu, are you serious? Is there any need to explain? Just check the business license, and it will be clear. Go see which establishment is named Yoti. You are the one who is likely a shill for that disgusting woman, Qin Hui." The class found Huang Bai's argument compelling. A quick glance would reveal the truth, and they ceased their squabble, eager to leave class and investigate further. The bell rang, signaling the start of the afternoon study session. As Gao Mingming descended from the podium and passed by Qin Tianzhu's desk, she snatched the milk tea from his table. "Gao Mingming, what are you doing?" Qin Tianzhu asked, perplexed. "You do not deserve to drink the milk tea I purchased." With that, she marched straight to the trash bin and discarded it. Qin Tianzhu, feeling both embarrassed and somewhat irate, lamented internally. Yet, he had to admit, that baked milk tea was splendid. He regretted not finishing it before Gao Mingming arrived. Huang Bai seized Gao Mingming's arm, whispering, "Mingming, how did I perform in my role just now?" Fuming, Gao Mingming playfully struck Huang Bai a few times. "What was that for?" he protested, wincing. Gao Mingming retorted, "Qin Tianzhu annoyed me. I hit you a few times to vent my frustration. Do you have a problem with that?" Huang Bai dared not object. No. Mingming, it's time for afternoon study. You should return to your seat." Gao Mingming glanced over at Yan Haoqing and gave a swift kick to the side of his chair. Yan Haoqing looked over, puzzled. "Yan Haoqing, go sit at my desk for a moment." Not wishing to provoke Gao Mingming, he complied and walked over obediently. At this moment, the harmonious sounds of reading from the entire class drowned out Huang Bai's cries of anguish. Chapter 77, Court Summons, Shop Closure. With the opening of the new store, Yi Lin took a half-day leave. Similarly, Lan Yuyu also requested a half-day off, with Yi Lin absent from the classroom. She had no desire to remain there, and thus went to the hospital to accompany her mother. During class hours, the shop was not particularly busy. Sensing the delightful aroma of milk, Qin Hui stepped out and crossed the road to arrive at Yi Lin's establishment. She glanced at the menu, noting the two offerings, the fruit tea series and the baked milk series. "I would like a cup of baked milk," she stated. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Ziling turned to see Qin Hui. Unsure of how to proceed, whether to serve her or not, Ziling hesitated. The other new employees, having heard about the shop situation from Ziling, regarded Qin Hui with trepidation. "Boss," unsure of what to do, Ziling called out to the storage room. Hearing her, Yi Lin emerged and inquired, "What is it?" Ziling pointed at Qin Hui. "Little boss, I would like a cup of baked milk." Yi Lin remained composed, responding, "If you wish to enjoy milk tea, please place your order. Here, we require payment before preparation." Qin Hui promptly produced 5 yuan. Soon, an employee gathered ingredients and swiftly crafted a cup of baked milk. Qin Hui observed intently, unable to discern any trickery. "Would you like it packaged, or to drink it now?" An employee inquired. "To drink now, please. Do you need assistance with the straw?" "Yes, please." The employee deftly extracted the straw using tongs, inserting it without any direct contact. Qin Hui was taken aback. Such considerate service was unexpected. Yi Lin has indeed kept this under wraps. I have learned something new today. After taking a sip, Qin Hui felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. This milk tea was worlds apart from the powdered milk tea she had previously concocted. With a hint of melancholy, she remarked, "I asked you so many times before, and you said there were no new products?" Yi Lin admired her audacity, wondering how long she could maintain such composure. Indeed, at that time, we had not developed anything new. Fortunately, we didn't. Otherwise, you would have benefited. Qin Hui, undeterred, replied with pride, "Your shop is beautifully decorated, but it seems to lack customers. Look at my place, we can hardly keep up. You should keep busy then. I fear such opportunities may be rare. I see your opportunities are scarce as well. When you close down, do let me know. I would be keen to take over this establishment. I quite fancy your decor," she added, requesting 4 more cups of baked milk to take back to her shop. Ziling, feeling frustrated, exclaimed, "Boss, she is being unreasonable. It's fine, just ignore her." Yilin reassured her, returning to the storage room, where he was engrossed in developing an ice cream recipe. In the afternoon, as school let out, a throng of students surged from the gates, with Qin Tianzhu rushing ahead of the pack. Upon witnessing the crowd of students heading towards his shop, Qin Hui was exhilarated. However, when Qin Tianzhu was the first to enter and saw the business license hanging above, disappointment flickered across his face. Operator, Qin Hui name. Sister Hui milk tea type. Individual business immediately, Qin Tianzhu rushed across the street to inspect the business license. Operator, Su Xiling name. UT Qingyuan store type. Individual business at that moment, it became clear which shop was genuine and which was a fade. The other students, upon witnessing the situation, began to regard Qin Hui with a newfound scrutiny. Qin Tianzhu, unable to savor the grilled milk today, had his drink snatched away and hastily ordered another. In just half a day, the fortunes of both establishments had dramatically shifted. Initially, the other students were oblivious to the unfolding drama, but the classmates from Class 1, eager for attention, spread the news far and wide. Qin Hui had presumed that the influx of students signified potential business, only to discover that they entered her shop merely to inspect the business license before darting across to the other side. Sensing trouble, she promptly removed her business license. The following day, acting on her husband's suggestion, they fabricated a new business license to display. Operator, Qin Hui name. UT type. Individual business. As the news spread, numerous students, driven by curiosity, came to investigate, only to find that both shops were indeed named UT. Wasn't it supposed to be Sister Hui milk tea? How did they become identical? Upon noticing that Yilin's store had an additional Qingyuan branch, while Qin Hui's shop was simply UT, word for word, the students began to believe that Qin Hui was the authentic one, leading to a division of opinions within the school. Yilin was grateful for the assistance provided by Gao Mengmeng and Huang Bai in clarifying matters the previous day. He and T requested their intervention. Rather, it was Gao Mengmeng who, incensed by the situation, took it upon herself to defend him, while Huang Bai was coerced into cooperating with her. To express his gratitude, Yilin resolved to treat them to hot pot after school. Yilin initially thought the matter had concluded, but soon he was confronted with new developments. Upon hearing the gossip that Qin Hui's shop was named UT, he was left bewildered. What was going on? He swiftly contacted the legal department of Shengxiang Group to investigate the issue. Before long, the legal department informed Yilin that there was no record of an individual business under the name UT associated with Qin Hui, only Sister Hui milk tea. According to Yilin, it would be impossible for her to obtain such a license overnight. It typically took 3 to 5 days. The absence of records and the illogical timeline led Shengxiang Group to suspect that the business license was forged. Upon hearing this, Yilin instructed them to immediately file a lawsuit against Sister Hui milk tea for infringing upon the trademark of UT Beverage Company, Limited. By noon the next day, Yilin made a call to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, reporting the forgery of a business license. Unbeknownst to Qin Hui, who was blissfully unaware of the impending trouble, she reveled in the recent changes to her business license, pleased to see a resurgence of old customers. Believing she had triumphed over Yilin, she glanced at the shop across the street, disdainfully thinking, what if they have new products? Customers still prefer to come to me. However, before she could dwell on her thoughts, a postal worker arrived at her store. Who is Qin Hui? I am. Young man, would you like something to drink? The postal worker produced a letter. Dear Ms. Qin, this is a court delivery that has arrived. Please sign for it. Qin Hui was taken aback. A court delivery? Indeed. Could you please sign for it? I refuse to sign. Ms. Qin, your refusal will still be regarded as delivery by the court. If you miss the court date, it will be quite detrimental to you. The postal worker, accustomed to such situations, made an explanation. With no other option, Qin Hui reluctantly signed. Just after she completed her signature, a vehicle bearing the insignia of the Market Supervision Administration arrived promptly. As it was noon, students were milling about outside the school, and upon witnessing the commotion, many paused to observe. The staff from the Market Supervision Administration entered Qin Hui's shop and inquired, which one of you is Qin Hui? Glancing at the business license, Qin Hui felt a wave of anxiety. She replied weakly, I am. One of the officials stated the purpose of their visit. Hello, Ms. Chin. We are from the Market Supervision Administration, and this is our identification. We have received a report alleging that you are using a forged business license. We are here to verify this. Please cooperate with our investigation. At this, Chin Hui nearly collapsed in shock. What was happening? The two officials removed the business license from the wall, and it was immediately apparent that it was counterfeit. Consequently, the Market Supervision Administration swiftly sealed Chin Hui's shop, awaiting further action. Chapter 78. Revenge after alcohol. Since the legal case was handled by the legal department of the Xinjiang Group, Yilin was not required to deal with it. After the trial, no amount of evasion from Chin Hui could alter the evidence presented. Ultimately, she was ordered to compensate UT Beverage Company, Limited 70,000 yuan. The couple was in deep despair, having earned only a few thousand yet facing such a hefty fine. Compounding Chin Hui's misfortune was the fact that for forging a business license, she was sentenced to 15 days of detention and a fine of 1,000 yuan. Just after the trial concluded, she was taken away by the police. Duan Shubao returned to Qingyuan County in a furious state, feeling that Yilin had gone too far. Alone at home, he drank out of frustration, and the more he drank, the angrier he became. He went directly to Yilin's shop to wreak havoc. Su Xiling turned pale with fear, and the other girls distanced themselves. Yilin, you bastard, come out. I'm going to kill you, you scoundrel. Duan Shubao shouted while smashing things. You want my 70,000 yuan? Dream on. I'll never give you a dime. The more he spoke, the angrier he got, and soon the shop was in complete disarray. Su Xiling prepared to call the police, but upon hearing this, Duan Shubao snatched the phone and smashed it. Dare to call the police? I'll make sure you regret it. Go get Yilin for me. Duan Shubao seemed to have lost all sense of reason. Meanwhile, at school, Yilin was feeding Lan Yuyu. Little sprout, is it tasty? Yilin, anything you make is delicious. At present, Lan Yuyu no longer refuses the offerings brought by Yilin, and she is even willing to be fed by him. At this moment, Huang Bai hurriedly approached the pond's edge. Upon seeing Yilin and Lan Yuyu dining at the stone table, he finally found someone. Ling Gu, there's a serious problem. Huang Bai exclaimed, breathless. Observing Huang Bai's distress, Yilin immediately inquired, what happened? Huang Bai pointed towards the school gate, stating, your shop has been vandalized. Upon hearing this, Yilin was taken aback. What enmity could provoke such an act? Who did it? Huang Bai continued, I don't know. Inside, there were sounds of smashing and cursing. It was quite chaotic. Meng Meng and I passed by, but didn't he dare to approach, so I rushed to find you. Little Bean Sprout, I have urgent business. Eat on your own, and remember to finish your meal, Yilin said. Lan Yu nodded. You go ahead, and please be safe. As he departed, Yilin called the police. Before long, he arrived at his shop, which was in disarray from the vandalism. Upon recognizing the assailant, Yilin confronted him, Mr. Duan. What on earth are you doing? Duan Shubao turned. Finally, you've arrived, you little brat. Of course, I had to come after you vandalized my shop. Duan Shubao expressed his grievances. We merely wanted to conduct some business. If we offended you, you could have just spoken to us, and we would have compensated you. But what you did was utterly excessive. Not only did you extort 70,000 yuan from us, but you also had my wife imprisoned for 15 days. We have 2 children to support and parents to care for. You are cutting off our family's means of livelihood. Yilin couldn't help but find the irony amusing. He himself had acted unjustly, yet accused others of wrongdoing. Nevertheless, he refrained from provoking him further, as Su Xiling and the others were still trapped inside the shop. Mr. Duan, can't we sit down and discuss this? Why resort to vandalism? I will vandalize. You've stirred up a hornet's nest, if you don't let me move on. Don't expect your shop to remain open. I will destroy it every time you attempt to operate, Duan Shubao declared. What benefit does that bring you? Duan Shubao laughed maniacally. It brings me no benefit, but it certainly brings you harm. As the sirens wailed, Duan Shubao erupted in fury. You little brat. You dare to call the police? Of course, I will report you for vandalizing my shop. Report away. I'm not afraid. I'll take them down with you. With that, Duan Shubao, fueled by alcohol, charged at Yilin. Yilin, unwilling to engage in a fight with a drunken, irrational individual, ran towards the sound of the sirens. Officer, help me, he shouted, spotting the police approaching. The police car screeched to a halt, and 4 officers emerged. Halt! Duan Shubao, feeling invincible like Zhao Zilong Reborn, showed no intention of stopping. He vowed to deal with Yilin, but before he could execute his plan, He was pinned to the ground by the officers. The police swiftly restrained him, began to gather evidence from the scene, and checked to see if anyone had been injured. Detecting the scent of alcohol emanating from Duan Shubao, the authorities surmised that he had been embroiled in a drunken disturbance. Such incidents can vary greatly in severity, and the police decided to await his sobriety before proceeding with any actions. By the following morning, Duan finally emerged from his inebriated state. Upon realizing he was confined within a small room, confusion washed over him. He had been drinking at home, yet here he found himself. Where was this place? He pounded on the door, demanding to know who had imprisoned him and in what manner. Hearing the commotion, the police officers, who had been waiting patiently at the detention center, promptly opened the door. "Why are you policemen here?" Duan questioned, bewildered. "Are you awake?" One officer inquired. "What is going on? Why have you confined me here? Do you not recall last night's events?" After pondering for a considerable time, Duan could only vaguely remember returning from the courthouse and drinking at home. Everything else eluded him. Sensing his genuine confusion, the police took him for questioning. As they assisted in jogging his memory, the tales grew increasingly absurd. They presented him with photographs taken the previous night. "Did I really do this?" Duan asked incredulously. "Why would we apprehend you if you had not? Moreover, there are numerous eyewitnesses to corroborate the events," the officer replied. "Am I to face criminal charges?" Duan's fear was palpable. "Mr. Duan, the other party has merely filed a report. No formal case has been established yet. They wish to discuss matters further once you are sober. We are aware of the conflict between you and Mr. Yi. Your actions were misguided, particularly when you vandalized his establishment. Your behavior constitutes the crime of creating disturbances. Should a case be filed, you could face a minimum of 3 years in confinement." At this revelation, Duan exhaled in relief. If Yi Lin had not pressed charges, it seemed he might be spared further repercussions. Shortly thereafter, Yi Lin received a call from the police, requesting his presence at the station. Upon their meeting, Duan exhibited a stark contrast in demeanor, appearing exceedingly humble compared to the previous day. "Yi Lin, I will immediately compensate you the 70,000 yuan. I sincerely apologize for my actions yesterday. It was all a result of my intoxication. I have dependents relying on me. Please grant me this one reprieve. I will cover all your losses." As the cycle of vengeance seemed endless, Yi Lin had no desire for the matter to drag on indefinitely. Given Duan's current attitude, he believed the terms he proposed would likely be accepted. Should Duan refuse, it would not matter much. He could simply serve his time. "Mr. Duan, do you understand why I am not pursuing formal charges?" Duan shook his head. "Although your actions alongside your wife were quite unscrupulous, I do not wish for your child to endure the stigma of being labeled as the offspring of a convict. Therefore, I wish to discuss a few conditions with you. Should you accept, we can consider the matter resolved. If not, we shall let fate take its course. Firstly, you are to compensate me immediately for the infringement related to UT. Secondly, you will bear the full responsibility for the damages incurred at my establishment. And during the renovation period, you shall pay a daily fee of 1,000 yuan until I reopen. Lastly, I require a guarantee that all grievances between us will be absolved thereafter." "I agree." Duan Shubao did not hesitate for long. He preferred to resolve the matter with money rather than face imprisonment. He now regretted his decision to indulge in alcohol the previous day, as the momentary relief he felt while venting his anger through destruction now seemed overshadowed by the impending burden of compensation. He lamented his earlier choice to seize Yi Lin's business, initially perceiving him as a mere high school student, a soft target, only to find himself battered and bruised by the encounter.